to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, well, there is some goodness out there. We're having a team party today, KNBR party at the Presidio Clubhouse today, Golf Clubhouse, 3 o'clock, so that's good news. That's drink specials, don't you know? Drink specials, my favorite thing for any radio stations that's ever had a gathering anywhere. Drink specials. Drink specials. What's special? It's liquid? I don't know. Anyway, that's good news. And tomorrow is freaking opening day in baseball. That's great news. And we had a good time at the Play Ball lunch. That's good news. And then, Marcus, there's the basketball team. Not good news. Good morning, brother.
What's up, Murph? Not great news with the Golden State Warriors, but I do want to celebrate the good news today that we are not only hosting the Giants Roundtable today, we are hosting the Maria Lopez birthday celebration.
Wow.
Happy birthday to our girl, Emlo. She will be at the Giants Roundtable today, so that's what I'm looking forward to celebrating.
I tell you what, that is a strong opening statement. Emlo gets 601 birthday greetings?
I told her, I was like, I'm tired of promoting this about talking Giants baseball. Let's talk about Maria Lopez's birthday.
Heck, I'd rather talk about that than Jimmy Butler in Miami.
Yeah, I'll take that too. Right. More of a celebration for
happy
sure.
Happy birthday, Emlo, forever 29. You got to play a Janet Jackson rejoin or 3 for her today.
Yes,
right,
I'm
buddy?
telling you, that's Miss Jackson if you're nasty.
She's still miffed that Janet Jackson never cracked an 80s Friday, a 90s Friday, or as she screamed at me yesterday, even an 00s Friday, Murph. So I said, hey, listen, you know what, Maria? There's a baseball season to get through, and guess what? We can do it in the fall.
Exactly.
So anyway, happy birthday, Emlo. Hopefully somebody's bringing cupcakes, cakes, whatever. You know what I'm giving Maria for her birthday? Drink specials.
Ooh,
that's what I'm bringing her.
And those drinks are always special, Murph. It doesn't matter what's in it, it's special.
Well, there was no special drink in Miami, brother. Miami Heat 112, Warriors 86, and it wasn't that close. All right, guys, that was awful. Talk about laying an egg. Reading Marcus Thompson in The Athletic using words like underwhelming and a dud. Laying an egg, heading in the wrong direction. Choose your negative phrase. It applied to Jimmy Butler's return to Miami last night, where the Warriors got blown out. And by the way, now, what do you want? What do you want to flirt with the play-in? Because you're there. You're flirting with. They're playing footsie with the play-in, buddy.
I don't want to play footsie.
You're playing freaking footsie with the play-in under the table. So usually footsie's a good thing. Not when you're playing footsie with the play-in. You need the Knicks to beat the Clippers tonight to get you that game back that you just blew in Atlanta and in Miami. So awful, Marcus. I don't know if you got to see it, but the Warriors started by missing their first 14 3-pointers. And wound up finishing. I mean, we could sit here and talk all day about Bam Adebayo or size or the lineups or whatever, Kuminga. I don't know. Here's the bottom line, dude. How'd the Warriors do last night? I don't know. How'd they shoot from 3? 9 for 38. 9 for 38 from 3.
9 for 38.
Conversely, Miami, 17 of 25. 17 of 25, not from the free throw line, bro. Not in the paint. From 3-point land, they shot 68%, which I read is the highest percentage a team has shot against the Warriors since 2017. So almost a decade the team has shot that good.
I mean, Spo had his team ready to go. And we were sitting here talking about the Jimmy Butler revenge game or the Andrew Wiggins revenge game. No, it looked like it was just a Miami Heat revenge game against Jimmy Butler.
They truly did look, honestly, like to the naked eye, they looked highly motivated.
And this Warriors starting 5 had 10 total points in the first half, Murph. Not just Jimmy Butler had 10 points. No, the entire starting lineup had 10 total points.
I saw they had 2 points.
2 points each. So I'm saying all 5 guys combined.
So I read that
10
stat wrong.
Total points.
All 5 Golden State starters had exactly 2 points at halftime. It was the first time an NBA team had no starter score 3 points in a first half since New Jersey, Orlando in March of 2012. By the way, a New Jersey-Orlando game just depresses me. First of all, there's no longer a team in New Jersey. That was the Nets. They're now in Brooklyn. So it's a team that doesn't even exist anymore is the last time you had a game that bad where no starter scored more than a bucket in the first half.
2012. I don't even know if young Tony was alive in 2012.
What did young Tony learn today? That there was a basketball team in New Jersey.
Yeah. Shout out the Nets.
By the way, the young Tony thing, it's cracked the zeitgeist when Giants longtime Giants investor owner Larry Nibby, when we see him at the Play Ball lunch, he's a man of great import, a man of great power, a man of great charm, a man of great charisma. And I said, hey, Larry, this is a young Tony. He goes, yeah, What'd you learn today, kid? And he said, so...
Everybody's asking.
Well, he learned that the Warriors sucked last night is what he learned. Are you concerned that this thing's heading in the wrong direction? Hate to give you a 6:05. I'd rather talk about Maria's birthday, quite frankly. But that this thing, the loss to Atlanta, the loss in Miami, there was a loss to Denver thrown in. I don't know. It's something we haven't talked about a lot on this show. But the return of Kuminga, I don't know if it's messed up anything. Or is it just having no Steph Curry? Or is it just the NBA? Or are teams catching up to the Jimmy Butler effect? Or what?
I'm not going to freak out too much. I mean, I think yesterday, a lot of people were expecting Jimmy Butler to carry the team, carry the offense in the absence of Steph. But Spo knows Jimmy Butler better than everybody. So they had a good defensive game plan, as you saw with the Warriors starting five, having 10 total points in the first half. So, no, I'm not going to sit here and freak out because it sounds like Steph Curry could be back soon. He had a chance to play last night.
Pause right there. We all thought he was going to play.
Yeah, it sounded like he was going to play. He went through the workout.
He flew to Miami. It's a long flight. They could have just sent him to New Orleans instead. The Kerr said, he wants to be there for his buddy. I think when we signed off yesterday, we thought he was going to play.
I thought he was going to play.
I was surprised to hear he wasn't playing.
Yeah, I was a little stunned to a news, so I was like, let me kind of reconsider the way I'm looking at this now. But we've talked about this honeymoon phase with Jimmy Butler for so long, and we talked about how you keep Jimmy happy by winning. Now, again, it's only 2 games that they've now lost back-to-back, but I'm wondering how this is going to affect the overall team chemistry and team vibe moving forward. I'm not going to sit here and say, the locker room's going to crumble and crash because they lost back-to-back games without Steph Curry. No, I'm not going that far on Hot Take Radio, but it is a little bit concerning because I thought they could win both these games without Steph, and now they've started off this road trip 0-2.
So let me ask you the question. Where are the candles? Where's Erykah Badu? Where's Lauryn Hill? Where's Jill Scott? Where's the coffee?
Where's the golden vibes?
I don't know. There was no. Does that mean does he come and snuff the candle after a loss like that?
Oh no!
You guys in the old days they have that little candle snuffer. It's that little thimble. You kind of douse the candle.
Oh yeah. I got like Jimmy Butler walk into his locker room like Jeff Probst.
The tribe has spoken. Exactly.
Snuffing candles.
Exactly, dude. Oh man. Anyway, well listen, we'll talk a lot about that, but we do want to just sort of recap yesterday's happenings and what a team outing we had. John Joe Curley threw on a sport coat, intimidated program director Mike Huller when he did so.
It's always an issue when the APD dresses up nicer than the PD.
Yeah, we need to bring to the airwaves the unspoken rivalry between Curley wearing a sport coat and Huller not. And one guy sort of being classy, and then the other guy calling him out. What are you trying to kiss up wearing a sport coat?
It's exactly what he's trying to do.
So we'll do that.
I even threw on a collared T-shirt yesterday.
I wore a sport coat to the event, but I changed plans and did not change into the dress shirt. Went with the golf shirt underneath it. Questionable fashionable move. Mm-hmm. But you know what? I was a little lazy. But we got young Tony, we got you, we got me, and we all marched over to Oracle Park yesterday for the Giants Community Fund, which is the big name for the organization that runs the Junior Giants. I've been on the board since 2011. It's an honor. We're under the great leadership of Randy Wynn right now. He's our current chair. Sue Peterson, Carolyn Dellamajori, the whole crew that does such a great job. But we marched over to Oracle Park. We were on the grass yesterday, brother.
Yes, we were.
We were out. We ate. We walked in. They handed us a chicken and waffle slider.
Oh, that was a good slider.
Yeah, they had an open bar.
Yes, they did.
You had a banquet beer in your hands by 11 a.m.
I had 2 of them in my hands by 11 a.m.
Look at you.
Double fisted. You know I'm a classy dude.
The sun was shining.
It was.
And we got to hear Buster Posey riff a little bit.
Buster riffing on politicians and Larry Bear.
Yes, not bad at all. We heard Mayor Daniel Lur, who you're going to hear more from. Larry went a little long up there on the dais there. You always got to leave him wanting more, right? You always got to leave him wanting more. We got a little we got a little Tyler Fitzgerald. We got a little Elliot Ramos.
Mm-hmm. Silent H.
We got a little... Were you shocked to see Ryan Walker up on the panel? Because he was so quiet in our interview. I'm like, they chose him?
I was intrigued because Ryan Walker is an interesting character, but you definitely got to pull it out of him.
They did a good job, though. The locksmith story.
Yeah, good story.
And him, some good stuff. So anyway... Generally, did you feel the vibe? You sat at a table with Grant McCrae?
Yes, and real quick, shout out to Willie Adamas taking over.
Should have led with that. Our new Junior Giants commissioner. Buster was it for years and years. Then Alyssa Nacken did it. And now Willie comes into town and says, give me the Junior Giants keys.
Dude, instantly.
I know.
He hasn't even played a regular season game yet, and he's already the commish of the Junior Giants.
He's the face of our Junior Giants.
So shout out to Willie. That was awesome.
A successful day.
Yeah, successful. And then there we were chopping it up with Grant McCrae. Had a nice lunch yesterday, a little bit of chicken, a little bit of potatoes, and a lot of MMA talk. My guy Grant McCrae is a huge MMA head.
Did you guys break it down?
Oh, dude, we were breaking down like Leon Edwards versus Sean Brady from a UFC Fight Night card this past Saturday. That happened like in the middle of the day. So, yeah, he's deep into it.
So we had, my table was supposed to have Casey Schmidt, but he was getting, quote, treatment, unquote, and he no-showed. So they gave us a pleasant Dominican pitcher named Diaz. Yeah. English was not his first language, so he just smiled a lot, and we waved at each other, and we had a nice day.
You guys play footsie under the table?
We did. Got some great, some good soul shake time with Pat the Bat, Ron Wotus. You know, I reconnected with Ryan Christensen, bench coach Ryan Christensen. You know, he was on those A's teams I covered in 99 and 2000 when I was a traveling beat writer. I was like, Ryan, remember the days? We started reminiscing about that great A's clubhouse. So anyway, the general vibe was strong, and it kind of always is at Play Ball Luncheon. Although one year I had Connor Joe at my table, and I was like, who is this guy? Although he's still in the bigs. Did he make the Padres opening day roster?
Good question.
We'll have to find that out.
I'm not sure. I know he didn't get drafted in our fantasy baseball league yesterday.
He did not.
I don't think he did. I did not see his name come off the board.
KNBR Fantasy Baseball League underway?
Yeah, there's two new commissioners in town. Willie Adamas of the Junior Giants and the Water Boy of the KNBR Fantasy League.
Did you guys finally let in everybody's favorite puppy dog, Jack Loader?
Yeah, I opened the dog door for Jack Loader to come on down.
Did you guys rip every pick he made?
Essentially, yeah.
Right, so,
it's a classic. It happens every single year. I mean, you can just kind of book it. Copes has the same line each and every fantasy draft.
What is it?
You guys work in sports radio? He does the same thing every single year, and then like last year, he came in like damn near last place.
Yeah.
So shout out Copes after I ran a coup on the afternoon show, took over as commissioner, and then made them draft during their own draft.
That's a power move, buddy. That's a power move.
Look at me, I'm the commissioner
Should have done the draft out at Presidio Golf Course, where we'll be today. We know we're going to get at least one person. I got an email from a buddy, Mason Crosby. He said, I'll see you out there. I said, you may be the only one. But anyway, come on. You know why he's coming out? Drink specials.
Yes, drink specials.
And Maria's birthday.
Yes, and a Will Clark jersey giveaway.
Yeah, and maybe Curly will be in a sport coat.
Yeah,
Who knows? And maybe Grant McCrae will pop by for a UFC take.
You never know.
And maybe Diaz will come by.
You never
just
know.
Hang out with us, dude. So anyway, it feels like it's getting underway, all set against the backdrop of the horrible performance by the Warriors in Miami. So we'll get going. It's a busy, busy, busy Wednesday. So we'll say good morning to Young Tone, fresh off his first Play Ball Luncheon. His first Play Ball Luncheon, man.
You never forget your first.
Oh,
Tony.
yeah. We'll get his takes on that. On the other side, get the robust guest list next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. So when you hear the cue to call, we want you to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Inbound Wiggins drives on Butler, now fades, fires, missed it. Draymond Green rebound, sends it down floor to a leaking out Butler, knocked away by Wiggins. And Miami comes up with a loose ball. Great hustle by Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins, corner three, goes down from the right in front of his former team. Moody catch and shoot three. Wiggins with the deflection. Down floor, Adebayo, left hand, good. Defense to offense for Miami, up 20.
Man, you could have kept going and going and going. The Miami Heat destroying the Golden State Warriors 112-86. Hey, there's Janet. There's Miss Janet. Very good. Sounding good. Hey, happy birthday, Maria Lopez, our biggest Janet Jackson fan in the building, and still miffed at me that at no point in our Decades Friday did I play Janet. I told her it ain't personal. I had a big thing for Janet. She was on the podium with Whitney and Maria, but she was the bronze medalist in my MTV days.
Maybe not making an 80s or a 90s Friday, but we will play on a Maria Lopez Wednesday. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Young Tony Farias on Big What Did Young Tony Ask Day. Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
What up, Tone?
Young Tone.
Good morning. This is together again, by the way. The Warriors and the Heat, Jimmy Butler and Andrew Wiggins together again.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want them to reunite again.
I mean, man, oh man,
Although it was quite a love fest between the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins. I don't know if you saw any of that footage of like each and every player going up and giving Andrew Wiggins a big hug and a big embrace.
He's beloved. There's no question. Fitz talked about that a lot on the broadcast. That the tears that were flowing when he got traded. The tears were flowing so much when Andrew Wiggins got traded. I thought it was an Astros opening day roster.
Oh, nice.
That's a sweet story.
Nice. But yeah, thinking about that yesterday and then thinking about the comments from Marcus Thompson that maybe the Warriors and Wiggins could eventually get back together down the road.
Crazy.
I wouldn't rule it out. Come on home back to the Bay on a veteran minimum contract and end your career with Steph.
That'd be insane.
How awesome would that be if he just took on an Iggy-type contract?
By the way, statistically, they were almost a wash. Jimmy had 11 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists. Wiggins had 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He also had 3 blocks, though. You just heard one of them.
Oh.
One of them was kind of a signature play because it was a breakaway for the Warriors, and Wiggs busted his ass down the court and shocked Jimmy Butler with a block from behind. It was when you knew things were just snowballing out of control. It was like, wait, we can't even get an open layup. They're coming down and knocking those down. So that was Heat culture on display.
Yeah, and I wonder,
lost 10 straight games.
Yeah, right. And I wonder if Pat Riley had a talk with the team. Who knows? We know that there's bad blood between Jimmy and Pat, but whether it was Pat, whether it was Spo, whether it was Bam or Tyler Hero or Andrew Wiggins, they showed up ready to play yesterday.
Forget Bam Adebayo, Olympic gold medalist, man.
Bam, yeah.
He's 27 points, and they had no answer for him last night.
And also Spo, assistant coach on that gold medal team.
That's right.
Summer,
That's right. Very good call. As opposed to that traitor, Kenny Atkinson, who cropped up in Team France.
Le basketball.
What are you doing, man? Anyway, Young Tone, your first play ball lunch. Welcome to the family, bud.
Dude, it was awesome.
Yeah,
I love it. I said this last week. I mean, I grew up a Giants fan, was always, idolizing all these players, all these broadcasters. We ran into Dave Fleming in the elevator. I'm just like, dude, I'm in an elevator with Dave Fleming.
Wait, so not Kruk, not Kipe, not Miller. Flem has been around long enough now that he's achieved I'm in an elevator with Dave Fleming status.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, he was being shouted out personally by the mayor yesterday about their relationship.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. So that was a little.
But yeah, I buried the lead. Of course, Kruk and Kipe are legends, obviously.
Did you talk to them every day?
Don't forget John Miller.
Yeah, of course, John Miller. What do you say? But you don't talk to them every day. It's John Joe Curley when
correct. Yes.
Okay, so
But anyway, it's a phenomenal day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Our new friend, Grant McCrae, sat next to him. Your friend, Murph, really.
Yeah, you a little jealous, Murph? You a little jealous?
I am. That is my guy.
You're rubbing elbows with Grant McCrae.
He had an RBI knock last night.
I know. Good for him to get into the game.
Yeah.
It was at a pretty funny moment where Grant McCrae got up to go to the bathroom, and Maria Lopez and Scotty Basketball were like, "What happened? What'd you say to him, Tony? Why'd you make him leave?" I said, "Can you believe it?" He said, Jung Hoo Lee's a better center fielder than Grant McCrae.
Exactly. Did you have to kind of fake it when you were around him? Say, the guy at the table next to me, Jung Hoo Lee, I prefer him to you.
You know what? I didn't want to bring up, it's like when you go on a first date with somebody. You don't talk about your other exes or your other options. So I didn't even mention Jung Hoo Lee's name. It was all about McCrae yesterday.
That's a smooth move. Mm-hmm. That's why you have the microphone, buddy.
That's why I'm here.
That's why you got to where you got.
I'm here.
So it is cool. I forget, I've been to a lot of those. I still get a little thrill out of seeing all the players and the opening day vibes. It reminds me of I'm going to get old head on you here. But when I was a kid growing up in high school or whatever, and you'd read the paper, we weren't a Chronicle family, we were an Examiner family, but you'd still read Herb Caen. Somebody else would have a Herb Caen column, and he would write about going to the play ball luncheon. And I'd be like, wow, those adults in San Francisco going to a luncheon with the Giants right before opening day. That's real adult stuff, man. That's San Francisco, man. That's San Francisco. I was like, yeah, at the play ball lunch, Mayor Dianne Feinstein said this. I'm like, oh, man, Mayor Dianne Feinstein was there. Herb Caen was there. Willie Mays was there, So it's kind of cool to live that all over again. And you got to remember, it's exciting if you're a kid growing up now. Oh, Buster. Oh, you were at lunch with Buster Posey.
How about Barry Bonds sitting a couple tables away from us?
The lead. Yeah, we were a couple tables away from Bonds. Yeah. How about that?
There it is, man.
Just casually just walking around like he's just another Joe Schmo. I'm like, dude, this guy's Barry Bonds.
And Buster had riffs, like we said. He riffed on, he said when he saw the run of show, he saw that Larry Bear and Mayor Dan Lur were scheduled to speak. He thought, uh-oh, which one's going to go longer? Mm-hmm. He said, and congratulations, Larry. Looks like you may be a politician yet.
Yeah. I love that Buster is setting over-unders on speech times. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's always exciting. Now, I have to be honest, doesn't always result in a winning season. I've left many play ball lunches and then 98 losses later.
Yeah, but I will say it does set the good vibes for the season, especially because of what you guys do for the community. The opportunities that you guys provide for kids to go out and play baseball and softball. I'm sitting there almost having a tear in my eye. This is awesome.
Well, Chrissy Camilleri is our video maker. She made that video about Stephanie Vasquez, my gal from Richmond. Awesome, yeah. My Richmond Junior. That's my league. I've been out there to visit that league, and I became friends with Stephanie. So I was so excited to see. I didn't know she was going to have a video made about her, but it's those stories, and the Richmond League is one of the great leagues. These kids that don't, if you grow up in certain aspects of suburbia, it's you got thriving little leagues, thriving high school, and there's certain pockets of the Bay Area that don't have thriving little leagues going around, and this is their chance for the kids to go out and play baseball and get mentored. We also do stuff on, schoolwork and scholarships and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and as a Little League coach, how expensive baseball is.
Dude.
I mean, you want to buy one of those, what are those hype fires for $500, those bats?
The bats are ridiculous.
No, it's ridiculous how much it costs to play baseball. So it's cool that you guys provide gloves and those opportunities.
Well, I appreciate it, but it's really the staff, Sue Peterson and her staff. We just kind of we just show up and say, yeah, we approve. Mm-hmm. That's what we say. But anyway, I'm glad you did it, Tone. And I don't know, it makes you feel like the Giants can win a game, maybe, tomorrow. Perhaps.
Oh, 100%. I'm high. Hunter game winning season? What do you guys think?
I mean, we are talking about the Cactus League champ, boys. The Cactus League champs.
Last time they won it, last time they had this many wins, 2017, 98 losses.
Yeah. And I get it. Look, a lot of people have kind of checked in on the text line and on social media saying spring training wins don't mean anything. And you might be right. But it's better to have the best record in spring training instead of the worst record in spring training, right?
Yeah.
Anybody with me?
But how much does that translate to the regular season? You'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, I know.
I think historically it doesn't really translate into you win the Cactus League, you're going to be a World Series contender. No. But it's a good sign of winning baseball.
Of course, yeah. Ryan Christensen was saying that to me last night. He's like, we're doing the right things. Although Grant McCrae actually, I was listening last night in the car, and he overthrew a cutout. He threw the wrong base on a base hit. And I was like, come on, bro. That's my whole point. I keep saying this to everybody. Christensen, Burrell, whoever I talk to. You guys going to throw to the right base this year? Ooh. Let's just do that. Don't hit your cutoff, man.
You see this, Tony? You see this? One play ball lunch with you and me chopping up with Grant McCrae, and Murph turns his back on him.
I'm a McCrae guy. All right, guest list on a Wednesday, March 26, 2025. Opening day tomorrow. And freaking Giants Roundtable. Here it is. It says we're going to be at Presidio Golf Club. I ain't going to lie, this is killing me. I got things to do, and I got to come back into the city and do 2 more hours of radio. I'm not going to, like, I was going through all the stuff I had to do today, like, in my life. It's like, I got to do this, and I was like, oh, geez, I got to go back to this Roundtable.
Oh, man.
So it's killing me, but I'll be happy to be there. We'll be inside the tented terrace next to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill. Full menu and drink specials available, and a chance to win an autographed Will Clark Giants jersey. We didn't get to see Will yesterday. He's rehabbing that knee replacement, but he'll be back out in California at some point. The boys from Dirty Work started too. We come in with the soap at 3 o'clock. All right, so there you go. Young Tone, what do we got, buddy?
It's a good riff. We have a busy show planned for everybody today. What did Young Tony ask today? Going to start us off at 7:15. Kind of a Giants theme this week. Ooh. I got 4 Giants questions for you guys.
Nice tease, Tony. Nice tease.
Mike Krukow going to join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We're going to do cooler content at 8:15. We're going to hit it early because we got Matt Maiocco at 8:30. Friend of the program who was also at the Play Ball lunch, Mayor Daniel Lur at 9 a.m.
Tell you, this guy, he's the man about town. I mean, he comes on the radio. He goes to Play Ball lunches. He comes back on the radio. So he's our guy.
Friend of the program.
I think we might be hobnobbing in City Hall pretty soon, buddy.
I mean, it's crazy for me to think about how I'm going to go from talking MMA with Grant McCrae to interviewing the mayor once again for the second time.
You can ask the mayor about MMA?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what's your go-to move?
Has there been a fight in San Francisco city limits?
UFC? No. Other promotions? Yes. I don't know why Dana White does not want to bring the UFC to Chase Center.
Chase Center?
It makes no sense. It makes zero sense.
He and Lacob, see that woman sitting next to Lacob last night, by the way?
Yeah, I saw a couple people post about her. I guess she's like a fashion icon / singer or something.
She was quite the fashion icon. Mm-hmm. Like, was like, who am I sitting next to? Mm-hmm. Who is this person?
This is a fashionista?
I know. He was wearing his standard sport coat. He looked like he was going to the Play Ball lunch.
Yeah, he should have been there.
He had the sport coat on with no tie. Play Ball. If I went to the Play Ball lunch, that'd be one day of playing ball because we didn't play ball last night. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm riffing.
We don't play ball?
Anyway, go ahead, buddy. What else you got?
I miss whoever that was. I got to go take a look at that.
Yeah, go look at the woman sitting next to Joe Lacob last night. She looked like she was out of I don't know. She looked like out of an old Hollywood movie or something.
What are you talking like Great Gatsby or something?
Well, nice pull there, buddy.
I got you. Look at the green light. Look at the green light, Tony.
Oh, look at this kid. Look at this kid.
I've read a book or two.
He got through college. Yeah. I like it.
C's get degrees.
That's commish, Murph.
Remember in Slapshots, he said in college they underlined the blank scenes? Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The guy who was having trouble with his wife. Yeah.
All right. Kevin, another great guest. Kevin Harland going to join the show at 9:15. He's calling a couple games in SF this weekend.
Damn right.
I believe tomorrow he's got Maryland, Florida, Arkansas, and Texas Tech tomorrow night. And then finally, Hunter Pence going to join the show at 9:30.
So Young Tony, Krukow, big hit, cooler content, Maiocco, Mayor Lur, Kevin Harland, Hunter Pence. Where else would you rather be? There's nothing like it.
Rip that knob off.
Or I should say, it's nothing like it.
It's nothing like it.
All right, that's all good. Now we got to get back into the bad. What the hell happened to Miami last night? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We got to make sure that we are approaching every game like we're playing against the best team in the NBA, because that's who teams turn into when they play us. You know, they play out of their minds. This team, they were 17 of 25 from 3 or something like that. It's crazy. 18 for 25. It's crazy. But in saying that, it's the NBA. Everybody got talent. So, you know, whether they're not, you know, they're not a team with a winning record or not, everybody's got talent and can beat you at any night. We got to make sure we figure these games out.
Yeah, man. Oh, did you dial this up just now, buddy? Okay, I thought it was going to be a future rejoin. Sorry, I got distracted, everybody. I had just requested Maria by Blondie during the break, but I thought it would be down the road. Well done, young Tony. Turned it around quickly. This is for our gal, Maria Lopez. Here it is. Nice little Blondie ditty from the late 90s, early 2000s. Happy birthday to Emlo, who generally gets you guys good seats to Giants games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not just good seats, the best seats.
So that's why Blondie says, Maria, you got to see her.
Which is why we are reserving the best seat today at the Giants Roundtable out at Presidio if you want to come by and celebrate the start of the Giants season, but also Maria Lopez's birthday.
For drink specials for Maria's birthday.
I asked Maria if she's going to bust out like a keg stand or anything crazy. She said, stay tuned. You got to show up to find out.
Yeah, okay. We'll be there. 3 o'clock today at the Roundtable. They start at 2 out at Presidio Golf Course. Great place. Yeah, okay. Now back to the bad stuff. Draymond Green. It is true. I mean, I am tempted to reduce every single freaking NBA game to the three-point line. That's we could talk all day. Did Kerr start too small of a lineup? You know, has Kuminga messed with the chemistry? Is the Jimmy Butler bloom off the rose? What happened to the non-Curry minutes? We can get into all that, or you could just say the freaking Heat shot 17 to 25 from 3, which at that point, you're going to lose, bro. I'm sorry. When the other team goes 17 to 25 from 3, I don't care what split actions you run. I don't care what pin downs you run. I don't care what your rotations are. If the other team goes 17 to 25 from 3 and you go 9 to 38, you take your L and you get the hell out of Miami. So, I hate to be so reductive, Marcus. I mean, there's other things we can complain about, but I would start right there.
I mean, in basketball, you almost can simplify it too. It's a make or miss league. As simple as that, but especially from behind the three-point line. I mean, the Warriors were atrocious yesterday with that starting 5.
Marcus, they missed their first 14.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't miss more three-pointers than the other team made the entire game damn near.
Yeah.
So that was a bad performance offensively. I didn't think they were great defensively. It was just a no-show performance for a game that we thought this team was going to be locked in and energized in Jimmy Butler's revenge game.
One of the thoughts is you're in South Beach, maybe. I don't know. South Beach flu, they call it. I don't know. You'd like to be a pro.
I mean,
right? You're not going to the club till 6 in the morning.
It is back-to-back losses in 2 pretty popular party cities, Murph.
Yeah.
Going back to Saturday in Atlanta, I'm not throwing out any accusations whether or not maybe they went to Magic City, maybe got some of those lemon pepper Lou Williams wings, maybe they were out in Atlanta, maybe they kept the party going out in South Beach too. That's not an excuse. These guys are professionals. They got to show up and they got to perform.
Well, the Jimmy effect was minimal. I mean, everything that's made the Warriors so great, the distribution, the work in the ball, the jump stops, the pivots, the bounce passes. The Heat defense was insane last night. The Warriors couldn't breathe. They had, I think, 3 shot clock violations, bro. They couldn't even get a shot off. All right? That's how intense Miami's defense was. And things were going Miami's way so much so who was the Heat player who leapt to shoot a basket, got defended midair, and when he was falling down, chucked it over his head and went in. You remember when we made it 78 to 60 at that point? I was like, all right, we're out.
Yeah,
let's just head. Let's go to frickin' New Orleans. Although they're staying in Miami for a while, aren't they?
Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
There could be a lag effect. Of course, they're going to New Orleans next, too.
I know. Talk about the party trio.
That's another trouble. But listen, for Pat Riley, for Eric Spoelstra, for Andrew Wiggins, that's a satisfying night. They're well under 500. They've lost 10 of their last 12, but they got it done. So Steve Kerr last night, what do you have to say? He's had to give this speech. He had to give this speech a lot in December and January during the Dennis Schroeder era.
The Schroeder era.
When the Warriors were getting smoked nightly.
Never forget Dennis Schroeder.
Steve Kerr after a tough loss last night.
We didn't connect the game very well, and they just lit it up. Spo had them ready to play, as we would expect. Given the circumstances, with Jimmy coming back, and they were ready, and they knocked everything down early, and we missed everything, and we were playing upstream the whole game.
Yeah, playing upstream, and it's true because they fell behind early. Something is, I always say there's nothing less meaningful than an NBA first quarter, but when you tune in and they're down like 9-2, you're like, I know it's the first quarter of an NBA game and it means nothing, but I'd prefer them being not down 9-2 right out of the gate.
No, or I would prefer for them not to let up 40 on Saturday against Atlanta in that first quarter.
Yeah, so the first quarters have been a problem here. And here's Kerr. I think this is probably the post-game quote I agree with the most, is I do think last night was a lot about the Heat. Like it was almost like a playoff game for them. Like they had something to prove to Jimmy, and whether it was Riles or whether it was Spo or whether it was Bam Adebayo or Tyler Hero or somebody decided to make last night a meaningful game for the Heat. That's what Kerr said.
Miami is it's a great place to live, and so people don't ever seem too amped up around here. They're living a good life, so it really wasn't that rabid of an environment. It was typical Miami, and I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready, and Spo had them ready. You shoot 17 for 25 from three, you're going to win, but I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. It took it to us tonight.
Yeah, the Heat were ready. And Spo, even though they're not having a great year, and Jimmy caused a lot of turmoil this year, this was a moment for them to actually have to galvanize around something. Like they focused. And the Warriors, I want to say, almost got blindsided by it.
Yeah, and I don't want to go full Deion Sanders, but it seems like Jimmy done messed around and damn near made it personal for Miami. Mm-hmm. Like his comments about Heat culture and how it kind of simplifies down to winning culture. I'm sure those comments got back to the locker room. I'm sure it got back to Pat Riley and Spo, and they had a message for the team saying, look, this guy's out here complaining about how he lost joy for playing basketball when he was Miami. We traded him away. We have Andrew Wiggins now. Let's go send a message to him and the rest of the league.
Now, X's and O's wise, he did start a small lineup last night, including Brandon Pajemski, Gary Payton, Moses Moody, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler. There was no big. And Bam Adebayo was a big.
Bam was
and Bam went off early. Mm-hmm. So if you want to complain about something, you can complain about Kerr starting the wrong guys and getting them off on the wrong foot. So he made a strategy move with Curry out. He started Gary Payton. It did not work. We've been saying no Steph, no problem. Well, how about no Steph, yes problem? Yeah. Because now they've lost 2 in a row. And you heard Jimmy Butler say, here's the cut here, that they want 30 back. He said he said we need him back. It's like he's supposed to be the guy that helps the non-Curry minutes were so good that getting Jimmy Butler meant missing Steph Curry, you could survive. Well, not the last 2 games.
No, Murph. And I saw a stat yesterday that was put up by ESPN that with Steph Curry on the court, the Warriors have the 6th best offensive rating in the league. Without Steph Curry, they are dead last.
But, I had that stat recently about the non-Curry minutes in the last, 10 games or so since Butler got here. They was good.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that shows how bad they were before Jimmy got there, that even with Jimmy there without Steph Curry, it still hasn't kind of leveled out, hasn't found that average yet.
Last night had a feel of those Dennis Schroeder games when they were lost. And you were like, but Jimmy's there. They're supposed to be better.
Slow-mo Kyle
Kuminga...
Anderson.
How you feel about Slow-mo, by the way? I was happy to see him.
That was your guy.
He's kind of like my Grant McRae. But the Kuminga effect, he hasn't kind of found his groove yet. He hasn't found his
that's always kind of been the issue with Kuminga. Like, he just needs to focus so much defensively. He's a defensive liability. He's not a two-way player. We knew that. That's part of his game. But he also has to figure out how to succeed in the system. Because he seems like he kind of wants to be an ISO guy, doesn't really want to run the system. I don't know. It just hasn't really clicked yet, and we've seen him not really find his groove since coming back from this injury.
I look down at the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Sherwood text line. Literally, the first text I see is, can you guys talk about what's going to happen with Kuminga in the offseason, please? Are they going to trade him? Because I don't think he fits in. It's pretty obvious the offense doesn't flow when he's there. What can we do? 650. That's exactly what we were just talking about right there. So it's definitely something we're going to have to keep our eyes on going forward. How he fits in, how the offense flows when he's out there. Because right now it doesn't.
No, when we talk about the non-Steph Curry minutes, when there's nobody out there and it's just Jonathan Kuminga with the second unit, he can produce. He can get you a couple buckets, but it comes down to playing in the system. You have to buy in. You have to be a part of the Warriors culture that won him so much. And it just hasn't been the greatest fit.
Yeah, we have to see. And now that you don't get another game till Friday, you can relax. You can enjoy some Giants baseball tomorrow. You can enjoy a little Sweet 16 tomorrow night at Chase Center. And you can enjoy our roundtable at a Presidio golf course today. It'll be fun to be out there. Last two texts for this segment. Then on the other side, we can hear from Jimmy Butler. Number one, 408 says, I didn't get to see any of the game, but you just said Miami shot 17 of 25 from three. That's the reason right there. Nobody wins if a team shoots like that from D. Shout out Tolbert sign off. Shut it down. Let's go home. LOL.
I mean, they shot the ball last night like it was a 3-point competition.
I mean, and then 8-3-1, I think, with the best. That gold lame Cleopatra evening gown Lacob's guest was wearing at center court was inappropriate and probably blinded our players. Great pull on Cleopatra. That's what I was looking for,
Nice.
8-3-1. I was trying to put my finger on it. She looked like freaking Cleopatra.
I know. We were trying to figure out, like, is she like a Greek goddess? Is she like a
Egyptian. Does young Tony know about Young Tony, you know your Cleopatra, buddy?
Yeah, I think so. I definitely have heard the name. What is this, a show? I got to double check. I was actually just looking it up.
Cleopatra. She's in White Lotus. Yeah. She's
I don't know the White Lotus.
She's the one who says tsunami. Yeah, no, I'm
Piper,
kidding.
no.
She's not the one saying that. Oh, I think we might have found our young Tony.
Yeah, Cleopatra.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Wow,
buddy.
that's hilarious. I was getting kind of Chapel Roan vibes from the lady also.
Yeah, if Chapel Roan and Cleopatra had a baby.
There it
yeah,
is.
I'm kind of
There
with you
she
on
is.
that. Meanwhile, something far away from Chapel Roan and Cleopatra is the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento in October 2 through 5. We got 2 4-day passes. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour. You know you want to win it and go rock out. Go dress like Cleopatra when you go to that thing. Maybe that'll shock the world. Or dress like, who was her lover? Was Mark Anthony, right? Wasn't that the guy? I was thinking that Jennifer Lopez's dude, right? Mark Anthony. I'm like, yeah, Cleopatra's guy.
Yeah, which one? Yeah.
Yeah. Cleopatra had a few.
Wow.
I think she had a few.
Hey, now.
I think she liked her dudes.
All right.
I think that was the book. She was like the female Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, wow. Put them numbers.
By the way, it's 6. I have a job. I have a mortgage. I have a wife. I have 2 kids and 2 dogs. And I have a job. My parents raised me. And here I am at 6:46 in the morning saying on public airways, Cleopatra was the female Wilt Chamberlain.
Murph.
This is where I'm at.
There's nothing like it.
That's where I'm at.
Nothing like
I got to
it.
take stock, man.
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy Butler, what did he have to say after laying a gigantic, rotten, stinking egg in Miami last night? Next on Esports City.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm very confident, with what we're doing because over the last, 20 games since we've had Jimmy, we're a top 5 offensive team. So tonight wasn't our night, but I'm very confident that we'll be fine Friday.
Steve Kerr set against our Janet Jackson Wednesday in honor of our favorite employee here at the building, Maria Lopez. It's her birthday today. She's a huge Janet fan. She's outrageously pissed at me for never putting Janet in an 80s, 90s, and 00s Friday. And as we hear our third Janet Reid one or second Janet, I want to apologize to Maria. She's right. She's freaking right. We should have had a lot more Janet. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. Or as Michael Scott said when he walked in to see Pam, he said, Pam, Miss Beasley, if you're nasty.
Yeah.
We always turn the dad joke rejoin for Steve Kerr and the Warriors. That's the way the game goes, right?
Ooh.
Last night, getting outshot like crazy, 17-25 from 3. The Warriors missed their first 14 threes. They go 9-38. Continued grumblings about Jonathan Kuminga's sort of lack of integration or system flow or whatever the phrase I'm looking for. And poor Jimmy, for the first time, looked really, really mortal. I'm going to say kind of a hot take here. I'm not, and listen, if I said it to Jimmy, he'd freaking walk out of the room. I thought he looked a little timid last night. I thought he wasn't. I didn't think he was confident or aggressive in his movements. And I don't know how much it was because they were running bodies at him. Which, if they're running bodies at you, that can affect your flow, obviously. But I felt like the force with which he played in earlier games was not there last night. It could just be me the old sports writer in me projecting, looking for an angle. But I felt like the game kind of got to him, or the moment kind of got to him, where he was like, "I'm a little out of my comfort zone."
To me,
buy any of that?
To me, it felt like Spo and the Heat got to him a little bit. It felt like that was the game plan, especially with Steve Kerr going with the small ball lineup with GP2 in it. It gave the Miami Heat the ability to switch over Bam Adebayo on Jimmy. Yeah. And like they put a bigger body on him, and they were just not letting him really drive the lanes, and they're taking away all of his passing lanes. Like they made it super congested inside the paint because they know Jimmy's game. There's probably nobody in the NBA that can draw up a better game plan to stop Jimmy Butler than Eric Spoelstra. And last night we saw that.
And as a result, when he then gets doubled and he kicks it out to Draymond, and you love it when Draymond makes 3 threes, Jock blogged about him last Friday, 0 for 3 last night from three-point land. Or he kicks it out to Moses Moody. Ready for this? Moses Moody? 0 for 9 from three-point land last night.
Getting blocked on a closeout by Andrew Wiggins.
Was that Wiggs?
That was Wiggs.
Yeah, I saw
Wiggs
that block.
kind of knew his tendencies, just closed out real quick.
I couldn't tell. All the Miami Heat were one gigantic Miami Vice uniform to me. I couldn't tell.
I always know it's Wiggins because he never has the back of his jersey tucked in.
That's good knowledge there.
He always has it tucked out.
A little untucked.
And as a tucked out guy, I respect it.
Well, clearly not at a CYO game where we get admonished at the pregame prayer. Tuck it in. Yeah. Everybody's tucking in. Mm-hmm. So you got to... as opposed to, isn't there an actual store called Untucked or Untuck It?
Oh, I think there's a clothes brand called Untucked.
You know about this kid?
Yeah, it's like dress shirts, right, Tony?
Correct. Yes, indeed. Yeah, dress shirts. I believe it's Untuck It. That's the brand name.
I think they're like dress shirts that are made to worn.
Should
untucked.
Wiggins get a sponsorship for them?
He should. Untucked Wiggins.
By the way, we're just to tie in the last segment, we're Cleopatra's lovers entering the chamber untucked. By the way, I was on the wiki page for Cleopatra. Last segment here, some listener said that the woman sitting next to Lake Up last night in Miami wearing that Cleopatra gold lame gown distracted the Warriors. I was like, what a take.
Dude, this is like the cheerleaders and replacement distracting the players on the field, Tony.
Did you see this? There's a viral thing going around now from a recent high school basketball game, and basketball just ended, so it must have been within the last few weeks. A cheerleader goes full like stripper pole when a kid's shooting a free throw.
I did not know
this. It's crazy. She's straight up doing a stripper dance, and and he misses the free throw.
Wow.
He misses
the free throw. It worked.
I'll never forget. Share a little story. I wasn't necessarily the best high school basketball player in the history of the world, but I was an effort guy. So I got to the foul line. We were playing our rival Redwood, and a girl that I had gone to kindergarten with had moved, and she was at Redwood. She was a cheerleader now. Ooh. And they used to do this, young Tony, in the 80s. The cheerleaders would say, when you're on the free throw line, MISSIT, miss it for me, baby. That's what they would say. And they said it to me, and I was like, yeah, I think they like me.
You're like, I'll do it.
I was like, I think they like me.
I'll miss all of these.
And I missed the free throw.
I went 0 for 10 from the line that day.
It was very similar to the Hot Springs, South Dakota. I think I lost my virginity twice. I lost it on the free throw line and in Hot Springs, South Dakota.
They want me to miss it. They want me to miss it.
Yeah, so but they took that old 80s, 70s, MISSIT, miss it for me, baby, and turned it into a stripper pole act.
I mean, who is it? Arizona State has the curtain
distraction.
Yeah, curtain
the guy who looks like Kolsky, Matt Kolsky.
That's right.
Where's Kolsky? Is he still around?
I think he's out in Chicago.
He's back in Chicago. Well, we need to bring him in from the pen. He'll come in.
That's it. We can call him in.
He'll trot in like a White Sox reliever.
We can call on a Kolsky. He'll show up in his sandals and penny toes.
By the way, I have to say, you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, always looking for content, and sometimes you go to the For You algorithm and get crazy stuff, And I was scrolling, and those ESPN graphics say when a team gets eliminated, from the MLB playoffs or the NBA playoffs or the NFL, and it says, Seahawks eliminated, a picture of DK Metcalf trudging off the field. It just had a picture of a White Sox swinging, and it said Chicago White Sox eliminated. And it said the Chicago White Sox have been eliminated from the 2020 playoffs. It made me laugh out loud, 2025 playoffs.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, seems like they have been eliminated.
Did you draft any White Sox yesterday?
Hell no.
Did you draft any White Sox, Tony?
No.
I don't know if a single White Sox player got drafted. No, honestly. Probably Luis Robert. Yeah, I think he's probably the only one. Yeah, no, Crochet's on the Red Sox now, Tony.
Yeah. Your team looks stacked, by the way.
I got a pretty good squad.
I do want to, before we get to these Jimmy Butler quotes here from last night, but a little disturbing how many Dodgers were drafted by both young Tony and Waterboy.
Yeah, it's a bad sign for Giants fans and just baseball fans when the Dodgers were able to go out and win a World Series last year with bullpen games and patchworking together a rotation, and now they come into the season and Waterboy has drafted not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different Dodger starting pitchers alone.
Damn.
I'm stacked up with Blake Snell. I know that's going to be controversial, but the kid gets strikeouts. I took Roki Sasaki. You know I've always been a Sasaki guy. I took Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, stashed him on my IL, and then Dustin May, the flying tomato. The kid has always had great stuff. He's going to be the number 5 for the Dodgers this year. So I got 4 Dodger pitchers in my rotation.
Great snowboard, O2 Salt Lake City Olympic snowboarding pull there, buddy.
That's it, Shaun White, baby.
You remember the Shaun White flying tomato, Young Tone?
Yeah, absolutely.
How could you not?
No Cleopatra, but yes to Shaun White, the flying tomato.
By the way, Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts for me. They got a lot of good players, guys. Let's be honest.
How many Giants did you draft, Young Tone?
0. I know this is a big deal.
How dare you?
How about you, Mike?
Now, I got to make the announcement that I am a part of the Jung-Hoo crew. I got Jung-Hoo Lee on my squad, the only Giant that made the roster.
Good for you. I hope somebody drafted Chappie.
Yeah, Chappie was drafted. Elliot Ramos was drafted.
Somebody drafted Logan Webb.
Willie Adames, Logan
Hope somebody
Webb.
drafted Ryan Walker.
Ryan Walker, Landon Roop.
Hope somebody drafted
Justin
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Verlander, Tyler Fitzgerald, Robbie Ray. A lot of Giants guys were drafted.
Okay.
Just not by our teams.
All right. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, Jimmy Butler, after laying a gigantic, rotten, stinking egg. You know what's interesting is I read Marcus Thompson's column this morning from Miami. It's on The Athletic, and it's about how underwhelming and what a dud it was and how he did nothing. He did nothing in his return to Miami and how he left no mark. And the anecdote he used to describe it was leaving the famous Barry University, which we talked about with him yesterday. It's one of those colleges you didn't know existed, and now you found out it does exist. They practiced at Barry University in Miami, and Marcus said there was a ton of autograph seekers out screaming for Jimmy. But as the Warriors trudged to the bus, Steph Curry, et cetera, got on the bus, Jimmy came out of a different exit and went to his own town car.
Ooh.
And that's what he does. You know what I mean? It's like, and when you're winning, it's great.
Yeah.
When you're losing, it's like, oh, really? You take the town car, we take the bus. I get it. All right.
Did you see our digital boys? And shout out John Dickinson, who was boots on the ground out in Miami for the game yesterday.
JD?
Yeah, hanging out at the Clevelander all day.
God.
Yeah, so
How'd I
JD
miss
was
this?
boots on the ground, and they posted a lot of good clips on digital. They posted the reaction from the Miami Heat fans for when they did the tribute video. But what was more intriguing to me was watching Jimmy Butler, as soon as the game ended, walk down the hall without talking to anybody, no dap-ups, no handshakes,
What's he going to
no
say?
love
Thanks for
lost.
kicking my ass. You know what I mean? Thanks for the embarrassing ass whipping.
I know, but it's like it's interesting when you see the different dynamic of the way Warriors teammates treated Andrew Wiggins yesterday versus the lack of love fest that there was, because there is no love lost between Jimmy
Different
Butler.
departures, right? I mean, Wiggins was against everybody's will. They had to do it. He was beloved. Jimmy was like suspended twice and get me out of here. So here's Jimmy Butler after the game. Now, a little bit of muddy on the sound. We're going to play it. We'll see how it sounds in your cars or on your YouTubes or on your Twitters or on your Twitches, all the different ways you can see us. About it. It's funny because he's supposed to be the guy who can be the guy when Steph Curry's out, but all he talks about is getting Steph back. Here he is last night. He wants him back.
Definitely need 30 back. But we want him to be right. We're still expected to win. You got to put up a better effort than what we put up the last 2 games. But if he's back, I think it's a little bit different.
We need 30 back. If you couldn't hear that, if it was too muddy, we need 30 back. So he is under the spell of a Steph Curry.
Yeah, but like the bigger issue to me is they've been bad defensively the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is not going to step in and improve your defense. Like you would think last night with GP2 in the starting lineup, and I know Steve Kerr said he wanted him out there to guard Tyler Hero. Guess what? Tyler Hero shot 4 from 4, perfect from 3-point range.
Yeah.
So their defense was lacking. We've talked about the 2 past first quarters. And I'm not going to excuse this as just being an East Coast road trip, because they were on an East Coast road trip when Jimmy Butler first joined the team. But of course, the biggest difference was Steph Curry.
Yeah, and that magical road trip where everywhere Steph went, he was greeted like Mick Jagger.
He was treated like Cleopatra.
Yeah, well, exactly. In private. Hey, Jimmy Butler on more after the game. What needs to change in these 2 losses?
Probably like the effort coming out of the jump. Got to guard a little bit better. It seems like as of late, everybody's been scoring that goal at the rim, in the mid, at the three, into the free throw line. We've got to know where to house a couple wins.
Yeah, it's hard to hear that. I'm sorry, guys. We tried. It was, the audio we're cribbing from NBC Sports Bay Area, but he says it was the effort from the jump. And it's so funny. I talk about how meaningless NBA first quarters are, but they really aren't. Miami was up 28-22 after the first quarter, and we're kind of fighting uphill. Second quarter, Miami extended the lead by 11. And actually, it was the end of the second quarter that actually kind of hurt them, because they got it down to, 6, 11, 17. They got it down to, I think, 10 or 11, and Miami hit 2 threes in the final, 30 seconds to get it up to 17.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the Warriors had the lead once the entire game.
I think it seems like the 5th time all year that they never led once in the entire game. So bad stuff, man. So, I mean, we don't need to play the rest of Jimmy, but he goes on to say that the video tribute was nice, but there wasn't a lot of emotion. He talks about needing 30 back, etc. But, man, I mean, he does say that the drama's behind him, and now he's focused on going forward, which Steve Kerr called Friday in New Orleans their biggest game of the season. Well, I mean, we're down to it now, guys. They're 41-30. There's 10 left. Yeah. There's 10 left. I mean, and now you need help. You were controlling your own destiny. Now you need help. You need the Knicks to beat the Clippers tonight, which, in Madison Square Garden, you got a pretty good chance. I mean, who's favored in that game? I would imagine.
I would assume the Knicks, but I believe Jalen Brunson is still currently out with that injury, so I'm not sure about that spread off the top of my head.
Give you a little bit of here. Clippers-Knicks tonight at 4:30. Clippers are favored by 2.5.
Yeah, it's probably because Brunson's not playing.
Clippers are favored in New York. I mean, New York's 45-26. We've seen them. They're good. I mean, maybe Cat will play like a dog.
We need Cat to bring out that dog today. No more kitty cats. We need more dogs.
What are you guys saying at 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line? 831 says, once I saw the Warriors starting lineup, I knew Bam would feast. See, a lot of people had problems with the starting lineup. No bigs.
Bam was
TJ didn't play last night. He says, even going back to the Durant days, playing without Curry has always looked rough. It's interesting. I hadn't thought about the non-Curry minutes when KD was here. Seemed to me they went well.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah, I don't know. 623, our great texter says, 4 more years of Cleopatra takes. I'm here for it, Murph.
4 more years.
You got no choice.
4 more years.
209 says, please talk more about your fantasy baseball draft. Yeah, I got you, 209.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Yeah, no, he's riffing.
I got Vladdy Jr. and Air Jordan. I can go through my whole roster if you want me to.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, don't burst my bubble, bud.
Come out to Presidio and we'll take you through rounds 1 through 16.
I'll show you my roster.
Right? 415 says, hey, Marcus, F the Dodgers.
Yeah, I agree. But, I mean, business is business. I mean, I've drafted Tom Brady in fantasy football before, and you know how much I hate Tom Brady. You got to put aside your personal kind of beef.
You've drafted Tom Brady?
Yeah, dude, I've had people I've hated before on my fantasy rosters.
It's business.
Yeah, it's business.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, exactly.
Strictly business.
I'm not here from pleasure. I'm here to win championships.
Which is why you're leading the freaking March Madness pool. And me, I'm like, oh, I like this team. I'm going to put this down.
No.
650 says, Jimmy Butler going home, Miami with a chip on their shoulder, a Miami nightlife offering the Warriors. That equals a bad loss. I saw this coming, which is, I had thought Miami scuffling, Warriors playing better, et cetera, but no. Miami breaks a 10-game losing streak Sunday in Charlotte, and they truly played last night like it all mattered for sure. 408 says, can you package Kuminga for KD in the offseason? Well, we'll have to see how Kuminga finishes out this year.
Awesome.
Remember, the Warriors didn't go for the contract, so they did not commit to him. 510 said, Jimmy Butler said, we'll know when it's his time. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I thought last night was going to be his time.
707 says, Jimmy Butler gave the best reaction to what needs to change after these 2 losses. The answer was we need 30 back or the effort from the jump.
He also hit you with one of those.
707 says, Young Tony, you're a mashup king. We need Curry back. We need 30 back. Mix it with I'm bringing sexy back. Justin Timberlake from OO's Friday.
Ooh, we'll see.
925 says, we haven't looked the same since Kuminga got back. Plain and simple. It's Wiseman 2.0. He doesn't work within the system. He doesn't defend. And he looks lost out there. 925, those are very strong statements, but I'm going to say there's an element of truth to that. That right now, I mean, I'm going to give him some time to integrate, but right now it does not look like a good fit right now. That is correct.
And that's something we talked about this offseason when we were talking about the possibility of trading away Jonathan Kuminga. And we talked about him as a player. He's an athlete. He has potential. He's still young. But he's just simply kind of a rim runner. Like, he's kind of a one-trick pony when it comes to the NBA. He uses his athleticism to get to the basket, not the greatest three-point shooter, and he's not a good defender. I don't see how he fits in, and I don't see how the hell he's going to get a max contract that he's looking for this offseason.
What you're saying is Karis LeVert was right?
Maybe.
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
925 says, man, Jimmy now sounds as down as Steph was a few weeks ago. They will definitely be a play-in team if they are lucky. Wow, that's a little harsh.
If they're lucky.
I mean, they got 10 games left, and right now they're in the 6th seed.
Yeah,
if the Knicks beat the Clippers tonight, they have a game cushion.
Yeah, if they're lucky,
they also finished the season against the Clippers. I want to say that, too. By the way, 415 says, when I told Marcus to blank the Dodgers, I was just quoting Marcus.
Oh, yeah, that's me, too. Yeah. I mean, what do you want? You want a hey Kershaw? I can give you that also.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
209 says the Dubs are not a championship team, and all the sports talk radio in the world can't change that. Shout out Ray Parker and radio. Can't change that. Good stuff. 209 says, hey, where you guys are going to be today, I actually ate at that restaurant a month or so ago after walking in the Presidio. A lovely spot. 3 hours of Giants baseball talk I can live with.
Ooh.
All right.
I need some recommendations.
That's the same guy who hated your fantasy baseball text.
That's fine. Well, he can hate my fantasy baseball takes, but I need to know, did I get the burger or the chicken sandwich today?
209 says, mini KNBR jinx last night. You weren't full on talking S, but you guys assumed that was going to be a win.
Oh, the Digital Boys put out a clip of me like last Thursday or Friday saying that they could win 4 in a row without stuff.
And just to readdress the whole freaking Homeland Security ad, you guys know the deal. You guys know the deal that none of us has anything to do with that. It's completely out of, in fact, it's out of our market. It's a national corporate decision. So if you guys have complaints, take it to the national corporate guys. And you actually heard our guy Paul Checky say before it, the following is a paid ad. So just letting you guys know. I mean, we hear you guys' texts. We see them all, but we addressed it the first day it ran, and then it's been a while since we readdressed it. So letting you guys know what's going on there. Man, what are people more upset about, the ad or the loss in Miami? I'm not sure. So let's flip the script to something positive. The Giants are finalizing their rosters, some surprising moves or not. Getting ready for Giants baseball. Our roundtable at the Presidio today. It's all going to be part of what young Tony may ask today. It's a Wednesday. I don't know where he's going. Maybe he's going Giants. Maybe. Usually it's a good thing, though. I flip the script. I have that game show music stuck in my head all morning.
Which is a good sign.
So let's go. What did young Tony ask today? Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we're getting to that time. Tax season's really coming up. And Steve Moskowitz, my tax attorney, is on the line bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk about what to do if you have unfiled tax return?
Good morning. Talk to us. This is a very common situation, cuts across all walks of life. And next week is going to be April. We're in the heart of the traditional tax filing time. This is when the IRS's favorite time to make examples out of people. You don't want to be an example. So if you're thinking about not filing this year, or maybe it's been a bunch of years since you filed, talk to us. The number one reason by far people don't file is they don't have the money, they make a mistake, they don't file the first year. And then the second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Folks, these problems are fixable. This is what we do for a living. We've done this for years. We're very familiar with all aspects of it. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, fix this problem for me.
That's what you do. You give him a call, he fixes it. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, yeah. The breakout hit of 2025 is bringing you the heat, the energy, the love, the vibe, the adrenaline you need. Big vibes, golden vibes, young Tony vibes. Wednesday at 7:18 vibes. You plant a flag in the middle of your week. You start even maybe thinking about turning towards a Thursday and a Friday and maybe a weekend. And, of course, you get the questions you need to be asked by young Tony Farias behind the glass. You can see him right now on the rectangle on the YouTube. He's pointing at you. YouTube, Twitch, you name it. Marcus, you ready?
Absolutely, Murph.
What did young Tony ask today?
I was born ready.
Good morning, Tone. We're ready for you, buddy.
Let's do it. All right, so I have a list of questions sitting in front of me. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
Oh, you know how much damage I can do in 60 seconds, Tony.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation. Let's do it. Here we go. Season's greetings and a happy new year to all baseball fans. We all know the start of a new baseball season means we all have new hope and optimism, especially in the first year with Buzzer Posey as captain of the ship for the Giants. But the NL West is arguably the toughest division in baseball. So, we're talking win totals. I want you guys to be honest. How many times are we going to play the Giants' victory song this season?
Well, that's a trick question now. First of all, we're spilling all our takes before our Presidio Golf Club roundtable today, but that's okay. Audience changes every 15 minutes, right? So there you go. So that's a trick question because if they win on a Friday or Saturday, we don't play it.
Well, fair. I mean, so that was just that's a local question. How many wins are they going to have this season?
So now
I was going to say, we can have the Sandman call him in Saturday morning.
So here's the me. I'm the guy, I'm the idiot who got caught in the Blake Snell, Matt Chapman stuff and said 90 wins. Now, I was kind of riffing last year. 90 was like a high-end riff. They wound up in that same old frickin' 79, 80, 81, whatever the hell they've had the last 3 years. But I just got into this with a buddy of mine the other day. He's like, I like the Giants lineup. I think they can win 81. I'm like, 81? They won 80 without Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames. Give me 6 wins from Willie Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee. I'm not saying it's going to get you a wild card. I'm saying it's going to keep us interested through September. So even though we won't play it 86 times, the Giants will win 86 games.
Well, Murph, I like to check in with my friends out in the desert. And Vegas has the over-under set this year for the Giants at 79 and a half games. So I'm taking the over because I'm right there with you, too. This is the team that has finished 80 and 82, 79 and 83, and 81 and 81 over the last 3 seasons. I think with the regime shift of having Bob Melvin drawing up his own lineups is going to count for a couple victories. I think Willie Adames and a healthy Jung-Hoo Lee playing with an all-star Elliot Ramos is going to get you 4 to 5 more wins. So I'll be realistic. I think the Giants can win 85 games this year.
Look at us.
Now, the question is whether or not that will get you into a wild card. Last year, the answer would be no. Mets, Braves got in with 89 games, but 2 years ago, the Arizona Diamondbacks went all the way to the World Series after winning 84 games as a wild card team. The Marlins also got in 2 years ago with 84 wins. So it's going to be how the rest of the National League plays out. I think the Giants are a wild card postseason contender. I've got them at 85 wins.
One of us should have gone for a hot take and said disaster bust 72 wins.
Young Tony?
We didn't.
What's your total? How many?
No, Marcus, I asked the question.
I'm turning the tables here, Tony.
No, you can come to the round table if you want Tony's win total.
By the way, Scotty yesterday said over 90 wins.
Dude, Scotty was going 92.
Yeah, that's a guy. That's a salesman.
I like the optimism.
He's our salesman.
He's trying to sell us on the Giants.
Exactly.
All right, number 2. Yesterday at the Play Ball Luncheon, Damon Minor asked Marcus and Curly if they knew who the last Giants player to hit more than 30 home runs. Now, the answer, along with a lot of other records, is Barry Bonds in 2004. The real question here is, who do you think will finally accomplish that feat? Who will break that record? Which player is going to hit more than 30 tanks for the Giants this season, and why?
Well, quick story from the Play Ball Lunch yesterday, because we were sitting with Damon Minor, and he did ask us a question. Of course, the answer is Barry Bonds.
Did he think you guys didn't know?
I don't know if he was quizzing us or if he was generally asking.
I'm cutting into your 60 seconds. Go.
But I told him about Brandon Belt in 2021 and how he had 29 home runs. And I said, Damon, I'm not going to tell you guys how to coach, but next time the Giants have somebody with 29 home runs, how about we don't start laying down bunts in Colorado? So hopefully that's not an issue, but I think it's going to be the all-star Elliot Ramos. I think if you extrapolate his stats from last season over a full season, he's a 30 home run guy. We've seen the power. We've seen him not just get one cheek, but two cheeks into a baseball and send it out to the cove. Elliot Ramos has real-time power, a full season on the horizon. I think Elliot Ramos snaps 2 streaks this year. Back-to-back opening day left fielders next year after this season, and also 30 home runs for Elliot Ramos.
I like it. It was my first lean, but the more I thought about this in this high-pressure environment known as What Did Young Tony Ask Today, and by the way, you can see him in the captain's hat on YouTube if you want. And I started thinking about, well, number one, I'm going to need availability. And listen, I know I love Elliot Ramos, and I want him to. I'm not wishing anything, but he's the kind of guy who might need a day or two here or there, who might not play 159, right? So I start thinking, well, who's going to play 159? Chapman and Adames. And I start thinking about, well, it is cold and windy in the park, and Chapman hit 27 in 2021, 27 in 2022, 27 in 2024. So, and Willie Adames last year, I think, barely crested. Let me give you his 32 last year.
32 bombs.
I'm going to have to tell you guys this right now. Nobody on the Giants is going to hit 30 home runs this year.
Oh, no.
It's going to be another mid to high 20s year. It's cold. It's windy. The steroid era is over. Willie Adames has crested 31 in 2022 and 32 in 2024. I've been to Milwaukee. It's a hitter's park. Yeah. So I'm saying with great love and respect for a 27 homer season, nobody.
All right.
There it is.
Well, hell, if we're going off the board,
you came to What Did Young Tony Ask Today. I'm giving you What Did Young Tony Ask Today. Can you at least
give me a spicy take that maybe it'll be Bryce Eldridge in 2026 to be the first guy to hit 30 bombs?
He would probably be the kind of guy that has the kind of power that could do it.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But we got to wait.
Yeah. We got to be patient.
That small sample size got scary, and he's 20 years old. Be patient. James Tibbs III. Who knows? Bo Jordan. What's his name?
Bo Davidson.
Bo Davidson.
Yeah, Dakota Jordan.
Dakota Jordan. Mm-hmm. I combined Bo Davidson and Dakota Jordan. Go on.
That'd be one hell of a player.
We're taking up your time. Go.
What's up, Tom?
Mr. Tibbs, right? I know that reference now. All right. Third on the list. Opening day is tomorrow. It's a special day for everyone, and many argue it should even be a holiday. 28 of 30 teams will take the field for the first time this season. Oddly enough, the Rays and the Rockies are off tomorrow. They start a 3-game series on Friday.
That's a gift from Rob Manfred, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
Wait, the Rays are playing the Rockies? Oh, man.
Wild.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, regardless, when you think about your opening day memories, what comes to mind? What is your favorite opening day moment? That also includes home and away openers. You can either one of them.
Wow. Well, I mean, you're talking to a guy with a lot of opening days here. So the first two that come to mind are ancient memories, and they're not really like vivid. Like, I just remember this in 1976. My grandpa, God rest his soul, God bless him, my beloved grandpa, who I love so much, he went with the Mountain View Elks Club to see John the Count Montefiusco pitch an opening day, and he told me about it. And I was just so excited. Like, I talked about reading Herb Cain and all that, and like San Francisco and real adults and Giants and all that. Like, my grandpa going to a Mountain View Elks opening day to see John the Count Montefiusco is number one. The other one would be the very next year, I want to say. Darryl Thomas hit a home run at Dodger Stadium to lead off the 1977 season. It was so thrilling for like a 9-year-old kid to hear about that, and Gary Park calls it on Channel 2. Giants lost that game. So I'm going to go way back into the childhood attic and hear my grandpa talk about is either 75 or 76. The brain plays tricks. And the way he said John the Count Montefiusco, I love that. and Daryl Thomas hitting a homer at Dodger Stadium, exciting us young kids in the 70s.
I like it, Murph. Now, I don't have as much experience going to opening day games or even home openers, but I will say during my time at KNBR, I think my favorite home opener might have been 2022, where I was sitting out in the bleachers and a Tyro Estrada game-tying home run came blazing at my face.
Yes.
I knocked it down, got into a dog pile, and then next thing you know, Ruff is on the move.
Yes.
Austin Slater walk-off, great vibes, 2022, post-pandemic. It was great to be back in the ballpark. A walk-off win for the home opener. I'm going 2022 as my favorite moment.
That is awesome. By the way, I was going to stay in the 70s just for my guy Brad Manchin. John Tamargo homering off of John D'Acquisto, which we will hear, of course, on our home opener broadcast on Friday at the 58 Social. So,
John Tamargo.
And we have that call from Lindsey Nelson. So Tamargo homering off of D'Acquisto, too, in 79.
Nice.
So all of them are from the 70s for me. So go ahead, buddy.
All right,
Will Clark homering off of Nolan Ryan? Come on, buddy.
Yeah, that's pretty
By the
awesome.
way, Mad Bum became the first pitcher in MLB history to hit 2 homers on opening day back in 2017. That was in Arizona. That's not the point. Finally, today is the big day. All 6 KNBR hosts will be live. By the way, is it Presidio or how do you?
Whatever you want.
I always say Presidio. I don't
it's
know.
fine.
It's not the point. All 6 of you guys are going to be out at the Presidio Golf Club from 3 to 5, getting everyone ready for another season of Giants baseball on KNBR. It's open to the public. We want everybody to come out. Food, drinks, specials. It's going to be a great day. But that's not the point here. I want to start the riffing.
Yes.
What are you guys most looking forward to? What are you going to teach Greg Silver or Derek Papa?
I think I'm most looking forward to, honestly, the Greg Papa factor. It's the Greg Papa factor. G-Pop will have takes galore. We're going to be sitting, I've never done did I do a draft show with Greg? I guess I did. I've never done like a true, after, midday show with G-Pop, the legend, the icon. Sleepy Void is Superman. So I'm just going to sit back and let the man run.
Well,
let that pony run.
Murph, that's
to sit back and hear a G-Pop 9-minute riff.
Well, that's usually what I do every Friday when Greg Papa joins us during Florida Night of football season. I love seeing Murph and Greg Papa go head-to-head. It's like two of my radio dads battling for the custody of the water boy. I am the boo thing for Greg Papa, so looking forward to that. And then, of course, looking forward to throwing a couple spars with the Dirty Work boys. I'm hoping that Derek Papa can explain to me what the hell a short base is, because yesterday he was talking about the Giants' new short baseman, Willie Adames.
You're right. G-Pop and I will sometimes war over who knows more trivia.
Yeah. You guys will get into it. You guys will have a measuring contest.
Here's why. Here's a why. Because my brain doesn't work like it used to work. And I've already been corrected on my nostalgic memory. It was Gary Thomason, not Daryl Thomas, who hit the opening. And I used to always confuse Gary Thomason and Daryl Thomas.
Damn.
Even though I believe one was African-American and one was Caucasian.
Damn. Greg Papa wouldn't have messed that up.
No, he would not. And he would have had the day. You ever notice that Papa's a big date guy?
Yes.
I go back to February 8th when Jimmy joined the team. I'll be like, that game January 10 when Steph had the towel draped over his head after the game. Like, how'd you know that? So I apologize, and that's just my brain, guys.
Hey.
It just doesn't work like it used to. I always get people like, oh, dude, you know so much. I'm like, no, I don't. I just absolutely monkey blanked the freaking Daryl Thomas, Gary Thomason opening day home run. Because Daryl Thomas and Gary Thomason have always been confused in my 9-year-old brain. So I apologize to Daryl Thomas and to Gary Thomason. And it was still a home run at Dodger Stadium, and the Giants still lost that game. And John Montefusco did start the 76 home opener. I double-checked it, and I did that without even riff. That one I got right for Grandpa.
Put it in the books.
All right. Thanks, young Tone. We'll be out there. What are you most looking forward to at the round
Playing
table?
golf, to be honest with you. No, it'll be a fun day. I'm actually really excited to see all 6 of you together. I also have one of these riffing questions. Over under on how many times Murph and Greg Papa speak over each other.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm taking the over. I don't even know where the line is set, but it's over.
That's bad radio, so I'm going to try to make it 0. Buddy.
Good call.
Good
call.
Yeah,
it'll be a good baseball conversation. It's what we do. We talk ball.
Over under on how many times Copes just lodges an egregious and below the belt personal insult to somebody.
I'll take the over on that one too.
That's like inappropriate and probably makes most people uncomfortable.
How many words will Greg Silver and Derek Papa will say? I'll take the under.
Very good, dude. All right, guys. Well done, young Tony. That's why you wear the captain's hat. Lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on Daryl Thomas and Gary Thomason. I will beat myself up for the rest of the day. Thank you, everybody. On KNBR 104.5, Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. If you're looking to drop pounds like we'll be dropping hot takes today at the Giants Roundtable, you should check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program because they have the secret to losing 1 pound of fat each and every day. I started this program 3 months ago, and guess what? I lost 25 pounds, and I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we're getting to him a couple minutes late, so let's hop right in with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Opening day tomorrow. Mike, we had the play ball lunch yesterday. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this whole thing that's going on right now. It obviously an incredible spring for these guys. And, you see the 21 wins and everybody, it's spring training. But it's the attitude that they had from day one to where they are right now. And we were talking yesterday about it with, Kipe and Bob Melvin and Mark Hallberg and Matt Williams and Ron Wotus and Ryan Christensen were all out there. And, collectively, all of us have been around this game for a really long time. And for Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and Kipe and myself, we just couldn't get over as to how this team really reminded us of 1986. I remember in 1985, we lost 100 games. Only time in 142 years that a Giants team lost 100 games. And the next year we come to camp, and not a whole lot had changed. There were 13 guys that had been let go or traded or moved on from the 85 team, and what replaced it was just a lot of young guys. Bob Melvin was one of those young guys. And so we weren't really altogether that enamored with the effort in the offseason to put together a team. We weren't really on board. But by the time we left camp, we were on board. We were 100% on board. And it was because of the young players that we had stepped up and shown all of the veterans that were there that they could play. And we started that season off, and we went to Houston, and then we went to L.A. on the road. And both those teams were really good teams, and we wound up winning both those series. Remember that the Houston game was Will Clark's first home run against Nolan Ryan, and then everything just sort of fell into place. Point being, this team this year has that same type of confidence based on the work that they put in and the results that they have. I think the Giants right now are a really nice secret, and I don't think that Bob Melvin and the staff could have done a better job of getting them ready for the season. And because of that, I'm pretty fired up.
that was all on display yesterday at the play ball lunch, which is always an optimistic thing, no matter what, whether they win 100 or lose 100. The play ball lunch is always happy, and Buster Posey definitely had a vibe. But there are definitely things to point to on the field, setting aside the off-field vibe. One of them was last night's starting pitcher, Jordan Hicks. And Mike, it just seems to me like he's throwing the ball. It's all about location for him, and how the story is how he doesn't want to have to strike out everybody, and he wants to pitch to contact, which is kind of crazy when you're throwing 199, 98, right? But if you could see what you saw last night, he gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. He got 10 ground balls, and I guess that's his mantra this year. He wants to give up ground balls and not strike guys out. What's your take on that?
Well, I don't think this is anything new. I think this is what he did last year. And when he opened it up, we were all waiting to see what he was going to bring, because we knew him as a reliever with the Cardinals, and then we knew him as a guy that threw 100. Now all of a sudden we see him in spring training. He's got this sinker that it's unbelievable, and now he's throwing ground balls. Now the velocity last year was more 93, 95, but he was putting the ball on the ground consistently. What happened to him as the season wore on is, he's tired, and he kind of lost that sink, and then then he went from the rotation back into the bullpen. Well, he shows up now. I didn't see him the first couple starts, and it didn't really go that well for him. But, his last 2 starts, I saw him, and he had his sink back, which was my main concern. But he also had velocity from 97 to 100 miles an hour. Where the hell did that come from? We didn't see that last year very much at all. And then, the start before last night, I mean, he opened it up, and then last night his first pitch was 97, and, then it went 98, 99. But with movement and with command. And he's just a different guy. So what I've seen the last 2 starts, I'm thinking this guy, like Robbie Ray, I mean, they're going to be really, really good stories this year. I'm excited about the rotation. These are guys that are going to complement, Logan Webb. These are guys that if you get into a short series and you're in the playoffs, that they could be big factors in how you do. So that's exciting. And the other thing about, we're bouncing around here, and I know I'm going long on this question, but everybody's throwing strikes for one reason. They like the defense. The defense is much improved. So Buster Posey's got his finger on this team in a lot of different ways. And Hicks and Robbie Ray and this defense are certainly 3 parts of what has been a great story.
Yeah, Mike, that's one of the things that stands out about this team going into the season is the depth that they have in the rotation, where last year, of course, Blake Snell came into spring training late, Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb are recovering from injuries, and Kyle Harrison was actually your number 2 starter to open the season. This year, you're going to have Verlander, Robbie Ray, Jordan Hicks ready to go, Landon Roop in that 5th spot. So how much do you think that's going to be a benefit this year for the Giants, even beyond the original 5 with Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison in the farm system also?
Critical. It's absolutely critical. I'm figuring if we could get maybe 125, 140 innings out of Verlander, that would be awesome. And they're going to have to manage him accordingly. I mean, he's 42 years old, so we don't really know what he's going to get. It's going to provide opportunity for somebody who's not on the team now to have to come up and take some of those starts. And, I mean, the way things go today, you have to have starters that go 8 deep. You have to have an 8-man rotation, obviously 5 at the big leagues and 3 at the minor league level. But, I mean, you're going to see Kyle Harrison. You're going to see possibly Sean Jelly coming back as a starter. Keaton Wynn, he's a guy who's absolutely going to make contributions to this season. You have to have that now. But the big difference with these young pitchers now is that they have a clue. They are up to strength level. They know how to handle the speed. They've complemented what we saw them initially have in regards to pitches with more pitches. These guys are bringing in cutters, and they're bringing in changeups, and they're moving, and they're using 2 different grips on their fastball, which when you start doing that, you can start using 2 different grips on your changeup. You're getting different looks, different speeds, and they're understanding the importance of that. So, all these young guys have taken a huge leap to where they you can count on them now. You count on them not just to throw 4 innings in a start, but to give you a chance to win when they take the ball. And that's monumental leap for these young guys.
Mike Krukow is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday during baseball season. We talk to Mike Friday. We'll have a game in the books. At least I think hopefully the weather will cooperate in Cincinnati. He's just reading all the the hype for this game. Two of the oldest franchises in baseball, the Giants and the Reds, and Cincinnati have that great opening day tradition, which we can talk about a little bit near the end, but I wanted to just a little bit more on this Giants team because a couple of moves to note. Lou Trevino made the roster, which is exciting for him, coming back off of Tommy John and being out of the big leagues last year. That was great, but they still haven't named that spot for Gerard Encarnacion. So I'm wondering if you've been at the ballpark the last couple of days, if you heard anything or gotten any indication as to who might fill that spot with Encarnacion's injury.
Well, Christian Koss is going to make the team, and this guy's been an unbelievable story. He 8 years in the minor leagues, product out of UC Irvine. He hit 273 in college. He gets into a minor league baseball, and for 8 years, you know what his lifetime batting average was? 273. But what we saw him do this spring was really shine with the glove on both sides of second base. He is a component that is he can play, he can help, but it's more than that. It's how he situationally put himself in position at the plate to capitalize on opportunity. This guy's a player, but he's also great energy. I mean, you put 8 years in the minor leagues, and then you finally make a big league team, and you can stand on the baseline tomorrow in Cincinnati and call yourself a big leaguer. That affects everybody. The way that Bob Melvin told him he made the team yesterday was in front of the team before the game. He had a meeting, and every guy went over there and gave him a hug of congratulations. And it was an emotional thing. Everybody was fired up about it. And then he went in and told his family, "I made the team." It was that's the type of thing that just adds positive energy to a club. And so he and Spencer Bivens, who had 12 years in the big leagues or in the minor leagues before he got to the big leagues last year, he also is going to stand on the line for the first time and call himself a big leaguer. I mean, these are big, big stories. So those two guys they'll be the happiest guys on the plane today as they leave 11 o'clock this morning for Cincinnati.
That's very exciting news. I had not seen that reported, so that's really, 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 really cool. The UC Irvine Anteater, who gets his chance to go to the bigs. So, well, there's your answer. Maybe he feels like that sort of utility role better than, say, Casey Schmidt or somebody like that. And you want Casey Schmidt to play more often? Is that it?
Well, yeah, Casey Schmidt's got to play, absolutely. But, I mean, he's going to be an everyday player. You know, Brett Wisely, I mean, he played well enough to make the team too. And I'm not sure if he's going to be in a chair yet. But, you know, they've got depth. It's not only depth in the rotation, it's depth in the middle of the infield. It's depth in the center of your outfield. It's depth in your catching position. Your players who play the middle of the field, catchers, middle infielders, and center fielders, you've got to have some people that can play there. And they do. And this club, I mean, that's another feather in the cap that doesn't get a lot of talk about, and it really should. So, you know, they've got guys that are going to make contribution, and if they're not on the first 26, they definitely will make contributions somewhere along the way.
Mike, one last opening day question I have for you. It dawned on me yesterday at the Giants play ball lunch that this will be the first opening day for the Giants without Willie Mays and without Orlando Cepeda, and then also throw in the fact that they'll be playing out in Cincinnati, and this will be the first time that the Reds are playing a game since the passing of Pete Rose. So how do you think they're going to honor those guys going into opening day tomorrow?
Well, first of all, I mean, you think about Mays and Pete Rose, they'll never die in the minds of Giants fans and Red fans, ever. They'll be alive as if they just broke in and were taking and their first at bat and playing their first game. I mean, that's the beauty of this game. We remember our greats, and there's no greater Red and there's no greater Giant than Mays and Pete Rose. It's just, there isn't. And when, you know, there comes a time when they pass, yeah, they pass, but their memory doesn't. And that'll be very much apparent as things get strapped on tomorrow in Cincinnati, and certainly when things happen here on opening day on April 4th, you know, and they'll never, you know, I mean, you can't walk into the ballpark without seeing a statue of Willie Mays or a statue of Pete Rose in Cincinnati. So then those guys will never die.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, just the memories and the thoughts, and it's sad, but it's awesome that those guys were a part of our lives and a part of all this. By the way, it's the Cincinnati Reds' 149th home opener, the oldest club in the big leagues. So it's pretty darn cool. We didn't get really to the matchups. Ellie De La Cruz, Matt McClain, Hunter Green, all that stuff. I guess we'll get into that a little bit later. We just kind of wanted to talk about that. That's news about Christian Koss. Good for him. Congratulations to that kid. That's huge. Lou Trevino's comeback story, Spencer Bivens' story, all that stuff. So, Mike, it has all been said and done. It's time to have you broadcast an opening day tomorrow. So you go enjoy the hell out of that. We will love your broadcast. Have a good one, and we'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow. He'll be doing the opening day broadcast with Dwayne Kuiper on NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll have John Miller and Dave Fleming doing it on KNBR.
Let's go.
So let's go to the Presidio. We feel so good about this. We're going to work overtime at the Presidio Golf Club today, 3 to 5. We'll be doing the KNBR host Roundtable. Somebody from Stockton said, "Is this on YouTube?" I said, "I think so."
Yes, we will be streaming, and I believe we will be talking to Mike Krukow again later today around 3:50 during the Giants
Roundtable. Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think Mike's going to call in.
So I hadn't seen the Koss news anywhere. I looked at my Chronicle. I looked at my MLB.com, SFGiants.com. Did you guys see it?
No. Unless someone put it out on Twitter or social media, I missed this as well because I asked you right before we started the interview, have they named that final roster spot?
Yeah, but I'm the guy who confused Gary Thomas and Daryl Thomas.
It happens, Murph. It happens.
Congrats to the UC Irvine Anteater.
Koss is boss.
All right. Well, that's all great. And we can get back to the Giants, too, a little bit later. Mayor Daniel Lur is going to join us. We'll talk about Chase Center, Sweet 16, and opening day next week. And Hunter Pence will join us at 9:30. But it is time to get back to the big hit, which was the big, rotten, stinking egg in Miami last night. What do you guys think is the problem in these last 2 losses? And is it alarming and enough to cost the Warriors a chance at the 6th seed? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So from the bliss of opening day to the saltiness of a Warrior loss in Miami. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Here are the instructions. When you hear the cue to call, we want you to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It'll be your lucky day. And it's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We love it. We love it. We love it. We want pizza. We want it now, and we want it in large quantities. That's right. We're talking about Amici's catering menu, which can take care of your businesses or your larger events. Full-blown catering menu from Amici's. So you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you those options to order pastas, salads, and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. All right, it's a more economical way to feed a large group. We did this with our CYO basketball team. We had a big Amici's catering party. It was awesome. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event like a basketball year-end party, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Inbound Wiggins drives on Butler. Now fades, fires, missed it. Draymond Green rebound, sends it down floor to a leaking out Butler. Knocked away by Wiggins. And Miami comes up with a loose ball. Great hustle by Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins, corner three, goes down from the right in front of his former team. Moody catch and shoot three. Wiggins with the deflection. Down floor, Adebayo, left hand, good. Defense to offense for Miami, up 20.
Oh, man, the sounds of an ass whipping that the Warriors got from the Miami Heat last night. Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra took Jimmy behind the woodshed last night, and the homecoming goes sour. And it kind of complicates things, guys, as the Warriors now fall to 31 losses, tying them with the Clippers in the loss column for the 6-7 seed. Now, the Clippers have one fewer win, but you know me, I'm a loss column guy because you can't make up losses. You can make up wins, but you can't make up losses. So now you need the Knicks to beat the Clippers tonight to get you back into the 6th seed. And also, you just need to fix things. There's only 10 games left, and the Warriors are heading sort of in the wrong direction. 3 losses in their last 4 games, and that's the big hit, y'all, at 808 KNBR and 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Marcus Boucher, we are here to pick over the carcass of a 112-86 loss. There's no call-in. Bruce Frazier ain't calling Adam Silver last night. No way, no how. It was ugly all night. The Warriors never got their footing. The Heat, on any number of levels, outplayed the Warriors. Well, you want to start something as simple and obvious as three-point shooting. Ridiculous night for the Heat. 17-25 from 3. Not from the free throw line, not in the paint, from 3, which I saw as the highest percentage the Warriors have allowed, 68% since 2017. So almost a decade since the team has shot that high of a percentage. Meanwhile, the Warriors missed their first 14 threes. They go 9-38, but it was more than that. It was defensive swarming. It was making Jimmy tentative. It was taking away Jimmy's decisions and lanes. It was the fact that Kuminga's entry into the lineup continues to be awkward. It was the fact that Moody went 0 for 9 from 3 and got one blocked by Andrew Wiggins. The play you just played on the, and is that Bob Wischusen or is that Boog Sciambi who was on the play-by-play there? Or come on, help me.
Mark Kestecher, I believe.
Mark Kestecher, you know what? And that's a friend of the program. More push-ups for me. More Daryl Thomas, Gary Thomas, and push-ups for me.
Murph's going to be jacked by the end of the show today. A lot of push-ups today.
I will be. By the way, I tell you that I ran into a friend at a concert recently. A guy I went to high school with. Hadn't seen him in years. And he's a trippy dude. And he goes, Murphy, man, haven't seen you in a while. I said, I know. He goes, I'm back in town. I go, cool, man, cool. He goes, when I see you in town, let's compete.
Compete?
I said, what? He goes, yeah. If I bump into you, he goes, let's just drop and do push-ups.
No.
That's what he said to me.
Who says that?
That's my buddy Chad.
Just drop and do push-ups on the streets of Mill Valley?
Chad, you're good, buddy. I'm just going to go get a beer right now and not worry about that.
Yeah, I'll compete in a beer drinking contest.
Do you see, when you see old friends, you challenge them to push-ups right away?
I mean, to be honest, like if we've had a couple pops, maybe, but like that's a random thing, dude. Not like just a regular Wednesday afternoon.
I told him I max out at 14. I said, if you can do 15, you get the win and we'll move on.
Dude,
all right,
we got push-ups on site on the streets of Mill Valley. That's wild.
Anyway, I digress because the point is, I forget what we were talking about, competing or something. Anyway, the point is that the Warriors got smoked on every competitive level last night. That goes to Steve Kerr. His starting lineup did not work last night. I know the Kerr haters were out in force. I'm not going to be a Kerr hater right now, but he pressed the wrong button last night. So, of all those threads I threw out there, Marcus, which one is the biggest red flag to you?
Well, sticking to the topic of competing, Murph. Last night, Miami showed up to compete. I mean, Pat Riley and that Heat culture took belt to A last night. And we talked so much yesterday about the revenge game for Jimmy Butler, the revenge game for Andrew Wiggins. No, this was a revenge game for Heat culture. From the jump, they were the better team. They never lost the lead the entire night. They shot the lights out. They came with a message, and they came with a game plan. Shout out to Spo, who was out here coaching with Steve Kerr this past summer out in the Olympics. He knows Steve Kerr's tendencies, but you know who he knows even better than Steve Kerr? Jimmy Butler. And that, to me, is what stood out last night, was the game plan by Spo. When Steve Kerr goes with a small ball lineup, puts in GP2 to try to slow down Tyler Hero, guess what? It didn't work. Tyler Hero was a perfect 4 for 4 from three-point range, so that was a mistake. And then going with a small ball lineup versus Bam Adebayo, Bam's going to eat. Bam is going to get his. And that also gave the Miami Heat the ability to shift over Bam and play him against Jimmy Butler, which creates a tougher matchup when Jimmy has to go against a big. Then they congested the entire paint the entire night, took away a lot of the passing lanes that they know that Jimmy Butler loves so much. So truly, this was a great game plan and great execution by the Miami Heat and Pat Riley with that Heat culture.
Took him behind the woodshed. You got to wear this one, man, big time. Steve Kerr, after the game, on why he started Gary Payton out there, making the lineup that much smaller.
We're having to sort of make some decisions based on spacing, and without Steph. And so the decision I made tonight was to start Gary in order to guard Hero, and I thought he did a really good job on him early. And so I liked the way the game went in the first quarter for the most part. We just couldn't make anything.
Yeah, well, so he tried to put him on Tyler Hero. Hero did wind up with 20, but he said he liked the way the game started. And they missed all their shots, too. It was bad. But there was a lot of that was swarming Miami Heat defense. I mean, the Heat played inspired last night. They really wanted to send a message that to Jimmy that, hey, man, you hurt our feelings. You bruised our feelings. Yeah. And the Warriors had no answer. Somebody wrote in a pretty hot take here, guys. Where is he right here? He says 707. He says on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, he says, look like the Jimmy Butler honeymoon and candle vibes are done. We can debate that. I'm going to go that far just yet, but I would say the candle flickered a little bit last night. And he says Warriors look like they can't get past the second round of the playoffs. All right, it's another hot take. He says, but the Niners have a last place schedule. That's a really, really good one, too.
That's a key.
Oh, and 408 was the one I was looking at. He says the Warriors can't win without Steph. Well, they're 7-3 without Steph until the last two, so 7-5 without Steph. He says, and there goes Draymond's Defensive Player of the Year award.
See, that's interesting. That's the bigger issue to me. Because we can talk about them starting 0 for 14 from three-point range, Moses Moody having 9 three-point attempts, Brandon Pajemski leading the team in shots yesterday, which I don't want to see in the box score. But I'm not worried about the Warriors' offense because Steph Curry is eventually going to return. I'm a little concerned about the defensive effort over the last couple of games. And look, they're in Atlanta, they're in Miami. Who knows what they're doing the night before? Who knows how long they're going out and having a good time?
Man, you can't be, hopefully they're getting to bed.
I mean, that's the key we talked about yesterday.
$52 million a year to win a basketball game.
We talked about Steve Kerr giving Jimmy Butler the blessing to go hang out with his kids, but if he shows up on time and straps him up and has a good game, then everything's fine. So yeah, that's not an excuse for a professional athlete. They have looked flat defensively the last two games. On Saturday against Atlanta, they scored 40 points in the first quarter. Steph Curry is not going to come back and save this defense. They should, in theory, be a better defensive team when GP2 is out there. When you have Draymond Green in the running for Defense Player of the Year, and we talk so much about Jimmy Butler's high IQ and his ability on defense, to me, that's the bigger issue from these two games is the lack of defense with Steph Curry not on the floor.
925 says, so the Heat competed and executed last night. What have they been doing before when they lost 10 in a row?
That's a good question.
He says nothing different. The Heat are not good, and the Warriors have now let two of the worst teams in the league beat them. Well, they're not two of the worst teams.
No. See,
Hawks and they're actually, believe it or not, playoff teams in the Eastern Conference right now. Play-in teams in the Eastern Conference.
So is Miami right now in that 10 spot.
Saying,
in
the Hawks
East.
And the Heat.
Yeah. So and also you can't just say this was just a regular game because there was some bulletin board material for Miami, without question. I mean, sit here and think about those words that Jimmy Butler was saying before he got suspended, about talking about how he lost the joy for playing basketball. Like, could you imagine if I sat here on 50,000 watts, I don't have a lot of joy hosting with Brian Murphy. Well, he'd be like, get the hell out of town then. We'll trade you across the street.
I'll see you at the Presidio Golf Club. We'll settle in
there's not a lot of joy hanging out with Copes. You would take that personal. You would want to clap back. You would have a revenge game of your own. And as I said earlier, from the moment that game started yesterday, Miami was more locked in, more motivated, and we saw the end result.
Steve Kerr spoke to that actual thing last night. Here it is.
I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready, and Spo had them ready. And I mean, you shoot 17 for 25 from three, you're going to win. But I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. They took it to us tonight.
I agree, but and he's right, but that's not acceptable. Like the Warriors at this point in the season, Joe Lacob's doing everything he can, making this big trade, signing Jimmy Butler to the big contract. They need to perform. I mean, the standard has been set that they're going to make the top 6. We're not here messing around with the play-in bracket, which you're flirting with now, by the way. 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Ugly loss last night, but you doomsayers need to relax. These next 2 games are very winnable, and at the end of the day, let's be real, it's the Clippers, guys. Mm-hmm. They will do what they do, and we'll lock in the 6. I don't know. The Clippers have been playing better lately. They play the Knicks tonight. They're actually favored at Madison Square Garden.
Come on, Ket.
Which is odd.
Let that dog out.
Here's another one that's just got Warrior fans in a tizzy, man. 510 texts in. Kuminga is an empty stats player who does not fit with this roster. All the momentum this team had while he was out has been lost since he came back. And then he quotes old Paul Mack and says the particles aren't there.
Ooh,
yeah,
come on.
Which is kind of, there's some truth to that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying they can't continue to work through that and get better, but right now, I would say that the fit is not great.
And that's why I was hoping we'd see Kuminga return off the bench as he originally did and kind of ease him back into the rotation with that second unit. Because he doesn't fit into this ticky-tacky Spanish system that Steve Kerr loves to run, the ball moving. No, Kuminga wants the ball, and he wants an ISO matchup. He wants to drive to the rim. Yeah. He's not going to hit three-pointers from the corner, and we know he's not going to bring you defense also. So, yeah, he's a little bit of a liability. He can go get you 20 points per night on a bad team, but how much is he going to contribute on a playoff team? That's the real question with Kuminga.
Yeah, and so it's something to watch as soon as this Friday in New Orleans. Now, Steph Curry theoretically will be back on Friday. Jimmy said it after the game. The audio's too muddy for us to play, but he said we need 30 back. Yeah. Now, the whole point of getting Jimmy Butler was that if Curry was off the floor, you're still going to be good. And the non-Steph minutes had been very good until these last 2 nights. So I don't know what has changed in Atlanta and in Miami. I mean, you could look at them individually. Atlanta, start of a road trip. Hawks aren't that bad. Warriors were due for a little bit of a letdown. And then look at this one individually. The Heat and Spo and Riley and everybody were just absolutely jacked out of their minds to play their best defense of the season and shutting down the Warriors. I think tied their lowest point total of the season.
Ooh,
I think it was 86. I think I read that. Certainly one of. 86 ain't a lot, especially when the other team's scoring 112. So you can look at those 2 individually, or you can look at them collectively. The Denver lost 2. That's 3 out of 4 since Kuminga's gotten back. And I'd say I'm leaning more towards collectively. Like the honeymoon's kind of slowing down a little bit. And even with Steph out, I'm not saying win both. You got to win at least one of these 2 games in Atlanta or Miami. Yeah. So they're going in the wrong direction right now, guys. They're going in the wrong direction. And does New Orleans fix it on Friday? And didn't the Pelicans just beat either the Timberwolves or the Clippers? One of those 2
Zion's been playing well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tough matchup, especially if they do want to go with another small ball lineup versus Zion. Good blank and luck on Friday. But again, that's a game they should be able to win. The Vegas odds had them favored in these last 2 matchups. They didn't show up. They didn't execute. And that's why we're talking about them on this 2-game losing streak, which sounds crazy after seeing all the success that they've had with Jimmy Butler. But, Murph, how many times have we gotten texts asking, when is the honeymoon going to end? And I'm not saying it's going to end just because I lost 2 games, but it always gets a little dicey, when you're out with your new fling, but maybe you run into your ex and she runs up and she gives you a hug, and now your new girlfriend's like, why is she getting so close? Why is she getting so touchy? You still have feelings for her? And that's kind of what it was like last night, seeing all the Warriors react to Andrew Wiggins. It was a family reunion. Yeah. There was hugs and kisses and shaking hands and kissing babies. And you compare that to the way that the Miami Heat teammates treated Jimmy Butler and seeing Jimmy Butler walk off without embracing any of them. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into it, but maybe that changes up the vibes a little bit moving forward.
Yeah, well, 2 totally different departures.
No doubt.
Wiggins didn't want to be traded. Jimmy wanted out. So, that's kind of
Yeah, but you don't want to go to a high school reunion and see Candace say, oh, this is my high school sweetheart. I love him so much.
I go to my high school reunion, I'd be ready to do push-ups.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's on site, Murph. It's on site.
Which, by the way, we have our 40th coming up this fall. 909, a guy named Ben says, we need to stop crucifying Kuminga. I don't expect us to win a championship this season. It would be nice, but stop acting like it's Kuminga's fault. Well, so unfair to him.
Here's the thing. Jonathan Kuminga wants a max contract. He's not a max contract player. So the question is, what do you do with him? Yeah. Are you able to work out a deal at a lower price point? Do you flip him this offseason? We've gone through this song and dance with Jonathan Kuminga for a while now.
Trade him for Wiggins?
We did it this past offseason when we were talking about maybe trading him for Cat or Lauri Markkanen or whoever the hell was out there.
Yeah, 707 says, hey, Murph, did you just say the standard was the 6th seed? Draymond Green guaranteed a championship.
This is true.
It is true. And we talked to Wes
true.
Goldberg yesterday. I said, could the Warriors win the West? He goes, yeah, sure. And you look last night, and they did not look like a team ready to do it. 209 says the Warriors were flat, and they were hoisting threes like they thought they were Steph Curry. Well, this gets to, guys, I mean, the dirtiest secret of them all. Whenever he says, Steph's the GOAT. Steph's the GOAT because he changed the game. He changed the game. He changed the game. I'm like, yeah, but did he change it for the better? And my answer is no, he did not.
Everybody wants to be Steph Curry. Not everybody is Steph Curry.
Dude.
I don't need Moses Moody taking 9 3-pointers.
408 says you can see Kuminga looks lost on the floor in terms of spacing and aggressiveness. I would agree with that. And 415 is being funny. Says I highly doubt that Chad can compete with Diesel. No, did I reveal that obscure high school baseball nickname to you guys or no?
Yeah, Murph Diesel.
Okay.
You are the Diesel.
Yeah. Well, there you go. 925 says, so the bottom line is this. Are the Warriors a play-in team now? Not yet. If the Clippers win tonight, they are passing the Warriors, and the Warriors go to the 7th seed. The Warriors do play the Clippers last game of the season. Uh-oh. And that could be all there, too.
It's getting spicy.
And 510, the great Stan Tim says, we're getting to the point of the Rodney Dangerfield with Kuminga. What are we going to do with Pop? I mean, Pop can't stay here.
Kuminga can't stay here.
Somebody put Kuminga in the garage. We got company coming. Do you saw that? That was one of Matt Leland's greatest finds ever.
I had it saved, and then I got my whole drop folder deleted. So let me look for it real
Whoa,
quick.
the drop folder got deleted.
Yeah, that's bad.
What?
That's tough.
What?
Yeah.
Does that mean we don't have Tsunami anymore? Or do we have,
Piper, no.
Yeah, Kuminga, no.
Kuminga, no.
Please don't tell me we lost that.
No.
All right, guys, here's the deal. That's our big hit, or as somebody said, the way the Warriors played, you could put a letter in front of hit.
Ooh.
Hey-ho. There you go. They're going to have to do something on Friday, but we got 2 days to mull it. But here's what we're going to do in the meantime. We got the Giants Roundtable at Presidio Golf Club today, 3 o'clock, open to the public. Come on by.
Come
Say
on
hi.
down.
Don't forget drink specials. Don't forget Maria Lopez's birthday. We lost that thread from earlier today. And then we got opening day tomorrow in Cincinnati. So some good stuff coming our way, but definitely some non-Candle vibes, some non-Erykah Badu vibes yesterday in Miami for the Warriors. Okay, so we got a packed rest of the show. Cooler content, always good stuff. You might cry. Jimmy Valvano said you got to do something every day to think, laugh, and cry. You might cry, especially those with YouTube and Twitch. And then we have Matt Maiocco. We're switching Matt Maiocco from Thursday to Wednesday because we want to devote tomorrow entirely to Giants opening day. Tomorrow's Giants.
Sounds like a plan.
And then the mayor, our new best friend, Mayor Daniel Lur. I talked to him again yesterday at the Play Ball Luncheon.
Look at you.
He was good. He's coming on at 9. Kevin Harland in town for the Sweet 16. That'll be fun. And then Hunter Pence at 9:30.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Rip it off. Rip the knob off, y'all. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Ever see those families? The guy's sitting right there. What do you want to do with Pop?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week, and we are still running it. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Like I said, we still haven't given it away yet, so just stay tuned. Keep it locked. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
Oh, you have to be savvy to know what's going on here. I can't believe Aftershock, you're going to Blink-182 a second time. I need something heavier, man. Shouldn't these guys be playing like the Vans Warped Tour, not the Aftershock Festival?
Oh, shout out the Vans Warped Tour.
Wasn't that a big Copes thing?
Oh, it was huge when I was in high school.
But you know what always makes me laugh about this song was that Baltimore Orioles play-by-play guy who did his impression when the Orioles were in San Diego. And
Where are you?
You could tell the guy was like,
and I'm so sorry.
There you go. Everybody from your generation can do that, right? That's the millennial party trick. I always say, is that Tom or Mark?
Tom.
Mark or Tom?
Tom. It's Tom DeLonge.
Mark, Tom. All I know is they're wearing Vans, they're skating in Poway. That's the whole deal. 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Hey, can I ask for the next 2 days we get something a little harder? I need to rock it out with the Aftershock. All right, buddy?
The disrespect.
Yeah, this is like,
now I am starting to think that you are starting to slander Blink-182. Dude, I'll take Blink-182 over you two any day of the week.
You understand? I like Blink-182, but they're not Aftershock Festival
all right,
people.
I get it. I get it.
I mentioned the guys from the guys from Rob Zombie would kick their ass. Guys from Death Angel will grab them behind the stage. The guys from Static X. You know what I mean?
Static X.
Yeah, and where's Cannibal Corpse when I need them?
Yeah, where's my Deftones?
Where's preschool dad Peter? These tickets are furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab official rules at KNBR.com. Tickets on sale now at AftershockFestival.com. Yesterday, James and Windsor won them. So hopefully somebody else will win them for October. Okay, cooler of content. Young Tone, I'm going to defer to you in terms of your production value here. What works best for you to open?
Well, let's start maybe Jung-Hoo Lee. You want to start there? It's kind of evergreen.
So Jung-Hoo Lee did an interview with a translator in the dugout. So they do these, if you're confused by where they are, if you're looking at the Giants' third base dugout to the right, near the photo well, that's where they're standing there against that green wall. Now, remember Blake Snell did it last year and was vaguely charming?
Oh, yeah. I remember people complaining about the fact that Blake Snell was complaining about the traffic in San Francisco.
I remember his interview
and now he's in L.A.
His interview was generally a hit, and people liked it. Oh, yeah, he's going to come back. No, he's a Dodger.
No, he's gone.
Starting on opening day.
He's gone. Mm-hmm.
How about Scooble Snell at Dodger Stadium?
That's one hell of a matchup.
Yeah.
Damn, couple Cy Youngers.
Right? As long as Blake doesn't walk the world to start the game,
lefty
right?
crime, yeah.
So Jung-Hoo Lee was doing a little interview in the 7th inning of yesterday's game with the Giants and the Tigers, and I guess Jung-Hoo's got a little flavor, and he, in his time off last year, would listen to Giants games and hear Kipe's home run call, and he liked it. So here it is.
Know that he likes a few things that we say as announcers, and one of them happens to be, it is out of here.
이정우 선수가 좋아한다고 이야기 들었다고 해가지고 외친 것 같아요. 제가 너무 좋아합니다. Loves it.
He loves it.
Simple as that.
I love it, man.
Dude, he's so wholesome.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, it was cool at the Giants play ball lunch. You know how they introduce every player and every coach. Yeah. And those introductions go on for a while. Jung-Hoo Lee did not stop clapping the entire time. Every teammate, every coach, he had a big old smile on his face, and he was cheering everybody on. And also, shout out Jung-Hoo Lee. I don't know how he was pulling some strings, but I looked over at his table because we all got the same lunch. But I saw a couple of chicken waffle sliders on Jung-Hoo Lee's table, and he had a plate of French fries. I was kind of jealous. I wanted to sit at Jung Woo Lee's table.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. He gets the best food. He claps for everyone. The whole deal. I love it. It's all good, man. So Jung Woo Lee, charm away, buddy.
Good vibes.
Charm away. Meanwhile, Sweet 16 tomorrow. You know, and by the way, did you see the NCAA tournament ratings are like all-time high?
Are they?
So it turns out Cinderella's not cool. People like heavyweights, or it's just random. One of the two. As we know, ratings can be.
Yeah.
So one of the heavyweights is Tom Izzo's Michigan State team, which I just for the heck of it had them losing to Bryant in the first round.
Just for the heck of it.
You want to craft a 61st place bracket? Have Bryant beat Michigan State.
That's a wild pick, Murph.
Well, I had read the numbers guy. I went Farhan.
I know, dude. You kept on talking about all that data.
The data. Take that for data.
Dude, this is great.
Take 61st place for data. You're in first place.
Dude, this is hilarious because we were riffing the day before the tournament that Murph's like, yeah, the data says you got to take a 15 seed to make it to the Sweet 16, all these numbers. And I literally called him out on air saying, who's in your bracket? Farhan Zaidi?
It's true.
And then I was over here talking about the analytics, how I don't watch too much college basketball, but I did a deep dive and kind of just went with my gut, and I've got the first place bracket.
Well, I mean, that's why you are you, buddy, and that's why Farhan doesn't have a job anymore.
I see.
This nerd loves data.
Yeah. Anyway, Tom Izzo, I love him. And I told you guys the little trivia piece. I've been to his home, his tiny little home in Iron Mountain, Michigan.
Have you told us that?
Yeah, I told you guys that story.
Really?
Maybe you were busy talking down the line to Tony.
Yeah. But, I don't think so. Tony, have you heard this story?
I told this story. John Joe, you heard this story?
John Joe, listen up.
He's on the phone with the winner.
In 1997, when Steve Mariucci was named head coach of the 49ers, it was a huge blanking deal.
Who got the scoop on that?
Yeah.
Hey,
a lucky one. Blind pig, acorn, the whole deal.
Yeah.
So, and this is back when newspapers spent money. This goes back to yesterday's theme about Marcus being in Miami. The Santa Rosa Press-Democrat sent me to Iron Mountain, Michigan for a week to do the origin story on Steve Mariucci. Who is Steve Mariucci? So I went to his hometown in Iron Mountain, Michigan. And you know, he and Tom Izzo grew up together in lockstep since kindergarten. Like they're the same age, same small town, same best friends, same baseball teams, same football teams, same basketball teams. Izzo's and Mariucci's Italian immigrants came to work in the granite mine, or the quarries. That's what I'm looking for.
The quarries.
Marble quarries or granite quarries that they have in Iron Mountain, or iron quarries, I guess, in Iron Mountain. And working class people. There's real Americans, you know. And I went to the Izzo home to interview his mom and dad. They had me in the kitchen. Just a small, modest little home in Iron Mountain. Just a little kitchen, a little tiny living room, 2 bedrooms. It was just tiny little, and they were very sweet, offered me cookies, the whole deal. So I've always loved Tom Izzo. He and Mooch had a bet since they were in like middle school, which guy could become the head football coach at Notre Dame first.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was their bet.
I thought you were going to tell me that Mooch and Tom Izzo would run into each other and then challenge each other to a push-up competition.
That's Chad.
It's on site.
That's Chad. So I've always loved Izzo, is the bottom line. Even though I had Bryant beating Michigan State in the first round. So.
After that whole story, you picked Bryant.
It's a bracket. So the transfer portal opened on Monday. You want to talk about stupidity? How's the NC2A open the transfer portal during the Sweet 16? One of the Michigan players entered it. He's in the Sweet 16.
What?
So they asked Izzo, are you checking the portal to see who's out there with his team about to go to the Sweet 16 in Atlanta? And Izzo, characteristically passionate here.
But what my team's done has been incredible. And I'm not ready to move on. So, Judd, I've followed what you said. You know, I'm going to worry today about the guys I got in this program that have done an incredible job this year, and that's it. And if that costs me later, so be it. But Tom Izzo isn't cheating the people that he has that have been loyal to him for this chaos that is going on out there. Is that cool? You got enough? No, because you don't understand. When I came back Sunday night, that was it. There was nothing on my mind but giving these guys a chance to win one more game, get to Elite Eight, and one more game, and have a memory that'll last their entire life, their kids' life, and their grandkids' life, because that's what it is. And so excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use.
Straight out of Iron Mountain, Michigan. Straight out of that child of of real America. I love it. I've always been an Izzo fan. Always. Listen to him. He flies out, takes care of it. When Draymond's had low times, he leans on Izzo.
Yeah.
He does.
This is true.
Michigan State, did you see that stat going around of how the Sweet 16 teams were built? It's a really cool graphic. The Sweet 16 teams starting 5, and it has logos of where all the players started their careers. Some of the teams have 5 kids who've transferred. A lot of in Michigan State, it's like Sparty. Purdue's the same way, actually, but they're like a program. They keep their kids. It's what he's talking about right there.
And that's why Tom Izzo in Michigan State has so much success in the tournament. It seems like every single year I can throw the data out the window and I'm just going to advance Michigan State because of Tom Izzo and because of that program. But he's absolutely right. You should not be talking about the transfer portal in the middle of the tournament, Murph.
No.
Like Coach Cal was talking about it too. Like these guys have so much more to focus on. Like I didn't even like that the McNeese coach announced that he was going to go to a different school before the tournament started.
Yeah.
Like let it play out and let's see what happened.
Praise for his transparency and then told Aura, come with me, bro.
Yeah, he's still in Aura.
We'll do more Sweet 16 with Kevin Harland, who comes to Chase Center tomorrow night with Coach Cal, who's been at it since 1988, by the way. And then finally we said, will we make you cry? My God. Astros manager Joe Espada, who was a finalist for the Giants manager job a couple years ago.
Ooh, I do remember hearing that name.
So the Astros, everybody's naming their opening day rosters. And by the way, Mike Krukow told us this morning that Christian Koss made the Giants opening day roster. And I've not seen it reported anywhere else, so that's why you got to listen to KNBR. But anyway, Joe Espada is the manager of the Astros, and they have a prospect named Cam Smith who was drafted last year in the first round by the Cubs. But in the big Kyle Tucker trade where the Cubs got Kyle Tucker, the prize was Cam Smith, a 22-year-old infielder from Florida State, drafted 14th overall in the first round. Long shot to make the opening day roster. But guess what? Not only is he going to make the opening day roster, but Espada is going for max production value. So this is really for the YouTube and Twitch crowd because a lot of it's visual. For the audio crowd, hopefully you guys can get the vibe here. But Espada pulls off a big old honkin' cry fest by surprising Cam Smith with his mom, who he grew up with a single mom. He said they didn't have much. And she's the one who comes and tells him. And, dude, the guy just absolute emotion here. Check it out.
My dream was one day I became a manager. I wanted to make this special for someone. And I'm about to do that. I always said, like, if someone tells me, Joe, you're going to the big leagues, who will be the first person you will call? Who will be the first person you will call? I'll say my mom, my dad, my family, right? Because I think you want to share with someone who's been there for you from day one. Little league, travel ball, good days, bad days. So we're about to do that right now. So I'm going to make a phone call to someone, and that someone's going to come out here. It's got a special announcement to do, okay? Let's see if I can find this number. Hello? Are you here? Okay.
All right, in walks his mom right now, if you're listening.
Oh my God.
That's his grandma now he's hugging. And you can hear his mom right here.
So Cam, do you know why you're here? I made the roster.
There it is, man. Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
Who's chopping on
It's out of a movie, right? Out of a movie. He also got emotional later in the day. He was talking to the dugout with the beat guys, talking about how the reason why he was so emotional, I guess, was that mom and him, I don't know. He never mentioned his dad. I'm guessing dad wasn't around because that's why he got so emotional. But his mom was the one who told him he made the roster.
Is it a possibility, for it to happen? And, we're here today talking about it now, so I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom
deliver that? You said you broke down, but what kind of, can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the major leagues?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You know, at one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
So I think every mom in America has a new favorite player.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, 22-year-old kid out of Florida, loving mom. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, this was so powerful, you wound up drafting him in your fantasy baseball
I was
league.
going to say, congrats to Cam Smith, not only making the opening day roster, but the Waterboy fantasy baseball roster as well.
Here's the problem. The kid is so likable. The story's so great. It's such a mom. You know, he's talking about dads and sons in baseball. Like, hey, Dad, you want to have a catch? Field of Dreams. What about moms and sons in baseball, right? And guess what? Now we got to strike this guy out next week because the Giants are going to Houston.
Now you got to face off against him. But yeah, incredible story.
We got to jam shot him. We got to pitch him up and in.
Third fastest player to make a major league roster. Dude is playing for Florida State in the College World Series last summer.
That is a great stat. It's the third fastest to an opening day roster ever. John Olerud and, dude, shout out my generation, Pete Incaviglia.
Wow.
But
Pete didn't play any minor league games.
But certainly this is definitely one that has a little more what should we say, human. I don't think Pete Incaviglia was here crying on mom's shoulder.
No. Shout out to all the baseball moms. My mom, I can't tell you how many times we'd go out and play catch, or my mom would throw me batting practice, throwing wiffle balls in the driveway before a game.
Mom did it for you?
Mom was out here throwing
that's
BP.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
She had a good arm, yeah.
My mom actually a couple times took me out to the street. Really, but yeah. See, a lot of people checking in on saying, yeah, man, we got him on the. I told you guys you might cry during the cooler content. So again, all great. Now we got to jam shot this guy next week when he's playing for the Astros.
Cam Smith. There's no crying in baseball. Come on,
exactly, dude. That's right. So anyway, a great cooler of content that took us to an Iron Mountain kitchen and through to the Astros clubhouse. Okay, Matt Maiocco, because we're moving him up a day because tomorrow's Giants Day, and then of course the mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, Daniel Lur. That'll be fun. It's a great conversation. Kevin Harland at 9:15 and Hunter Pence at 9:30. All next on the Sports Leader. Oh, always happy to talk about El Cerrito Honda. Hey, you know what I did yesterday after the show? I took Marcus, Young Tone, John Joe, said, let's take a ride. They all piled into the El Cerrito Honda, the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Hey, thumbs up, Tony. Comfortable ride? Comfortable ride to the yard? Yeah, they even had to listen to my 80s music on the way down. I think we got a little like Pat Benatar, Go-Go. I think we had the Go-Go's on the way down. Anyway, El Cerrito Honda is where I got it. It's a 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid, and I love it. I love everything about it. Look, comfort, mileage, you name it. And it's because of El Cerrito Honda. Now, where is El Cerrito Honda? I got news for you. It's in El Cerrito, and it's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. So that's easy to find, right there. You can start your shopping online at elcerritohonda.com and start looking for your hybrid, Civic, CR-V, Accord Hybrid, electric, Honda Prologue, all the selection, all the savings. And then when you walk on the lot, the best service you could imagine. El Cerrito Honda, take it from me. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Maiocco. It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on the Sports Leader.
Nice, kid. Nice. That's what we were listening to in the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid as we drove down the Embarcadero. We were the cool kids. Hey, guys, I forgot to tell you that cooler of content that made you laugh and made you cry was sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the Rest Easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. Song so cool that Cameron Crowe chose it to open the credits for Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which definitely has to go to the top of your Friday film review there, buddy. All right, Matt Maiocco, we moved him up a day because tomorrow's all about opening day. So Matt Maiocco on the UMA guest line, our 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. On the road, no video today. Matty, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Matt?
I'm doing great. I'm getting my car serviced, so I'm just kind of wandering outside the auto shop, and been on the road a lot, and getting ready to head back to Florida over the weekend for the NFL annual meeting. So it could be some 49ers news coming out of there.
Ooh, all right, let's get right to it. Brandon Ayuk, is it true he has a bonus due soon that might accelerate news?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, or just create no news. So April 1st, that is Tuesday, he is due a $22+ million bonus, an option bonus, and that's guaranteed. And so the thinking clearly would be if the 49ers are going to move him, they would do it before that date because they're not going to pay him $22 million and then not have him on the team. So I don't, there could be some other stuff where, the 49ers could pick up some of that, and the team that potentially would want him in a trade could pick up most of that. But I would think that would be, if anything were to happen with Brandon Ayuk, I would think it would happen by Tuesday. And also John Lynch will be there, Jed York will be there, Kyle Shanahan will be there. Every owner, general manager, and coach in the NFL will be in Florida over the weekend. So John Lynch left that door open at the Combine that, they'll listen to trade offers for anyone. And so that'll be the first thing, I guess, that would happen would be either nothing happens or, and I think I'd be surprised if he were traded just because he's still coming off that injury. It seems like a lot of teams that have a need for wide receiver filled those needs. So I'd be surprised if he's traded, but that would be something to kind of keep an eye on.
Matt, we've talked about Brandon Ayuk's contract a lot and whether or not the 49ers would have buyer's remorse or not. But do you think the remorse is so bad that they're actively looking to get rid of that contract? Or do you think maybe there's a feeling that they don't have that same belief going into the season that Brandon Ayuk will be the future wide receiver number one for Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, it's probably a little bit of everything. When it's kind of interesting when John Lynch was asked about Ayuk and, the reports or the rumblings that they were open to trading him. He, said what he always says about any kind of trade talks. We'll listen to anything about anybody. And then he immediately pivoted into, the cost-cutting mode and clearing salary cap space for the future for, the big deals that are coming, the big one being Brock Purdy. But the very fact that he spun it immediately, same answer, into the financial situation and how they have to look ahead as far as the salary cap goes, kind of, to me, signaled what they were thinking and continue to think is that, last year they spent $85 million over the cap. That money has to come due at some point as far as on the salary cap. And this year they're going to be, the spending will be significantly less because, right now they have upwards of $80 million in dead money, money already paid to players who are no longer on the team, but that it'll count against the cap this year. So, they've already taken major strides toward solving their salary cap situation for the future. And with Brandon Ayuk, it's kind of obviously a weird situation last year with his hold in. him sitting on the contract for 17 days and then finally getting some pressure from Shanahan and Lynch to make a decision. And he finally signed that thing after the 49ers played their final preseason game. And then, of course, he struggled early in the season. Why? Well, because he didn't step on the field at all to practice during training camp. So I'm sure that everybody, I don't think there's very many people in the 49ers organization who are happy with how that whole thing played out. And then he gets injured. So a lot of uncertainty about him as they head into the season.
Matt Maiocco is the voice you hear. And speaking of heading, we are heading into the draft. We're under a month, man. Under a month. So it's our every American's duty to put out a mock draft over and over. And we've heard a couple different ones from you. You've gone from Tyler Warren to the pass rusher from Georgia, I believe.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Have you thrown a new dart?
True.
Have you thrown a new dart, Matt?
I will after the owners meeting.
Okay.
So I'll maybe get some, be beating around the bush there. We'll go to the cocktail hour and keep my ear to the ground and kind of figure out what I want to do with that. One of my mocks, I had Armand Membu from Missouri, the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And so that, that remains that's kind of high alert offensive lineman too, because think about it. I mean, Trent Williams turns 37 in July. John Lynch said that he will be back this coming season, but for how much longer? Colton McKivitz enters the final year of his deal at right tackle. And so, we saw what Jalen Moore got on the open market as a backup tackle who's going to the Chiefs to be a starter. We saw what Aaron Banks got from the Packers. We saw what McGlinchey got from the Broncos a couple years ago. Offensive linemen are very difficult to find. If you have a good offensive tackle, either you keep them so they never get on the market, or if they get away, it's for big, big money. So, number 11 overall, I'm not sure it's a great draft for offensive linemen at that number 11 overall position, but that definitely is an area where the 49ers need to address, along with all the other positions we've talked about, defensive line and other spots.
So in all the mocks, Membu is now gone, right? He had a great combine. So so now I'm looking at the Athletics latest, for example, and everybody's got one. You know what I mean? They say that, remember that T-shirt, opinions are like blanks, everybody's got one. Everybody's got a mock draft. So Will Campbell is the name the Athletic goes with, tackle guard at LSU. You just went on your offensive line speech. How do you feel about Will Campbell?
He's a guy that was universally considered the best offensive lineman in this draft. But the issue with him, and this is a real thing, his arm length. NFL teams generally have as their threshold 33-inch arms for offensive tackles. That's about as low as they go, and he's below that. And so there are some teams that believe that he would be better suited at guard. He will get taken in the first round. The question is, how much do teams kind of look past the arm length and make an exception with him? So if he's there at 11, yeah, absolutely. I think that he would be somebody the 49ers could get, or maybe even should get, depending on who else is there when they pick, because they will find a starting spot for him. And that's one of the good things about taking offensive linemen and defensive linemen. If you take an offensive lineman in say the first round, and maybe you can't cut it at tackle, a lot of times you can still get some productive years out of them at guard. And then with defensive linemen, in the course of a game, 8-9 defensive linemen suit up and get on the field and play significant snaps. So even a guy who maybe doesn't live up to what you want him to be when you draft him, you can still get production out of him.
Matt, yesterday we saw Stephon Diggs sign with the New England Patriots. Do you think it's possible that the 49ers could still be in the market for a veteran wide receiver like an Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen, or do you think they're most likely to address a wide receiver room in the draft?
I do think that they would still be involved. They did get Demarcus Robinson from the Rams, sign him as an unrestricted free agent. But, yeah, I would say with free agency kind of winding down. There are bargains to be had. And so, yeah, I do think that they can definitely keep their eyes open. And I think a lot of this would be contingent on the latest checkup that Brandon Ayuk had as far as the knee, how's that coming along, as well as any trade talks. So, yeah, I think there will be, at least some information coming out of the owners' meetings about Brandon Ayuk's situation, how he's feeling, what the timetable is for him. Because as of right now, it's not a guarantee that he's going to be ready for the start of the regular season, or at what point he's going to be ready. That's very much up in the air. And so I think it's good business to always take a wide receiver. If you can get a guy on a 4-year contract at set cost, because, we saw with Deebo Samuel, we saw with Brandon Ayuk how much it costs to get those guys on a second contract. So I think it's always good for teams to look at wide receiver and see if they can get somebody to develop. So I would say that at this point, the second and third waves of free agency are something the 49ers have to continue to be a player in, and also looking toward the draft and wisely spending those 11 draft picks.
It's nutty, Matty, is I saw Stephon Diggs going to the Patriots. He tore his ACL in week 8, and Schefter's like, he'll be ready week 1. Now, I know no two injuries are the same. Ayuk's was more severe, I guess.
Yeah. So he also had an MCL and I believe some ligament or cartilage damage as well. So, you're right though. I mean, not every injury is the same. Guys recover on different timetables, but we don't know. I mean, I don't want to rule out Brandon Ayuk for week 1, but at this point, it's very much up in the air.
All right, Maddie. Well, listen, enjoy your car service. Enjoy your travel. What? Yes.
Ooh, real quick, Maddie, before we let you go, what's your win total this year for the San Francisco Giants?
Oh, boy. Hey, let's go optimistic. Let's go 84.
Ooh, I like it. I said 86.
I said 85, man. Okay. We're in the same ballpark.
How long has it been since they've been over 500?
Well, it was just 2021. Actually, one of the years, didn't they win 82 with Gabe?
I think they went 81 and 81.
I thought they won 82 one year. Maybe. It hasn't been that long, man.
Okay.
They've been around 500 the last 3 years.
It's not like it was 1977 when Gary Thomason hit a home run off of Don Sutton to start the 77 season.
On the first pitch of the season.
Yeah, well, guess what? We do a feature called What Did Young Tony Ask Today at 7:15 in the morning, and he asked us for our favorite opening day memory. And I said when Darryl Thomas led off the 77 season with a home run off of Don Sutton. It was Gary Thomason, and I'm
Gary Thomason.
I know, and for my entire life I confused Darryl Thomas and Gary Thomason, even though one I believe is African American and one is Caucasian.
Yeah, that is correct.
But because they were never on TV then, and they had the same last name, and I was 9. So,
Well, they didn't have the same as Thomason, the rare 2 S's in a row.
Yeah. Shout out the Scandinavians. Anyway, I'm beating myself up to this day about it.
Yeah.
So, very upset. Anyway, 84 wins. You're in the books, Matty. Off you go.
Now I feel bad because you guys overshot me.
No, but you're more of a hardened, cynical reporter. You're more real. We're the homers. We're the homers. All right, so. Well done, Matty. Right. Enjoy the rest of the week. All right, there he is.
Okay.
Matt Maiocco. Usually we talk to him on Thursdays. I start sniffing that weekend.
I know.
But we are sniffing it because we did Young Tony. When Young Tony asks the questions Wednesday at 7:15, we start to pivot towards the weekend.
Here we go.
And we start to pivot towards the weekend. We have vibes like Sweet 16 Thursday and Saturday at Chase Center, which Mayor Daniel Lur will talk to us about, and opening day at the park next week, which Mayor Daniel Lur will talk to us about, because the mayor of San Francisco, the city and county of San Francisco, Mayor Daniel Lur joins us next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got big stuff going on here. Number one, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 2, Hunter Pence joins us at 9:30. Kevin Harland at 9:15, talking about Sweet 16. And LaRussell. Okay, there's a lot going on because Mayor Daniel Lur is about to call in. Our buddy, he spoke at the Play Ball Luncheon yesterday, was outstanding. And on the same time we're playing LaRussell and talking to the mayor as the Giants open next week at home, somebody leaked the Giant City Connects. Is this correct? Young Tony, do you have it confirmed, buddy, or not?
No one officially has confirmed it, but it's all over Twitter.
Where did that picture come from?
The internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, but from who?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I don't think we have a credible source about whether or not this is the Giant City Connects.
I need to know, was it texted on the Signal app? That's what I need to know.
Oh, yeah, somebody leaked it, Murph.
Thank you very much. So they have it's like a purple theme to it. There's like which is why Willie Adames wore the purple glove on Tuesday.
Look at you connecting
Easter
the dots.
Egg? Easter egg?
Yeah, maybe.
Which is why, and it's got a, I guess, psychedelic little sticker for the 60s and the Haight-Ashbury. I don't know, I don't know. It's got a slight purple and orange vibe, and I'm going to give Greg Silver credit. He made the call right away because Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Got a Phoenix Suns. I said, where's Paul? Is Paul Westphal hitting 6th? For me right now. It's Kevin Johnson, former mayor of Sacramento, as we talk mayors.
I know, the purple actually reminds me of the Kings a little bit. So I need a little bit of an explanation of why there would be purple on their jersey.
It might be...
we were told last week at the media lunch that it would have ties to the musical history of San Francisco.
Does purple signify psychedelia in the hate?
Possibly.
I don't know. All I know is we're going to talk to a man who runs the city and county of San Francisco, whether it's the Haight-Ashbury and it's psychedelia, or whether it's beautiful Oracle Park down at 3rd and King, or whether he's delivering witty and crisp remarks at a Play Ball Luncheon benefiting the Giants Community Fund. He's our friend. It's his second visit. He earned a second ticket back. It's the mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, Daniel Lur, and we are sure happy to have him on with all this stuff going on, the Sweet 16 at Chase and opening day next week. So Mayor Lur, welcome back to your home away from home, the Murph and Marcus Show. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
It's good. It's good to hear you too, Murph. It was good to see you yesterday. As I said, you are taller than I remember.
I'm glad you said that. You know, my kid has shot up past 6'5", so in my own kitchen, I feel like a tiny, tiny elf.
Feels like you're shrinking every day, Murph.
Well, Mayor Lur, I chased you down. I had to get the FaceTime just to make sure that you
good to see you.
To remind you to come on. And well done at the Play Ball Luncheon. You came with a little riff. You had jokes that you and Buster. In fact, you can, for those who weren't there, you can try out your material here. You said you and Buster are in lockstep, right?
We got a lot in common. As I said, we both played high school baseball, and we both have a very, very limited, if not no, experience doing the jobs we're currently doing. So it's perfect.
Did Buster? What was the look? I couldn't see.
I don't know. What I always admired about Buster is he never got too high or too low, and he just gave me the look that he gave. You know, whether he'd won a World Series or lost a close game, he was always even keeled, which is why he's going to be such a great GM. I think it's a brilliant move for the Giants. I think I've already heard, Murph, I have the honor of playing Little League, or my son's playing Little League, and I got to hang out with Bobby Evans.
Yes.
For a few hours on Sunday, and he's back with the ball club, which is also a brilliant move on Buster's part. And Bobby was telling me that the vibe around spring training was just different, and he heard it was different, and a lot of it has to do with Buster and Buster doing the little things, which is what we're trying to do here at City Hall. The little things, get the culture right and the vibes right, and it sounds like the vibes are really good around the San Francisco Giants, which is exciting.
Yeah, and Mayor Lur, it's something that we've talked about a lot this offseason with Buster joining the head of baseball operations, is why Buster wanted to come back. It's because he wants to see this city succeed. I think that's similar to your game plan also. And one of my favorite quotes from you yesterday was talking about when the Giants win, the city of San Francisco wins. So can you expand on that quote for our audience?
Well, I mean, I think when your sports teams, whether it's the Warriors who have seen a resurgence, or the Giants, or the Niners, or the Valkyries, Bay FC, like you just, as a city, you come together. Sports brings us together, and of course, just thinking economically, opening day, 40,000 people coming downtown, going to Soma, going around the ballpark, those restaurants, those bars. It's just it's a great time of year, but it's also great for the community, for the businesses, the small businesses. Chase is alive and well, as Murph, you said. We got Sweet 16 games. We got people from all over the country coming in for those games this weekend. It's just, when our sports teams are doing well, of course, San Francisco's going to do well. And it also helps us with the narrative that we've been up against over the last few years, that San Francisco's, taken a hit. But we are a city on the rise. The Giants are on the rise. The Warriors on the rise. We got a great new team in the Valkyrie. So it's an exciting time for San Francisco, and it's an exciting time for our sports teams too.
It's great. Mayor Daniel Lur is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Of course, he's the 46th mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, and he spoke yesterday at the Play Ball Lunch, the home opener next Friday. Expect to see you there, Mayor. There's you got to have that look where you're in the shirt sleeves with the hat. That's like the mayor look. You know what I mean?
So there's been a lot of talk, so I would love your advice.
Yeah.
You said you gave me good advice. You told me to clear the mechanism.
Yes, I did.
On the first pitch.
Mm-hmm.
So that I've taken that to heart. I talked to Sergio Romo about this. I need a big target. I have to go practice off a mound. I was doing that on Sunday at Little League off one of those, mounds that you pull out. And it was okay, but 40,000 people. But I'm going to do it in my normal outfit, which is my suit. I'm going to take the suit jacket off.
Jacket off, yeah.
Jacket off. But I got to go. I got to get back to work after the game. So,
can we ask you? Can you roll up? Can you roll up the sleeve? A little double roll of the white dress shirt sleeve there.
That's usually what I did on the campaign, and I haven't been rolling up the sleeves. But I think it's good advice, Murph.
It's good. And then we need a hat. You got to wear the Giants hat, right? And you got to wear it right now. Mayor Lur, you got if you wear the hat wrong, we might roast you the next day.
I don't know if there's a right way for me to wear the hat.
So the way we always tell is you kind of pull your hair back a little bit, and then you got to put the front of the hat down on the forehead, and then pull the hat back down. So kind of a low, kind of a good low look. You're not wearing it doesn't need to rest like a little beanie on your head. You know what I mean? So.
That's how my son wears it, by the way. He wears it up a little bit, but he's a much better looking kid.
If you want to go really hot, the kids are now doing a slight tilt of the brim up, like a little 1% angle up.
That's right. That's what he's doing. That's what I meant. Yes, you called it right. He's 11, and that's exactly. He asked me, should I wear my hat like this today? And I was like, I mean, you can wear it however you want. You're a good-looking kid.
He's 11. He can do that. Mayor Lur, guys like you and me, if we do that, people, you know what the kids call that? They call that cringe.
Oh, no.
Mayor Lur. That's what they call that. So we wear the hats like dads. You know what I mean? We got to do it like dads.
Oh, my God. That's why I totally agree. My 13-year-old daughter, who, by the way, my 13-year-old daughter turns 14 on opening day.
Hey, happy birthday. What's her name?
Her name's Taya.
Happy birthday, Taya. That's awesome. Are you gonna take her out of school and take her to the game?
Yes, I think she's got to come. So she's excited. I think maybe only to be missing a little school. I don't know.
Will the 11-year-old skip a little to go see Dad throw the first pitch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He and I are talking about sneaking over to the ballpark the day before to do a little practice session.
Absolutely. The practice is important, but then what we talked about it, once you jog up on the mound, it's a quick pivot. You're not thinking about it, no tension in the body.
Just go.
And you clear the mechanism. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And you lock it. All you're looking at is the glove. That's it.
Okay, I'm in.
Orange tie, right? Orange. You got to steal one from Larry Bear. He's got a lot of them.
Did you see? I had one on yesterday. I changed at the office. I actually did, Murph. I told my wife on my way out today. I did 4 tie changes yesterday. 4. I went to so many different things, and I was like, oh my God. And I had some ties in the office. It was great. It was perfect.
You're like Diana Ross.
I had an orange. A tie is easy. A tie is pretty easy.
Okay, what tie do you wear when you come on the Murph and Marcus show?
I'm wearing a blue tie right now.
Well, Donald Dodgery.
No,
Warriors.
We'll say it's for the Warriors.
Warriors blue.
Yeah, it's dark. Yeah, it's dark.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on. There's got to be a better topic. How about? Let me ask you a question. The Valkyries.
Yes. Yeah.
24. You talk about new home game, like just another boost, not only to our city but to down in Soma. Like, are you going, Murph, on opening day?
Well, I need to find out when it is. Valkyrie's opening day is, when is it? Do we know?
Middle of May. I believe it's middle of May. I know about Tiffany Hayes. I know about Monique Billings. But I'm excited to get to know them, and I'm fired up that we get more basketball, great basketball here in San Francisco.
May 16th. May 16th.
May 16th.
Mm-hmm.
That's what. Okay, so I'm going to be there. I hope you'll be there.
Yeah.
And then the Warriors.
Yeah.
We have to get that 6th seed. We have to.
Yeah,
I don't want to be messing around with the 7 or 8 seed and having a play-in game.
You didn't call the mayor of Miami about last night's game, did you? Make a bet. I hope not.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
When is Steph coming back?
Well, that's up to you. You're a powerful guy. You need to call Joe Lacob and ask. So
it looks like we need him.
Yeah. Even Jimmy Butler said, I need 30 back.
Yeah.
So
everybody needs Steph Curry in their life. And Mayor Lur, I know there is a lot of excitement right now about basketball with the NCAA tournament coming to town, with the Valkyries, with the Warriors, and also what were your overall thoughts with the Warriors being a host city for the NBA All-Star Tournament?
We had such a great weekend. I mean, we got to show off. I think the dunk contest was the highlight of the weekend. I think they tried that new format for the All-Star game with the 4 games. I thought it was definitely improved over the year before, but anytime you have a guy jumping over a car at Chase, you're doing pretty well. I actually saw him later that night at the concert series that they had at Pier 48, and I ended up standing next to him, and I was like, are you the guy that just jumped over a car? And that was impressive. Over $300 million of economic impact to the city and to the region. I think that the commissioner, Adam Silver, who was incredibly generous and kind all weekend, got to know him, just was extolling our city. Charles Barkley, we got saying good things about San Francisco and how we're a great city. So it was a huge win for us, and now we roll it into not only March Madness, but we got Super Bowl 60. We're on the clock for Super Bowl 60. We're on the clock for 6 World Cup matches. If you're a sports fan, it's a good time to be here in San Francisco.
I know you got to go, Mayor Lurie, but this is what happens when you come on the show. You're subjected to the sardonic one-liners from the cynical media, right? You know the cynical media. They come at you every day, so you know how to handle it. So here's my joke.
I've heard rumors of that.
So I'm going to make a joke because I make cringe dad jokes, but I have to. I feel like I owe it to myself. But then I'll give you a chance to counter the narrative. But I'm going to say it's a good thing that Mac McClung jumped over that car instead of in San Francisco breaking in to that car. It's my joke. It's my joke, Mayor Lurie. Now you get to tell me how you guys are improving, okay?
Yeah. Well, first off, property crime is down like over 40%. Our crime stats are down like rapidly. They are dropping rapidly. But as I always say, it's not about stats. It's about how you feel. And the feeling is what we are having to push up against. And that comes with open air drug use, drug dealing. But car break-ins, although definitely still happening, we are a major city. I'm not saying that there are not any, but they are way down. Way down.
Okay. I like to hear that. But we have sky-high expectations here in San Francisco. We have a lot of work to do. But we are a city on the rise, and the stats are trending in a very favorable direction, and especially compared to other major cities. I love it. I mean, I knew I'd give you a chance to kind of talk about that stuff. And I know that you've said this, so you've done such a great job of identifying the real problems facing San Francisco. You're not like ignoring it. I give you a ton of credit. Every time you do an interview, you say, we're taking too many hits nationally. We're taking too many bruises. It's time to turn it around instead of ignoring it, Mayor Lur. I think that's the first step. You got, we acknowledge it and then fix it, right?
That's right. Brian, Murph, yes. I was going to call you by your first name.
You still can. My mom and dad used to, but you can, yes.
Look, I literally have I get weekly crime stats. I'm looking at them right here. We are down, larceny theft down 35% year over year. Violent crime down 14%. Total property crime down 35%. So we are a city that understands that public safety is my number one priority, Murph.
Yeah.
I want our small businesses feeling safe. I want you and your kids when you're in the city feeling safe. I want people around Oracle Park feeling safe next week. Our police officers are doing incredible work despite being down 500 police officers. We had our first recruiting class that was a full recruiting class in the middle of January. I went and visited them a couple weeks ago. We're hoping to have 4 full recruiting classes this year, and we have to get more officers walking the beat. Every supervisor, every citizen says they want to see officers out walking the beat, as do I, and so you have my pledge that is I'm all in on that.
Awesome. So glad you did it. I know you got to go, but we ignored the whole thing the whole time. You went to Duke, and you're in the Sweet 16. Now, unfortunately, they're playing in Newark, New Jersey, not San Francisco, California. But we do have just a word on the 4 teams coming. I don't know if you had to meet the good people from Arkansas, the good people from Texas, the good people from Florida, and the good people from Maryland. You're going to welcome them in, right?
That's right. We got 4 states that get to see a city on the rise, so I'm excited. Yes, I went to Duke. I'm feeling pretty good about Cooper Flag and the team. They look pretty dominant, although Florida looks pretty tough as well. Maryland wins on a buzzer beater. Arkansas. Who's
John Calipari? Coach Cal.
Calipari.
Yeah.
Coach Cal. Cal played Pitino in the last round.
Yeah.
That's right. So you got a legend coming in. Those are 4 solid teams and some good storylines there. But yeah, I'm all in on Duke.
If we can get the good people of Arkansas and Texas, who should say maybe even Florida, not necessarily politically aligned in terms of vote slant with San Francisco, if we can bring them all together and break bread in North Beach, then we've come together as a nation, Mayor Lur.
That's right. If we can get Charles Barkley, we can get Texas Tech and Arkansas, no question. I hope everybody has a great time this weekend. I'm going to try to make it out to one of the games and check it out. But let me just end with this. Murph, Marcus, thank you for doing what you do to lift up our city, lift up our region. Sports always unifies us, and San Francisco people should feel proud of our city. We are a city. The vibes have shifted. We got hope. We got optimism. We got opening day in 9 days. Let's go Giants. Let's go San Francisco.
Perfectly said, Mayor Lur. We will see you at opening day. Clear the mechanism, and thanks for hopping on. We sure do appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
You too. Thanks, you too.
Mayor Lur, he's our friend. Kevin Harland, he's our friend. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The question of the day, the Giants are going to be out at the Presidio Golf Course from 3 to 5 p.m. for a Giants KNBR Roundtable. The question of the day is, how many wins will the Giants finish with this season? 90 plus, 85 to 89, 80 to 84, or are you just not optimistic at all? Less than 79. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. I saw the good people from Provident. I saw Jim Ernest and Mo and the whole crew. They bought a table at the Play Ball Lunch because they're such great community supporters. Oh, by the way, they'll also grow your savings in a smart, secure way. Provident Credit Union has you covered. And for a limited time, you can earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. The perfect way to meet your short-term savings goals. So you can choose from 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a high dividend rate and watch your savings grow with zero risk. That's right. No surprises, no guesswork, just a locked-in rate and total peace of mind. And these days, that's quite valuable. But don't wait. Offers like this don't last forever. Take advantage of the limited time deal and start earning up to 3.75% today. If you need help getting started, the Provident team is ready to make it easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local community branch today. The rate is effective as of March 1, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, this is the La Russell of college basketball here. One shining moment. Sweet 16 at Chase Center. Kevin Harland will be there for Westwood One Sports and CBS Sports. We got some good ones, man. We got Maryland, the Crab 5. Taking on Florida, number 1 seed, has national championship aspirations at 4:39 tomorrow. And then the evening, the nightcap, Coach Calipari, John Calipari, he's been doing this since 1988, y'all, against underrated Texas Tech. Nobody talks about Texas Tech, and they're a 3 seed. Let's talk to Kevin Harland about it. Kevin, always welcome back in San Francisco. You're basically a citizen of San Francisco. You come here so frequently, Kevin. You got Brian Murphy, you got Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Welcome back, Kevin. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kevin.
It's great to be with you guys. Good morning. Yeah, it's good to be back. I was just here a couple weeks ago for a game when Steph hit 4,000 threes, and was here before that with the All-Star game. Had a couple Niner games this year, and so here we are back in for the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8. It'll be these rosters are loaded, and these are quality teams. Sometimes you get to this level, and you go, 3 of the 4 are pretty good, 2 of the 4 are okay. You know, they've got McDonald's kids on all these rosters. They've got accomplished coaches coming from great programs and the number 1 seed in Florida. So there's a lot here to like. And if you like basketball, this would be a great day to get to the Chase Center and watch because this is going to be tomorrow with the Sweet 16. I think a group of 4 that's about as quality as any of the sites in this year's tournament.
And all the sites are filled with high seeds. I mean, one of the things of no Cinderellas means you got a lot of good teams here. So I got to say, Kevin, to me, you know, if you're going for like the old sports writer, me looking for the story, John Calipari. I mean, first of all, so much about him, whether you want to go all the way back to UMass and then to Kentucky, obviously, and how it ended in Kentucky and showing up in Arkansas with no players and then the showdown with Pitino. I mean, my gosh, so many stories surrounding John Calipari. He has to be somebody that you and your production crew and research crew are honing in on. And I'm wondering your relationship through the years with John Calipari. You guys must have had many, many games together.
Many. And I'll give you a quick story. I was doing the Jayhawks out of college in between my stints with the Kings when they were still in the NBA in Kansas City. And John was a graduate assistant with Larry Brown and Bob Hill and Alvin Gentry, and Greg Popovich was involved as an observer coming from a small school, Pomona. Yeah. And John and I was single at the time, John was single at the time, and we were in Lawrence. And R.C. Buford was on that staff, and he's the GM and president of the San Antonio Spurs. So from that group, if you go back and look at that team picture, and John was there 83, 84, 85, I believe, after being a small school point guard. All those guys are on that picture. Like it was an unbelievable staff back in the mid-'80s at Kansas. And as John likes to say, he and I didn't have two nickels to rub together because we were so poor and young and just getting in the business, being broadcasting him in basketball. And I distinctly remember spending the night. He had a couple of other coaches in his house that they were renting. They had no bed frames, so they slept on mattresses on the floor. And I got one of the mattresses on the floor. So I know John and I go back decades, and over the years we've enjoyed each other, crossing paths, and he certainly has had a great success, a Hall of Fame career, 33 years, I think, in college basketball, recruiting, coaching. He's been in the NBA for a couple years. This guy has lived a basketball life, and one of the more compelling stories, certainly, of this tournament.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal story, Kevin. But I also have to ask you about one of the other main storylines of this tournament, and it's Todd Golden's return to San Francisco. Of course, he coached out here at University of San Francisco before moving out to Florida. So what can you tell us about Todd Golden's Gators and their matchups against the Crab Five?
They're terrific, well coached. He has turned the program around. They've got great traction. They've got two outstanding players. They're a smaller team. They got wonderful guard play. This is a team to keep an eye on. They are as good, and they're coming. You know, all that being said, any team out of that conference is calloused and rugged and ready and prepared, and they have all, and that includes Arkansas, right on down the line of all the remaining SEC teams, and there are a lot of them. They've all benefited from kind of going back and forth, and they've all got 11 wins, 10 wins. Like they were cannibalizing each other in that conference. But what it did was build strong teams that were tournament ready, and we've seen it. And it's lasted here now to the second weekend of the tournament.
Should be so much fun. Kevin Harland, I did it 3 years ago, and you know who was there? We talked about Arkansas, and they were with Eric Musselman, this time with Calipari.
Yes.
But you know who was there? Texas Tech Red Raiders. Nobody,
yes, they were.
I think they might walk right through the middle of Thrive City and nobody would even notice them. They're the 3 seed. Oh, by the way, they've been to this. This is a program that's been to the Sweet 16 4 of the last 7 years, that made the Final Four in 2019, that played Virginia in the championship game, that made the Elite 8 in 2018. Kevin, when are we, I guess maybe right now, when are the Texas Tech Red Raiders going to get their love, and can they win this bracket?
I don't know, and they got one of the best players in the country in Toppin, and he leads them in all the important categories: rebounding, scoring, block shots. He's a wonderful player, and that conference was good. The Big 12 was one of the top conferences too, and like the SEC teams that are still alive, the Big 12 Red Raiders have benefited from being in a very rugged conference themselves. And Coach McCaslin's done a nice job. You know, we were there a couple years ago. I think it was in, Dan, where was it? Tucson. They got to the Final Four. I'm riding with my crew here, and they're very talkative and very disruptive. They're very disruptive. We did when Coach Beard was down there coaching the Red Raiders. We were down there covering that. I think they beat Gonzaga in the Elite 8 to get to the Final Four. Mm-hmm. First time the school had never been to the Final Four. So since that time, they've kind of catapulted and have had this nice run. And, if you want to talk about Bob Knight, when he kind of turned the tide down there, maybe that's a good place to start. And now it's continue with Coach McCaslin, and they're rugged. I would totally agree. Like I said, these teams, and I'm going to put Arkansas, which in the first 18 games of the season, they were staggering, and they had a 1-6 January, And then in February and March, they have found everything that they need. Even with a couple of significant injuries along the way, they have survived. And they did get their point guard back, this freshman who's really this Boogie Fland, who's a really fun player, and kind of typical of what Cal goes for. He's got a lot of playmakers, and they've got a lot of athleticism and a lot of length, and they're going to be fun to watch. And all four of these teams have got a great story.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think Crab 5 is my favorite nickname of the year. Right?
Yes, it is.
From Maryland. All right, so
yeah,
I love it.
I love that. I got to get that in somewhere in the broadcast.
Oh, you will for sure.
I got to wait for that moment, yes.
It's just so great. I mean, anybody who did it 3 years ago, Chase is an incredible host venue. It's great vibes, the college bands, the cheerleaders, the whole deal. And back-to-back games on Thursday in particular just makes it so exciting. So, Kevin, it's always great to have you in town. And you tell your crew to pipe down, all right, in the van there. And so enjoy Maryland, Florida at 4:39, Arkansas, Texas Tech at 7:09. I can't wait to hear your calls. And thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Always great. You guys are so kind to me. Thank you very much. Always fun to be on. We'll talk to you next time.
Kevin Harland. Who's more San Francisco, Mayor Daniel Lur or Kevin Harland? He's here a lot.
I know. He comes a lot.
I love that. I like because Kevin Harland, to me, is one of the all-time greats, and I love that he's here all the time, strutting around saying, yeah, I know this joint. I know this place.
He knows all the good spots.
Who do you want to win out of the four teams that are here? Who would you like to see win the region?
I want Florida to win. Now
Because of Todd Golden?
Because of Todd Golden and also because of my bracket. I'm trying to win this tournament here. I'm trying to win this bracket challenge, Murph.
Most people know, but some don't. Todd Golden played at St. Mary's for Randy Bennett. And then Kyle Smith, who was an assistant for Randy Bennett, got the job at USF and hired Todd Golden as an assistant at USF. Then Kyle Smith left for Washington State, and Todd Golden got the job at USF and took USF to the tournament and then got hired at Florida, and now he's the number one seed. He's only 39 years old.
Dude, and he's back in San Francisco playing in the tournament. How cool is that?
I mean, unfortunately, Randy, I'm sure Randy will be happy to see him, but Randy, he won't, Randy will have time to go see him is what I'm trying to say here. I'm getting yelled at by the people at the clock.
break, clock. We got Hunter Pence coming up next.
I'm excited for the Sweet 16.
So am I.
And the Elite
We'll be
Eight
there.
at Chase Center. Okay, Hunter Pence to wrap up an incredible Wednesday. Next on the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, here it is. Tomorrow's the day, opening day in Cincinnati. Giants and the Reds, man. Giants have opened there 3 times in their history, not since 1999, which means Hunter Pence was not one of those players, but he sure does know his Giants stone cold. Working for NBC Sports Bay Area. And oh, by the way, 2 World Series championships. So it's always great to have Hunter on the UMA guest line to talk Giants baseball. Hunter, welcome back to KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Happy baseball season. Hunter, how are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Hunter?
Oh, what's up, Murph? What's up, Marcus? It is good, and I mean, no better time. Happy hitting season is what we like to call it.
I like it. So you're predicting some barrels tomorrow? Who's going deep tomorrow, Hunter?
Oh, my gosh, predictions. It could be any of them. I mean, the lineup is deep. What a spring training. I mean, if you were doubtful of the offseason, it's easy to be excited for this year. I mean, Chapman, he had 6. He didn't hit one in the Detroit series, I don't think, that I saw. But, I mean, give me Matt Chapman if I got to go with one.
I like it.
Yeah,
Good
now,
call.
Hunter, I got to ask, because we've had a lot of pushback from fans saying, oh, it's just spring training. The records don't matter. But the Giants did go out and have one of the best records in baseball. They were the Cactus League champs. So tell us, as a player, how much of that does translate from spring training till the actual season?
Yeah, it's a valid point to take it with a grain of salt, and I think the Giants are doing that. But I do think that no matter what, like, these games are being competed to win spots, to make clubs, and even if it is like not indicative of how the season goes, that just means that you have young guys that are really good. It also means that your veterans are in rhythm this season. But if you felt the vibe of spring training and the work and the synergy and how everyone was feeling, I think just from the top down, and I had a great meeting with Buster when I first got there, and him and Zach, and how everyone's on the same page, and everyone just kind of fitting in, kind of like a well-oiled machine is just how I would describe it, and the players are buying in because they love the baseball talk even from the minor leagues up. So like the feeling that you get is it's hard to explain. It's probably the best feeling of a spring training I've ever seen. Obviously the results were there too, but you could just tell that they were enjoying it. They understood the assignment, and everyone was getting their work done.
So let's, as the kids would say, glaze Buster Posey for just a second here. What is it about Buster? And I know I did the book on Buster, and I interviewed you, and you gave me your reasons about when you were an opponent, how he wouldn't even talk to you and all that stuff. But what is it about Buster walking in as an executive, not a player, as an executive, that would create this sort of change in environment?
I mean, there's a lot, and you can't really put your finger on one thing, and I'm sure that he wouldn't even, take all of the credit, but this is a guy who's, calling the shots, that has done everything. He's been a player. He understands the player's point of view, and let me give you just a small example. Just even on travel day, he bumped the game up an hour early, which is like a show-and-go day, and you can't wait to get out of there, just to give you a little more time to make it easier, because that last day of spring training that's probably the least important game when you're like taking that day game and then flying out, because everyone's family's getting everything packed up. So just small little decisions like that. I think micro adjustments to the minor league systems where I didn't even know this, which I probably should have, but the way they were grading and evaluating, let's just say minor league players. And when you played the game, I think this is a big emphasis. And I know Pat was working on this at the big league level in a major way, situational hitting, executing a job. You think of even like a Pablo or certain, bad ball hitters. Sometimes you're looking for a certain pitch and it might be a ball and you're on it and you attack. They were only graded on pitch selection. So you could get a 2-strike, 2-out RBI hit, but if it was 2 inches out of the zone, you got like a minus score for whatever. And I mean, yeah, I'm for trying to swing at good pitches, but I'm also for playing the game, and it just kind of frees the player to be like, hey, there's a situation here. How can you get it done? And if you're a Lamont Wade, yeah, you're going to stay in the zone and you're really good at that. But if you're, let's just say, a Pablo Sandoval, hey, we know you're going to swing at some bad pitches, swing at the ones you can hit hard and find a way to win the game. If it's asking for something to the right side, hit it to the right side. We're going to give you points. RBIs matter. So just small things where a player gets excited. It's oh, if I drive in a run, that's good. And I think that these micro adjustments kind of stack up.
Nice.
Hunter, we did a couple shows down in Scottsdale earlier this spring, and we could definitely feel those vibes too. But there is one vibe guy that I want to ask you about, and that's Jung-Hoo Lee. And you can feel those vibes and feel that aura at the ballpark last season. Unfortunately, we only got to see him for 37 games. So what kind of impact do you think he can make on this roster, and what are your expectations for Jung-Hoo Lee this year if he can stay healthy?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the concern is can we keep him healthy? Because there's no doubt. I mean, you're talking about a guy who, Bob Melvin wants to put in either the 1 or the 3 hole, which is pretty important to your lineup. you can just see the athleticism that he has. The defense is off the charts. The reads are really good, and it's just a solid, balanced approach. He can take you deep. He can go the other way. He is that guy that kind of what we were talking about when he's playing. He can manipulate the barrel. He can do things that just not many people can. So it will be really nice for the Giants. But I do think we have some depth. We have a couple players that are also very electric. But I definitely Jung-Hoo is in a caliber of his own as far as just elite body movement, body control, beautiful swing. So hopefully we can keep him healthy and get him out there and get him back in rhythm, because it is kind of rushed with the back being hurt and then just a couple games. It takes a little time with baseball to get back into rhythm with the game, because it is happening fast. No matter how skilled or talented you are, getting in rhythm with baseball takes some time.
Hunter Pence, the voice you hear, of course, 2-time World Series champ, 4-time All-Star, and, of course, analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. Talking about Giants opening day in Cincinnati tomorrow, where Hunter famously was part of a pretty good comeback about 13 years ago. But, Hunter, just real quick on Willy Adames, because, we talk about sort of X's and O's, and like you talked about, situational hitting and grading out stuff, micro grading of at-bats. Then the big picture stuff of energy, and you obviously were an energy guy. It's well known. So is apparently Willy Adames. And I'm wondering, when you see Willy Adames, when you even saw him on the Brewers, and then you see him now, how the way he's handled himself as a new Giant, does it give you that vibe of like what you need in a clubhouse, or is that overrated? I don't know. What do you think?
You talk about glaze. I'm about to glaze him up, because this guy has got that aura. And, you want just a clubhouse he's like a ray of sunshine, he's smiling, he's crazy good at everything. He's saying hello to every single person. He gives you, it takes a lot of energy to give everyone attention. He's not just focused on himself. He's funny. He's got that charisma. If you're a marketing company in the Bay Area, you're going to love this guy. He's sociable. He's funny. He's fun. He's just got that it factor. The intangibles are off the chart, but he also is kind of like, similar to Buster, where it's like this humble, funny, witty superstar. So, I don't want to put him, try to compare Buster to Willie, but there's just an it factor. I only knew him as the player, but as I've gotten to know him, I am over the top excited about him being a Giant for a while. And I think that he's one of those special humans, not just baseball players, because the talent is through the roof, but he can bring people together. He's someone you want to be around. He's always fun to see, and it's been fun to watch him play and work. And you can feel that. A lot of players in the clubhouse are like, you put Chapman and Willie together, and it's just like, we got our leaders, we got the charge. You got Logan, you got Webby as well, and everyone's just kind of drawn to them. They're magnetic.
Yeah, and I know a lot of Giants fans feel like he might be the guy to put the Giants over the hump, because, Hunter, this is a team that's hovered around a 500 record the last 3 seasons. So what do you think is the biggest key for success this season to get the Giants back to playing postseason baseball?
Yeah, it's a good question, and honestly, I think my dark horse was, and I didn't even know that he went and worked on the Scooble changeup, but we have a little bit of depth here. With Birdsong, he's going to go into the long pin. We have a lot of really good bullpen arms. Peguero was a big up, but the core is, and the way we won was pitching and defense, and I think they want to make the core, and Robbie Ray, to me, I think is primed to have a crazy year. He got a little bit more range of motion. You could see it in the way he was moving. He added the changeup to his already Cy Young caliber fastball slider combo, and he just said that as he has to extend the changeup the way he throws it, it actually gives him more command of the other pitches. It's coming out 96, pretty smooth, and it is just, watching him is like, whoa, I can't wait till his day, to be honest with you. Obviously Logan Webb he's really a master of the craft. He has the mechanics dialed down, and Justin Verlander was touching 90, 96, 97 in his last outing. So I think the big three, those guys, and then solidify that bullpen. Hopefully we get Doval back in form. He looked good in spring training. And so to me, I think it's the big three, Logan, Verlander, Ray. I think Ray is the one that I'm highlighting. I have high hopes for this season. And then, pitching and defense.
I love it. And Hunter, before I let you go, of course, Hunter Pence on the Yuma guest line. You mentioned Verlander. And, I know you might have played with, like you mentioned, Willy Adames and playing against him. But the fact that you and Verlander go back so far, and just wondering for you to see a guy at his age doing what he's doing, the spring he had, and just him in black and orange. Obviously, we faced him in the 2012 World Series. That was a whole other thing. But what have been your reactions to seeing him in the uni, seeing him in Scottsdale, seeing him now in San Francisco, and what you expect from him?
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool, and he's so detail-oriented, and, we're watching, obviously a Hall of Fame pitcher and a guy who's done something that not many people have ever done. I'm sure he's broken plenty of records, but it's really special just to see how he goes about his work, how detail-oriented he is, how intense he is. So I didn't really get a chance to even talk with him because he was so focused. Everything is dialed down to a T, his time out there, and he was there for a long time. Like sometimes he's like the last one out of there. He's in the caves looking at the cameras and getting all his work done. But the focus, the intensity, the care at this age, we're watching, in my opinion, Nolan Ryan was his favorite pitcher growing up. We're watching him kind of walk the same walk, and it's really cool to see him 42, throwing 97, and still just getting after it with the he still has that fire, that zest, that youthful zest, and it's fun to watch him go about it. I do think that it's really special. It's worth the price of admission to come and watch Verlander at this stage in his career and the mastery of what he's been able to accomplish and still doing it.
Yeah, going to watch him compete. He competes his butt off out there, man.
Exactly.
So it'll be really, really fun. All right, before we let you go here on the way out, just the biggest question of all is, new Warrior Jimmy Butler. I know they had a bad night last night, but it's gone pretty darn well. Well, he's known for his coffee, Big Face Coffee, and I know you got your own. Like, is there going to be a meeting of the minds here? Can we have a Hunter Pence, Jimmy Butler coffee summit?
I mean, that would be awesome. I'm sure he's pretty busy right now, but I will say I'm a big fan of Jimmy Butler ever since he got into the coffee business, and he's a fun basketball player. To bring him and Steph and the gang and see them kind of locking in that synergy again, and Steve Kerr and the magic that they have. It's you got that feeling, that underground feeling, that momentum coming. And hopefully I haven't seen how hurt Steph is. Hopefully we're getting him back, but there definitely is a chemistry and something really cool going on. I would love to do anything coffee with Jimmy Butler if he ever wanted to.
You know what? Raymond Ritter of the Warriors is the kind of guy who would make that happen. I don't know if you know Raymond. He's like the best PR guy in the world.
Is that right?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna plant a bug and say, man, we need like a little coffee summit between Hunter and Jimmy.
Crossover, yeah.
Yeah, we could pull some espresso shots,
All right. Hey, listen, we look forward to. Hey, do you know when your first games are this year?
I actually don't. I apologize. Okay. I go one day at a time.
You just like they wake me up and tell me where to go, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like in 2 weeks. I think I have one of my best friend's weddings. I'm leaving today. So yeah, that's what's on my schedule for today. Is headed to Houston to go celebrate a teammate I played with when I was 7 years old finally getting married.
Oh, that's awesome! Great stuff. Well, that'll be a great weekend. Then we'll see you soon enough. So we appreciate you, Hunter. Thanks for having on, Murph and Marcus. Have a great trip to Houston and a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Hunter.
All right, happy hitting season. Let's get it.
Hitting season. He comes from Texas, where it's hunting season. How about hitting season? So he says Chapman's his first Giant to go yard. You got one. I mean, that's like the Vegas money, right? That's the chalk.
Yeah, I wonder who the odds-on favorite would be because I know the dong pool is coming back here at KNBR.
Wait, the what? Can
Our
you
little
say that?
behind-the-scenes dong pool.
Wait, what?
We bet $1 per day to see who's going to hit the first home run of the day, and it could be Matt Chapman, could be Elliot Ramos, could it be Willie Adames in his first at bat in a Giants uniform? I'm going Willie.
To be honest, as soon as I asked you the question, I literally got a vision. Now, you guys know my visions. I had Joe Montana walking the Lombardi Trophy with that music.
Not those visions again.
With the confetti falling down. Remember that? I had that. I had that vision going for weeks and weeks.
Oh no, not the music, Tony.
This music now creates a vibe in me because it's like it's late Sunday night, football season's over, and the Niners have not won a championship. That's basically, by the way, for you, neither have the Raiders.
Yeah, thanks for throwing out there. Make sure you leave the Raiders out of your vision. I said it then, I'll say it again.
Raiders winning a bowl, Pete
Murph
Carroll?
always has these visions, but there's a reason why he wears glasses.
So I just got a vision of that Great American Small Park, as they call it, and Willie Adames being the showman he is going yard.
All right, that means put your money on Matt Chapman or Elliot Ramos.
You know what my backup is on it?
Who?
Lamont Wade.
Ooh! Against Hunter Green, lefty in the lineup.
By the way, I was looking at Hunter Green has some numbers on the Giants.
Hunter Green's a dude.
He's got a little ownage on the Giants.
He is a dude.
And he actually, did you know he was tied for the league lead in WAR for National League starting pitchers last year?
Did not know that.
Yeah, I remember him in high school because he went to Platzi Alert, Sherman Oaks, Notre Dame High School down in the Valley, which I used to work at. So I always follow the San Fernando Valley. And I've been hearing about this guy since high school.
Oh, you've been hearing about him since high school. Our guy, Nicky T, has been talking about him since high school.
Yeah! Has he?
Yeah, he put out like a
'cause you know why?
congratulations post a
You know
couple years
why?
ago when he's made
'Cause
his
Nicky,
debut.
Nicky lives down the valley.
He's down in L.A., so he knows Hunter Green.
It's funny, as New York as he is, he lives in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was following Hunter Green for a while, and then it took him a minute to get to the bigs, didn't it?
He throws cheddar. He came up not too long. He's still relatively young.
And dude, we got Ellie we haven't even talked about the freaking Ellie De La Cruz. Matt McClain's back. That's my guy. Matt McClain, remember?
You're a McClain guy, yeah. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be, dude?
You were trying to make a trade.
I was.
Yeah.
The guy was
We don't
in
got to
trades.
talk about that.
Yeah,
we don't got to talk about that. We should break. We should
Let's
break.
not talk about that. Clock. What did young Tony learn today? I think it came early, and it was quite the shocker. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, two great things. One, Giants Roundtable, Presidio Golf Course today. Dirty work starts at 2. We bring in the soap at 3, clean them up for the Roundtable, 2 hours. That's killing me, by the way. I got things to do. I got to go back and hear Copes. That's what I gotta do.
Too bad.
Drink specials. Maria Lopez's birthday. It'll be great. It'll be fun. Win a Will Clark Giants jersey. We'll all be out there. It's going to be really, really fun. Everybody see you out there. 2, tomorrow's opening day. Larry Bear at 7:30 on our Giants Executive Show, which will feature Zach Manazzi and Buster Posey as the weeks go on. And Chris Russo, our Mad Dog, our traditional opening day hit.
The tradition continues.
At 8:15. But now it's time for Young Tony. Here you go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's sweeping the nation because we met Larry Nibby yesterday, one of the great Giants investors since 1993. Larry knows what's up. I said, Larry, this is young Tony. He goes, yeah? What'd you learn today? I missed it. So you got people listening, buddy.
The streets want to know, Tony.
So this one's good. And I think we're going where I think we're going, Tony.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So we in our early morning riffs on the Warrior game, we're like, in addition to everything else, who was that woman sitting next to Joe Lacob? She was dolled out like some crazy 1940s movie starlet. And 831 wrote in and said, man, that woman in the gold lame dress, because she looked like Cleopatra distracting the Warriors last night. I said, that's a great riff from 831. That's really funny. That's what I was trying to say, Cleopatra. I'm like, right, Tony, Cleopatra? And he goes, wait, I think I know that. Is that a show?
Who?
Dude.
This one blew my mind, Tony.
Welcome
I've heard
to
the name. I mean, listen, are you kidding? There's 60s movies, 50s movies, 70s. I'm like, I have no idea. It could be a reference to something I don't even know.
Okay, so
you know the historical figure.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was just a little confused.
Wait,
I mean, this guy throws hot potatoes at me all day. Absolutely.
You know who Cleopatra was?
Yes.
She's Egyptian.
Yeah. No way. Is that right? That's crazy.
So you knew who Cleopatra was?
Well, I mean, like I said just now, you throw me hot potatoes, you throw me references.
Well, it's live radio.
We were talking about the woman sitting next to Joe Lacob, and she did look a little bit like an Egyptian. And then you threw out Cleopatra. I'm like, I don't know. It could be an old movie.
What do you think,
She
Marcus?
kind of looked like Chappell Roan's mom, by the way, also. I don't know. When he said, is Cleopatra a TV show? I was a bit surprised by young Tony's answer there.
Well, that's what he learned
But also,
today.
it led to a great riff between you comparing Cleopatra to Wilt Chamberlain.
I did say she was the female Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, well, Murph, I looked it up, and it turns out she was born in 69 BC.
It is a movie. It's a 1963 movie, Murph.
As Greg Papa knows, starring Elizabeth Taylor. The great Elizabeth Taylor is Cleopatra, right? And Margaret. She was in that movie? That was it was Elizabeth Taylor. And Richard Burton, her lover.
There's one for the stream.
There's one. Look at there you go. Greg Papa's providing multimedia visual opportunities here. All right. See you at the Presidio. Everybody, hey, fairways and greens and Giants takes galore. Hand it over to Papa and Silver when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It is out of here.
Love it. That cool? You got enough? No, because you don't understand.
I'm wearing a blue tie right now.
Well, Donald Dodgery now.
No,
Warriors.
We'll say it's for the Warriors.
Warriors blue.
Yeah, it's dark. Okay, let's move on.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Fadeaway wing jumper. Butler played the D. Outlet to Jimmy Butler. Ahead of Wiggins. And he blocked the shot. And saved the layup. Wiggins, beautiful defensive play. I mean, the Warriors are working on a 7-point quarter right now. And Adebayo hitting a three. He's got it going. He's trying to steal the show. 5 of 18 on threes. And Tyler Hero with a three. So the Warriors had 37 in a first half against Houston. This is the second poorest offensive performance. They've trailed by as many as 17, and it is 17 right at halftime. Again, 16 points is not crazy with over 8 minutes left. But slowing down Miami, having the three-point shooting night of the season as Kyle Anderson hits a three. The Heat are 13 of 20.
25 from three, and they're going to spoil Jimmy Butler's return home.
And what did Steve Kerr say? When they make 16 or more, the Heat, they're nearly unbeatable. They had 17 tonight.
That was the case last night. Jimmy Butler's revenge game turned into Andrew Wiggins' revenge game, maybe even turned a little bit into Alec Burks' revenge game. That's right, young Tony. Alec Burks, a Golden State Warrior during the COVID season, as I'm sure you learned today from Murph and Marcus all about it. But that's regardless of the point. The Warriors came into Miami, and the Heat, for the second time this year with a little bit of a different roster iteration, took it to the Dubs. It was a crowd that came in a little bit late, and the Warriors now just kind of coming out flat. I am a little concerned about the slow starts they're having with or without Steph Curry, and they should be able to get number 30 back on Friday against New Orleans. They play New Orleans and then San Antonio, and then we are entering the home stretch. That's right, 10 games left to go. Everybody be rooting for the New York Knicks tonight, because the Warriors, as we wake up this morning, holding on to number 6, but that can all go away if the LA Clippers get a win on the road at the Garden against the Knicks. Thanks for hanging out. Greg Silver, Greg Papa. We are doing hour 1 of 6 because we got the Giants Roundtable coming up at the Presidio Golf Club from 3 to 5. So tons to get into, starting right here with the story of the day. The Dubs fall flat in South Beach.
Yeah, we do 6 hours come draft day. We've done it, obviously, on TV. I did it for years and years. But we'll have fun. We'll talk about a potpourri, a lot of Warriors to start, Giants later with Jeremy Effelt. Then we'll go over with the boys and talk about opening day tomorrow. It is kind of like Christmas Eve. It is Major League Opening Day, domestic version Eve today. So excited about the return of baseball. And last night, I mean, we didn't know what to make of Steph flying to Miami on Sunday with Dr. Celebrini. I think he tried. It wasn't a full scrimmage that they had on Monday, but he was out there. And then Steve Kerr just said that one movement at the very end of the workout didn't quite feel right, so he didn't play. And that obviously changes everything when you don't have Steph Curry. So we're not going to overreact. They've won games this year without him, mainly before Jimmy Butler arrived. They won a game with Jimmy Butler against Milwaukee without him. They're going to figure it out. When you lose Steph Curry, you go to, well, maybe they could be a better defensive team. Not that Steph's a bad defender, but teams do pick on him. They have throughout his career habitually, much more so when he was younger. Now he fights back. He's a good defender. I'm not saying that, but you want to wear him out. You want him to work so hard on defense that he's not as effective offensively and get him into mismatches when they switch everything. But the game doesn't work that way. You can make the point Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, Gary Payton II are better defenders than Steph. Okay. But it doesn't work that way because, you know, baseball, obviously you make a great defensive play. You lead off the next inning. You get energized. Football, you can get a scoop and score. And but, you know, it is complementary football, but nothing more like basketball where there's not a timeout. You're not going back into the dugout to put your glove down and put on your batting gloves. It rolls right into the next possession. And I always look at the game defensively, but with Steph out, they're just not flowing offensively at all. So you're just not scoring. And then on the other end, you're playing different defense. You're not setting up your defense. You're playing more transition. They have had glimpses in the non-Steph minutes since Jimmy has arrived that have been fine. And actually, they flourished. But you're talking, 14, 16 minutes a game where you're playing the non-Steph minutes, not 48 minutes a game. It's a whole different deal. So you're talking about a guy, obviously, Miami Heat's game plan changed dramatically when Eric Spoelstra found out that Steph's not playing. So it just changed everything. So I think the Warriors will be okay. They are off today in Miami. We'll check in with John Dickinson. Complete off day for the team. They're going to stay in Miami and then fly to New Orleans tomorrow, then work out in New Orleans when they get there. Steph Curry's not taking the day off. He'll be in some gym getting shots up, trying to get himself back for Friday. Is it the biggest game of the year? There's going to be a lot of them, Steve. It's just the next one on the schedule. But I hear you. The real story was Miami. And we knew everything Jimmy Butler going back to South Beach, just knowing Pat Riley, Miami Heat culture, Eric Spoelstra, they were locked and loaded on this game. They were going to have a game plan to play. It was a big game for them. I'm not saying it's bigger for them than the Warriors, but they were ready to roll. They played a great game. They weren't completely healthy as well. Duncan Robinson didn't play, but the other guys did play. And the first thing they did is you learn a lot about a player and your player when he goes back to play his former team. And they put Bam Adebayo on Jimmy Butler. They're by far their best defender. Now,
and he was the best player by far on the floor last night.
He looked like Hakeem Olajuwon. Offensively, I've never seen him that aggressive. He did things. When Draymond went for that steal and he did the Euro step and he had one dream shake off the backboard where it looked like Olajuwon. He's shooting threes. He doesn't score like that all the time, but he guards. But to be able to have this big guy, Kel'el Ware, play behind him with a true big, Bam is a great undersized 5. What have we talked about? Draymond's the best to ever switch 5 onto a 1, and he's the ultimate modern small ball center. Who else? Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo from the Olympic team. Bam Adebayo can guard, but now you have a shot blocker behind him playing 5. He can play with bigger wings. He goes at and gets Jimmy Butler. So they knew how to guard Jimmy Butler. They were going to guard him at the rim, and they were going to take it away. Jimmy is forceful, but he had a shot blocked around the cup. I mean, they went nuts in that arena when Andrew Wiggins chased him down and blocked the shot. So Bam Adebayo's defense and his ability to take Jimmy. And then last night was a bad game for me because I was moving on from this trade. I really was. I'd never seen a guy come middle of the year and just completely flip the fortunes of a team. I'm just so much learning about Jimmy Butler. He's so interesting. There's a hockey term, more will than skill. I think Jimmy is more of a will than skill guy. I'm not saying he's not skilled, but he's not overtly skilled. And Andrew Wiggins is really skilled.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins is not Kevin Durant, but Andrew Wiggins is a skilled player. Offensively, he can do whatever he wants on the floor. Some nights he just doesn't choose to be. If you put him on a lesser team and he's scoring over 20 a game in Miami, he could score 20, 25 a game, but he's going to lock down and defend. But the way he played last night, after the previous game scoring 42, after the game before that scoring 30, including 20 in the second quarter, a career high, and he scored in the first half. That little shake on the right wing when he just kind of rocked into a shot did look like Durant's swish. He missed some shots he normally does make, but the way he guarded everybody. Now, if Steph Curry plays, is he on Steph? And now you can pick off Wiggs. Can he lock and trail off all kinds of screens? That's not his game. But you put him on Gary Payton II, he can roam off of him. All of a sudden, he's playing like Draymond Green. And he's scoring, he's driving, he's making right decisions with the ball. He had 5 assists in the game. He also had 5 rebounds in the game. He had a couple of steals, but it was the block shots that he had. I don't know if he got a block or a steal on what he did with Jimmy, but what he did to Moses Moody, wow. He's guarding down in the paint, fires out. That's where the length of Andrew Wiggins. What he did to Guy Santos was like, whoa, that is two-way Wiggs. So we'll get into it all. We're moving on. He is not a Warrior anymore. We will talk to the great Eric Reid, who I've asked about 10 times this week to come on. And ever since the Warriors got Jimmy Butler, he always respectfully declined.
Yeah, you pulled a Bob Gallo on him. You finally wore him down. He's coming to us.
Yeah, Gallo wears us on. Now, the line was, I admire your persistence. And he will come on. Where's Wiggs going to be with Miami? What's going to be the next move for Pat Riley to rebuild that team? Last night, to me, was more about Miami. Without Steph Curry, I don't want to say you walked into a buzzsaw, but they were waiting on Jimmy. I don't know. The word was jeered. I think they jeered him the entire game. The pregame video, we didn't even see it. I guess you couldn't hear it in the arena. I don't know if you saw a clip of it. But it was, it wasn't like Durant going to Oklahoma City, and we've seen when Chris Webber came back here after forcing the trade years ago, and every time he touched it, the whole arena erupted in boos. It was more an audible groan, a jeer, which is unfortunate for what Jimmy meant. But we'll move on. But there's part of me, when I'm watching the game last night, I'm like, why? The Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, they had to do it. I get it. Because he got sucker punched in the locker room. It didn't fit. You had to move him out. I mean, if you just look at the two players, tell me who's a better basketball player. And there's a nuance to Jimmy's game that is obvious. But there's also a nuance to Andrew Wiggins' game. Andrew Wiggins never going to lead the league in scoring, but he can be that player. I think he guards better on the ball than Jimmy. We get into it all. It's just, I think the bottom line is the Warriors in that locker room, and we're not in there, they need Jimmy Butler's forceful personality. Andrew Wiggins is not that guy. Off the floor, you ask him a question, he's just uncomfortable. It's not his thing. He doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to do it. Where Jimmy's going to sit down, big face, and go on and on about dominoes and everything in the world, and that's Jimmy Butler. And, he gets in your face. But I don't know. I will move on, but last night was a bad night. When I'm watching the two guys play, I'm thinking, really? I mean, there's going to be a point where Jimmy's retired and Andrew Wiggins is still starring in this league. And right now, who's the better player? They're different players. They're similar players, yet they're different. I don't understand giving up. You mentioned, obviously, what Alec Burks did last night. The lollygagger. Slow-mo. Kyle Anderson made some plays last night. He also won in that trade. He also gave up a future one. You got to pay him a lot more money. He's flipped the whole season around ultimately for the short term. It's been an effective trade. I mean, last night was a bad night because just when I got out, you pull me back in. Like, why did they trade Andrew Wiggins again? I mean, last night, Wiggs, the tornado move, they were sitting on that. Guy Santos actually was playing the tornado move.
Yeah, tornado Wiggs. So, I mean, look, this is all to say that we're not going to overreact in terms of the Jimmy Butler trade. It completely flipped the season. It has helped them in a big way. They also needed Jimmy to be more assertive, and he's had a really good feel for the game of when to do that. Last night, there was zero flow on the offensive side. So coming up on the other side, and we got the phone lines open, by the way. We'll tease our guest list. We're going to tease our contests. It is the season of giving here because the Warriors didn't give us much last night. We got two giveaways for you between the 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock hour. It is Pop and Silver, and if you want to chime in on the Golden State Warriors, are you concerned, or is Steph coming back going to solve a lot of the holes that have been on display? 415-808-5627. It is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Jimmy Butler's return to Miami was spoiled by the Heat, and without Steph Curry, it showed from start to finish. The Warriors lose 112-86, and they have lost two in a row without Curry, who is expected to return on Friday in New Orleans in what Steve Kerr is calling the biggest game of the year. Sound off, share your thoughts, 415-808-5627. Are you starting to get nervous, or is Steph coming back going to solve everything?
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, Papa and Silver? Thanks for hanging out with us. Do a little quick tease of the guest list. You know by now we got the roundtable from 3 to 5. We're going to get into the Giants more so the second half of the show. But first, Eric Reid, TV voice of the Miami Heat. We finally tracked him down. He's coming on 10:50. John Dickinson was on site in Miami, did a little YouTube Dubs OT with him last night. We'll get more of his thoughts. He's joining at 11:50, and then Jeremy Affelt will be stopping by at 12:50. Before we get back into Papa and Silver, we got a couple of contests, and I'll tell you about one of them now, one of them a little bit later in the segment. Jackson Brown, that's right, September 9th, 2025. Mountain Winery in Saratoga. You can win a pair of tickets, and all you got to do is tune in between now and 1 p.m. When we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio, 415-896-5627. That's 415-896-KNBR. And you'll win furnished by AEG Golden Voice. Find official rules at knbr.com. And today's cue to call for Jackson Brown, Walter, is...
I dug the fact that all these women in Arizona were driving trucks. That appealed to me. But it's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, you know.
So there you have it. And yeah, Jackson Brown was right in the first part of Take It Easy. Glenn Fry of the Eagles ended up taking it over. And if you're a big Jackson Brown fan and you want to win, you probably already know that. If you're listening and want to get a little gift for your parents, well, there's your little nugget to pass on knowledge-wise. But back into the Golden State Warriors as the primary story of the day, Papa. And I will say this, because I want to be fair in the evaluation of it all. Last night does not change the fact that Jimmy Butler has come in and completely changed the fortunes of the franchise. It does not change the fact that they were the second best rated defense since the acquisition heading into last night, and that extra voice and just the ability to feel the game and take over and get to the line has been life-changing for the Golden State Warriors. I am a little bit concerned about the slow starts that they have with and without Steph. And last night, it was on display once again, as was the case with Atlanta. And they're not a good enough team, especially without Steph, to be getting off to slow starts. And if they find themselves in a playoff series, even with Steph, you can't be starting and finishing quarters in such a destructive way. They were down by as many as 17 in the second quarter. They made a little bit of a push there and got it down to, I want to say, 10. But then really terrible last minute and a half. Tyler Hero hits a fadeaway three in the corner, and it's right back up to 17 at halftime. Felt like the Warriors just shot themselves in the foot, had no answers on offense, and couldn't do enough on the glass to stop the Heat from controlling the game.
They got it to 78-70. I remember the sequence well. And it was left above the break, and they tried to double Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero was the point of their scout last night to take him away, especially with Duncan Robinson not playing. He's a skilled player, Tyler Hero. That's why the Warriors started Gary Payton II was matched up. Tyler Hero said after the game he forgot Gary Payton II was on the Warriors. Like, what? That's not Heat culture. I can't imagine Eric Spoelstra didn't mention the Glove's son in the scout. Anyway, they had him doubled. And it was definitely Kevon Looney. It may have been Pajemski. There was a second Warrior left above the break that did not double him. They had two bodies on him in and out, but they left an opening. They didn't seal it, and he stepped underneath and through it and made that step-in three. That guy's a skilled player. He made every three he took last night. He was 4 of 4 from the floor. So they are getting off to bad starts. I mean, Steph Curry hasn't played the last two games. Keep it in perspective. It changes everything. That's why when we did Walter's Whip Around last Wednesday, who's the most important Warrior besides Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond? It's Dr. Celebrini. And I mean it. It's not like Dr. Celebrini is going to walk on water and cure guys. You've got to have these guys healthy and firing. And Steph landing on the bad back already with the pelvic contusion, Draymond with the knees and the back and the sciatica. And, Jimmy last year, I think where it ended in Miami was he got hurt. So if you don't have these guys, but you could easily say Miami made an incredible amount of threes in the game. And they did. They were 17 of 25. They shot the same percentage the Warriors shot from the free throw line at the three-point line. Would somebody guard Alec Burks in the left corner? You left him completely stark raving naked. And he made 5 out of 7. He's a good player. We know who that guy is. The way they've defended is the problem. And, when Steph goes down, you can say in your half of your mind, your defensive mind, well, you'll have better defensive players out there. Pajemski, Moody, Gary Payton II with Draymond and Butler. You're not going to lose anything defensively. Yes, you are. And then you're not playing as well offensively. And if you're not scoring offensively, their team is ripping and running, getting steals, then you're not setting your defense. So they need Steph Curry back. There is no doubt. Moses Moody last night. Yeah. To the Warriors, 9 for 38, 23.7%. I mean, you come down, it's a make or miss lead. It's not that simple. They made 17 threes. The Warriors made 9. But what were the quality? The Warriors missed some open threes early in the game. And mainly it was Moses. And then later in the game, he got out of rhythm. He took one left above the break with 2 Miami Heat defenders all over him like a straitjacket. He was lucky to hit the rim. Don't do that. Even without Steph on the floor, just play basketball. Move the ball, get it back. So they're just, there's a lot of things you got to look at here. My main takeaway from all this is when you're trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, you lost youth and bounceability, someone that could in and out dribble and just take you off the bounce. Now, I understand. There's money involved. There's a locker room involved. You had a team that was fractured. I get it. I don't live in that locker room. I don't know. Right. But I'm just watching 2 basketball players. You're trading a younger, more vibrant, ascending player for a future Hall of Fame point guard who is descending. You want Jordan? Jordan had a rough year last year. He's back. And then the other part of it was you traded Andrew Wiggins at age 29 because you had to change the culture. I got it. You needed the will of Jimmy Butler. You needed someone to go in and yell at people. And, they've lost a lot of likability, I think, too. Steph was always so likable. I do worry about that a little bit. I don't care. If you win, it's fine. But you put Draymond and Jimmy on the same team, you go into these buildings, you're not going to be well received, even if it's, Jimmy going back to Miami. But Wiggs just gave you a lot of that. The one thing that did bother me last night was the way Spoelstra played Jimmy. And that I just wanted to see how they would play him. And now if Steph plays, it's different, where Wiggins may be on Steph. I don't know. Yeah. I wouldn't do that, but they might. But the point was they put bigs on Jimmy. They put Bam Adebayo on Jimmy. He's bigger than Jimmy. Not that much. When they were standing right next to each other, I'm like, damn, how big is Bam? Is he really a 5 or is he a 3? Who is that guy? He moves his feet, but they wanted to play him with a bigger, sturdy defender, slightly bigger, stronger, and just cut him off. And then when Jimmy did bust the perimeter defense and got to the paint, they swarmed him, and they put 2 on him, and they took away outlets from him. You don't think teams or whoever plays the Warriors come April, May, hopefully June, they're gonna reach out. Maybe they'll call Spo directly, maybe not, depending on associations. Maybe, but they're gonna watch the film and see how did they guard Jimmy Butler. They just gave you a little bit of a blueprint on how to do it. So, like Belichick. It's
like when the Rams were going off to that great start, and they played that game in Chicago, and Vic Fangio just completely shut them down.
I was going to say. And who watched that game? It was Belichick watched the Fangio defense against the Rams, went to a 5-6-man front, took away the stretch run and tight. Exactly right. You're thinking with me. So that's what they will do. So my main takeaway, Jimmy's brought a lot to this team. I flipped the whole fortunes of the year. Yes. With Wiggins, you were wandering aimlessly. I get it. Sometimes when I just look at the 2 players, I'm like, really? How did you do that? Okay, we're moving on. You're winning. It's all there. Fine. But Jimmy is defensible a little bit, in meaning that you can guard him. Now, if Steph Curry's on the floor and Steph's initiating, so a lot of it is the yin and the yang, the chicken and the egg. I think they'll get back to where they are with Steph in the regular season. But when you get into a short series, and that's where I think the Warriors' brilliance of the game planning, of the coaching staff, the advanced scouting, Steve, Steph, Draymond, they've done it. Kevon, they know how to guard come April, May, and June. That's why they win. He's playoff Jimmy. He knows how to do it as well. But do the other guys in the league know how to guard Jimmy Butler to some degree? And I think you saw that a little bit, the way they played him and the way they bammed him last night.
Yeah, and Bam Adebayo, by the way, just listed at 6'9", and typically heights on basketball on the official listing are going to be giving him a little bit of an edge. Bam plays like he's 6'11". When he's on defense, he could play like he's 6'5" when he's on offense. I mean, he really is an undersized center.
How tall is Jimmy? 6'7"?
6'7", yeah.
When they were standing next to each other, Bam is bigger, but it's not a lot.
No, not a lot. And Bam Adebayo was easily the best player on the floor last night. Draymond Green really has struggled in these couple of games without Steph Curry. Just could not find a way to get anything going. So we'll continue this conversation. And as I stated earlier, the phone lines are open, 415-808-5627. And we've got Eric Reid, voice of the Heat, joining us coming up at 10:50. By the way, no Walters Wednesday whip around today. We had a little discussion, and Walters actually leaving the show a little bit early. Originally, I was very upset, and then I learned that he's going to do the good work and help set some things up for the roundtable. So we'll save the whip around for another time. Maybe it'll be the Friday flip it out if all goes well with the Giants on Thursday. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on? Papa and Silver hanging out with you 10 o'clock, 10:30 or so, when we've been diving deep into the Golden State Warriors. Lots of San Francisco Giants talk coming as well. Got my shirt repping ready for the Roundtable. It is the season of giving, by the way. We teased our contest sounder for Jackson Brown. He's talking about the writing of Take It Easy. So the next time you hear that sounder, give us a call on the contest line. But we also have another giveaway to go and see the Bay Area Panthers. That's right. Are you ready to bring your outdoor voice indoors? The Bay Area Panthers of Indoor Football League have got you covered. KNBR is giving away tickets to see the Panthers take on the Strike Force of San Diego April 6th at the SAP Center in San Jose. And if you don't win, don't worry. Head on over to BayAreaPanthers.com. for special offers on single-season group tickets and more. But if you do want to win via the contest, today's cue to call is...
What's up? I never yielded. And as you can see, I am not dead.
There we go. So we had the Pink Panther yesterday. We had the Carolina Panthers the day before. Today it is Black Panther. There you have it right there. So 415-896-5627. And if you want to chime in on the Golden State Warriors, it is 415-808-KNBR. That's 5627 as well. Okay, so going into the Warriors.
You just want Bill Romanowski on me for a minute there. Okay, so.
So, yeah, do a little Bill Romanowski here. I know, we're going fast here. It's a fast-paced Wednesday on Papa and Silver. And the analogy that I like to use, and I believe Copes actually used this one a little bit earlier, talking about the Giants' depth, but the Warriors are a very solid team. They have been playing like a good basketball team since the trade acquisition. We're not arguing that. It is also a fragile operation. I'm going to use that as my F word today. It is fragile in the sense of you have 3 core players, 2 Hall of Famers, 1 maybe Hall of Famer, like we discussed yesterday. They're all 35 and older. They're a little bit older. And so you're 1 injury or 1 missed game away from it being a very different team. Jimmy Butler doesn't play in Philadelphia. Steph's there, Draymond's there. You lose to a Philly team that hadn't gotten a win in about a month. Steph Curry misses a couple games. You have slow starts. You're climbing uphill, and you don't have the shooting and offensive firepower to do it. And so without any of these players being fully available, it's an operation that feels like around a 500 team that's capable of losing on any given night. Now, that's not to say that when they're at full strength, they've been playing like a great team. Absolutely. So I do think the Warriors are capable of making some noise in the postseason. We'll see what they end up getting as far as the 6th seed, if they can get top 6. But it's just a fragile operation in the sense that they need a lot of things, namely health at the top of the list.
Name me a team that doesn't. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks looked like they were going to run the league, and then Anthony Davis gets hurt, and then Kyrie Irving has a terrible injury and tears his ACL. I mean, name me a team. You take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off Oklahoma City. You take the Joker off Denver. That's sports. Now, they're older. Does that mean they're more susceptible to injury? You'd have to ask to the medical people in Celebrini. I don't know. When Steph landed the other night, it was bad. It was loud. It was thud. It was already on the back. He bounced back up, kind of. He got up slowly, but he got back, and he's on the trip. And he was in the gym, on Monday, and he'll be in today. The team's not doing anything. You can make that point about if Steph Curry does not play in the playoffs, it's not going to be a long run. So and same with Draymond, and the same with Jimmy. You can say that about any team in the league. Jason Tatum and Mark Spears was on and said the ankle injury didn't look bad to him. Looked bad to me. He's on the ground writhing in pain. They had to carry him off the floor. They lose Jason Tatum. They may be able to win a playoff series. But Jimmy, when he won against Boston a couple of years ago, they got up 3-0 and then went to a Game 7. Tatum, and he got roasted in Boston. He badly sprained that ankle like a minute in the game on Memorial Day, and then they were dead. So that's true of any team. You have to assume you're going to be healthy. And when you get Steph, I'm watching the game back now, and I wonder if you're Steve, how much you watch this with the team. They got a couple of more off days. They're off completely today. Tomorrow they're going to get out of Miami, go to New Orleans, and have a practice in New Orleans. It's so different when Steph Curry is on the floor. You may take segments of this game and show them, but you're a completely different team when Steph's on the floor versus off the floor, obviously. And they were doing well in the non-Steph minutes when it was 14, 16 minutes a game. When it's 48 minutes a game, it's a whole different deal. But the one thing I would say, my concern is the way the Miami Heat defended Jimmy Butler. I would make Jimmy Butler pass the basketball, shoot the I would take the pass away and make him shoot the basketball all the time. You gap him, but then he likes to drive into you. But if you wait with a second defender, the way they switched last night was the way the Warriors switch on great offensive players. The next guy just climbed up. They had a second defender. They weren't going to let him get to the rim. They forced him to pass the ball and then the guy that was open, there was one play we were just looking at, Moses Moody, was open left baseline. Jimmy was taken away, went under the basket, threw it out. It's like you blitz a quarterback. Where's he going to go? To the hot. The throw goes in that situation to the short corner to Moses Moody. Andrew Wiggins was sitting in the short corner to take it away, and Moody could not shoot, could not drive. So I think the one thing that's concerning, even when Steph comes back, you force Jimmy Butler to shoot the basketball.
Absolutely. And I mean, Steph Curry, if he gets double teamed, it could turn into a 4-on-3. And if you got Draymond and Jimmy, that's two great offensive playmakers. But to your point, Papa, Jimmy Butler was looking to be a playmaker rather than making the plays for himself last night. And for all that Jimmy Butler has brought to this team and all the positives, he only got to the free throw line once last night. Jonathan Kuminga was your guy who was getting to the line. And the Warriors, when they start slow offensively and they can't shoot the ball, well, how do you stop the flow of the game? You get to the line. How do you get some free points? You go ahead and get to the line. And the Warriors were just not doing that at an efficient enough rate. And the Heat, considering their slow pace of the game, I believe they're 28th in the league in pace. If you let them get out to a little bit of a jump and kind of dictate the pace of it all with their defense, they're going to have an easier time controlling the flow, slowing it down, and managing the clock. So we'll get to this conversation with Eric Reid coming up here. I'll also tell you that this segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. And it's also time to catch up with our guy, Kevin Todd, and make you all some money. We had Kevin Todd on last week to talk a little bit about March Madness, and he joins us right now. It's time to do it again. Kevin, what is happening? How are you?
The following interview is paid for by Bettor's Edge, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Kevin, I didn't know your voice turned so robotic there with a little bit of a disclaimer. That's right. We welcome in Kevin Todd of VegasMistake.com. You can call now at 866-441-2711 to talk about ways to go and get you money along with a performance promise. That's right, VegasMistake.com. Kevin Todd joins us. What's happening, Kevin? How are you?
How are you? Now, if you remember last week on your show, I gave all your listeners Michigan minus the 2.5. Now, I know the game came close down the end, but they ended up covering. A win is a win, folks, whether you win by 0.5 point or you win by 20 points. Your bookmaker is not going to give you money for brownie points. So we'll take that Michigan win by 3.
Yeah, I wonder how much you were sweating there at the end. But like you said, a win is a win. They did cover. Michigan got off to a great start. UC San Diego made a little bit of a push, and Michigan moves on. Now they are in the Sweet 16. We got some Sweet 16 games coming here to Chase Center, but want to focus on one between a 2 seed and a 6 seed. That's right. Alabama is going to be taking on BYU. Alabama currently 5.5-point favorites for this one. That game is going to be this Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific. So how you feeling about the Alabama-BYU matchup, Kevin?
Well, that's actually the first game to start the Sweet 16. And before I get into that game, Greg, let me tell you right now, all 103 new signups from your radio listeners last week each got the performance promise. We came through big time last week for all new clients, and I'm going to do it again, folks. I am giving you a performance promise. What do I mean by my performance promise? If I don't go 3-2 or better on my 5 bets on Thursday and Friday, you get Saturday and Sunday free on me. All you have to do is go to VegasMistake.com or give me a call at 866-441-2711. You get my 5 best games for $45, folks, with a performance promise where I have to go 3-2 or better, or you get Saturday and Sunday. And like I said, we exceeded that handily last week. All 103 people that signed up from your radio station last week were the happiest people. We did phenomenal. And let me tell you about this game that we're talking about right here, Alabama at BYU. Right now, Alabama is number 1, and BYU is number 21 in the country in scoring. And let me tell you right now, they're also ranked 140 and 346 in points allowed. So neither one of these teams play defense that well. And not only that, to mention, they're also ranked number 1 and number 19 in first half points scored. So this game, if you're looking at it, I tend to like Alabama in this matchup minus the 5.5 for a few reasons. Number one, BYU in their first 4 games, people, they lost all 4 of their quad 1 games. Number two, they live and die by the 3. 40% of their shots come from the 3-point line. If those 3 points don't hit, there is no way they're going to keep up with Alabama. Alabama's way too experienced, and they've been there before. And let me tell you, they got one of the best players on the court there with Sears. He's like the quarterback for that team. And not only that, since 1991, BYU is 17-7 straight up and 17-6-1 against the spread since 1991 in the Big Dance. I see Alabama in this game winning at least by 8 points, possibly double digits. I'm going to lay the 5.5 with the more experienced team, and definitely the toughest conference in all of basketball and football is the SEC. So we're going to roll here with Alabama. But more important, folks, it's my 5 games for $45. It's my performance promise. What do I mean by that, folks? Is I have to make you money. I have to go 3-2 or better, or you get Saturday and Sunday absolutely free. You go to my website, vegasmistake.com, or give me a call at 866-441-2711. Basically, folks, I want to earn your business. I'm going to show you, because no one else in this industry gives you a performance promise. They don't guarantee to make you money, because once they get your money, they don't care. They just chuck you games. We, over here at Vegas Mistake, we guarantee to make you money, or you're going to get Saturday and Sunday absolutely free on me. I'm telling you, folks, I love 5 games this weekend on Thursday and Friday. Go over to vegasmistake.com or give me a call at 866-441-2711.
There it is, Kevin Todd, vegasmistake.com. You can give him a call at 866-441-2711. And as you said, 103 signups. So good to know that a lot of people out there, and then Jack Loader plus his maybe 25 burner accounts to go earn some money. I mean, hey, this is some good extra change. Alabama versus BYU, the big one. And, of course, you can get the 5-game, $45 program. Kevin, appreciate you coming on. We'll do this again soon, and enjoy the rest of your Wednesday.
Yes, I'll speak with you next week. And by the way, you do have the best show, and you're on the best station in the country. That's why we get so many signups.
There you go. You heard it right here. It's not me bragging about it. It's Kevin Todd from Vegas Mistake. Kevin, appreciate it. Let's talk soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The preceding interview was paid for by Bettor's Edge, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Fadeaway wing jumper. Butler played the D. Outlet to Jimmy Butler. Ahead of Wiggs. And he blocked the shot. And saved the layup. Wiggins, beautiful defensive play.
Well, that was Bob Fitzgerald, the television voice for the Golden State Warriors. But we are going to talk to the television voice of the Miami Heat right here. That's right. Eric Reid joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, TV play-by-play broadcaster for the Miami Heat on FanDuel Sports Network. Eric, Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco. I know we've been hunting you down for a while. It's great to finally do this on the air and really appreciate your time. How are you?
Elusive, but good.
How are you, my friend? Great to hear your voice. Eric and I go back years and years and years, Providence and SU, and his daughter made a good call. She's now starring in Syracuse. Anyway, thanks for coming on. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. We talked so much about Jimmy going into the game yesterday, Eric, but Andrew Wiggins, and I know he was out for a while, but the 42-point game the game before against Charlotte, the 30-point game the game before that when he got 20 in the second quarter alone, and then out here we call him two-way Wiggs. We saw the brilliance of his complete defensive game, not just guarding the ball, but guarding everybody. We know what Jimmy's done for the Warriors. What has Andrew Wiggins done for Miami, Eric?
Well, the same things that endeared him to your fan base and, more importantly, your team and your coach. We'll talk about him. I didn't have to work the game last night, guys, so I got to watch things more closely than you'd be able to if you were broadcasting the game, including the way the Warriors reacted and responded to Wiggins after the game. First of all, the comment Steve Kerr made about him beforehand, how much he was beloved and respected in that locker room and by that team and by that city and all the ways he acted so professionally. But his role is a little bit different and more expanded in Miami, guys, than what you're used to seeing as sort of the third wheel and, that high-powered Warriors attack. He's more than that in Miami, and certainly scoring has been, issue for the Heat here.
Hey, Eric, I think we're losing the phone connection on you a little bit.
Hold on, brother. We'll try to get you to redo it. Walter may perform some magic or call you back, but yeah, I mean,
he's doing the old Tim Kawakami.
Yeah, and what I do with Tim and what Tim does with us. Well, we'll get him back in, and it was good to have Eric on. And it's interesting point he made. A lot of times you broadcast a game, you have no idea what happened in the game. You have to go back and watch it several times. The Warriors did do a side-by-side. They broadcast the game. The game on TNT was blacked out locally. I'm watching the replay with Spiro and Reggie right now, but they didn't do it on Heat's television. And Eric's been, he's the only voice the Miami Heat have ever had. So he's had some great partners over the years, including the guy that I idolized growing up, the great Dr. Jack Ramsey. But his point was, with Andrew Wiggins, he could be a secondary scorer, sometimes a tertiary scorer when you had Jordan Poole and you had Steph, and his main thing was locking in on defense, and that's why I didn't care if Wiggins made a shot, just guard the ball. With Miami, last night he roamed a little bit more than we're used to. I don't know if Steph would have played if he would have been on the ball more, but he is more of a guy that can drive their offense, is the point Eric was making. Eric, you back, brother?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, the Heat have made it pretty clear to Andrew, and Coach Spoelstra has relayed this as well as his teammate. They need his scoring. And it's a chance for him to sort of build on and expand the role that he executed so well for the first 10 and a half years of his career.
Eric, great to have you on with us. And, the Heat just had a 10-game losing streak. And Draymond Green, after they lost to the Hawks this weekend, said it was essentially fool's gold. It was a lot of close losses. And so I just want to get your take on it, being the TV voice and following them every game. Have the Heat turned a corner in the last week, or is it really just a few little things that have gone differently that have led to wins?
Well, listen, 10 games in a row. It's only the 8th time that's happened to the Heat in the 37 years of our franchise history. First time it's happened under head coach Eric Spoelstra in his 17 years. That's a dark place for any team, really dark for a Heat team that is not used to those kind of losing spells. So it was frustrating time, and they kept losing in a lot of the same ways. Like some of them were close games, some of them were not. They got outscored in all 10 second halves, painful fourth quarter leads that would get away. And you know, when you're struggling, you are struggling, and the Heat really were. So they took advantage of, you know, a bad Charlotte team, you know, earlier in the week. And then last night was one of their best, obviously it was one of their best defensive games of the season. You saw them play with a great spirit and competitive character. The defense was outstanding, and you go 17 of 25 from three, you're not going to lose too many games, and you don't need me to tell you how different your team is without that one incredible player that you have that did not play last night.
Yeah, he's pretty good, and I think they changed your defensive game plan, but still, and I texted you this morning, and we know how good Eric Spoelstra is, obviously, and the defensive game plan was just brilliant. I want to ask you about Bam, and mainly the decision to put Bam onto Jimmy. And obviously, Khalil Ware gives you a little more size, where Bam's not always guarding fives. He can roam a little bit, and he does guard big wings, but just the way you guys guarded Jimmy, and I think, you know, forced him to pass the basketball, had Bam on him, and a second defender waiting to cut him off at the rim, and then took away his outlets, his hots, if you will, in the corners. That would happen several times. But when Jimmy was a Miami Heat player, Eric, did other teams guard him with bigger players like a Bam Adebayo size-wise?
At times, absolutely. But, you know, like all great players, you know, you're going to see multiple defenders and multiple schemes designed to stop you. And that's what makes, you know, the A-list players just that, because even with defenses focused on them, they're still able to get it done. Only the few and the best can do that. So, listen, I you know, it wasn't the most aggressive game we've seen Jimmy Butler play. But he's never been one to force the game, and he lets it come to him naturally. He's as smart a player as you'll find in the NBA. And, you know, Bam loves those kind of challenges. That's what makes Bam Adebayo one of the best defenders in the league and also one of the most versatile. He can literally guard 1 through 5, and he does it almost every single night. The Heat ask a lot out of Bam, and last night, boy, I thought they got a whole lot out of him. His competitive will, I mean, he played the way he felt. That game clearly meant a lot to Bam Adebayo. And to a Heat team, listen, regardless of the opponent, you know, they're trying to generate a little bit of momentum as they head toward their third straight trip to a play-in. And, you know, if you're 9 or 10, that means you got to win 2 games. And right now at number 10, that means you got to win 2 road games. So that's where the focus is right now. And, guys, you know it as well as I. The NBA gives you an incredible amount of chances to turn things in the right direction and to get it right. And even at this late date, it's not too late for the Heat to do that.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great to have Eric Reid on with us, television play-by-play for the Miami Heat. And, yeah, obviously Steph Curry was not there last night. That is a big gaping hole for this Warriors team. But also, Eric, you've seen the Heat really give the Warriors a hard time twice this year, and once was with Steph Curry on the floor. And I understand that was a different roster. Andrew Wiggins was wearing a Warriors jersey that first time around, January 7th. But, you know, with the Heat stifling the Warriors twice with their defense, is that more on Eric Spoelstra and just knowing how to game plan and knowing Steve Kerr really well with their coaching relationship? Or do you think it points more to some of the holes on this Warriors roster, most specifically their lack of shooting?
Well, you know, listen, last night they clearly did not have enough. But, you know, you take away Steph, I mean, you're taking away so much from the Warriors. You know, there's an incredible amount of respect between Steve Kerr and Eric Spoelstra. You know, 2 years in a row, you know, facing the international competition and all that pressure in the Olympic Games. There's great respect between them. I don't think either game this year had much to do with the other. You know, both teams, you know, the Warriors, granted, are in a better place right now, but neither team in the kind of place that both franchises are used to. And both teams teams trying to get to a better place, and both teams feeling like that's still possible. I don't want to speak like I'm an expert on the Warriors. We don't get to see you as much, but obviously a world of respect for Steph Curry and the joy and the excellence which he plays the game. At this point in his career is truly a treat. And on one level, sorry that our fan base in Miami didn't get to see him play last night in person, but obviously it enhanced the Heat's chances last night.
He only goes there once a year. And I do remember a win when they were on the ascent years ago when Andre Iguodala made a little pick along the baseline and Shane Battier botched the switch. They got a layup and they won the game late. And that was kind of where the Warriors are pretty good. They went into Miami and beat the Heatles. That was something.
Hey, Greg, you know what hit me during this week? Charlotte came in a few days earlier, and we had just finished playing against Tim Hardaway Jr. And Tim Hardaway Sr. was in the crowd that night, and they both rank. And of course, Tim Hardaway Sr. was one of our great point guards, and one of yours as well. So we share that. But as a father and son, they combine for well over 3,000 threes.
Right.
So there's only one father and son duo that has more, and you don't need me to tell you who that is. It's Steph and his dad Dell. Steph with over 4,000, obviously number one. Dell, who was just as good a shooter as either one of his sons. You know what's crazy? I looked at this, guys. Over his 16-year NBA career, Dell Curry averaged 3.3 attempts a game from three-point land. How our sport has changed, but the one thing has stayed constant. That Curry family can shoot the rock.
And it tells you how the game has changed. Steph's is averaging 10, 11 a game, and he should.
Exactly.
So obviously not having him last night, the Warriors missed some open shots, took some ill-advised shots. They were 9 of 38 on the three ball, where Miami was incredible, 17 of 25. Just a word about Alec Burks. He was a Warrior here briefly, and we're also locked in Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler, but I thought Kyle Anderson played well off the bench, but Alec Burks and the way the Warriors just left him wide open in that left baseline over and over and over again. He had a great game last night. How was he even playing for you, Eric?
First of all, Kyle Anderson, we all love him down here, and it's really cool to interact with a player that you've watched from afar and then get to know his game better as you watch him play on a nightly basis. No wonder he's been such a popular teammate in all the different locker rooms he's been in. Living up to his name, Slow-Mo, he goes at his own pace, but boy, every time he plays, he helps with his overall incredible basketball IQ. And remember, in losing Jimmy Butler, you're trying to replace some of that high-level, mental approach to the game. As far as Alec Burks, this is a guy in his 14th year. The Heat handpicked him as a veteran that they felt could sit for long stretches and not be bothered by that, and be sort of a plug-and-play guy whenever you need him, and that's exactly what he's been. I think he's only started 5 games all year, but he's an excellent three-point shooter, 100% professional, and, his three-point shooting accuracy really helped, help offset the loss of Duncan Robinson last night, and that was one of Burke's better offensive games, but he's been really reliable when Coach Spoelstra has called on him.
Last couple of minutes here with Eric Reid, and I know you can't speak too in-depth about the Golden State Warriors, but you can speak in depth about the Miami Heat, and one thing that was just a stark difference last night was that the Warriors had no offensive flow, and yes, Steph Curry, again, big part of that, but the Heat were just completely taking them out of rhythm, and the Warriors have always been a team since Steve Kerr's been coaching them where turnovers has been one of, if not the Achilles heel, but it was the shot clock violations last night that really stuck out to me. 3 in the first half out of 8 total turnovers. Have the Heat been a team to kind of regularly force a lot of shot clock violations or late kind of shot clock heaves, Eric? Or, was this more just how they were handling the Warriors on this particular night?
This particular night. Listen, if you follow the Heat at all, defense is always a real important component to any success that the Heat ever enjoy since Pat Riley got here 30 years ago. Last night was statistically, the fewest points they've allowed to an opponent. The double teams were razor sharp all night. There was a level of consistency. Listen, that's what separates, the elite teams from the good ones, to the mediocre teams, to the bad ones. Your level of execution and your level of consistency throughout 48 minutes. The teams that struggle to win are the ones that can't put together a full game of it or close a close game with it. And last night, Miami was able to do that. One of the few games this year where they've led start to finish. Unfortunately for the Heat, here's our story in a nutshell this year. Good enough to build up double-figure leads and inconsistent enough to have, let 20 of those go in losses this year. So a lot of close defeats, a lot of fourth-quarter heartbreaks, and the last couple of nights, obviously played really well. And now Atlanta coming in tomorrow night, then a 3-game road trip, a big road game ahead with Chicago in a couple of weeks. So trying to generate a little momentum, because that right now, listen, you're in the race that you're in. And right now for Miami, 7 through 10, Atlanta, Orlando, and Chicago have all found ways to string some consistent wins together. So the Heat are trying to join that group as we get ready for the play-in tournament.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the shot clock violations, the Warriors committed a 5-second violation on an inbounds. Jimmy Butler could not inbound the ball in the baseline with Andrew Wiggins in his face. So when I think of Eric Spoelstra, I think of a lot of zone defenses. And when you guys came in on January the 7th, I think you played man the first 6 minutes of the game, and then even with Steph on the floor, Eric, you slipped into a zone and played, I think, the rest of the game. I'm like, who's ever played this much zone? A lot of it, I think, and Jimmy didn't play then. When I watch Jimmy play with the Warriors, they are clearly playing more zone. But the way Jimmy plays with his eyes, it's kind of a matchup zone, I think, a little bit. But it just seems like he's playing like Draymond, where he's guarding not just his guy, but he's guarding everybody. But then watching you guys play last night, I saw very little zone. In making the change, there were other players involved, from Jimmy Butler defensively to Andrew Wiggins defensively, and Andrew guards the ball really well. Have the Heat and Spoelstra gotten away from how much zone they play?
No, they haven't, Greg, but that's on a, case-by-case, game-by-game, almost possession-by-possession thing. It's part of Eric's toolbox on the defensive end. The Heat play as much, if not more zone than most of the teams in the league. There are some matchups that it just doesn't work as well against. It's ironic that the Bulls probably attack Miami's zone as well as any team in the league, and some of that might be, we looked into that during that matchup. Billy Donovan, their head coach, longtime collegiate head coach, won a couple of titles at Florida, a lot of experience going with zone offense and against zone defense, and maybe a little bit more prepared than the average NBA coach to deal with it. But it's sort of a thing to keep teams off balance and the change-up flow, and Coach Spo is really good at teaching it, putting the right guys in the right spots in the 2-3, and knowing when they don't want to use it. So it's a great change-up for Eric Spoelstra's defense, but he's the first one to say it. It's not the scheme in which you play. It's how you play within that scheme. And last night, it was just buttoned down and locked in for the whole game, and that's something the Heat are going to need to do a lot more of if they want to keep winning, here as March turns to April.
It's what our morning show loves to say, Eric. It's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and Joes. Thanks so much for coming by today. I admire your elusiveness, and I also admire the persistence of my co-host, too. It's a fun dynamic to follow.
We go back years. We go back to what? You were in Providence, and I was at Syracuse. How many years ago were we talking?
That's right.
40 plus?
Doing the Around the Big East pregame show where I tap in you young guys at each one of the Big East schools. Yeah. Those were great years in the Big East, Greg, and we both enjoyed a lot since then, and you know how much respect I have for you. Yeah. Even your role in Moneyball, one of my favorite movies. Loved it, brother.
And your daughter is starring in SU. Citrus TV Sports?
Oh, she's trying. She's a first-year freshman at Newhouse, and just other than like a snowfall on March 26th today, other than that, she's loving her life.
Is it snowing in central New York today? Damn. Wow.
We had it up to 80 yesterday here in the city, although now it's going to rain for a week straight, so I can't brag too much. But, Eric, thanks so much for coming by. You're welcome anytime, and have a great rest of your season. Good luck with whatever it is and how long the Miami Heat take this thing.
Hey, you guys the same.
Thank you, brother.
He is Eric Reid.
Take care, Eric.
TV voice of the Miami Heat. On the other side, we're going to play some post-game sound that we did not get to from Steve Kerr, a little bit from Jimmy Butler, and prepare for John Dickinson to join the show at 11:50. We'll see. I mean, I don't know how late he was out last night, but I told him, I said, dude, we booked you for 2:50 Eastern time. So whatever you did, you're going to come on the show no matter what. He'll join us at 11:50, and then we'll get into the Giants, their new City Connects, get ready for the Roundtable, and talk to Jeremy Affeldt at 12:50. That's all coming your way. Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by with the morning show to talk about Christian Koss and how he expects him to make the team. We are 1 day away from opening day, folks, and the roster is out there getting finalized. To hear that interview, you can go to the KNBR app, knbr.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Got hour number 2 out of 6 today, Roundtable 3 to 5. Hope to see you out there, and we'll be teasing that a lot in the 12 o'clock hour. We got Jeremy Affeld joining us at the bottom of the noon hour, and then John Dickinson will join us at the bottom of this hour, 11:50 with JD. Great to just have a conversation right there with Eric Reid, and we're going to play some postgame cuts from the Golden State Warriors some moments ago, but we haven't really gotten much into any of the football headlines, and we'll have Matt Maiocco joining us on Friday. But Vikings general manager Kwesi Adofo-Mensah putting out there that the Vikings are comfortable with the QB room right now, but he wouldn't say that he'd 100% close the door on the Aaron Rodgers thing. Russell Wilson is a New York Giant. What's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? Is he just going to Pittsburgh? Is he retiring? Is he going to a darkness retreat? I don't know. Lots to monitor in the draft. Just a few weeks away.
Well, I mean, J.J. McCarthy, who his first preseason game last year played very well. He started out a little rough after Sam took him right down the field and stalled in the roll red zone. And then he had a couple of bomb shots over the top. But the plan was always, even if J.J. did not get hurt, it was to have Sam, I think, start the year. But there was a competition there. I'm not sure. But then Sam got hurt. I don't even know how he got hurt in that game. But he tore a meniscus. He had to have surgery. He's out the year. So you have to fill the room. Would Aaron Rodgers be the right guy to bring in to mentor J.J. McCarthy? I think they moved on. When they didn't want to franchise tag Sam Darnold and trade him, and they wound up just letting him walk, and he went to Seattle, they're moving on. The question is, what kind of a veteran quarterback do they want around him? I wouldn't bring in Aaron Rodgers to do that. Aaron Rodgers would compete for the job, so we'll see what Aaron Rodgers wants to do. It is interesting that Let's Ride, our friend Russell Wilson, has gone to the Giants. The 49ers do play the Giants.
Giant men,
this year.
Ride.
So I just think his movement skill is not there. Now, what do? Do they, go out and get Shedeur Sanders anyway? It's interesting what you're going to do. All kinds of rumors. The Browns want to trade for Dak Prescott. Really? The owner has burned so much money at quarterback. Does he want to do that? Flying J? As far as Aaron Rodgers goes, and I know they're antsy in Pittsburgh. He was there last week for hours, has not signed. What's the money they're talking about with Aaron Rodgers, and does he really want to play football? I think is the interesting thing. And then as the draft shakes out, just where are we going with those top 3 picks in the draft? And you know how much I love Jackson Dart. I got to study him more.
Yeah.
The one major negative is he played for Lance Kiffin. He kind of acts like Lance Kiffin, playing quarterback a little bit, the way he swags around with the blonde hair. And Layla on his side. Lance lost Layla, and that's a big reason why Al hired him. He loved Layla. Anyway, where's Jackson Dart going to go? And what is Cleveland going to do a quarterback? What are the Tennessee Titans going to do a quarterback?
Rumblings about Cleveland trading out of the number 2 pick as well.
There's a rumor they want Dak Prescott, which is really interesting. They could add Abdul Carter if they don't like the quarterbacks and put him next to Myles Garrett and have a ferocious defensive line. So we'll see. Does Aaron Rodgers ultimately go to Pittsburgh? What's the money there? And then as far as backup quarterbacks, Carson Wentz, is anybody going to hire that guy? I'd bring him in right now as you'd have to structure the contract as far as guarantees and incentives to compete for a job. I think he'd be perfect in the room with J.J. McCarthy to develop him. And then our friend Trey Lance. And that's why you got to worry about these top 3 picks and trading up to get Trey. Is anybody going to give Trey Lance a job? Did you hear that the Saskatchewan Roughriders actually have acquired his CFL rights? His dad did play in the CFL. I don't know if that's the right league for him. You do have 3 downs and not 4 downs. They do throw the ball a lot, the running component, but I'm not sure he's that great of a runner. But is he going to be employed by the NFL, or is Trey Lance going to have to go to the Canadian Football League?
I haven't seen or read any momentum on Trey Lance getting a job looking anywhere, so we might see him out in Saskatchewan. And you mentioned his father playing out there, so they do own the rights. But that'll be an interesting story to follow. I wonder what is going to happen there with good old Trey Area, number 5, wearing his red and gold. But we can get a lot into football as we progress toward the end of the week, and Matt Maiocco will join us on Friday. And, of course, a lot of Giants baseball coming your way with opening day in Cincinnati tomorrow. Let's go out to the phone lines because I see them lighting up a little bit. 415-808-5627, the number to chime in. And Woody Wonka is out in Redwood City. Wants to chime
remember
in
him, Woody Wonka.
on the Warriors. Woody Wonka, I think we've had you before, but if not...
He's got the golden ticket. He's bringing the wood.
How's it going? You're on with the Gregs.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I just wanted to say something. I enjoy watching the Warriors. With the last couple games, they look more like pretenders than contenders without Steph. And I realize he's their leader, and I realize he makes the offense go, but I also realize they got some pretty good talented guys there that just seem to be not very well organized, and I'm not used to seeing that with a Steve Kerr team. What's your take on things, gentlemen?
So, any players sticking out in particular? I know there's a lot been made about Kuminga's return and how that's kind of impacted the offense. Brandon Pajemski's had more on his shoulders in the game without Steph. Moses Moody really struggled last night, but are you talking about the big money guys more so, like Draymond and Jimmy Butler, and how it's on their shoulders when you don't have Steph?
Obviously, Draymond was in pain yesterday from that hard landing. Jimmy B, I think, could step up a little bit more. He could work his game out, especially when Steph's not in. Work the inside game, get on the free throw line a little bit more. I love that kid Post, but I really feel he needs a lot more hand strength. He seems to be out-muscled a lot when it comes time for grabbing the ball. And I do like the kid. I think they got a lot of potential in him. J.K. flashes brilliance at times, and he also flashes a lot of lack of discipline too. But having said that, I see them. They're holding on to the sixth spot barely. I hope they keep it. I don't want to see them in the play-in because I don't think they'll do too well.
Well, hey, root for the Knicks tonight against the Clippers.
Well, we'll hope so. We'll hope so because the Clippers, they always have our number. But they're playing okay with the exception of the last two games. And yesterday was I hate to say it, difficult to watch.
It was. They didn't play well. They didn't play well in Atlanta, but they don't have Steph Curry. I understand that. And teams, we all understand that. Denver came in here without the Joker and won. They have played well without Steph on the floor earlier in the year in the non-Steph minutes. To single out individual players, we can do that, throughout the roster. And you are, individual parts, you have a sum of it. But I think what they're lacking right now is an overall flow. They just look disjointed. And to me, it is starting on the offensive end. They don't have a flow to their game. It's a lot like when the 49ers lost Christian McCaffrey in the gravitational pull. All of a sudden, those jet sweeps to Deebo Samuel don't work. He can't turn the corner. You're not moving defenders out of the middle to the other side with the simultaneous ghost motion. And with Steph, they're just staying home more. Miami had a brilliant game plan how to play Jimmy Butler. They put a big on him. They had a second defender waiting, and they had a guy. And Jimmy does not like to make skip passes. He wants to make the near pass to the guy right next to him. They took that player away. So they had a way to defend the Warriors. I would not overreact. They have not looked good without Steph Curry, and on both ends of the floor. I think their defense has been substandard, but I think it's starting with the offense just being what you're saying, a lack of flow. They are not organized right now. It's hard to play. So if you look at the game back,
no cohesion.
So if I'm Steve Kerr and I'm looking at the film, what do I take to my team? We're going to get Steph Curry back in New Orleans on Friday. If Steph is out for a long segment of the year, we'll have more of a film session on how we deal with this. But assuming he's going to play, but then the non-Steph minutes, which drives this team. There were second and fourth quarters. Steph didn't have to come back into the game because you were controlling it. And I don't want to overreact to one game, but Miami knows Jimmy Butler. They know how to play Jimmy Butler, and they played him expertly last night. And that would be my concern. Without Steph, you're not flowing, but there's reasons for that. He is the flow. He's the gravitational pull. He's the magnet. You want a guy to go here, have Steph run over there, two guys are going to follow him. You set a back screen, it's wide open. You're not getting those now. But when Steph is off the floor, how do you drive that engine with Jimmy? And I think you got to be concerned. You got to have counters for what's going on there. And then when Steph does come back, let Steph initiate for Jimmy a little bit to give Jimmy the ball with an angle.
Hey, really appreciate the call, Woody Wonka. Woody Wonka out in Redwood City. Speaking of Redwood, by the way, this segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. You could save 0.75% now through April 30th. Just ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. If you want to join the conversation like our buddy Woody Wonka, it's 415-808-5627. Coming up on the other side, we'll play a couple of postgame cuts from Steve Kerr. Talked about starting Gary Payton in that lineup. Also weighed in on Steph Curry and why he did not end up playing last night, though they are optimistic he'll be good to go on Friday in New Orleans for the last two games of this road trip against the Pelicans and then the Spurs. It's all coming your way. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
I dug the fact that all these women in Arizona were driving trucks. That appealed to me. But it's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, you know.
Time to go? Sorry, Walter. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Sometimes not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay, and they have been for more than 25 years. And yes, we are talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, just know that your rights matter. And if you want to learn more about those rights, all you got to do is go to dolanlawfirm.com. Because unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, schools getting in and out all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer all-around place. But if something happens, feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, billion with a B. And you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, big diving deep into the Warriors against the Heat, falling by a score of 112-86. They had nothing going offensively last night without Steph Curry. They've now lost 2 in a row, and they're still holding at the 6th seed spot, but the margin for error gets slimmer and slimmer, and they're getting some gifts from the other teams around them in that Western Conference standings. John Dickinson was out there in Miami. He's going to be joining the show coming up in about 15 minutes. He's there for the locker room, for Jimmy Butler's words, for Steve Kerr's words. Draymond Green spoke to the media in the tunnel after the game. Not a lot of locker room action, as you can imagine, after that one, but do want to hear a clip from Steve Kerr, and we'll start here with just the fact that the main part of Jimmy's return was that the Heat were ready, and frankly, the Warriors were just not.
You know, Miami is it's a great place to live, and so people don't ever seem too amped up around here. They're living a good life, so it really wasn't that rabid of an environment. It was typical Miami, and I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready, and Spo had them ready, and I mean, you shoot 17 for 25 from 3, you're going to win, but I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. It took it to us tonight.
Yeah, they did. The Heat were ready to go. Eric Spoelstra has done this a handful of times to Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors, where he finds a good game plan. Doesn't matter if guys are out. Doesn't matter if the Warriors, and favorite phrase here, on paper, should go and win the game. But should they have won the game without Steph Curry on the team? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's one that they absolutely had to have. That's a big piece that you're missing with a pelvic contusion. And obviously, Eric Spoelstra's game plan was to make Jimmy Butler shoot the ball. He did not want to shoot the ball. Bam Adebayo was everywhere on both ends of the floor.
And the point he made about, we made so much about the video tribute to Jimmy, and they did it right around the introductions. I guess there was no audio of it in the actual building. They ran the video. I'm not sure if that was by design or if Riles cut the cord on the audio, but whatever it was, they did it, I think, I don't want to say purposely, but if you did it in the middle of a natural break, 6 minutes into the game, the first TV timeout, there's going to be more butts in the seats. Miami's a lot like where Riles used to coach at the Forum. L.A. stands for late arriving. Miami may even be more so. They're going to get there eventually when those teams are good, but they're not going to be there for the anthem. They're not going to be there for the introductions. They roll in when they roll in. And so it was kind of muted, I think. I don't even know what they felt. But it is Miami. It's not like Oklahoma City, obviously, and some returns, or we're somewhere in the Northeast, New York, Boston, Chicago, Philly, where they're going to get on you heavy. Like out here in the Bay Area, what were our most venomous returns when Jason Giambi came back with the Yankees, and when Chris Webber came back with Washington, Randy Moss to a lesser degree. I mean, which ones are we looking at? When Clay came back, we loved him. I mean, it's different with Clay, but you kind of felt that it wasn't going to be that big. But Miami did do the right thing. But I think his point was, and we said it yesterday, the Heat are going to be waiting on this game. Pat Riley, he's not going to single one game out, but you can feel Pat Riley's energy and steam. And he wanted to beat Jimmy Butler and the Warriors like Jimmy Butler and the Warriors wanted to beat him, and they were just more ready. It was a home game. They had a plan on how to do it. They played better. And the fact that Steph Curry didn't play and something's going on with his back, he worked out on Monday. I think that's the real big thing is, the plan is for him to come back and play in this game. But something happened. He just had one movement at the very end of the workout, didn't quite feel right. If he has that happen again today or tomorrow, they're going to stay in Miami overnight. They've taken up residency there. And then they're going to fly to New Orleans and practice tomorrow. Same thing happens. He's not playing. So what exactly is going on with the back? There's no structural damage, but this may be something that periodically crops up with Steph Curry. The whole thing changes if Steph plays, obviously. Now, were the Warriors even favored? when we got the news that Steph was not going to play last night, how did that change the line on the game? Were the Heat still a home dog?
I was in communication with Sam Gordon yesterday. He also put out on his social media that it was 5.5. I think that was before the news of Steph Curry not playing broke, though. So I don't know what the line shifted to after the fact. I would guess that the Warriors still maybe got a point on it, but I'm not a gambling expert, so.
It don't matter. I mean, when you go on the road in the NBA and they're waiting on you and they got energy and you don't have Steph Curry, it does change things. So I don't think this is like on paper you should beat the Miami Heat. Forget the records. Miami's going to be in the play-in to some degree. We'll see what they can do as they proceed. But going into the game last night, I think we all knew it was going to be a hard game. Miami was going to be on you last night.
Yeah, and I mean, the Warriors acknowledged that even after the Atlanta game. Podziemski was up on the podium saying, yeah, we know Tuesday's going to be physical. Draymond Green said, we can't get off to bad starts. That's a terrible loss. You can't do that with 11 games left. Now there's 10 left, and the cautious optimism that Steph Curry is going to come back. But we've seen how Dr. Rick Celebrini and this organization operates, Papa. They don't want to rush players back. Jonathan Kuminga missed a lot of time there with that ankle sprain. Brandon Podziemski was not in a rush to get back from his injury when he had the oblique. So one more piece of sound here from Steve Kerr, that is, and it was on his decision to start Gary Payton II as an adjustment for Steph being out of the lineup.
We're having to sort of make some decisions based on spacing, and without Steph. And so the decision I made tonight was to start Gary in order to guard Hero, and I thought he did a really good job on him early. And so I liked the way the game went in the first quarter for the most part. We just couldn't make anything.
I understand the thinking in that regard because you said this earlier in the show, Papa, which is if you got Steph Curry out, that's a chance to try to boost your defense. Steph Curry, not a bad defender, not an elite defender, and someone capable of getting picked on. So if you put Gary Payton II in to try to hound Tyler Hero a little bit, try to control the game with your defense. The only problem is it ended up being 3 people on the floor, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Gary Payton II, that Eric Spoelstra was saying, go ahead, shoot the ball anytime. The other 2 starters, Brandon Podziemski, team leading 16 shots, Moses Moody, we know he had a really rough night last night, 3 of 13.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Hero's a problem, and you got to figure out a way to guard him. Tell me how you want to match up with him. Moses Moody's got the size, but I don't know if he can stay with him. Gary Payton guarded him fine. There were a couple of times he got stuck on screens, and he lost him. And Gary Payton can guard, but he also, bigger guys like Hero, and he's not a huge guy, but he can rise up on that jump shot. You just can't get to it. So it didn't work because Hero went off. Payton did fine, but he just had a good game. He was 7 of 10, 4 of 4, and he also, in addition to the 20 points, he had 7 assists. Outside of Bam, he was their guy offensively. And then Gary Payton, and he can make a corner 3. You could stick him in the corner. But they were taking the short corners away off of Jimmy's drives. They just had a good game plan. The Warriors starters couldn't make a 3 forever. And they want Moses Moody. I don't want to single out Moses, but when this team was red hot and rolling, Podziemski was playing so well. Moses Moody was playing so well and feeding off of Jimmy. Last night, I don't know what happened to Moses. He missed a couple of open shots early in the game. And then I think he started, like Clay had a tendency to do, he was hunting shots and not letting him just come to him.
Trying to force rhythm back into the game.
Left above the break. He had 2 Heat players on a straitjacket. I don't know, how did they hit the rim? Move the ball, brother. You can't take that shot. That was a force. There were a couple of them there. And then there was one, we were talking earlier about the lack of flow. There was one with Podziemski and Moody where Podziemski had the ball left above the break and Moody was more baseline wing, and they couldn't figure out where to go. Like there was a little bounce pass to the corner. Podziemski wanted them to flare all the way to the baseline. He cut. We're seeing a lot of have you guys played together before? And a lot of it is just there's a lack of flow. Why does it happen? I mean, they were flowing so well. And even without Steph on the floor, they were flowing so well. I don't know. But you take Steph Curry off the floor, and he's off the floor for not 14, 16 minutes. He's off the whole game. They tilt their defense at him. When you got a coach like Spoelstra that can go get you, it happens. But they just look discombobulated last night. You mentioned the clock violations. They couldn't get the ball inbounded for 5 seconds in the baseline When does that? How many over and backs did we have last night, or 8-second violations?
Moses Moody actually did force one on Andrew Wiggins. He did a nice job on the ball
but there was back and forth. It was like two tennis players. Everybody's foot faulting. Like, what are we doing here? We can't get the ball. And for a while there, this is like an ugly game. And then Miami pulled out of it. But the Warriors, it's hard to explain why, because you're deep into the season now. Jimmy's been here a while. How since you cut off the head of the snake, which is Steph Curry, this team is like a chicken with their head cut off. They don't know where to go.
Yeah, and they're going to hopefully not have to worry too much about it come Friday if Steph Curry's able to rejoin them. They play a New Orleans team. I'm done saying, they can win any game on the road trip. You'd think that New Orleans and San Antonio are two games you should have coming up. But, again, got to see what it is with Steph Curry, if he's good to go, how he looks mobility-wise, and just, I also kind of wonder with Steph Curry if he's going to be a little bit more on the tendency to go shoot from the outside and not be driving inside and take all those hard falls after suffering that pelvic contusion. Just got word from our buddy, John Dickinson. We're going to push this one back to 12:15. He's in that Miami traffic at the airport. He will be joining the show coming up. We got Jeremy Affeldt joining us at 12:50. So on the other side, yeah, Walter says he's hungover. I can't blame him. I'm going to ask him what time Eastern he got off last night. And it was funny. We were doing a YouTube stream, Dubs OT, and when he was still in the locker room getting sound, everyone in the chat was like, dude, where's JD? He needed 3 drinks after that one. JD's making it rain. So we'll get the real truth from one John Dickinson, but we'll do that now at 12:15. So coming up, we'll continue the conversation on the Warriors and also get a little bit into the San Francisco Giants as they look to finalize that 26-man roster. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, Christian Koss is going to make the team, and this guy's been an unbelievable story. He 8 years in the minor leagues, product out of UC Irvine. He hit 273 in college. He gets into a minor league baseball, and for 8 years, you know what his lifetime batting average was? 273. But what we saw him do this spring was really shine with the glove on both sides of second base. He is a component that is he can play, he can help, but it's more than that. It's how he situationally put himself in position at the plate to capitalize on opportunity. This guy's a player, but he's also great energy. I mean, you put 8 years in the minor leagues, and then you finally make a big league team, and you can stand on the baseline tomorrow in Cincinnati and call yourself a big leaguer. That affects everybody. The way that Bob Melvin told him he made the team yesterday was in front of the team before the game. He had a meeting, and every guy went over there and gave him a hug of congratulations, and it was an emotional thing. Everybody was fired up about it, and then he went in and told his family, "I made the team." It was that's the type of thing that just adds positive energy to a club.
Yeah, how about that? So the Giants are 1 day away from opening day in Cincinnati. We're going to carry pregame right here in the middle of Papa and Silver because pregame on KNBR starts 12:10 p.m. tomorrow. First pitch at 1:10 in Cincinnati. We did learn this morning that the Giants have optioned Brett Wisely and Grant McCray to AAA. We also learned there from Mike Krukow that Christian Koss was told by Bob Melvin that he made the team in 8 years in the minor leagues. You mentioned the 273 average in college at UC Irvine, 273 in the minor leagues. Came in, had a great camp, and for the round 12, number 369 overall pick. What a story to be part of the San Francisco Giants 26-man roster here.
And they took off at 11 o'clock this morning, an hour ago, 53 minutes ago, to Cincinnati, Ohio. And tomorrow he's going to be on a roster, not just for opening day in the major leagues. He will be on a major league roster for the first time in his life. We knew this was coming. We got a little whisper in our ear. So I said something big may happen at the Play Ball Luncheon. I thought maybe they would introduce him as such at the Play Ball Luncheon, but they wanted to do it privately with Bo Mel telling him. And I remember when Bruce Bochy told Brandon Belt that one spring training that he made the club, and Brandon got all emotional. I think he went and got a beer, and that was when they were on the Showtime special. So they had cameras in his office. So what a great moment. And this guy can play. It was early in spring training. They were playing the L.A. Dodgers and Freddie Freeman. It was Freddie Freeman's first game back after the ankle injury in the World Series MVP and everything, the walk-off homer, the grand slam in Game 1 against the Yankees. And he hadn't played with the surgery in the offseason. He had a ground ball up the middle. Christian Koss was playing shortstop. The Dodgers were televising it. And Christian Koss up the middle dove for a ball. He was in straightaway shortstop, maybe a little towards the middle against Freeman, who hits the ball everywhere. He made the play, dove on the ball, kept the ball in the infield, and Freddie Freeman shut it down because he wasn't going to run at all. Had he been running, and Freddie's fast, had he been completely healthy, didn't have the ankle, he may have beaten it out. But he dove on the ball. He kept it on the infield going up the middle. He popped up to his feet, and he threw out Freddie Freeman. And it was like, whoa, who's this guy? And then he made another play to end the inning later. He had 2 great outs of the 3. And you're like, who the hell is Christian Koss? Then you watch him handle the bat. And even last night's game, he had that double late in the game. And I love the way, as he was rounding first, going to second, he threw his helmet off. And he was looking to round second and go to third. He's like, I want the damn helmet off me. Willie Mays just, he had one too small or too big, whatever it was, and it would fly off. But he knocked it off. He turned the corner, and you're like, whoa, this guy can handle the bat a little bit as a right-handed hitter.
Yeah.
And then the big thing is, we've seen him at short, but you look at where he's played defensively. First of all, he has played all over the world, collegiately, minor league baseball. I mean, it's just unbelievable the different cities he's been in, including the Giant system last year, Sacramento, at AAA. We've reached out to Zach Beirut to get more of a scouting report on him at Richmond AA, and lower levels all over the world. He played 3 seasons in 4 in Lands. It's a great story, kind of like Spencer Bivens' story. But my real question was, man, he can play short. There's no doubt. That guy can play short. Can he play second base? And we'll see. Mike did say he can play both sides of the bag at second. If he can play second base now, that's where he got this job. As a backup middle infielder, you gave the news about Brett Wisely. He's been optioned down along with Grant McCray. I don't know what they're going to do with Casey Schmidt. Did Casey fly with them to Cincinnati? It's possible. Do you want 2 backup right-handed hitting infielders, behind Adames and Tyler? I don't know. Did Casey go on that plane? Are they going to send him to SAC? Are they going to try to trade him? David VR has been DFA'd, and David's not a middle infielder, but this guy's an amazing story. He's one of those guys that just come along. You look in the Giants guide, there's nothing on him. He was a non-roster invitee. I'm looking him up. There's not a word on him. Matt Chisholm will have a supplement and a bio, supplemental bio for us to read on, but this is going to be one of those great stories. He's played all over North America and beyond the Americas to make it, and tomorrow he will be introduced in Cincinnati, where it's all began. So many opening days started domestically in Cincinnati. He's a major leaguer for the first time, and now the question is, what do the Giants do with him?
Well, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station about halfway here through the show. John Dickinson joining us coming up at 12:15, and we mentioned a guy like Spencer Bivens making the team, and he was a rookie last year, and what a story that was as well. Christian Koss, so cool that I go to the box score for last night, look at all the RBIs. Christian Koss, 1 at bat, 1 RBI, gets enough for the Giants to get a 4-3 win over the Tigers, and this guy doesn't even have a jersey number listed next to him when you go through all of this. And you mentioned the media guide that we got, the 468 pages to read through. Well, guess what? You're going to have to add a couple of more because a guy named Christian Koss out of UC Irvine spent 8 years in the minor leagues, is now going to join the club and see what he can give you as a middle infielder. I was very curious about this second base prospect with Brett Wisely being sent down for the start. Still waiting word on Casey Schmidt because I know that's a guy that you're really fascinated by. And again, 2 right-handed backup infielders behind Tyler and Willie Adames. We'll see, but Casey Schmidt is the guy that I got my eyes on today.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the question would be, did he fly with the team to Cincinnati? Is he on his way to Sacramento? Their season does start on Friday, so he'd have to get up with them. And then is he going to be traded somewhere? I would not trade Casey Schmidt. And the main reason was Tyler Fitzgerald did a bomb of a home run last night. He took a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and Job's got great stuff, and he obliterated. He stole a bag later in the game. He did fine, but and then Buster was talking him up obviously yesterday after the play ball luncheon and around it. That they're going to give him a little bit of a rope to play, a little leash. But there is a lot of swing and miss in his game. There's no doubt. He has made the adjustment to second base. He thinks he can be a better second baseman. If he does fail at second base or just struggles, what would be the backup plan? To me, it was Casey Schmidt. But now it looks like it's Christian Koss. We'll see if they put Casey Schmidt on the roster as well. And then if the thing about Wisely, he's not a good shortstop. He's strictly a second baseman. He can play some center. With Koss, he's a really good shortstop. We'll see if he can play second base. He has played some outfield a little bit here and there. A guy is as athletic as he is. It's easier to move from the infield to the outfield. You could do it like they did with Tyler Fitzgerald. All of a sudden on Father's Day a couple of years ago, they just stuck him in center field, and he had never played there before. If you're a good athlete, you can figure it out. You got to get the right jumps. But Adames plays every day. I mean, literally every day, and he does not come out. But
he was a -1 last year, 161, baby.
But if something does happen, who can really play shortstop on the route? Hell, Chapman to me could, and you could play somebody else at third. But you'd like to have that backup flexibility. One thing about Adames, there are a couple of guys you wanted to see this spring. With Adames, we knew the bat was there. He's got power. Now, it's a different ballpark than playing in Milwaukee, than playing in San Francisco. He does have great career numbers. I think 8 career home runs at the Great American Small Park. So, playing in the National League Central, hopefully gets off to a good start. But you're worried about his defense. He was a little thicker shortstop, and the numbers weren't great. The air total last year was high. Watching Adames play short this spring, I don't know if he's lost weight. He looks more athletic than I remember him. He's on his toes. He's moving well. And it's not just to say, Matt Chapman, you take everything on the left side of you can't do that. He's got to make the play on the ball up the middle. He's got to make the hard ball to his ball hit to his backhand side. Maybe he doesn't have to go as deep in the hole to make a play. But I was impressed with Adames. His throwing arm is strong. He can rifle the ball. He has more range than I thought. Now, we'll see how he ages. A lot of people, when we had Brian Anderson, the TV voice of the Brewers, on, he said, you're going to have to move him off shortstop. He will not be able to play shortstop much longer. Watching him now, I've been pleasantly surprised, which is how much ground he's able to cover, how on the balls of his feet and bound. Now, the season just started. We'll see. But he looks good. And now you got, this guy, I think Koss is better defensively. I don't, late in a game, would you pull Adames and put Koss at shortstop? You're probably not going to do that because you worry about Adames coming up. You don't want to offend the guy. Again, the biggest contract in the history of the Giant franchise. You're not going to do that. Maybe. But I think Koss is better defensively at short. But he's just a hard-nosed player who fits in. He can play a lot of different roles. Short, second. We'll see what else he can do. And then he knows how to handle the bat. He hits the other way. We saw him pull that ball last night, ran the bases well. He's just a baseball player.
Yeah, all-around baseball player who I'm certainly looking forward to watching more because I haven't gotten super deep into the weeds on a Christian Koss. But Willy Adames, it also helps when you consider who he's sharing that left side of the infield with and a guy that can cover all the ground in the world as far as any third baseman in Matt Chapman. So I'm with you. Adames has looked sharp at short this season. And, he had a really bad stretch over the last summer. Was it like late July into August where he was making a lot of errors. It was getting in his head. Justice de Los Santos wrote a big column about it, and we asked him about that on the radio as well. So, Willie, as far as I'm concerned, though, I don't know what Christian Koss is going to give you on a consistent basis from the offensive standpoint. It was great to see him pull that ball last night, run the bases well, but this is a team that is going to try to win games in a low-scoring fashion, trusting their defense. Pitchers more inclined to throw strikes, as Krukow was saying, just in the sense of they trust their defense and putting balls on the ground, they can get it done. Adames, a big part of that. But also, you're going to need what Willy Adames can give you offensively, given that I would say that's probably one of the weaknesses of the team if you look at it top to bottom right now.
Yeah, and the thing about, Koss, and last year they signed Nick Ahmed late. And we thought, honestly, we were told in spring training, Tyler Fitzgerald's probably going to be the starting shortstop. And then they wanted to go more defense. So they went to Nick Ahmed. And Nick did fine offensively. He had some timely hits, hitting towards the bottom of the order, but he was a great defensive player. And then he hurt his wrist, and he just was not the same offensive player. So the key with Christian Koss is he can defend. There's no doubt he can play shortstop. He's a hard-nosed player. Situationally, he'll help you. He can play on the other side of the bag and play second base. We'll see where else he can play. But the other thing, and Zach Bayruti got back to me, I asked for a scouting report, and he went on and on about him. But watching their broadcast on TV when Christian was playing, and he was playing for the Giants against the River Cats, but they know him well because he was there last year. And Steve Sachs was going on and on about Christian Koss. He was in the Red Sox system. They claimed him from the Red Sox last year. But Sachs was saying, we just had Sachs on Monday. We'll get him on later if Koss, does something here. But he was roommates with Sachs's nephew, Nick Sogard, in AAA Worcester. So Sachs was going on. Now that Zach sends me the text, I remember he went on and on about Christian Koss. So that's when I looked into it. Like, does this guy have a chance to make the team? And the word was he's going to make the team, brother. They just wait and see, and they're going to announce it. I thought maybe they do it at the Play Ball Luncheon, but Steve Sachs went on and on about how hard-nosed of a player he is, and he just does a lot of different things. And I think the ability to play second and short, where Wisely was mainly a second baseman, serviceable shortstop, but not great if you were in that situation. But ultimately, when he does get a chance to play, and Tyler Fitzgerald will not play every single day, he'll need some days off. And I do wonder, what they're going to do with Tyler if he does struggle. They're going to give him probably a month to 6 weeks, but
sure,
there's a lot of swing and miss in his game out of the strike zone. And also, as we were talking about pitch recognition, he admitted not great. He took a couple right down the middle in the first game against Detroit of the Bay Bridge series, or not the Bay Bridge series anymore, whatever you call it before they flew to Cincinnati.
The same uniform series?
The A's are in sack. That was confusing. I know Kipe didn't like it. But in any event, Christian Koss caught your eye, and you wondered. And then Tyler Fitzgerald, they're all going to swing and miss. This team is going to strike out a lot. And I wonder about the first game of the year going up against Hunter Green. This is one of the hardest throwers in all of baseball. He is the Cuban Missile, Cincinnati Red, Aroldis Chapman, and he played for a number of teams later in his career. And Chapman became a closer. Dusty made him a closer, but he was a starter to start. This guy is like him from the right side. He throws 100. He had more 100 miles per hour pitches than anybody in baseball he's a starter.
California kid.
He's not just a short reliever. He starts the game. He maintains his velocity. If the Giants have a problem, they don't hit high-end velocity. They strike out a lot. And Yaz strikes out on the high fastball. Chapman strikes out on the high fastball. We can go on and on.
Well, I want to be fair. I mean, Willy Adames, as much as I'd like to think he's going to boost the offense for the Giants, and I think he led the league in 3-run home runs last year as my random stat of the day.
He did.
That's right. But he also has had some bouts of striking out a lot.
More than any of them. Willy Adames will strike out a lot. To him, it's more that uppercut swing, but it's the same for Yaz. I did see Yaz last night against Joe foul off a couple of 95-mile-an-hour. Just put the ball in play. Like Brandon Belt could not hit that pitch forever. There was one series against Cleveland years ago where Brandon Belt was like 0 for 13, struck out 10 times, and it was all on the above-the-belt high fastball. He couldn't get to it. And then at one point he started, if you can't hit it, don't swing at it. If they ring you up, what are you going to do? But learn to foul that pitch off. Last night, Yastrzemski fouled off several of those. They weren't really that high. They were kind of belt high, armpit high. I'm talking about the real, top-level fastball he just couldn't get to. Anyway, they're going to strike out a lot, and they may strike out. This game, the game tomorrow in the opener, feels a lot like the Garrett Cole opener at Yankee Stadium. How many times they strike out in that game against Garrett Cole, and Webb made a couple of mistakes. Aaron Judge wrote him out, and Gleyber Torres hit a home run against him. Gleyber's now a Tiger. But anyway, they're going to strike out a lot because that's just the way they're built, and Adames is going to strike out a lot.
Sure, and then if we're talking about the other elements of last night, Jordan Hicks was on the mound. We saw Robbie Ray a couple of nights ago. Jordan Hicks was the one to take it last night. He gave you a solid 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. And Jordan Hicks, certainly somebody to watch throughout the year because Kipe laid it out yesterday. We got into it. Hayden Birdsong has made the team, but is not going to be that 5th starter. He's going to start in the bullpen. And Kipe's vision was that he could piggyback off of Jordan Hicks with some of those games. And Hicks was great to start the year. We've said it many times. First 15 starts, 2.82 ERA. I think the question is, he had 98 innings as a starter, really started to fade. Can he go more than 5 innings in a given game as the season builds on?
Yeah, I think he's built up more. We'll see. He did I remember some 6 and 7s early in the year, and then he faded a little bit. But he's throwing harder right now. So maybe their directive to him is just let it eat. He was one of the hardest throwers. He was like Hunter Green as a reliever in St. Louis. He popped out. I was 103. He was extreme velocity. We didn't see that as much last year. Last night we saw it. He was throwing 99, and then that's a sinker. That's a 2-seamer, not even a 4-seamer. And then he's got the slider and the split. Everything is down, down, down. So he's trying to get more ground balls. We'll see what actually happens. But I think one thing with him, or last year, he was pacing himself in starts. And then when he got into jams, he flipped to closer mode. And I just got to punch everybody, which is smart. You got a runner at third, 1 out. Fly ball scores a run. Punch him out. You would see the light go off, and he would go into that mode. I think now he may be going into that mode earlier, but trying to do it the way Blake Snell talked about after his no-hitter, more economically, pitch to contact more. And it's, you got a good infield. There's going to be a ground ball staff. They've always been with Logan Webb, obviously. Jordan Hicks will get ground balls if he's not punching you out. That's why you put so much money in the left side of the infield with Adames and Matt Chapman. I do wonder about Verlander. He should be more of a fly ball pitcher. Likewise, Robbie Ray. And then we'll see about Roop. Roop at the curveball. He should be more of a ground ball pitcher. Then you got ground ball pitchers in the staff, in the bullpen, obviously, with Tyler Rogers. But the Giants have solidified the left side of their infield economically, and they've given out long-term contracts. Willy Adames and Matt Chapman did not sign one-year prove-it-tees. They're going to be here for a long time. What are you going to do with the right side of the infield? We wonder about first base. You think ultimately it'll be Bryce Eldridge? I don't know. We'll see about, Bad Vlad and, even Bichette, moving him to second base and paying. Would you pay for both of them? Well, they're in the final year of their contract. Toronto's going to have to make a call on them. The second base we're talking about with Tyler, if he struggles, we'll see what they do. And, what are they going to do with Casey Schmidt? The one guy that concerns me a little bit in the spring, and I'm a huge fan of his, and I thought he was back, is Wilmer. He looks like Hunter Pence, or he swim. Remember Hunter would swing and land on his back knee all the time? It's like, where are you going? You lost your balance. And we saw a lot of that with Wilmer last year when he doesn't have his legs. Something's wrong with him. And he wound up having the knee ops procedure he ever had. What they call it, a 10X or something. He just didn't have his legs all year. He had no power, wasn't the same guy. There are times when you're waiting for Wilmer. Wilmer was just whack, whack, whack. He just squared everything up. You needed the fly ball, the runner at third in less than 2. Fly ball. Wilmer is a professional hitter. And obviously with Encarnacion being out, you think just plug Wilmer into DH every day. There have been some swings where Wilmer's chasing in the dirt. The other day, there was a one-out double by Lamont Wade Jr. He comes up and chases a slider in the dirt, strikes out. And then after, struck out on the same pitch. Wilmer didn't do that before. We're not going to overreact, but there is a point where guys just grow old. They're not the same bat speed. They don't have the same balance and legs. Just keep an eye on Wilmer. I'm just expecting him to go back to Wilmer and just driving the ball, 23 bombs. This could be a year where you may have to transition away from him at first base, and that's why losing Encarnacion's a problem.
Yeah, losing Encarnacion is a big problem, and luckily it's not for longer than probably a month and a half, but he did have to get surgery, and he did come off a really strong spring. We got John Dickinson, airport man in Miami, joining us on the other side. We did a little rearranging. Jeremy Affelt's going to stop by at 12:50, and Walter has officially left us behind because he just can't stand us on a hump day. JD next, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So Walter's leaving the show halfway through today, and I was super upset about it until I learned that it was for a good cause. That's right. He's going to go help get things set up for the Giants Roundtable. So check it out. You got the Gregs, Murph and Marcus, and Dirty Work all reconvening, possibly fighting from 3 to 5 at the Presidio Golf Club. Can't wait to see you out there. And if you can't make it in person, just keep it locked right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Always a good chance to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz. We're getting closer to tax season, and Steve Moskowitz is the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. So today, Steve, let's talk about unfiled tax returns.
Thanks. It's a real common situation. And the number one reason people don't file returns is plain old simple, they don't have the money. So they made a mistake. They didn't file the first year. Then the second year rolls around, and they say, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one, and by the way, they still don't have the money? And then it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS agent's going to be knocking on your door? Folks, you don't have to live like that. We can go ahead and file all the old back returns. It's okay if you don't have the money. We'll go to the IRS for you. We want to make a deal, a good deal, and give you your life back. Right now, during traditional tax season, is when the IRS's favorite time to make examples. You don't want to be an example. Think of the relief to your family, your business, yourself. Just let us do this for you, and then you can live a normal life. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this nightmare.
There it is, Steve Moskowitz. If you want some help getting out of your nightmare, you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Oh, yes. The Warriors did not do so well last night in Miami, but one person who was alive and thriving and well and was down there at South Beach at the Kaseya Center to watch a rather fascinating game, and we got into it a little bit last night on YouTube for Dubs OT. That's right. If anyone didn't know who the FI was before sitting in this chair, spent a lot of time with this man on the nighttime. I'm, of course, talking about John Dickinson, super reporter, and KNBR's very own. JD, what's happening, my man?
What's going on? Good to be with you guys. Yeah, wow, they got walloped last night, but it's been a good few days down here in South Florida, and the Warriors are going to have to figure out how to win some games here on this road trip, and I think a big part of it's going to be getting Steph Curry back, hopefully on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big headline. I guess most important question I'll get out of the way, because I know you're doing this from the airport. Did you get your correct bag? Because we had Mark Spears on a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, oh, I picked up somebody else's bag, and he was out in Boston. It made him very sad.
Well, I did end up getting the correct bags, although I was, and I appreciate you guys waiting on me, because I ended up making it to the airport a little bit later, caught in a little bit of traffic, and then I thought, well, this is going to time out perfectly. I'm going to get you guys right at 12:15 Pacific, and then I'm getting through security, and everything's going well. A high percentage of not getting my bag flagged, and then my bag gets flagged right as everything's about to work out, and I'm thinking, oh damn, I already pushed this thing back, but no, got the right bag, even got to get the microphone out and get connected here to the nice clean line to hear everybody. So yeah, all's well that ends well on that front.
No, man. Get the hell out of South Beach. You've been there longer than this week or Super Bowl 54. We'll talk about that in a minute. So
it's a lot of Miami.
I know,
3 days.
I know.
3 days feels 3 days in Miami feels like 6 days.
You're
in
pasteled
other
out. So we didn't see it. NBC Sports Bay Area didn't play it, and then the game is also on Turner. I was watching the replay back, and they rolled some video of Jimmy, but I didn't hear the audio. The hype video, the tribute video for Jimmy Butler they played during Warrior introductions. There was no audio on that in the arena. You couldn't hear it. Was that by design, or was that a malfunction? Just how did that all go down, JD?
Yeah, I think it was a malfunction, because right after that played, and they did it during the starting lineups, which I think was a first attempt to kind of keep it muted. You know, typically and look, every team kind of does it different, and every player's return is a little bit different, but typically what teams have done is they pick a spot in game, either the first time out of the game or into the first quarter, something like that, and they'll play it, not in the middle of the introductions, but basically during the course of the game, and the building will be more full at that point, obviously, but it really also, I think, goes to make it a bigger deal, make it a spectacle. So I think the Heat choosing to do it during the starting lineup, and it was the typical muted, very fast introduction of the first four Warrior players. They did save Jimmy for the last Warrior player introduced. And then before the introduction by the PA announcer, they played the video. He was introduced. It was more cheers than boos, which I thought was interesting. He did get booed every time he touched the ball after that, but it was I would say a relatively warm reception overall. But immediately following the video, the sound blew out as they were moving on to do the Heat introductions, and there was about a 90-second delay in the arena. You heard this loud, like a speaker kind of blowing out, and then I don't know if they reset whatever, but it took them. I'm thinking, are they going to be able to do the introductions? I can't remember a game where they couldn't do the introductions for the home team in all the games that I've covered and been to throughout the years. But then it was just this awkward, probably 90-second delay, and it didn't look great, really, for the Heat. They're like, what is going on here? And their production team. But finally, they got everything rebooted, and they went on with the introductions. It felt muted. It felt like the Heat were trying to be pop respectful, but also not over the top with it, and not truly welcoming, which makes sense, I think, considering the circumstances of his departure.
Talking to John Dickinson here, that is KNBR host and also the host of Dubs OT and Just Dubs, and we were online together last night, processing it all. He was boots on the ground in the locker room, processing whatever just happened with the Golden State Warriors. And I'll try not to make you repeat some of the things that we got into last night on the show, and I encourage everyone to go listen to that podcast. But, you kind of threw out there that even when the Warriors were getting wins, they haven't really played that well since the Sacramento Kings game. Now, I threw you the Milwaukee game and said that was a really good bounce back, especially in the context of not having Steph. But they've had some kind of sloppy wins where, they grinded it out, but it didn't look like they were playing the best version of themselves. Steph Curry not playing last night, obviously a big gaping hole on this roster. But even aside from that, JD, just watching this last stretch of Warriors basketball, what is the biggest hole on their roster that they need to overcome? Is it not having a true rim protector? Is it the lack of outside shooting? Is it something else?
To me, it's the shooting. I mean, I think even when they have Steph, they don't necessarily have enough shooting. Now, they've been able to make it work, and I think they've been able to make it work because, for the most part, their defense has been elite in when they've had everybody. And so I think teams are gonna try to take Steph away. I think when he's back, the best they can. You obviously can't do it for entire games. Teams have tried, and it allows. I mean, look at what Sacramento did, and the Warriors just picked them apart. Now, that was Sacramento, not a great defensive team, but they had a plan, and the Warriors took the plan that the Kings were using going back a couple weeks ago and abused them with it. I mean, used it against them and got layups and easy buckets and wide open threes for other players. But I think what teams are going to do is they're going to try to take Steph away the best they can, make others beat them, and then also not, it's not foul Jimmy, but it's also make some of the guys who were making threes, the Brandon Pajemskis, the Moses Moody's, others, Quentin Post, make those guys in the biggest games hit threes. And I think that's ultimately what it's going to come down to come play in, or nobody wants to hear that in the Bay, or play off if the Warriors get through it. And I do think they will end up getting through it. But I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be, can the guys that have had their roles and their stock rise here since Jimmy Butler has arrived, can those guys continue to make shots at the level they were mostly making shots? Because I think the defense is going to be there. The one thing I wonder, though, even when those guys are performing well, is do they have enough play? It comes down to shot making in the playoffs. Again, I think the defense will be there. Do they have enough shot makers to make a deep run is something that I'm going to continue to question.
Yeah, my big takeaway, obviously the whole thing changes when Steph doesn't play. But the way that Miami Heat played Jimmy, and you'll learn a lot about a team when they face a lot about a player, I should say, when he faces his former team. Yeah. The fact that Khalil Ware, the big, allows them to let Bam Adebayo play differently and not just match up with fives, but to put a bigger player, a great defensive player, moving his feet, shot blocking, but bigger than Jimmy. Not much bigger, 6'9", Bam, and Jimmy's 6'7", but to play him with a big was interesting. And then have a second defender waiting on him at the rim. They were forcing Jimmy Butler to shoot the ball and not pass the ball. It was like they were blitzing a quarterback. They had two on him. And then all those shots you were talking about, and they missed some open ones. Moody had an open one, couldn't post at an open one. But so many times they would double Jimmy. They'd have big on him initially, push him to help, take his power moves and not foul him. Make him pass the ball late, and then the open guy they covered up well, and a lot of times it was Andrew Wiggins. So just your thoughts. It'll change when Steph comes back. Steph can create angles for Jimmy. But how did you feel that Miami guarded Jimmy Butler last night, JD?
Yeah, Bam was awesome last night. He was flying around, and he was terrific. I don't think every team is equipped to do what Miami did, but I do think it is somewhat of a template to try to look. Jimmy has not finished well in his time with the Warriors. At times, I mean, let's be honest, he looks a little old. He looks a little unathletic. And if you can put an athletic guy on him and not foul him, I think that's the key. He only had the one free throw on the and one for the entire game. So yeah, if you can have a big at the rim and also have somebody that's strong, because Jimmy uses his strength, I think, better than anybody really, or better than most, to really just impact the defender, right? He'll go into guys. He uses that physicality. I think the physicality gives him confidence. So to have somebody that could stand up and be sturdy enough physically at the point of attack against him was huge. And then he's already struggled finishing to begin with when he hasn't gotten fouled. And to have somebody that was going to be there waiting at the rim but not foul him, I think, is the key. And, look, the Warriors function and have functioned at their greatest level when he has been getting others involved, and he has been creating for those players that have knocked down shots. So I do think it's a little bit of a tell. You can't take everything away, but I think, again, the Heat were content not fouling Jimmy, and obviously with Steph not being there, it does change, but in some ways kind of daring the Moses Moody's and the Brandon Pajemskis and the Quentin Posts and others to make some three-point shots. Again, that's easier to do when the offense has less rhythm. It has less rhythm in part because Steph's not there, and I think that's why we've seen the game flow and everything work so well, and those guys become so productive, really, when they've had everything kind of clicking.
Last couple of minutes here with John Dickinson, and I like that you mentioned Jimmy Butler and the struggle to finish around the rim. And look, you know me, I'm going to try to be very fair. I don't think that the last two games are cause to act like the trade is wearing off, the honeymoon phase is over, this is a team that can't do anything productive in the playoffs. No, that's not the case, but it is also an opportunity to more critically evaluate some of the glaring holes, and that is even aside from Steph Curry missing some time. The lack of finishing around the rim has been a problem the entire year. With Jimmy Butler, without Jimmy Butler, before Jimmy Butler. What is up with the lack of finishing around the rim, JD? I mean, do you have a clear explanation for this?
They don't have good finishers. I mean, some players individually are good at taking the right angle and body position, or you're just more athletic and you go up and you dunk it. I mean, Kuminga at times is a great finisher when he just, forcefully will take it and get the move and basically make somebody foul him. But even he struggles to finish, and at times seems more apt to, like, he's trying to draw a foul as opposed to really just go up strong as one of the guys who probably should be the best on the Warriors roster at it, to be honest. And times he is, at times he's not, especially for the body type and the athleticism. But I think, top to bottom, they just – some guys have that knack, others don't. You need players that can do it, and the Warriors, haven't had it. I also think, Kuminga's point, it just, he gets indecisive, I think, at times too, which also, it's like he's the best athlete on the court in a lot of these situations. And again, I don't know whether it's him getting caught in what the coaching staff wants him to be doing in the flow of the offense versus what he believes he is as a player. And sometimes I think that creates that little half-second gap and the play's gone, or his move is gone, and leads him to maybe be less of a quality finisher at the rim. But no, it is a team-wide problem. And it's, again, I think there's two parts of the evaluation here, Pop, as you move forward. It's, what can this team be this season? And, it's not really worth spending a lot of time talking about the offseason or next season, but you also have to kind of be keeping a list of the strengths and potential weaknesses that may have to be addressed. Long way to go. You got to see ultimately how it ends. But finishing at the rim and shooting would be two things that would be on my list, at least for now, for the offseason.
And that's why we love JD, because you always finish well. You are a closer. Closing bars. I got the text from you with a no, man, of the Clevelander, the infamous. I still see a chalk outline of my red credit card, I think, when we were there the Tuesday before Super Bowl 54.
I think it was framed. I think they actually had it framed on the wall.
Yeah, just make sure you close that out. I got a lot of fraudulent card charges on there. Did you hit the Clevelander on South Beach on the other night, or was that just a drive-by, JD?
I did on Monday. I did I couldn't not. There will never be a time, as long as it stands, that I am there on Ocean Drive, that I will not head there. I did get there for a bit. I was actually, because I'm a sicko, and Greg knows this, all the things to do, and it was pretty lively, even on a Monday. All the things to do to look for and fun, and I did have some fun later. But I was looking for the Miami or the Milwaukee Phoenix games on, the Boston Sacramento games on. I was looking for somewhere to find a game. I love going east and having the games on later. It was just I was just a true sicko at 11:45 and midnight, looking for a place to duck in and watch the final.
What'd you think of that Devin Booker game-winning shot at the buzzer?
Yeah, it was great. No, it was great. They're playing a lot better. Without Bradley Beal, interestingly enough. But, no, it was a terrific shot, and, it's going to be interesting to see. The Suns could still make the playoffs as bad as they are. I know we're talking a lot about.
The playoffs or the play-in you talking?
Well, I think they could make the playoffs. You're telling me they couldn't beat – You're telling me they couldn't beat – well, I mean,
So if they get 6, do the Warriors not get 6 is what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying they get sick. No, they're going to have to. They're going to.
Oh, yeah, but they're going to have to get into the playoffs for the play-in.
He means they can make the playoffs.
They could beat Sac and beat the Clippers.
Yeah. But they're going to have to start in the play-in, right? Yeah.
Like
6
for
back
them,
of the Warriors.
Yeah, they're going to be 9 or 10.
Right.
For sure, they're going to be 9 or 10.
Totally.
But I think they could win the 2 games to
without
get in.
a doubt.
And they'd be a scary team to play if you're one of the 7-8 teams and you lose the first game. They'd be a scary team to play in an elimination game. So it just goes to show how fragile the whole thing is. You want to get to 6 and eliminate that because we've seen the Warriors have their problems in the play-in. But they got to get back on track here Friday and Sunday and get these next 2.
You're not going to New Orleans, 2 of our favorite Super Bowl cities, from Miami to New Orleans. You're not going. You're coming home.
I'm coming home. We'll be in the home studio for the next couple of Dubs OTs, and then back for LA at the end of the trip. And then we've got some other things cooking for potential play-in or playoffs. But yeah, I don't think my liver could do the Miami. Maybe if it was a more traditional trip where it was 2 nights and then you're out. But I don't know about this 3-4 nights in Miami and then
come on, you got to stay. He and I were the only 2 people at Bricktown. Remember when we tore up Bricktown after Game 6 in Oklahoma City?
And we were looking for a place to watch the Giants game. I think
was it? Yeah, because we're sickos.
We're sickos. Because we're sickos.
Sickos
like
for life.
No, I kid. I can hang. There's no doubt. I downplay it, but I could. Yeah, I could definitely hang.
Yeah, JD was the oldest one by age at Austin Scott's birthday gathering, but hey, he was not the oldest by behavior. So JD, you're the best. Oh, you're always welcome on the show, and you know that. And call on me whenever you want a little Dubs OT collab. Hopefully, they're running into April, and we can make this a thing.
As Papa knows, I am ageless. I can party with Greg Silver and I can party with Mike Silver. Just the same. It's timeless. It's just the way I roll, man.
No, man.
No,
you got it wrong.
You guys had Steve
We had Steve Sachs on. I know one day I will ask him that question. That's the famous Pedro Carrera question. One day we'll ask
All right,
him.
guys.
All right, man.
Have a safe flight,
Safe
JD.
travels, brother.
See you guys.
Bye.
He is John Dickinson of KNBR and Dubs OT. Of course, we'll go ahead, take a quick timeout, come back, and then get ready for Jeremy Affeldt to join us at 12:50. It is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What's up? I never yielded. And as you can see, I am not dead.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everyone? Papa and Silver. Very quick reset before we get to Jeremy Affeldt on the other side. He's going to be joining us. Giants pitching rotation is mostly set, and we know that Logan Webb is absolutely going to be the guy taking the ball tomorrow. Landon Roop named the 5th starter. Hayden Birdsong coming out of the bullpen. Lou Trevino getting a spot, which is a great story after he missed a year with Tommy John surgery. And, oh, by the way, we got the Giants Roundtable coming up today. That's right, March 26th. Today, 3 to 5 p.m. Dirty Work's going to be out there from 2 to 6, and then all 6 hosts will be together inside the tented terrace, which is adjacent to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill, 300 Finley Road, San Francisco, for the Presidio Golf Course. Full menu and drink specials are available. You think JD is going to show up straight off the plane, get some of those drink specials?
I don't think he'll land quite in time. What time are we going? 3 to 5?
3 to 5.
Right at happy hour. We're going to have a guy who knows all about drink specials. He is a brewer. He is a patriot. He is a 3-time World Series champion, the great Jeremy Affeldt. He is also a former Cincinnati Red. He came directly from the Reds to the Giants. One thing that I do worry about in that ballpark, especially with Matt Cain, I remember years ago, and it just, Wogan's a lot like him. It's a flat mound, what they call a turtleback mound, a flat mound. Matt Cain was saying on the game last night that he hears rumors that they have raised the mound, so it's not a great place to pitch, obviously. Jeremy Affeldt called it the Great American Small Park, and it also has a flat mound. So Jeremy will educate us on that. We'll look at one lefty in the bullpen to open the year with Eric Miller. I think it's changed a little bit with the rules, the 3-batter minimum rule. You know, how you want to do that. You need guys to get lefties and righties out. I mean, Jeremy could, but you had the ultimate loogie, you know, obviously, in Javier Lopez, and then Sergio handled the right-on-right matchup. So things a little bit different, but a lot to get to the eclectic Jeremy Affeldt. So can't wait to visit with a 3-time World Series champion.
Yeah, he was part of the opening day for the Cincinnati Reds back in 2008, his 1 year with the organization. And, of course, you know him as one of the great Giant relievers, 3-time World Series champion. And we'll go ahead, get to him right now. Jeremy Affeldt will join Papa and Silver, talking some Giants baseball on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Jimmy Butler's return to Miami was spoiled by the Heat, and without Steph Curry, it showed from start to finish. The Warriors lose 112-86, and they have lost 2 in a row without Curry, who is expected to return on Friday in New Orleans in what Steve Kerr is calling the biggest game of the year. Sound off, share your thoughts, 415-808-5627. Are you starting to get nervous, or is Steph coming back going to solve everything?
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's been great. Just look at the guys we have out there. You knew it would be good. You got the left side over here. You got Fitzy at second, who's starting to look better and better each time. Obviously, Lamont over there. And then the outfield is great. And then, obviously, can't forget Patty back there. He'll get mad if I forget him. But yeah, I think it's going to be a strong suit of ours. I think that was a big point of emphasis in the offseason. And as a pitcher, especially a ground ball pitcher, I'm excited about it.
That was Logan Webb on the game broadcast last night. And the next time that we see Logan Webb, he'll be on the mound for opening day in Cincinnati. They are wheels up and ready to go. And Webb getting the ball to open things off. Speaking of pitchers, what say we talk to a 3-time World Series champion who spent some time down at spring training working with some of the youngsters. I'm, of course, talking about Jeremy Affeldt, who joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Jeremy, great to have you. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, excited for Giants baseball to get underway. How's it going with you? Jeremy, we got you. All right, working on a little connection here with Jeremy Affeldt.
So much like Jeremy Affeldt to throw a scud. We love Jeremy. We'll get him on the air. Not only is he a 3-time World Series champion, and I think he's got the lowest ERA in World Series history. He won Game 7 of the World Series against the Kansas City Royals. You mentioned he's a former Red. He also was a former member of the KC Royals and the Reds as well. But he does throw a scud. I do think we have him back. Affeldt, you out there, brother?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Got you loud and clear. What's going on?
Ball one. How are you, man?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you just fine. I did the typical, can you hear me now? And I started screaming louder into the phone, thinking that was going to work,
No, we can barely make it. So faint, Jeremy. Can you speak up? Can you yell?
Yeah,
Can you yell a little bit?
Exactly.
How are you, brother? Good to hear your voice. We miss you. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing great, man. We're just hanging out here and, I sling beer at the brewery here.
I know, free roam. How's that going?
Yeah. Oh, man, it's a blessing. We have a lot of fun here and a lot of stuff going on, but it's been fun. It's been part of the community. It gives me my community fix that I love, and I get to see some baseball every now and then. And now the Giants with Buster at the helm there has kind of brought us back in, so he's giving us our baseball fix even. So life's really good right now. I'm enjoying it.
I want to hear all about the brewery for sure, but to just start off on opening day with the Reds, you, of course, were a member of Cincinnati back in 2008, and just reading up on that, that was a year in which they opened up the season by honoring Joe Nuxhall when you were a member of the team, and this is going to be the first opening day since the passing of Pete Rose. So what do you remember about that opening day from your year in Cincinnati and just the general environment and the hype around it? I know it's super big out there with that franchise and the history there in particular.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know much about the Reds' history when I went in there. You got kind of deked because of that. The energy in that stadium was awesome. Harang, I think, opened it up. And I just thought it was just a fun environment. I thought it was going to be kind of cool. And then we didn't do real well. And then you saw the 20 people that showed up or whatever it was the rest of the year. But, opening day is awesome in and of itself for every city. But then when you can honor somebody, when you can honor some of the past history of a stadium and a player that played, to me, it just adds that much more to it. And I'm hoping, of all the scenarios that take place, of all the teams that are honoring some of the past players, it just brings back some of the tradition. Because I think baseball has lost a little bit of that and understanding the respect of the tradition of the game. So these kind of things just hopefully will help bring that back into play a little bit.
Two of the oldest franchises, certainly in baseball, and Giants since 1876, and the Reds have been around even longer. That's why they traditionally have the opener. Aaron Harang, we miss Boom. We love Boomerang. Going to that ballpark, and I know you called it the Great American Small Park like we always do. The ball does fly there. And then also, whenever we went there, I remember when Kane went there, he talked about the flat mound, the turtleback mound that made it difficult to pitch. It's not like Dodger Stadium where you feel taller. And the broadcast last night, we heard a little bit of Logan Webb talking to Dwayne and Mike. He was mentioning that the mound has been raised a little bit, so hopefully he'll get more downhill tilt. But just talk about the elements for a pitcher pitching in the Great American Small Park, starting with the pitching mound.
Yeah, it was always tough, and for a curveball guy, that was the toughest thing for me. I need angle, right? You know, if you're a sinker slider guy, honestly, it's not as bad. But if you're a good curveball guy, and at that time I learned my sinker in Cincinnati. David Weathers actually taught it to me about, July of that year. I just had a hard time kind of getting that good break where it wasn't up in the zone. And that flat mound makes it a little bit tougher when that happens. You just feel like you got to get more extension. And you don't have, and on top of that, you do not have a lot of time to make an adjustment. You hang a curveball or throw a fastball up, and they put a good wood on it. It's going out of that ballpark when that thing is so small. I mean, it is really, really tiny, and the ball does carry there a little bit off the river. I mean, when you're watching Adam Dunn putting balls in the river, I mean, there's just something. It does not help you. BP, I tried not to watch because it didn't help you mentally. It definitely did not help you mentally. You did learn to pitch in the ballpark. If anything, that's why David did teach me my sinker. He's like, you got to learn to get this ball on the ground, and it saved my career. Right? That's when I went to San Francisco the very next year, and I became a sinker baller pretty much. And it was the main pitch I threw 80% of the time. So I was very thankful to be there. But you have to learn to pitch. And I mean, it helped me a little bit coming from Colorado the year before, but it's still, Colorado's mound was built for curve. We had about 3 or 4 curveball guys, so we had a pretty good mound, but it just was different, that ballpark, and you do not have a lot of room for mistakes, and you get used to giving up the homer and being okay with it. If you're a home pitcher, right, you're like, whatever, I'm going to give up my solo shot here. It's just going to happen. You just try not to walk guys. You got to pitch similar to Colorado in that way.
Talking to Jeremy Affeldt here on the UMA guest line, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM. San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, final hour of our show. But, of course, we got 2 more for the roundtable coming up from 3 to 5 with Dirty Work, so don't miss that if you're listening. Or come out to the Presidio golf course. Jeremy, on the note of the young pitchers, I know you were down to Scottsdale, got a chance to work with some of these. Were you ultimately surprised by any of the final roster and rotation decisions based on the time you spent with guys like a Hayden Birdsong or a Kyle Harrison or a Landon Arup who ended up getting that 5th starter spot? Or is it kind of go how you anticipated based on your time with them?
You know what? I think it came down to the final few that I thought would come down. I mean, I was part of the meetings. The Giants did a really good job of letting us be a part of some of these meetings. I remember walking upstairs, Buster I think he might have did it on purpose, but when he brought me in, he left and went back to San Francisco. I'm pretty sure. I was like, man. So he tried to probably limit the amount of time I could talk to him because I overtalk him. But he came back on Thursday, and I was there till Monday. And Friday morning, they were having a big pitchers meeting now that Buster's down. I walked up to say hi to him, and they were already in the conference room up there. And he yelled at me, and I stuck my head in there, and I said, do you mind if I join? He said, no, come join. I want you to hear what we have to say. And so they were going through the guys, man, and the talent is so good. And the talk the whole time was the reality of it is we're going to hurt some people's feelings. We are, because there's several guys that should be on the team that we don't have enough. It's a good problem to have when you have that kind of pitching depth. I don't think the Giants have had that in a while, where they've got guys waiting in the wings that can definitely pitch in the big leagues and do really, really well. I mean, they had 3 guys, or two, I think, that had 0 ERAs that were trying to make the team carry to 0. You can't do any better than what they did, and they didn't make the team. So to keep their hopes up, you got to kind of talk to them a certain way. And they actually talked about that. They said, hey, we got to relay it in a way to them that they know that they're not making the team because they're not good enough. We just don't have enough spots for them on the break. But it's baseball. People are gonna get hurt. Or they're not gonna pan out like everybody thought. Or the bright lights in the double-decker stadiums, it's a lot different. Pressure adds to the game, and guys will pitch differently. And so they need guys ready for that. So I think that the guys they took, I think, were the best scenarios. I mean, I would prefer, but I'm maybe a little biased, they carry another lefty, that Luciano kid, and he's funky. He's an odd guy, but I had a great time talking with him.
Joey Lucchesi, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, Lucchesi.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fault. That's how odd he is. I don't even call him by his real name.
That's all right.
So I was kind of that way. I was kind of odd myself. So it was fun talking with him. He picked my brain a lot, and he did really, really well. I think that I'm glad he stayed with the Giants. I think he deserves a shot at some point in time if he keeps doing what he's doing right now, because I think they're going to need an extra lefty. But I think they're carrying the right people, and they got a lot of pitch and depth, and they got a lot of guys that can work counts, and they need that. They need some sort of hope this year. You got to pitch to win ball games. They've got more power. Their situational hitting was as good as I've ever seen it in spring training alone. It was really fun to watch them play. And then it was fun to watch them pitch. And they've got an idea what they're doing. And I'm super excited to watch them this year because I do think they have the ability to compete. They just have to keep doing what they're doing and maximizing their abilities.
Well, that's how you guys won 3 World Series championships. Frontline starting pitching,
Right.
the core 4, and timely hitting, situational hitting. You mentioned the one lefty in the bullpen, and Taylor Rogers got traded right in the middle of our show one day. And I understand now we're going to see him tomorrow on opening day. He's in the Reds bullpen. They wanted to move some salary, but you're like, whoa. And Eric Miller was really good last year, and he throws hard, but you mentioned that. Now, back in the core 4 days, you had Javi, who was more of a loogie, but he could get righties out. But the thing that was great with you, and then you had obviously Sergio right on right, but you could get both sides out. How do you think, can Eric Miller get righties out? How do you think they use them? And the rule's different now with the 3-batter minimum. But just your thoughts about having just the one lefty in the bullpen initially to start the year, Jeremy.
I just worry about the workload. But because they have to face 3 guys, it might not be as much of a concern. But I just look at it as there's always a good reason to carry lefties. That angle, regardless if you're a right-handed or left-handed hitter, it's not a common angle to see consistently coming at you. I think with Miller, the biggest thing for me is he's an elevated guy. I do think he has a great ability to keep the ball down if he'd focus on that, because he does have a sinker. But I just really feel like if he can focus utilizing that hard four seam up in the zone for a wipeout or a timing type fastball, but really consistently trying to look at sinking that ball in and off the plate to lefties and inside and in off plate to righties. I think if he just utilizes his stuff and focuses on why he's throwing what he's throwing, he'll do fine. What he does to me at sometimes is I think he carries too much of the plate. And so I did that. when I was young and coming up. I throw hard, 95, 96, 97 miles an hour, touched 100. I hit him, Jason LaRue with 100, but it still counted. I still threw 100.
Damn.
And you were like, I'm throwing super hard, and the ball's going super far. Right? Because you're losing command and you're carrying too much of the plate with that pitch, or you're getting a lot of fouls. And so you're running 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitches in a batter. And once I learned to back it off and sink it and get him to make contact down, I was pitching a lot more. And I was pitching, more often in more games. And I was utilized better. I think if he can get to that, he'll be fine. But I am. I don't know, what the lineups are in Cincinnati, Houston. They play Cincinnati again, then they got New York, and I don't know how many lefties or switch hitters they got. I just think that you got to be careful with work.
Ellie De La Cruz, their best player's a switch hitter, bro.
Yeah, so you got that. So he's going to face him. You're going to come in to face him if there's a lefty on either side of him. So it's going to be interesting. I do think they're going to have to utilize another lefty at some point, but maybe not this early, but at some point they do.
So, Jeremy, we were talking as we were working through your phone connection, and Papa mentioned it, that pitched in a Game 7 and lowest ERA, the high, the low. We're talking about seeds. It's getting me all mixed up in March Madness. But bottom line is your ERA in the World Series was money, lowest possible. And so what I want to ask is Camilo Doval in particular, because this is a guy that was an all-star a couple of years ago, and last year he really struggled. And you're someone that understands the importance of a bullpen. You've done it at the highest stakes. You've reached the mountaintop 3 times with this San Francisco Giants franchise. JT Snow told us that Yusmeiro Petit and Camilo Doval really bonded down there in Scottsdale. So I wanted to just ask if you got a chance to really communicate much with Camilo on the personal level and kind of talk about bouncing back and getting the right frame of mind after he had some struggles last year. The talent is all there, but he just didn't look like himself. He was antsy and he couldn't find the strike zone. And This year, so far in the spring, he's looked like he's bounced back pretty well, but we're about to see it for real.
Yeah, what I saw down in spring training was pretty good. From his bullpens to his warm-up pens before he went in the game to getting in the game. It just looked like he wasn't trying to put up the sexy 101 where he kind of recoils and spins off and just throws it up there. He kind of really he almost like he has a plan. And a guy with that talent and that kind of arm, if you have a plan and utilize your plan, still realizing you have to respect the hitters in this game. Will they miss hit or foul off or swing and miss at some of your fastballs on the halves or down the middle? Yeah, they will from time to time, but they're also going to get you beat. And as a closer especially, man, the electricity of it, you're just not going to get away with hard over the middle anymore. You're not. The hitters are timing it, right? So you've got to get back to, I'm going to throw hard, but I got to have what am I trying to execute? And I got to try to locate my slider, and I don't want to give in and get in accounts where I have to give in, because that's when the hitter has more of an advantage. And I think with Teak going down there, but especially when I was talking, Casilla had a lot of good conversations, and I wasn't there when Casilla was there. Just guys had kind of given me some insight onto what Casilla was saying to him, which was really good. And I guess he looked at him one day and he says, "Man, you're pitching like you just don't care. Like you're out there just lollygagging around. You have no passion to get it. You're just like ho-humming. I want you to enjoy the game, but get after it like you matter. You matter. Like, I care about this inning. This is my inning. I own this inning, and be aggressive." And I think Casilla was really good for him on that aspect. And Casilla, man, he could give you a heart attack out there. Same as Duvall. Like, he could do it, right? He could do the same thing, but he honed in and he kind of locked down and hunkered down. And I think that that's super important. And I want him to keep doing what he's doing. But it comes down to the fact, know who you are, know how important you are, and pitch like you own that inning. And make people look silly. Don't ever give in to any of those hitters, and don't give them something to hit. You don't have to. Your stuff's too good. So if he stays what he's doing right now, I think that's the outcome he'll have, is another all-star type season.
Yeah, exciting stuff. They took off at 11 o'clock our time a couple hours ago, and they're going to land in Cincinnati around dinner time, and it starts. And got the road trip. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. They'll be able to get all the games in Cincinnati, then 3 in Houston, then home for the home opener. And then I know you're planning on coming to the Bay Area. You got a speaking engagement coming up at the Commonwealth Club on Thursday, April the 10th at noon. Wow, you made it, brother. Big time. Commonwealth Club?
Yeah, I know. I've done it one other time, but that was like right when I got done playing, so I still had some street cred. I was like, man, you're inviting me back. It's been like 10 years. But, I think it's going to be fun, and we're going to talk about mentality of the game. We're going to talk about some fun stuff, just insights of why I did what or why you do what. It's going to be a cool conversation, so I'm excited. I'm glad they invited me back, and it'll be a fun time. So I'm also with I'm actually also down there. I'm doing a fun thing with my buddy who I'd met at some of my fundraisers events. He became a good friend of mine, and I get to do a really, really cool thing for him for the Millbrae Mad Dogs. It's a fundraiser for his kids, and I'm going in. I'm going to speak to him about baseball, have a good time, and so I'm really happy and really thankful I get to do that with him as well. So I get to hang out with some of these young kids and try to encourage them. So I'm kind of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone there, and I'm excited for it. So it's going to be a good time in San Francisco, and I get to go to a Warriors game. So I'm excited.
Nice.
So it's gonna be great. Yeah,
you know which one? We need to see if Jeremy Effelt's the ultimate good luck charm, and if they end up getting the 6th seed or in the playoffs, we might just be flying you out here all the time.
You going to the Denver game? When are you coming out?
I think I'm going to San Antonio. The April
San Antonio.
9th. I think that's the Spurs, right?
Right. Are you going to be out for the home opener at all on the 4th, or are you coming in later in the homestand?
No, I don't get in till the 9th. I'm flying in, and then they leave the day I get there.
Right.
Yeah. So,
shoot us a text when you're in town. Text. Love to hang with you, get a beer. Justin Verlander's going to start the home opener. Hopefully, weather permitting, he'll start Saturday. So every time we've asked people, we've had Hunter Pence on, Javi, like, do you ever bring up Game 1 of 2012 World Series? They're like, no, it's Justin Verlander. You're the one guy that's down there, I know, that would drop a scud on JV. Have you brought Game 1 up to him at all?
No.
Not even you?
You know what? I didn't do it. Getting down there, he was locked in doing his own thing. He was looking at all his TV screens and his, he's a big analytical guy. So I don't know if him and I would have a whole lot of time. I'm not analytical, but, he's looking at all that stuff, but he was working for him. He's a Hall of Famer. No one's going to say anything to him, right? So But man, we were in the coaches meeting, and Pablo walked in, and it was great. I think everybody was thinking about. I was talking to Burrow before. I'm like, hey, you think it's kind of weird that Pablo's watching, because he was watching Verlander's pen, and so we were watching him, and I was like, if I'm Verlander, I'm like, well, you just want to watch to see which balls you hit deep on me 3 times? Like,
wow, you get that far.
But it was pretty funny. And when Pablo walked into the coaches meeting, Burrow's like, hey, man, maybe we just stay away from the whole World Series, 2012 World Series comments right now, because we're going to need him, and we don't need him, like, pissed off mentally. So we're trying to get him locked in. But, dude, it would have been an interesting one, that's for sure.
I mean, we had Greg Amsinger on from MLB Network, and he said, I think Justin Verlander is going to get 17 wins. So maybe if you get him pissed off mentally, if it propels him to get to 17, I'm like, well, okay, whatever it takes. Am I right?
We'll take 17 starts. How does he look to you?
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that was my only. Hey, he looked good, to be honest with you. I mean, he was spinning 95 already, which I would think for him, he would probably take his time on that. But I think he just came in ready to go. I think what he's got, which I think is super important, he's got a little bit of some attitude on the mound. He's got some arrogance out there, but it's a good arrogance, right? It's what these young kids need to see. When you walk out on that mound, I need to see that. Like I own this mound. I own this spot. I don't want to be nice today. Even his bullpen before the game warming up, he's not nice. He's just kind of bossy, but it's good. It's what you need in that situation. It's kind of that Randy Johnson type, kind of feel out there. And he looked really good. I think my biggest concern is his health, but he definitely came into camp saying, I'm going to prove that I'm better than I was last year. I'm going to stay healthy. I'm going to get after it. And I got something to prove. And that's good. I'm looking at 17 wins. Oh man, I tell you what, I think anybody would, I might have an extra beer for that, so we might have 17 wins out of him. But if he does it, that can't be anything good. I mean, I don't know a lot of 17-game winners that their team doesn't have a good year. There's not a lot of those situations, so that'd be awesome.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, Jeremy, thanks so much for coming on. Let us know when you're out here. You're welcome with the Gregs anytime on the air, but obviously when you're in San Francisco, we'll connect, and really appreciate your time coming by today.
Yeah.
Safe travels all the way until then.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. It was a good time.
Thank you, brother. Good to talking to you. The Scud Stud is Jeremy Eifelt.
I love talking to Jeremy Eifelt. That was awesome.
So fun. He was so fun to work with on TV. First time we ever had him on TV, we did a bit. With Eifelt, Game 7, winning pitcher, lowest ERA in World Series history, all that. But he also had a propensity to get injured in odd ways. Remember when he was slicing frozen hamburger patties for his son or his sons, and he cut his hand out on the lake with the kids? He'd get hurt. So we did a bit where we started in the green room. We taped it all. I mean, maybe we did it live. I think it was on this. We rehearsed it once. Eifelt was a natural on TV, a lot like Hunter Pence. So he comes in the studio, and we set up like booby traps where he trips over a bucket and he falls, and so the whole thing was physical humor. And he nailed it right away, but he was so fun. I just met the guy. I'm like, hey, Jeremy, we're going to poke fun at you being weird and hurting yourself in weird ways. So you walk in the studio, we're going to have all these traps set up. And he nailed it on a live take, and he was great on TV. He's just so much fun. Good guy.
Loved having him on. One of our 3 guests today who did a fantastic job, and we'll get him on, obviously, throughout the season. Good to hear his take on the pitching as well, and the humor of all the Justin Verlander interactions as well. Can't wait to see Justin Verlander.
24 hours. Less than 24 hours. It'll be underway.
Yeah, and then how many days? That's 9 days until we see him right here in San Francisco.
JV.
The home opener.
Weather permitting. I think we're okay tomorrow, but the rest of the weather forecast, they're off on Friday, but Saturday and Sunday, it's going to rain all weekend in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it is. So we'll be monitoring that one for sure, but coming up next, let's do a little bit of a Silver Linings playlist. I had a lot of directions I could go today. I was thinking about just the song by Pearl Jam, Jeremy, Raph, if you know, you know. Shout out to Jeremy Eifelt. I was thinking about Blink-182's I Miss You. Morning Show was having a riff on that. I'm like, I miss Steph Curry, and where are you? And all that. So I did end up deciding on a song. I just kept it short and sweet and simple. I'll tell you what that is next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So Walter's leaving the show halfway through today, and I was super upset about it until I learned that it was for a good cause. That's right. He's going to go help get things set up for the Giants Roundtable. So check it out. You got the Gregs, Murph and Marcus, and Dirty Work all reconvening, possibly fighting from 3 to 5 at the Presidio Golf Club. Can't wait to see you out there. And if you can't make it in person, just keep it locked right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Oh, hey, everyone. What's going on? Silver Linings Playlist. Like I said, was I going to go Jeremy for Jeremy Affeldt? Because that's who we just had on. The breakout hit by one of my favorite bands, Pearl Jam. No, I decided since Walter left and we got Raph, Marty Lurie's producer, why not just make him feel as much at home as possible? And here's the deal. I know that opening day is a day away, but we got our opening Silver Linings playlist because tomorrow we got a short show. Pregame starts at 12:10. I don't think we're going to have time for it, so we're going to get right into it and play a John Fogerty of Creedence Clearwater Revival classic. Everybody do the... There you go.
Oh, wow. Is it time for Marty Lurie? Hyman Roth?
And the reason,
is so good.
The reason I want to go center field here, too, is because it's not just the joy of baseball being back, you know, the green grass on the field. We're born again, as John Fogerty says in this 1985 release. But center field is a position in particular in which we are all watching closely for the San Francisco Giants. Some of the frustration with the last few years, and not just the middling 500 ball, it was the roster turnover. It was not feeling like there were a lot of players to easily identify with. And of course, you got your Logan Webbs, and now you got Matt Chapman locked up, and you got Willie Adames on a big signing. But Jung-Hoo Lee made $113 million on a 6-year contract, and he only played 37 games last year. I am eager, and I know a lot of the Bay Area is eager to watch number 51, Jung-Hoo Lee, back out there in center. And it's been, yeah. And
Crank it up, Raph. Let's hear this.
We're going to crank that baby up. And the bottom line is, Jung-Hoo Lee, I know that he is an unproven big league hitter to the point we got a very small sample size last year. But if we're seeing what we've seen in the spring and him hitting in that 3 spot, Jung-Hoo Lee's at the top of my list, if not the top most excited Giant to watch here in 2025.
And center field, we're talking about the greatest center fielder of them all, the 24-time Gold Glove winner. And this is the first time the San Francisco Giants on opening day will play a baseball game without Willie Howard Mays with us. And Marty loved Willie, and Willie Mays loved Marty Lurie. They had so many great interactions in Murph's clubhouse and one-on-one interviewers. Obviously, John Shea was his autobiographer, but on the radio side, it was Marty. And then the Reds, and I know the morning show has been talking about it, and you look at the Reds media guide, and the cover is a huge picture of Peter Edward Rose. The name of the stadium, Great American Ballpark, the address is 100 Joe Nuxall Way. To me, it should be 4,256 Pete Rose Drive would be the name of it, like they did in Atlanta with 755 Hank Aaron Drive, and maybe Line Drive would be better for Pete Rose. But anyway, yeah, there's no doubt. And I like this choice because we're not going to get into a lot tomorrow. We'll talk a little March Madness and Warriors, but mainly it'll be a 2-hour pregame show before the pregame show. And there was a time the Reds were in the National League West. They dominated the National League West. You know, obviously during the Big Red Machine days, and they're going to Houston right after, 2 National League West teams. Atlanta was also in the Old West. But I love the fact that I asked the other day, when's the last time the Giants opened a season in Cincinnati? you have to go back to Riverfront Stadium in 1999 before the stadium even was built and opened. The one thing about tomorrow, the Reds always were the traditional opener, and I think they're still having a parade, and it's just different in Cincinnati. They love all the sports, but they love the Redlegs there. And you think of the great, Marty Brenneman, who I had a chance to know and almost work with for a short period of time. I was hired by the Reds and then realized what a racist alcoholic Marge Schott was, and that wasn't going to work out. Her dogs all drooled all over me and I love St. Bernards.
I grew up. He didn't check, and he was like,
I grew up with a couple of. I had a St. Bernard when I was a kid, but Shotzi, the flask is for Mama to drink out of, not so much the dog. Anyway. The opener tomorrow, it's not even the first game. And I know they went to Tokyo a couple of weeks ago to East Asia for the Cubs and Dodgers, but you would think they allow the Reds to even have the first pitch tomorrow. It's not. An hour before the Giants and Reds go, the New York Yankees, and that's okay. I mean, there's the big ballpark in the Bronx, and they're going to pitch Carlos Rodon tomorrow in their opener with Garrett Cole on the IL.
Forever Giant, baby.
But then we're going to have Toronto is going to begin their opener with Barrios on the mound before. 5 minutes before, Nate Eovaldi will throw a pitch for Bruce Bochy. Washington will throw a pitch 5 minutes before. Then you have a bunch of games going off simultaneously in Kansas City and in Houston, San Diego as well, the White Sox. I mean, you got a bunch of games starting at 1:10 our time. So I wish baseball would just let the Reds begin it domestically before everybody else, but it'll be among the games, and it'll be obviously, it's opening day, and to do it in Cincinnati is phenomenal. So I love, I'm thinking of Marty right now. Marty sent me a detailed scouting report on Christian Koss and said he's a dirtbag. You're going to love that guy. I don't know if he played at Long Beach State. I don't think he meant it that way, but he's a baseball player.
No, he's an anteater, another school in the Midwest.
He's an anteater as well. Anyway, good call. Love that. Put me in coach.
Yeah, got to do it. And Jung-Hoo Lee, and of course, Willie Howard Mays in the first season without him. I wish that the Giants and most specifically the Reds were getting this kicked off tomorrow, but at least it wasn't a Rockies-Rays case where they are the only two teams not playing tomorrow on opening day. That's right. They're doing a Friday get-go for the Rays and the Rockies. So Rob Manfred at least did not do the Giants in that sort of dirty fashion. It's funny. I was looking at the schedule this morning, actually, because tomorrow we're going to have some Diamond Notes. And
Are you doing Diamond Notes now, the award-winning Diamond Notes?
The award-winning Diamond Notes. I might.
Do you have to do the in-booth Q&A with John Miller?
Of course.
All you need to say is, John, how are you? Happy opening day. Funny you should mention that. And then in the fifth inning, you'll get it back. We love John.
Yeah, we love John very much. And yeah, I think I might be, my rendition of the Diamond Notes might actually strip it of the award that it's won, which, I don't know exactly what that is. All I know is they're award-winning.
I don't think there are any actually awards, but they just say that.
I think they've won a lot of awards deep down in my soul. Yeah, that's my gut feeling. Anyway, we're going to be doing the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard, and I'm going to have, 7 pitches to talk about. Well, the Yankees are underway against the Brewers, and
Carlos Rodon gets the home opener and the season opener for the New York Yankees. Wow.
Yeah, and then we'll have Toronto with first pitch at 12:07.
They love the Rose 7s.
Eastern time. They do love the Rose 7s, so there you have it, center field. We're going to be getting deep into it, and this is just an exciting time of year in general where we're going to have a lot to talk about with baseball getting underway, the NFL draft coming up, and we're going to get a little bit more into football next week. It's been kind of pushed to the side post-combine, and of course, we'll be monitoring the last 10 games of the Warriors, see if they got to play a play-in to get into a playoff series, see if they can hold on to 6, but we're now at that phase where it is full-on standings watch. They've gotten a little bit of a margin for error, but they don't play today, and by the end of the day, they could be out of that number 6 spot if the Clippers get a road win at Madison Square Garden. So much to monitor. It's chaotic in the best possible way. And by the way, hour and a half from now, speaking of chaos, we're going to be having to stop Murph from throwing chairs at the Roundtable.
He's not throwing chairs. We're going to talk ball. I have worked with, Murph and Marcus, obviously, every Friday during the football season. I do a 15-minute hit, which turns into 30 minutes.
Right.
I've obviously worked with you. I've worked with Copes. The only one I've never worked with, and who would have thought, when he was born, April the 5th of 1991, and I wanted to name him Anthony and Rocco and Dominic, all these great names. I did like the name Derek. Who would have thought that all these years later, because I always had like a shortened version. My daughter's names, I always wanted them to be masculine. Alexandria, call her Alex. Danielle is Danny. Who thought that when I went with Derek Gerard Papa, it would turn into D-Pop? Did I ever sit down and think that's where we're going? Damn, how did that happen?
D-Pop, that's great.
Jeez. Can I get a do-over on that one?
Quick digression. Did you you watched Inglourious Bastards, I assume?
Did I watch Inglourious Bastards? Well, I have a question for you. How do you do the numeral 3? Do you do it like that? The U.S. version? The one where they got outed drinking late at night is the German version? Or do you do it like Steph Curry does it like, hey, okay, I made a 3. Of course I lost. That was the best role Brad Pitt was ever in, except when he played Billy. Why do you ask?
Well, because I'm just thinking of the super Italian names with the Americans and Antonio Margaretti, Dominic De Coco.
The one thing about Brad Pitt, the accent was terrible.
Oh, it's hilarious.
When they had to fake the Italian accents. But I wanted the name. Who do we have on? Greg Amsinger.
Yeah.
We're both named Greg. He said the same thing. He wishes he was an Anthony. It's too ethnic. Too ethnic? What does that mean? I wanted all Anthony's, Tony's, Rocco. I wanted the Dominic. I wanted the Anthony, Dominic, Rocco. It didn't turn out that way. Now what do I have? A D-Pop. How'd that happen?
We'll be out at the Presidio Golf Course.
Pop singer? Where is he from? Korea? D-Pop? Where is this from?
We'll be with Murph and Marcus as well as Copes.
We do love our K-pop, though.
D-Pop, anyway, short for D-Pop. Dominic, apparently. So,
D-Pop, yeah.
D-Pop, K-Pop.
I think Derek would have liked that as well.
Maybe we'll ask him. That'll be his early contribution on the Giants Roundtable. Just like, hey, Derek, before we talk some ball and laying down bunts and the Manfred Man.
No, you know
we
want Derek to work on? Because he is a Giant. He loves the Giants, and he's a huge Giant historian. Can you name every starting left fielder the Giants have had on opening day since Barry Lamar Bonds? Can
Dave
you do
Roberts.
that? He was the first one.
There you go.
Okay, very good. Doc. My first partner on Giants pre- and post-game live is Dave Roberts before he got sick, so we love him.
And now he's going to be chasing.
And Elliot Ramos is the most recent one tomorrow. Will he stop the streak?
Yeah.
Will it end with Elliot Ramos? Will he go back-to-back?
I know. Speaking of last year's opening day, Michael Conforto is with Dave Roberts now. And those Dodgers we're going to have to start worrying about. But that's okay, because the Giants are undefeated, baby. That's right. Coming up next, we'll get back in to the Golden State Warriors and the Miami Heat, and also tell you what we got coming up for the rest of the week as we look to plan it all out. Tomorrow's a big one. Opening day and Sweet 16 coming to Chase Center. It's Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Oh, hey, it's me again, Greg Silver here, because did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in California. And you know by now that Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, bicycles, children playing, being all around us in this busy region. Please be careful, and we can work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. But if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver for another 20 minutes, and then it's just going to be a short absence while we fight through the lovely traffic of San Francisco. Remember, we got motorcyclists and pedestrians all around us, Raph, so going to have to zip over there in our fancy schmancy cars, get to 300 Finley Road in San Francisco. So we were going to get back into the Warriors, and that has been the big story of the day, obviously, besides opening day eve with the Giants taking on the Cincinnati Reds in Cincinnati tomorrow. But Tom Izzo had a great rant about the transfer portal being open, and I'm fully with him. What is going on with the timing of this? And so Scottie Pippen's son, Justin, is at Michigan. Michigan, one of the 16 teams left in the NCAA tournament. He entered the transfer portal today while his team is still playing in the tournament. And I know it sounds crazy. In this case, Pippen has hardly seen the court. He's averaging, 6.5 minutes a game. So it's not like it's their star player or something, but I'm all for the transfer portal. I'm all for players finding ways to profit off their name, image, and likeness if they got these big brands with college sports, but we got to do some shifting around with these dates, and that just goes for football too.
Is it all the same day? Well, I understand it for football. They're in the off season now. They got to have a different date for
No. So I'm saying football, the transfer portal opened December 9th.
Right,
during the
season. That's what I thought. So this is just for basketball now?
Yeah.
And football was earlier?
Yes.
You got to move them back. It'd be like starting NFL free agency the weekend after the divisional playoff games. You can't do that. They're not ready for this. And there was times, I remember the Warriors, having a parade on a Wednesday and drafting the next day and working guys out that morning. There was an extreme overlap when you were playing deep into June. Even then, they needed to push it back. But this is ridiculous. So what Tom Izzo said was, I'm getting ready to play in the Sweet 16. I got to study 3 teams. When you get into this tournament, and I know it's a field of 68, but really it's like 4 different tournaments. You just got to win a game, win another game on a weekend, and do it again and again and again, and then go all the way to the Final Four and win. So he's not locked in. It's a disadvantage to his program. And then he's asking, to remove players from his roster. They got to freeze rosters, freeze adding players to your roster. Everybody's hiring general managers at the collegiate level. And now, Stanford and Andrew Luck had to fire Troy Taylor. It gets clumsy sometimes. But as far as doing this in the middle of the Final Four, the race to be in the Final Four, and from, all the way to the Sweet 16, it's ridiculous. So he went off saying, I don't want to do it. We reached out to Eric Musselman early in the week, and with Arkansas playing at Chase tomorrow, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, Muss was there with Big Suey. They took on Coach K, and that was the big story. Now, obviously, it's John Calipari coming back, but I texted Muss right away. He got back to me almost instantaneously. I texted him early in the morning. Actually, it was yesterday morning at 9:30 about coming on. And he said, great to hear from you, but we are deep in transfer portal recruiting visits. What time are you on? And then I never heard from him again, which is understandable. We'll check in. But, I think they're in the NIT at USC. But it's different, and you have time. But how do you do this? I don't even know. Does the athletic director oversee this? Do you hire a general manager of the basketball team that oversees this, that runs this for you? I mean, what Izzo was saying is, I don't care. He's older now. He's trying to win. There may be a day when Michigan State does care that they weren't involved in this, but you're basically asking him, let's get rid of the players on my roster right now that took me to another Sweet 16 in my career. Prepare for the next wave. You have to do it to some degree, but do you have to do it in mid-March or late March, right after you got the Sweet 16 teams? Can't you wait to do this after the champion is crowned and just do it in a month? What's wrong with the calendar here?
I have no idea. And I will say that for big brands and big basketball teams, like a Michigan State, for example, we probably are headed toward a future where you're going to have a general manager to handle this kind of stuff. It's happening more in football now. We got 2 great Bay Area football faces coming back to their alma maters, and Andrew Luck and Ron Rivera for Stanford and Cal, respectively, to go be a general manager role for their college football team. And, 10 years ago, you would have thought, wait, you're doing what? But now, with basketball, you probably are headed toward general managers to handle situations like this. All that being said, though, why are you doing it in the middle of the tournament? That still just blows my mind.
I mean, it's like having free agency in the NFL start, right after the wild card weekend of the divisional. No one's doing that. Major League Baseball free agency starts 5 days after the last out or the last, base hit of the World Series. I mean, how could it be done any other way? And they do it, which I think the first school that I never heard of this. General managers, what is it? Adrian Wojnarowski was hired by St. Bonaventure University. And, I got a lot of friends that went there in Olean, a great program. He was the number one insider. He's had some health issues. But anyway, they hired him, and I'm like, what? He's athletic director, right? And they're like, no, he's the manager of the basketball team. I'm like, what? He's like washing the uniforms and the towels? What is this job? No, he's essentially the general manager of the basketball team. I never heard of that in college. I think the first coach to do it, correct me if I'm wrong, is Shire at Duke, the guy that replaced Coach K. And he hired someone that really intelligent when was not involved in basketball to be the GM of the basketball program. That it's a weighty thing. When you're recruiting, it's more so in football. Well, what did Bill Belichick do immediately when he got the job at North Carolina football? He hired Mike Lombardi to be his general manager. So it is prevalent now. Andrew Luck and Ron Rivera, two great figures at Stanford and Cal. So it is happening more and more. I'm sure Tom Izzo has someone, or he needs to put someone in place, because he can't be getting ready to scout 3 different teams on a Monday and worry about getting half his roster off his team, bringing in all new players. Let somebody else do that. Now, we're going to do it. We're going to try to keep it quiet, but it is the world we live in right now. And a lot of coaches are turned off by this because it does create. We were talking to Mike Montgomery on Friday from St. Lee's 9 to 9. This is Mike Montgomery's been to 16 Sweet 16s in his career, 16 NCAA tournaments in 32 years. I said, Mike, you sit down and watch the tournament? He was embarrassed. He said, no, I don't like the game now. There's too much. In Stanford, the reason he won is he had all these 3- and 4-year college players playing the one-and-dones. He would beat them because they had a system. They were older college players. He said, I can't even watch it now. And it's not just so much the name, image, and likeness. That's one element of it. But these transfer portals and guys that can stay or leave after a year. But, in the old days, the coach would get a job and leave, and you were stuck there. If you did transfer, you had to sit out for at least a year. So I guess that side of it is better. But they got to get a handle on the calendar here to do this right after the Sweet 16 is established. Who came up with that date?
Yeah, again, I'm all for the transfer portal and not having to wait the extra year and go and let these athletes try to get the most out of their opportunity and get a college education and also try to have a shot at making the pros. But the calendar factor is just blowing my mind. I did see this graphic, and I'll actually show you. It might be kind of tough to show on the stream, but basically it was the starting 5 of every team in the Sweet 16 and a logo based on where they began playing college basketball. So Purdue, all 5 Purdue. Duke has 4. Michigan State has 4. Nobody else has more than 3. So you just see a whole bunch of different logos on this one. And
so that's why they win.
Yeah.
Because their athletes are staying there a longer period of time and not transferring.
Right.
Because you go to those schools, you're not transferring. Well, it's the same way in the NFL. When I get ready for an NFL game now, and I go through their college backgrounds, it is unbelievable. Some kids play at 4 and 5 different college programs in a 5-year collegiate or a 6-year collegiate football career. John Lynch is having a hard time with it because guys just, when he was at Stanford, he went there to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
And then Bill Walsh said, well, I think you're better at safety. Back in the day, would John Lynch have just said, what do you know, old man?
He said, I think you can be an all-pro. Turns out he was wrong.
He was a Hall of Famer. But I know, but also a younger version today, John Lynch just may say, I want to play quarterback, and I'm going to transfer to a school that's going to allow me to play quarterback. Is that best for John Lynch, not only where he plays on a football team, his development? You got to coach these guys hard. So the whole thing, it is what it is, and you got to adjust to it, but some of it is just too out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The landscape of college sports definitely changing, but we do have the Sweet 16 coming to Chase Center. Those 4 teams that you could see tomorrow are going to be Maryland, Florida, and then John Calipari's 10 seed Arkansas, the lowest seed left in the tournament, will take on Texas Tech. And then, of course, some other games going on tomorrow between BYU and Alabama and Arizona and Duke. Then the next day, you're going to have Ole Miss taking on Tom Izzo and Michigan State, Kentucky and Tennessee, Michigan and Auburn, and Purdue and Houston. If you picked some high seeds to go and win the bracket, then still probably got a chance to go and win some money. On the other side, let's wrap up the show, get ready for the roundtable, move past what we saw with the Dubs in Miami last night. It is Papa and Silver, finishing up hour number 4 of 6 on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So Walter's leaving the show halfway through today, and I was super upset about it until I learned that it was for a good cause. That's right. He's going to go help get things set up for the Giants Roundtable. So check it out. You got the Gregs, Murph and Marcus, and Dirty Work all reconvening, possibly fighting from 3 to 5 at the Presidio Golf Club. Can't wait to see you out there. And if you can't make it in person, just keep it locked right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
fadeaway wing jumper. Butler played the D. Outlet to Jimmy Butler. Ahead of Wiggs. And he blocked the shot and saved the layup. Wiggins, beautiful defensive play.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yes, that'll just about do it. 5 more minutes here with Pop and Silver for our show. Then we're going to head out to the Presidio, join Cope's D-Pop/K-Pop/Gerard. I learned is his middle name, so I'll be using that one against him.
Depardieu.
And then we'll be joining Murph and Marcus as well. So lots of fun from 3 to 5 coming your way. Mike Krukow is going to call into the roundtable as well. Looking forward to all of that. And that sound that we just came in with was kind of the story of the night. Andrew Wiggins blocked Jimmy Butler going up for a layup. And hey, the Miami Heat took advantage of the fact that Steph Curry wasn't playing. They won it without their defense. We're going to move on. We're moving forward. And the plan is for Steph Curry to be back against New Orleans on Friday. Warriors doing everything they can to hold on to a top 6 seed.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was for Steph to play last night, but it didn't turn out that way. He had one movement at the very end of his workout on Monday in Miami. Didn't quite feel right. The team did not practice today. They're chilling in Miami. They're going to fly to New Orleans tomorrow, finally get out of South Beach, and go over to New Orleans and play them on Friday. But they do have a practice. When they land, they're going to practice there. And then we'll see, how Steph is. I'm sure Steph's in a gym somewhere getting shots up with the Q-Man and Celebrini and Drew Yoder looking at him. And then we'll see if he's able to play. Obviously, it makes a huge difference whether or not Steph Curry plays. Who knows how the game would have gone last night. So we are going to watch basketball tonight. We got a whole schedule of games. What's going on with the L.A. Lakers right now is interesting. They're going to play in the Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. Bucks Nuggets, a good game. Celtics Suns is a good game tonight. But you're saying lock in on Clippers at the world's most famous arena.
That is the one to lock in on if you are doing the standings watch. Jason Tatum, after his ankle roll, I guess was shooting out there at the shoot-around and looked like he was trying to get the sneakers on. We'll see if he ends up going. But Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, that game will be in Phoenix tonight at 7 o'clock Pacific. If you're looking to fill your day with some sports before we got a whole bunch of baseball tomorrow. But yes, the big one on the standings watch is the LA Clippers at the New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Clippers lost to the Thunder a couple days ago, and that's part of what's kept the Warriors afloat here. But with a win, because of that tiebreaker, they can jump over Golden State.
If the Clippers win, they go to 41-31. The Warriors are 41-31, and as you mentioned, they have the tiebreaker. Is Jalen Brunson back with the New York Knicks yet?
No, I don't believe so.
Damn.
Yeah, I think there was a secondary report that said it might be closer to early April now.
He's out that long with the ankle injury he suffered at the Lakers after the Warriors saw him. Wow, that really is hurting that team, but we'll see. I mean, it's still a ways to go. The Warriors just got to get right. And then San Antonio on this trip. John Morant currently is out to injury. When the Warriors go to Memphis, he's not going to play, right? Then they are going to roll through crypto to play the Lakers before coming home. So it all comes together. Giants and Warriors, and the day to circle on the calendar is April the 4th, the home opener for the Giants with Justin Verlander on the mound against Julio Rodriguez and all the Seattle Mariners. And then that night, the Warriors play Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. How many people are going to do the daily double? I think I may go out for it. Would that be something to go to Giants home opener during the day? And I think it's 9/10 of a mile over to Chase Center to watch the Warriors and the Nuggets, and maybe a playoff preview
for the day. Exactly. It could be a playoff preview. So they got to find a way to beat the Denver Nuggets because even without Jokic playing in the last game, it's now 9 in a row that the Nuggets have over the Golden State Warriors. So that's just about going to wrap it up here. We're going to start handing it off to Dirty Work as they get ready for the roundtable. If the stream view that you're about to get on the YouTube, you're going to see a nicely dressed Tim Webb. You're going to see D-Pop with his sunglasses, and you're going to see Copes rocking the orange and black on his head. Hey, Derek, come on. No hand gestures right now. And then that screen is going to fill up as the other hosts filter in around 3 o'clock. I'd like to thank.
Where's the bar in relation to the table there? That's all I want to know. Copes, where's the bar? How far away is it? That's what we want to know.
Like it's like I just through the window, right? Like I'm looking straight ahead out the bar. It's within.
Give me a
within spitting
drink,
distance.
and you know what else I want when we get there?
Greg, you gotta pay.
We'll be there. We got to pay. It's not open. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not, what?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Put it
That's
on
all
the
I'm gonna say.
Acavados.
You gotta pay.
What? We got to pay when we get there. All right.
Well,
BYOB.
Yeah, we'll see if Papa ends up pulling out the wallet at the bar there. But big thank you to Eric Reid, John Dickinson, Jeremy Affel. Thank you to Walter, and thank you to Raph for your contributions on the show as well. We'll talk to you in about an hour, but in the meantime, let's hand it off to Dirty Work. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on what day is today? Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday.
We are live from the Presidio golf course in the beautiful Presidio right here in San Francisco. We got an audience with us here. We got our Giants Roundtable coming up at 3 o'clock. All 3 KNBR shows, all 6 hosts represented. We'll get Murph and Marcus out here, as well as Greg and Greg, talking some Giants baseball with the season opening tomorrow. What's up, D-Pop? How you doing,
What's
bro?
going on?
You know,
This is a little too classy for Dirty Work, I would say.
Yeah, it's the classiest.
I don't like it.
I didn't anticipate Dirty Work would ever do a show where there were white tablecloths.
I know.
That's kind of where I was. They handed me a burger. I ordered sliders. They handed me a fork and a knife with it.
Can I take that to go for home?
No, you can't take it to go for home. I offered you one of the sliders. You already haven't claimed it. It's already going to go away. I'm going to withdraw the slider.
Whoa, give me some time
No,
here.
no time. You had time before the show to eat it. When are you going to eat it? You're going to let it sit there for the duration
I'll do it in
of the
between
show?
breaks.
No, you won't.
I'm not going to talk much during this round table. Murph and my dad and you are going to hog the whole time.
Could you bring my headphones up a little bit just for the local? I'm having a little bit of a tough time hearing Derek. No, Derek, that's not a volume, is it?
I think it is.
Derek's spinning the on-off knob.
No, I think
No, it's not.
It's not?
The engineers are looking
I
at you
don't
saying
know
it's
how
not a-
technology works.
Yeah, that's not how it is. Anyway, we are going to be joined a little bit later today. So we got Dirty Work from 2 to 3 today. Again, we are live right here at the Presidio Golf Course. A little windy, a little cool, but we are in a tented area. So if you're in the area or you're on the way out, come on out, hang out, grab some food. We got some drink specials. They got a KNBR drink special at the bar in there. They've got some KNBR food specials, including the sliders I was just talking about. And if you're here, you can enter for your chance to win an autographed Will Clark jersey. Season starts tomorrow, a 12:10 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR, and a 1:10 first pitch as Logan Webb opens the season against Hunter Green and the Cincinnati Reds. We got plenty to get to at 3 o'clock from 3 to 5 when we do our Giants Roundtable, and everybody shows up. We have some business to attend to first, though, as it relates to the Warriors.
Jesus.
I'll tell you what, man. Entering play yesterday, we said 11 games left. We knew no Steph Curry last night. We found that out after he'd worked out a couple of days ago, flew out to Miami.
Yeah.
Was still a little banged up. He said he didn't feel totally right, so they didn't clear him to play yesterday. Not only do they lose to Miami, they get absolutely shellacked.
They got demolished
by Miami. I mean, there was no fireworks whatsoever for a Jimmy Butler return game to Miami. They lose by, 26 points?
Yep.
The starters missed their first 14 three-point attempts in this one. They desperately need Steph Curry back, and it makes you wonder what you can think about them or if your thought about the Warriors and what they're capable of has changed. I guess when Steph's healthy, nothing's changed in my mind. The issue is that he's not out there, and if he's not out there, it's problematic. Now, they've got some stuff they've got to correct. This is now the worst stretch since Jimmy Butler arrived, 2-3 in the last 5 games now. We said 11 games left entering play yesterday. I said, you got to go 9-2 based on the opponents you're going to play that are sitting right in front of you. And I assumed if they were going to lose 2 or 3, it was going to be to teams like Denver, the Lakers. You still got a Memphis tilt in there. You have a Houston game. You have the Clippers on the final day of the season. I was accounting for 2 to 3 losses against those teams, quality playoff teams that were in front of you, not the Miami Heat, who had lost 9 of their last 10 before yesterday.
I mean, not only that, all 5 starters only scored 2 points in the first half. to equal 10 points altogether.
Nobody scored more than 15. Again, 0 for 14 on their first 14 three-point attempts for the starters yesterday. My favorite note of the day, Moses Moody, 0 for 9 from deep. 0 for 9.
Everybody was bad yesterday.
When's he going to stop shooting?
Everybody was bad yesterday. I was hoping that Jimmy Butler would be more aggressive in his revenge game. And I got to be honest, in the last 2 weeks since the Warriors lost to the Denver Nuggets, I thought about this team a little differently. They're not as dominant as I thought they once were. I think that they're just going to have to survive to maintain the 6th seed. They could lose it tonight. If the Clippers beat the Knicks, they'll fall to 7. Yeah, I think that Steph Curry coming back will change everything, obviously. But at the same time, I'm just disappointed that this team didn't show growth in his absence. I was hoping that Moses Moody would show a little bit more.
Don't forget, you thought this was a good thing when Steph got hurt. You're like, it's positive for the Warriors.
It should have been.
Find some silver lining.
It should have been given the opponents they were playing.
It's not good. 2 and 3 in the last 5.
Who would have thought that Steph Curry was so important to the Warriors?
Is it fair to think differently about them when? You mentioned since that loss to Denver, they had Steph for Denver.
Yeah.
They had him for part of the Toronto game. They barely squeaked by Toronto before he gets injured.
They didn't have him in Milwaukee. So that was
Milwaukee.
The game I was basing everything on.
But it's tough in that 3 of those games that you're talking about since the Denver game and 2 and 3 in the last 5, 3 of them you either didn't have Steph or he was not there the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
So is it fair to think differently about them if you're not at full strength?
My thing is that obviously Steph Curry makes a hell of a difference, but at the same time you're going to have to lean on other guys in the postseason. So that's when I was hoping that we would see more of Moses Moody or Pods or even Jonathan Kuminga. And I have serious reservations about his impact in the postseason. But the good news, Tim, is that other teams in the West are losing as well. So it's not crazy. And I still think that the Clippers' schedule down the stretch is tougher than the Warriors. So maybe that you have a gap there that you're not worried about them, on your heels for the last game of the season. But, yeah, it's just kind of deflating. It's disappointing considering the opponents. And I know that every night in the NBA is going to be different. They're on the road. They're playing Eastern Conference teams that are in the play-in. But, yeah, I especially for Jimmy Butler's revenge game, I know he downplayed it, but he really downplayed his performance last night.
He downplayed it because it wasn't really a thing. His performance, again, it's tough to look at his and say, well, it was bad when nobody on the team played well. He was the only guy that you were looking for to kind of shoulder the load in terms of the offense. He turned down some contested opportunities he might have had in the paint, but they were smothering him. I thought they played pretty good defense. It was also a game that gave me pause about the Warriors against size. Bam Adebayo ate him alive last night.
And that makes me go back to the Nuggets with their size, with Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic, and even Michael Porter.
Yeah, they lost to that. They lost to that team without those guys.
I know. So I do think that the Warriors are going to have their struggles. It's just, can you survive? Steve Kerr called Friday night's game the most important game of the season, and I'm like, it's not really, because look at the opponent they're playing. Steph Curry will be back. It's important because they need to show that they're going to have some life and that things are going to be different with Steph Curry in the lineup. But I know it's just a couple games in the grand scheme of things. They probably will maintain the 6th seed. I had bigger hopes. I know you had bigger aspirations.
I don't even know. I'm not confident in saying probably about anything. I'm not going to say they'll probably maintain the 6th seed. I don't know why you'd say that now. If you say you feel differently about them after what you saw since the Denver game.
Based on...
And also that they're only a half game above the Clippers and Minnesota. Minnesota's got the easiest schedule remaining in all of the Western Conference. Houston's got a little bit more difficult. Memphis more difficult. It's 4th toughest. Lakers 3rd toughest in the West. But the Clippers right there with the Warriors in terms of equivalent schedule. Minnesota's the easiest remaining schedule in their final 9 games. They're going to get the Jazz, the Sixers, 2 against the Nets. They get Phoenix in terms of soft opponents. I think saying probably they'll hold on to the 6 is not – I can't feel that confident now based on what's happened without Steph.
The only reason I say that is because the Warriors have the advantage on the Timberwolves with their head-to-head record this season. And as with the Clippers have the advantage on the Warriors.
That's if you tie them. I'm talking about them getting outright passed.
Yeah, but I think the Clippers have a harder schedule down the stretch.
They don't have that much more difficult. I'm looking at it right now. It's almost identical to the Warriors.
No, I know, but I'm just looking at the opponents, dude. Like, they're playing the Knicks tonight, and that's easier said than done. I forget who else they play. I'll pull up their schedule.
I've got it right here. The Clippers still play. Cleveland once, the Rockets once, the Knicks once, the Warriors once. But here's their remaining opponents outside of that. They get 2 against Dallas, 1 against the Kings, 1 against San Antonio, 1 against Brooklyn, 1 against New Orleans. So, again, they're almost right there. The Warriors have just barely a more difficult schedule by opponents.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that we need to slow our roll on them being – if they get in as a 6th seed, they definitely could be contenders. But right now, I'm just saying – let's see what you could do. Let's see if you can just avoid the play-in in the first place.
Well, yeah, you have to. that's the crucial nature of why I thought 9-2.
And it's definitely still on the table. So if they end up the 7th seed, it is what it is. But Yeah, I am thinking a little bit differently about this team for the last 2 weeks.
Dirty work with you live from the Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco. We had a Giants Roundtable, the first ever KNBR Giants Roundtable coming up at 3 o'clock.
Hey, Tim's wearing a shirt.
I have a shirt on.
Relative to days when he's not wearing a shirt?
Just a nice shirt. I mean, sometimes when he's on the board, he's shirtless, but...
I
Yeah,
can't see his feet.
He's looking pretty nice.
Did he go dress shoes today? Because he does this a lot.
No,
when he
not
wears the
dress
collar.
shoes.
Okay.
These are tennis shoes.
Tim was
I
big
do
on the
have
dress shoes and the
47 black hoodies, so today is a rare one for all of us. So
Yeah.
you're welcome.
Tim's big on the black hoodie, and sometimes he'll rock a lid. But usually if he's going collared shirt, he's going dress shoes. Like if he looks like he's dressed for a Niner game right now.
Oh, yeah. So one time we were walking around in the Niners parking lot ahead. I think it was ahead of the NFC Championship game, and Kevin Franson was out there, and he said, "Look, a cop." And I was like, "That's nice." That's nice.
Yeah,
Really
Tim was wearing like black leather shoes. I was like, it's the NFC title game.
I
What are you
kind of
doing?
want to
bro?
welcome you guys to my neighborhood. This is my hood. I
This
live
is your hood?
very close to here. I live within a mile and everything. And getting out to the Presidio is a great time. There's all the food trucks and the parade lawn and whatnot. This is great.
Look
And
at you being a company man.
Well, the real beautiful thing is I can crawl home, so I plan on having 50 beers.
Well, there you go.
Well, when
Can
you
I take
do-
your car home then? if I'm
Speaking
not
of the
drinking?
good news, yeah.
Yeah, when you do, make sure you're bringing one over here for us, too.
Yes, not likely.
Yeah, so Tim will lose his chair as soon as the other fellas get here at 3 o'clock for the Giants Roundtable. Giants open tomorrow in Cincinnati, 12:10 pregame, 1:10 first pitch.
I know that this roundtable is supposed to be very positive about the Giants. We're going in on these City Connect jerseys, right?
Have you seen these?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
How do we feel, people? Have you seen these on
have you
Twitter?
seen the new City Connect jerseys?
Oh, yeah.
They're I mean,
no.
I didn't know I would clamor for the creamsicle.
I don't know what's worse, the jerseys or the Russell song they have for the season.
Well,
it's bad.
The jerseys are they're kind of like cartoonish.
Yeah.
They look very softball jersey.
A little too much purple in there.
I didn't know we were going to get different City Connects all the time.
Yeah.
This is the route we're going. We're going like NBA now, where the Celtics are wearing black in the NBA Finals.
And like spray painted font.
I don't know, man.
It's like a child Rockies jersey mixed with sadness.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Well, there's so many times now where I watch like an NBA game and I can't tell just by a quick glance who's playing.
Dude,
because the jerseys and the courts are insane.
Well, not only NBA games. How about Monday night with the Giants and Tigers?
Dude, that was brutal. Monday night, where they were basically the Tigers were wearing their navies, Giants wore black, and they both had the orange lid. But at least in baseball, you're not passing it to each other.
I know, but like I know I'm not like well versed in baseball, but I was watching. I was like, Robbie Ray's pitching to the Giants right now. What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
here?
I happened to be a couple of different times where I looked up and I was like, wait, who's this pitching for the Giants?
Runner comes into second base and they're both there. I don't know which one the runner is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't change anything for the players within the game. I'm talking more about turning on the TV and I see the Cavs are wearing powder blue.
Yeah. Or
and it says the land on their jerseys.
Or last Saturday.
Land before time? What is this?
Or last Saturday when the Warriors are playing the Hawks and the Hawks are wearing blue and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. Like the classic Dominique blue Hawks jersey, right? Adam Copeland, Depop, we're with you again from the Presidio Golf Course. Come on out. We got drink specials, food specials. We got a Giants Roundtable starting at 3 o'clock. Plus, you can come see what shoes Tim has on today. By the way, before we get out here, we got to let you know one of the hottest giveaways going in the history of KNBR. Who knew? The Disturbed, look at how quiet it
got dead silent.
One of the hottest giveaways. Disturbed is coming.
You look
to
like a
Chase
Disturbed
Center.
crowd. Give it up for Disturbed, people.
Give it up for Disturbed, and maybe even more so, give it up for Disturbed with Daughtry coming to Chase Center on May 10th of this year. Tune in between
very disturbing.
Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio 415-896-KNBR. When you hear that cue to call, and the tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. You can get the rules at knbr.com. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Raph is back at the KNBR studios in downtown San Francisco. Raph, what's our cue to call?
Oh, come on, bro.
Hey, Raph, what's the cue to call, bro?
Why can't you just up and die, get down with the sickness? You, I don't need this. I'm down with the sickness. You stupid sadistic abusive organ. Down with the sickness.
Come on, everybody, sing along. You ready?
Get
ready to die.
When you hear that, that's your cue to call. 415-896-KNBR is the number to call. If you're caller 10, you win those tickets. Get ready to die. We are live from the Presidio Golf Course. The Giants and KNBR Roundtable, the first ever, gets going at 3 o'clock. Murph and Marcus, Greg and Greg, and myself and Depop. Before that, we got more to come. Warriors, exciting loss last night by 26 to the Miami Heat. Nobody scores more than 15. Jimmy Butler takes a bad one in his first return to Miami. Will they get Steph Curry back by Friday's game against New Orleans? More to come. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Get ready to die.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
The first annual KNBR Giants Roundtable is live today from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco. Today from 3 to 5. If you're in the area, get over here for food and drink specials, hang with the KNBR crew, and bring a sandwich to fire off golf balls at Greg Silver's car.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
A fadeaway wing jumper. Butler played the D. Outlet to Jimmy Butler. Ahead of Wiggs. And he blocked the shot. And saved the layup. Wiggins, beautiful defensive play. Maybe on Mitchell. Remember him in Sacramento. Very good defender. Setting up Wiggins for corner three. They're playing well right now. They're in rhythm. I mean, the Warriors are working on a 7-point quarter right now. And Adebayo hitting a three. He's got it going. Again, 16 points is not crazy with over 8 minutes left. But slowing down Miami. Having the three-point shooting night of the season as Kyle Anderson hits a three. The Heat are 13 of 20.
How's the sounds of last night's Warrior loss to the Miami Heat? They lose by 26 in this one. What was it, 112 to 86 is the final score in that one. By the way, Dirty Work right now coming to you live from the Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco. We're in a tented area right next to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill. Come on out. We got KNBR drink and food specials going on. Plus, we've got the KNBR and Giants 2025 Roundtable starting with all three KNBR shows at 3 o'clock. So just about 38 minutes from now, everybody will be here. What's the problem?
There'll be some fights.
No, there's not going to be.
Oh, yes, there will be.
Between who?
My pops, Murph, it's going down.
You keep thinking they're going to get into a fight.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're sitting between them.
It'll be a Royal Rumble pertaining to KNBR.
How do you want the lineup to go? Do you want Greg Papa to sit right next to you?
No, I prefer not.
Well, I don't want him next to me.
Maybe have like a buffer like Greg Silver here. We'll have Pop on the end there.
Just sit
Greg
Greg
Murph
in the
and Marcus
bar.
over
Just
there.
put him in the bar, you know.
Should we mix them up? Should we put like Murph and Greg there together and then Marcus and Silver?
Oh, no,
here?
no. That's too much on the left side here. No,
just let
absolutely
them
not.
then we'll focus the camera on them.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got
Bring it over here. I got more takes.
Come here. I'll tell you who's going to win the West. I've got thoughts for you.
You know, they named the Presidio after me. It used to be the Papacidio.
So stupid, dude. By the way, should let you know the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge is underway. Go to KNBR.com to check your bracket standings and see how you compare with me in the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house.
How are you doing in that, by the way?
How am I doing in the KNBR Bracket Challenge?
Yeah.
I haven't looked since Saturday of last week. Sunday was not kind to me.
Yeah.
Sunday was not good. I told you, my only goal was to be better than Lamont.
You achieved
from
that.
the bone, and when I saw that Lamont picked Troy as his champion, I knew I was set.
Yeah,
I was
solid.
safe.
Okay.
I've still got my champion alive is Auburn. So
okay,
we'll see. You and I are going to be out at Chase Center.
We are
on Saturday for the the Sweet 16 is here tomorrow. You get a West Region.
Going to see a little Calipari.
Sweet 16. Well, if he wins.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
he's going to win. Florida's here. Calipari here. Anyway, Jack was just telling us. Our guy Jack Loader said the entire Florida basketball team was up in North Beach yesterday. Must have missed him.
Yeah.
Didn't get the invite to OJ's with the Florida
why the hell would they
basketball
invite
team.
you?
Well, I don't know. I thought maybe it'd be a situation like Greg Papa sleeping on the couch in Indianapolis. Was it the Vandy basketball team?
No, it was the Purdue basketball team. Let me tell you why Zach E is just a so-so pro.
The Boilermakers, dude, are waking up him and Silver on the couch in the lobby.
Move over,
of that
guys.
hotel,
Jeez.
dude. That's hysterical. Giants Roundtable gets going at 3 o'clock right here at the Presidio Golf Course. All right, Warriors lose to the Miami Heat last night. You heard the low lights coming in there. Warriors starters were outscored in the first half. Ready for this? 55-10. It's like a Niners-Broncos Super Bowl, dude.
Yeah.
They got outscored.
The
They just got
exact
their
score.
ass kicked. 55-10 in the first half. All five guys scored 2 points in the first. At least it was
that
balanced.
Won't do it.
At least it was a balanced attack for the Warrior offense in the first half. Lowest point total from the Warriors starting five since
2004.
2004. We'd have to. I wonder who was on that team. I mean, I could probably pick a few of them.
Yeah.
I'd imagine Gilbert Arenas was probably on that team.
Yeah.
Trey Murphy, Mike Dunleavy. Was that the, I mean, it had to be guys like that. Calbert Chaney, Evan Eschmeyer.
Antoine Jameson.
Jameson was probably still there at that point.
Donald Foyle?
Foyle was maybe there. Dampier.
I mean, it's sad that we're going back to that.
I mean, that's how
we're
bad
talking
it
about
was.
The Warriors hopefully being championship contenders, and we're comparing them to Antoine Jameson and Donald Foyle. And I love Donald, but...
I mean, me too, but he wasn't in Colgate. He wasn't some some offensive fire, some spark
Not
plug.
the fondest memories of his time as a Warrior.
Some spark plug. So, by the way, the GM of that team, of course,
Saintly?
Chris Mullen.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what. Okay, here we go. That roster consisted of Calbert Chaney, Zarko Chaparkova.
Oh, yeah, one of my favorite names.
You had Beans, Andres Biedrins.
Hi.
Speedy Claxton, Baron Davis, Dale Davis, Dunleavy, Derek Fisher, Luis Flores.
Derek Fisher, okay.
Donald Foyle, Trey Murphy, Eduardo Nahara. Mikel Petrus was here. Jay Rich, Cliff Robinson.
Jay Rich, yeah.
R.I.P. Cliff Robinson.
Yep.
Nicholas Skidich-Villi was on this team.
Man, this is an all-time name team.
Yeah, it is an all-time name team. It could have also been the year before if it was that's 04-05.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was probably the season before.
I mean, that just shows the ineptitude of their offense right now, that we're talking about a 2004 team. Like, it's crazy to me how much of an impact Jimmy Butler has had when Steph is on the floor. And then obviously Steph Curry's a great player, but without him, they turn to a pumpkin. I don't know what's going on right now. They're not moving the ball enough. They're just not in rhythm. No one can make shots.
Well, dude, this is what we talked about yesterday. I mentioned this after the Hawks loss, and we talked about the impact he would have had. And I said, they didn't lose by all that much. I would imagine Steph could have made up for some of that. You said, well, not necessarily defensively. My thing is just more to what other teams have to pay attention to. When they know Steph's not going to play, they can tilt the court in a much different way. They can smother Jimmy Butler at every driving attack.
And they were doing that
makes,
last night.
And they did it last night. And you see what happens when they try to do that in games where Steph is there and the team is able to find open looks, is he's driving the lane and he's kicking to the corner and he's finding guys like Quentin Post, where he's opening things up for Brandon Pajemski. Yep. I mean, Steph Curry tilts the defense's mindset considerably when he's on the floor. It opens things up for everybody else. They can play inside out. They haven't been able to do that for a couple of games.
No.
You may be able to get by against some opponents based on matchup without that, but when you're going up against teams that know you're not going to have Steph and you're having a tough time offensively, like they did even with Steph before Jimmy got here, it's going to be tough to find offense, and they couldn't do it last night.
I know, and it's disheartening because they were having such success with Jimmy Butler on those non-Steph minutes in the early portions of the fourth quarter, but we're talking about a full 4 quarters here. It's just so different. And, yeah, I was disappointed with, I know that he kind of downplayed it, but I was hoping for like a Jimmy Butler aggressive Miami game.
You wanted a takeover game.
I did.
I wouldn't even say he wasn't aggressive. I would say he was aggressive, and their defense made it tough for him to find any rhythm offense.
And that's the difference.
Because I thought he drove on a couple of different opportunities. There was a lot of contested stuff, and we've seen recently in games where he can kick out. Some of those he can decide, I'm going to go up and I'm going to go hard and try to get to the free throw line. It didn't feel like that was available at all yesterday.
Size bothers Jimmy Butler. It's been apparent in some of these losses, and it was apparent last night with Bam Adebayo just in his grill. And Eric Spoelstra had the perfect game plan for him. He had a perfect game plan earlier this year where they won without Jimmy Butler, and they had a perfect game plan yesterday. And I don't know if it's at the end of the game. I just love the shot of Pat Riley just sitting by himself. No emotion on his face, but just saying like Mr.
With his fingers put.
Excellent. I got revenge on Jimmy.
Excellent.
Next time he'll shut up.
I like how you said that size bothers Jimmy.
Yeah.
And the counter to that is like it doesn't bother Draymond.
No.
So for Jimmy, size matters, but for Draymond...
Well, even in moments last night, Draymond got overpowered by bigger dudes, but he doesn't back down by anybody, neither does Jimmy Butler. It's crazy how great defensively they were in that fourth quarter without Steph Curry against Toronto. And since then, they haven't been good defensively, and they haven't been good offensively either. They've just been a different team. So obviously things will change when Steph comes back, but I was hoping for more fight. I was hoping for more intensity. They're still staying in Miami, and I'm hoping they're not going crazy. I mean, they're NBA players and they're veterans, so they can do whatever the hell they want with the remaining days.
Dude, that was part of it, too, as I was thinking that last night as they were just getting their teeth kicked in by the Miami Heat. I was like, dude, 5 days in Miami might not be the best move for an NBA team.
You got to sit in your hotel room and sit with the loss. And
Well, how about JD was telling us? Well, I imagine nobody's sitting in their hotel room in Miami today.
Right.
Today's a day to get after it, have some fun, because they don't even fly out until tomorrow to New Orleans. So JD, John Dickinson, who was there yesterday, was telling us that they had a sweated out hard workout the day before yesterday.
Steve Kerr knows how to.
He's like, you get into Miami, have some fun, you sweat it out. The next day, and he said they'll do the same thing. Let them party and rage tonight. Tomorrow they'll have a sweated out practice, and they'll get on a plane and they'll head to New Orleans for a Friday tilt. So Jimmy, the size matters.
Yeah.
But Draymond, I'll tell you, as you well know, it's not the size of the boat; it's the motion in the ocean.
Yes. And Draymond could attest to that, too. Remember that picture he sent out? Anyway.
By the way, I'm going back. It has to be the 03-04 Warriors.
Okay.
I'm thinking the 04-05 Warriors didn't have an issue where their starters only scored 10 points in the first half.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm thinking it has to be this team where it's like Brian Cardinal, Calbert. It's before they made the trade for Barrett.
Yeah. Just to go back to the losses of late. Like, the reason why I was so confident that they would be able to handle business without Steph Curry is some of those games that they dominated, even with Steph Curry on the floor. That game that he got his 4,003, he only scored 11 points.
He had 2 threes in that game.
I know, but it was Moses Moody, it was Brandon Podziemski, it was other guys.
Draymond had 5 threes or something.
Yeah, and GP2 was making shots. Since that time, no one's been really good shooting the basketball. So I'm a little concerned by no one's picking up their play. Like there's going to be moments like knock on wood, like Greg Silver was on it today. This is a very fragile team. If one guy goes down, I really don't know about how they're going to be down the stretch. So it has to be perfect. It has to be Steph Curry, Draymond.
Well, one of the three.
Yeah. Well, it has to be. Yeah, it has to be those three guys being a cohesive unit. If one of those guys are out, then they're done. And here comes Murph with the boombox.
Dude, Murph just rolled in with the boombox. That's pretty sick, dude.
Everybody put your attention to Murph.
Yeah, we are live from the Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco, getting ready for our Giants and KNBR Roundtable, all 3 KNBR shows. Yeah, that music you hear is from
God,
Murph.
this song is so bad.
Is this the...
yeah, this is
oh, no,
this is
dude.
Lil Russell.
No.
Murph, what's worse, this song or The City Connects? No
Murph can't hear you. Yeah, positive. As Murph would say about this song, positive message for the kids. We are live from the Presidio Golf Course. Murph and Marcus, Greg and Dirty Work, myself and T-Pop. Tim Webb doesn't get to be a part of it, but he is here hanging out.
Oh, he's there. He
still doesn't have a beer in front of him. Said he was going to get one.
I'm going right now.
You're going to need it.
Tim, can I offer you an 03-04 Warriors Cherokee Parks?
Oh, man, I sat in the A to Z section. So there was a section in the upper deck, and it was Andres Biedrins and Zarko Chabarkaba, and it was like a $4 ticket. And I was like, I'm so happy right now.
Cherokee Parks and Rusty LaRue out of Wake Forest. I don't need any of that. We will take We'll take a Nicholas Skidishvili. We'll take a quick break here, and when we come on back, a little bit more on the Warriors before we get into 2 straight hours of Giants talk with our Giants and KNBR Roundtable, as we've got opening day tomorrow, Giants and the Reds, an off day Friday, and then back with the Reds over the weekend. They do come home next week for the home opener a week from Friday against Seattle, and Justin Verlander, one of the newest Giants, scheduled to pitch the home opener at Oracle Park. All right, we'll take a quick break. You're saying your opinion of the Warriors has changed over these last 2 weeks. Mine hasn't really. I kind of thought they were going to need all 3 of these guys to be healthy. I guess I'm just more surprised at how poorly they've been able to weather the storm without Steph. But don't forget, Derek thought this was a positive thing. Maybe it would be a silver lining to come away with something good without Steph Curry.
I thought it was a good teaching moment, but
remember everybody last week, Tim, was like, no, Cobes. There's some good that can come of this. I was like, I don't think so.
We were basing it on the past where they won games down the stretch without Steph, and I was wrong.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to be good.
But was I right about Kuminga?
No. It's not his fault they stink.
I'm not saying it's his fault,
just
but
not
he's not
very
having
good.
that much of an impact.
He's just not good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens this season.
You thought he was going to throw everything off. I'm just like, they got bigger fish to fry than Kuminga's minutes.
I'm still saying we might want to move him in the offseason to get something better for this team to be a little more whole.
Steve Kerr was asked after the game about the magnitude of Friday's game against New Orleans. 10 games to play, a half game up on both the Clippers and Minnesota in that 6th spot. We'll talk more about this. Has your opinion of the Warriors changed over the last 2 weeks? More to come as we are live from the Presidio Golf Course right here outside of the Ironwoods Bar and Grill with our Giants Roundtable coming up at 3 o'clock. More to come. It's the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you from the Presidio Golf Course, where in about just under 25 minutes we will have our first ever Giants KNBR 2025 Roundtable. Well, it'll be the only time we do a 2025 one.
Yeah.
It's the 2025 Giants and KNBR Roundtable.
Unless we do
the first ever of its kind. Yeah.
Unless we do a 2025 recap roundtable.
Is that in the cards, Mike? Seems like we'd only do a recap roundtable about this season if the Giants win it all.
Yeah.
And even then, we probably got like parades and stuff to handle.
I guess you're right about
I think that would be the recap roundtable, the parade itself.
All right, so the 2025 recap roundtable's off the table, everybody.
So how you feeling? I mean, as a new Giants fan, you getting excited for the opening day tomorrow?
This has got to stop.
What do you mean it's got to stop?
I am not a Giants fan.
You're quickly becoming one. I've watched it happen. Would somebody who wasn't a Giants fan go to an exhibition game on Monday night and stay the entire time?
Well, it's good research.
Who would do that? Who would rank their top 3 favorite Giants on the roster right now if they weren't a Giants fan?
Rank your top 3 favorite players on every baseball team.
I don't do that.
Yes, you do.
I don't have 3 favorite A's.
But you name like everybody from the 2001 Reds.
Yeah, because I liked the 2001 Reds.
Okay, so you can just name some guys.
Yeah, I was a fan
I can
of
name
baseball
some guys
in
on the
2001.
Giants.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you. I didn't say name 3 Giants. I said give me your favorite San Francisco Giant, and you responded Matt Chapman.
Okay, fine. Then next time I'll know to say I have no favorites.
You did, yeah, but then I said you got to have a favorite.
No. I mean, Chapman, Bowmel. That's about it.
Bowmel counts.
Lou Trevino.
Yeah. No.
All my A's guys.
You said you like Logan Webb because he's a Raider fan?
Yeah, there you go.
That's good. And then you like.
And apparently, I have to go through every single starter for the Giants, unless I'm not a real Giants guy.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm being put to the test, I guess. Once you do this roundtable.
What do you mean you're being put to the test? Are people threatening to try to make you look foolish?
Challenge me on my knowledge of Giants, and I'm letting everybody to know I definitely do not know as much as my pops.
Okay, but who's challenged you?
Oh, my pops. Just I heard before the show started.
Well, I heard that he was also talking about what they might have named you.
Yeah, Rocco or Dominic.
Our guy Kevin came up. Kevin, who's here. We're at the Presidio.
Apparently my dad wanted me to become a goon or bodyguard.
He was talking about things that he was possibly going to name Derek besides Derek, and I guess Rocco came up as a potential name.
I was going to be like Clay's dog.
He said he didn't know that.
No, I have not heard that. I was going to be Rocco? God. How intimidating would I be? Hey, guys, I'm Rocco.
Rocco. No, you'd still be you. You'd just be Rocco Papa, which would be great.
I know, but like maybe I'd be like, if I was named Rocco, I'd be a little taller and buffer.
Back here on Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, Rocco.
And Rocco Papa. He's the badass.
Sounds like it's a pretty good sports name.
Yeah, he doesn't know Giants, and you don't want to F with him either.
It's a pretty good sports name. The roundtable does start in about 20 minutes. As I saw Murph get here, I've actually seen everybody. I've seen Greg Silver, I've seen Greg Papa, I've seen
Brought
Marcus,
his boombox,
and I've seen Murph.
I think his old producer got him that boombox. I want to say Triple E bought him that boombox.
Boy. Name I haven't thought about in some time, Triple E. Anyway, before we get into some more Giants baseball.
See, guys are just coming up and interrupting the show now. Here we go. So he's just going to walk in.
What's up, bro? Good to see you, baby. Slinging Johnny Chess. What's up, Murph? No, how about Murph just standing back to the camera?
I've heard that story, yeah.
Blocking it all. Yeah, Slinging Johnny Chess. Yeah, we're on.
Oh, there's a camera.
Yeah, we're on the air right now. Yeah, how about that? We gotta play the Steve Kerr cut so we can get into some Giants baseball talk. All right, so Warriors lose
He loves
last night.
the Giants, Steve Kerr.
Warriors lose last night. Jimmy Butler said they were all thinking last night, we need Steph Curry back. And I saw somebody checking on the KNBR YouTube chat, KNBR.com, the app, all that good stuff where we're streaming the show. Somebody said, dude, Steph coming back ain't going to help the defense. No, it's not. They've got to clamp down defensively, but it certainly will help the offense. And the offense has been sputtering without Steph. I mean, 86 points, 10 from the starters. Again, it's less to me about specifically what he brings defensively and more about what he does to the psyche of the entire opposition.
I hear you. I mean, they definitely would have scored more points had Steph played in these last 2 losses, but do you think they win these games if Steph plays?
Yes.
I don't know.
Maybe not last night. I mean, last night nobody had it. And again, there will be games like that. They lost to Denver without any of Denver's top guys.
Well, what is Steph doing? Is he scoring 56 for every road game now?
No, I'm saying maybe you do lose that game, right? But they didn't need him to score 50-something in every one of the road games when they went 4-1 on the roadie 2 weeks ago.
Right.
They just need him to have a couple of big ones. The Orlando game was huge, and he had to step up. The night game, of course, against Brooklyn, where then they almost gave it away defensively at the end. They need his offense. They need the threat that he brings to the opposition, and that will protect, I think, some of the stuff defensively. You can also balance it differently where Jimmy doesn't have to shoulder the load and doesn't feel like I have to get things going, or Moses Moody has to take 9 3-pointers because they can't get something going.
But Jimmy has been able to do that in the past with the Miami Heat, and I was just hoping he was able to do that in Steph's absence. That's why we acquired him. I mean,
they acquired him to help Steph, not do things in Steph's absence.
Well, no, but like
when he's off the floor.
Yes,
right. But that's over the course of one game, not a week and a half where you don't have him there to help.
I know, but it's a good luxury to have when you have Jimmy. But like right now, they'd be lost if they didn't make a move and Steph Curry was.
Of course, they'd be the 10 or the 11.
Well, they'd be probably out of the play-in altogether.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's just disheartening because you would hope that Jimmy Butler would kind of raise his play a little bit. And I know last night was difficult. They were swarming a whole blitz defense on him.
Yeah, but you thought he didn't raise his play 2 games ago. He scored 25. He had 8 assists and 6 rebounds. And you're like, well, I need him to do more. I'm like, Steph wasn't there. Nobody else scored.
I was saying defensively in that game.
Well, okay, but they also didn't lose by all that much, and they didn't get that much offense.
I know, but they did give up 40 in the first quarter.
Sure.
That's where they lost.
They've done that with Steph on the court.
I know.
I would argue that like the attention that he gets defensively, Steph does, makes it easier for some of the guys to get shots. So when Steph isn't there, those shots aren't as wide open, and then you get a Moses Moody 0 for 9. But the one thing I will say, we should give some praise to our guy Guy Santos. We asked for some Guy, 5 of 8.
Guy sports leader, dude.
The Guy
dude,
sports
we
leader.
need to do that like every Warriors like recap now. We need him to come in with a Guy update.
I actually looked at that last night when I was looking at the box score. I was like, dude, the only guy who looks good in this box score is our dude Guy.
We called for Guy, and Guy delivered.
Guy did deliver. Everybody that was a former Warrior last night had a fairly good game. Andrew Wiggins, I know he only scored 10, but overall, 3 blocks defensively. He was on.
He had
Jimmy
a good
Butler.
defensive game. He didn't have a good shooting night.
No, but he made a difference though. Like, and then Kyle Anderson making shots. Like, yeah, no, that was disappointing with how this game was built up, and I know that it really didn't matter for the Bay Area audience with Jimmy Butler returning to Miami, but I was hoping that last night would be a fairly easy victory, and nothing's easy without Steph Curry.
Let's hear from Steve Kerr. Here's what Steve Kerr said after the Warriors fell by 26. 86-112 last night was the final in Miami against the Heat. 5 days the Dubs are spending in Miami. They're still there today. They will leave tomorrow after they practice and fly to New Orleans to take on the Pelicans. Steph, of course, practiced a couple of days ago. They flew him out to Miami after missing the Atlanta game. He said, I guess they said yesterday before the game he had tweaked something in the practice or didn't feel right, and so they didn't clear him. They expect him to be able to play on Friday. Here's Steve Kerr on the importance of Friday's game against New Orleans.
Steve, how much nightly angst do you have after a game, scoreboard watching with where you guys sit?
Nightly angst?
Yeah, if any.
Yeah, this is the NBA, man. It's, we all have angst. All 30 of us, we have angst. But angst is a good thing. We're living. We are in the fight, and we got 10 games to go. And I can't wait. I think Friday's the biggest game of the year for us. We've lost 2 games in a row, very poor performances. It's time, and we gotta bounce back, and that's what good teams do. And I'm confident that we'll do that.
I think every game here on out is the biggest game of the season.
Yeah,
that's what Steve Kerr's saying.
Again, when we were talking yesterday that in the final 11, 9-2 is what you'd need. Anything shy of 8-3 probably means you're playing that final game of the season for seeding or for that 6th spot. Also, the point JD was making to us yesterday, and this is kind of where I was going with needing to go 9-2 in those 11, and now it's like 9-1 in the final 10 is what I feel like. You got to go 8-2 or 9-1 down the stretch here, and you have some tough opponents and teams that are right around you. A lot of that's going to get jumbled. But the point that we were making in that yesterday is if they go any worse than now 9-1 or 8-2 in these next 10, how confident are you in their ability anyway? Because that means that they're not playing at the level they were playing at prior to this.
Yeah.
Also, some of this, too, is the opponents that they play, and we were talking about how easy the schedule was going to be for the remainder of the season at one point. And how they hadn't really been tested, the Warriors, once they got Jimmy, and we thought they'd get that against Denver, except didn't have to play Denver with their superstars, and Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray missed that game too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so you're not playing them at full strength or at full power, so it got real tough, I feel like, to anticipate how good they were really against the top teams. We haven't still had an opportunity to see that. Now they're struggling against teams, although not at full strength themselves, that are inferior to those of the ones they were beaten earlier in the season.
And they're getting tested in different ways. Like we thought they were going to get tested on the matchups, but they're getting tested now with injuries and the way they're playing. I mean, I was giving them a little bit of cushion for them to have losses against Memphis or the Lakers or Denver or even Houston. I was not anticipating them losing to Atlanta or Miami. So, Yeah, going forward, I mean, they're going to have to play their best basketball, and Draymond Green's pretty much said the same thing he said after the Atlanta loss, that there is no room for error the rest of the way. They have to be on point, and things will get better once Steph Curry comes back on Friday. But now when you look at the schedule in Memphis and L.A. and Denver, and the Clippers have a hard road towards the end too, but and nothing's off the table right now. I do think that hopefully they maintain the 6th seed, but they definitely could be a play-in team as well.
I have a tough time saying that if I'm being honest, I have a tough time saying I feel differently about them throughout this stretch. It's certainly the worst stretch they've played since they acquired Jimmy, but I have a tough time putting it on Jimmy because we saw how bad they were before they got him.
Yeah.
So now to say why, I mean, effectively, if you're putting Jimmy in Steph's position from before they acquired Jimmy, didn't we sit here for months and go, Steph needs help. This roster isn't good enough. They're a 10th place team. And I kept saying, if you're in on Steph and you're not going to acquire talent to hang around him and to help you try to make a playoff run, what's the point of what we're doing here? If you're not playing for a championship with Steph Curry, tear it down and find the right pieces to put here so that you can. Effectively, that's what they did in adding Jimmy Butler. I can't imagine feeling like, well, Jimmy needs to step up and do more when we're asking the same of Steph Curry prior to Jimmy being here, and we knew based on the talent around him it was an impossibility. So I can't feel differently about the team. I feel exactly the same about the team. Everything they did in acquiring Jimmy Butler, in pairing him with Steph, in changing the rotations, was geared around giving Steph an extra weapon to help shoulder this load. If Steph's not there, I feel entirely different about it. If Jimmy's not there, entirely different about it. If Draymond's there, entirely different about it. But it's not that he's not here for the remainder of the season. It's that he's not here right now. If Steph comes back and they blow out New Orleans on Friday, which I half expect, we'll all be right back to, well, look what they're capable of with Steph Curry. I can't feel any different. This is exactly who we thought the Warriors were. We knew they were this bad. We knew the offense was piss poor. When they were all three on the court together, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy, they'd elevated their game in the time that he was here to being a top 5 offense, top 5 defense. They were able to come back in games. They had versatility in their ways that they could find to win. Like they were coming back, they were blowing teams out. Right. Steph was taking over, and he just remember within 2 days he said it just feels easier. It's like not as heavy on me to shoulder that load. So I think I feel the same. Everything we knew about what this team was capable of was predicated on the health, right? And if they're not healthy, 100%. We don't think they're good enough to do it. If they are healthy, I think they're still a top 4 talent team in the West because I saw enough of a sample size.
The reason why I was hoping that this would be good for them is because have they ever won a championship just based on Steph Curry? And it had to be somebody else stepping up. It had to be Kevon Looney getting 26 rebounds, or it had to be Andrew Wiggins posterizing.
Well, nobody does it alone,
That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for somebody, Brandon Pajemski, anybody to step up offensively. And I mean, you saw the starting lineup last night. I wasn't going into thinking like, well, damn, they have the best shooting I've ever seen on the Warriors. The one guy that you hope to get some points from is Brandon Pajemski. Everybody else is there for defense. So it was going to be a defensive-oriented game, and the Heat just shot the lights out last night. So I hear you. It's one game, but I was hoping that the supporting cast would show a little bit more. And yes, they're relatively going to be the same team when Steph Curry comes back, but we'll see when they're actually tested against good teams, against Memphis and all the teams I listed before, L.A., Denver. I don't think they've been truly tested as far as an opponent yet. They've been given interesting situations, but like the biggest matchup they've had is probably beating the Knicks on the road. And then maybe beating the Bucks at home.
They beat the Knicks without Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they beat him again with Towns and without Brunson.
Every game that you think is a good test has an asterisk with it.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see when they actually play a team at full strength. I still don't know what this team's going to look like playoff-wise. I think that they're built to be a good playoff team with their defense. If Steph's not shooting well, I wonder about everybody else offensively in the playoffs.
It's sort of a false equivalency because it's not the other teams that need to be tested. But it's not that none of those other teams have seen the Warriors at full strength either. Yeah. And it's just because the matchups haven't been there in terms of when they're going to play. So, again, I don't feel any differently about it. I guess when you're saying I was hoping Pajemski would step up, I was hoping this guy would do X, Y, and Z, I wasn't all that hopeful for that because we saw 4 months of it.
I know, but like in order for them to win a championship, don't those guys need to be good in the postseason?
Yeah, and they were when everybody was at full health.
Okay.
Saying that, like asking Pajemski to step up when Steph and Jimmy are both there is different than asking him to step up.
I know. It's just like in football. I mean, it's just like in football. McCaffrey not being there throws everything off for Brock and the whole offense.
Even not even like the better comp I think in football would be a receiver, right? If you have 2 top receivers, and one of them's out, then you kind of know, like, yeah, that guy's going to get the bulk of the looks today. You also kind of know where they're going with the ball. Like, that's really it.
We definitely simplify things in sports when it comes to, like, okay, well, this guy's out, so this guy needs to carry the load, and he needs to go off for 40 tonight. And I get in that mindset, too, and it's ridiculous sometimes when you actually, take a step back and how the Miami Heat were playing Jimmy last night. It was a great defensive strategy, and there was a room for Jimmy Butler to do anything. So it's not really on him. He needs to be, in that situation, the facilitator and then assisting off to guys who are making open shots. But Moses Moody was 0 for 3 last night for three-point land. So, yeah, it's not all on Jimmy. It's just on everybody else. 0 for 9.
9 times.
But, yeah. No, it's just disappointing. But, yeah, I'm sure next week if they kick the crap out of Memphis and have a great performance against L.A., and if Jokic is at full strength and they beat them, then I'll turn things around and be like, all right, this team's contenders again. Right now, I just feel down the dumps because they lost to the Heat and Hawks.
Yeah,
Come on.
They're contenders as long as they have Steph. I just need 8-2 probably over these last 10.
You called for 9, what was it, 8-3 and everything?
So far, my
9-2?
calls have been pretty close. I've been pretty good so far.
You kicked one game, so
that's the
now
one
you can't anymore.
That was not one I was anticipating. All right, are we done with the dubs? At least for now.
We'll get back to it later.
Mark Spears is going to join us later tonight at 5:30 because coming up between 3 and 5, live right here from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco, right outside of the Ironwoods Bar and Grill, we are doing our first ever Giants and KNBR Roundtable
I'm ready
on
to
the
kick some
eve
ass.
of the opening day for 2025.
Let's go.
Giants in
Murph,
Cincinnati.
I'll take you on.
Against
Let's go.
the Reds
Let's
tomorrow,
go.
12:10 pregame, a 1:10 first pitch. Should let you know, by the way, lots of great stuff going on here at the Presidio Golf Course. April 20th, get this. Easter Sunday. They got an Easter brunch going on. Reservations are open now on Open Table, 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. They've got an extensive menu. There's Easter egg hunting for the kids, face painting, special appearance by the Easter Bunny. So after he's done dropping eggs everywhere, he's coming by the Presidio Golf Course to hang with the fans.
So we got 2 holidays on April 20th this year.
Yeah, we do. And one of them is 420. The other one is Easter Sunday, dude. He is risen. Yeah.
Put those hands together.
put those hands together. He is
I
risen.
know what I'm celebrating on April 20th.
Also, May 11th, they got a Mother's Day brunch here at the Presidio Golf Course. More info to come, but mark your calendars and keep an eye on Open Table.
808 KNBR, do you love your mother?
For reservations. All right, we are going to take a quick break. When we come on back, for the first time ever, all 3 KNBR shows in one place. It's the KNBR and Giants Roundtable. 2025 Giants season opens tomorrow.
Last time.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, myself, and D-Pop. It's all coming your way from the Presidio Golf Course, and it's next only here on The Sports Leader.
The first annual KNBR Giants Roundtable is live today from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco from 3 to 5. Join us and enter for a chance to win a Will Clark jersey and show us your best left-handed swing that in no way is as good as Will Clark's.
one-of-a-kind event never before heard in the long history of the sports leader. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. All together on one stage. Ooh, this could get juicy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to explaining what a hit and run is to Derek Papa.
Nothing gets me fired up for Giants baseball like Greg and Greg.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable. Live from the Presidio Golf Course, here's your host, Adam Copeland.
We are live from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco. Give it up for yourselves for coming out. We got Giants baseball starting tomorrow, a 1:10 first pitch, a 12:10 pregame. You can hear it all right here on the Sports Theater. How cool is this? Our first ever KNBR Roundtable. It's Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy, Greg Silver, Greg Papa, Derek Papa, and myself, Adam Copeland. How we doing, everybody?
Too many Papas.
How we doing, fellas?
What's up?
We good? Does everybody got their mics on? Everybody know how this is working?
got the mic
I don't think they have their mics on.
No, we're good to go, Copes.
Murph does not have his.
I think I can be heard.
Do I get overtime for this? Is my question.
Is this mic hot?
No overtime? I'm out. No overtime? I'm out.
Can you hear us out there? You all good?
Everybody's good?
You know how I love to bring my hats, various events. So we are here in a 5-ring circus with a bunch of clowns. So I will be the ringmaster of today.
You're definitely not one of the clowns.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, Slash.
The guy with the hat
whoever
on his head right
talks,
now is not a clown.
Whoever speaks has to wear the ringmaster.
What is this, a
to
dunce
get the
hat?
circus underway.
And I'll probably be bald.
Yeah. And by the way, Derek does know what a hit and run is when he first got his driver's license and learned to drink. There we got that out of the way early.
Out of the gate swinging, dude.
We're all good.
And how
He acts like he was there.
We're all good.
He was paying the insurance rates. They skyrocketed after that. So there you go.
I bought him the first round of drinks.
Here we go.
All lies.
To the bartender
All
at Presidio
lies.
for the good pour on the pint of Guinness. Hey, shout out the Presidio Golf
Cheers.
Course, everybody. Yeah.
We got drink specials, KNBR drink specials, and KNBR
The
fruit
KNBR
specials.
bullet is delicious.
By the way, Copes, have we ever held an event where we didn't promote the vague drink specials? Drink specials.
No, we always say drink
Never
specials?
know what they are, but we say just come by for some drink specials.
Dude, today I saw there's an actual KNBR drink. There's a cocktail in there they got going. It's got Kahlua. Did you get one?
A little bit of bourbon.
Got a little.
I know my guy
the
Papa got some.
KNBR.
Yeah.
Get into the bourbon.
Get
if
into the
Mike
bourbon.
Krukow was here, he would have the KNBR.
Well, Mike Krukow is going to join
bullet
us
bourbon.
at
So
3:50.
in honor of Kruk, we're doing it.
We got a lot to get to. Mike Krukow is going to join us by phone at 3:50. As I said, we are here from the Presidio Golf Course. The season starts tomorrow. A 1:10 first pitch, 12:10 pregame. Logan Webb and Hunter Green from Cincinnati. Murph, doesn't it feel right to open the season in Cincinnati? Unlike playing like the Dodgers are up against the Tigers, the classic opening day, Dodgers-Tigers. I like opening in Cincinnati.
149th opening day in Cincinnati Reds history. Hopefully, Greg, for those who remember this, for the kids.
Which Greg you're referring to?
You, buddy, G-Pop, the great. Should I call you Papa the way he calls you Papa every day? Is that
G-Pop?
and Greg, for the young ones, Papa, will there be Shotzi's grandson leaving a steamer on the turf?
I was actually, before I came out here to do the Warrior games, I was hired by Marge Schott to do the Cincinnati Reds game with Marty Brenneman for like a week. I went up to Cincinnati and watched the last game of the year. And besides being a flaming alcoholic, she's a terrible racist.
I did learn this about 2 hours ago.
Dog Shotzi with the little, the St. Bernard.
So tomorrow.
Anyway, beyond that, I love the Reds. But the last time, I think we asked the other day, Greg, when's the last time the Giants opened a season in Cincinnati?
Well, we're going to party like it's 1999.
1999.
Well done, Greg.
So they used to be in the National League West, obviously, years ago. Reds, Astros, Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
But it is fitting because that's always the traditional baseball opener, years and years. Not so much, obviously the Dodgers and Cubs already began in Asia. But it's not even the first game tomorrow in domestic USA. They're the Yankees with Carlos Rodon at noon our time will throw out the first pitch. But still, there's nothing like an opening day in Cincinnati.
We have a listener, John Platts, a Stanford broadcaster, texted me this morning the 3 Giants opening days at Cincinnati history.
Let's hear it.
All at Riverfront Stadium.
Yes.
Raise your hands. Kids, ask your parents what Riverfront Stadium is. Yes?
It's a stadium by the river.
There we go.
I remember.
1973, Juan Marichal, complete game. Danny Dunn, Mike Holler, where are you? Yeah, there he is. He remembers it.
Who did he best? Don Gullett that
Bobby
day?
Bonds hit a homer. Tito Fuentes went 2
did.
for 5. Giants won 4-3. In the 73 Reds, who were probably pretty good.
They were
probably
good.
pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Oops, I lost the thread there, guys.
They lost the World Series the year before to the A's in 72.
Right? So they were very, very good. 1979 Vida Blue complete game at Riverfront Stadium.
Whoa.
11-5
True
win.
blue.
Mike Ivey hits a homer. Terry Whitfield goes 4 for 5. And then the 99 game, 11-8 win. Mark Gardner gets a no decision, and Copes for you. Ellie Burks and Charlie Hayes hit home runs. Giants won all 3 games at Riverfront Stadium.
So first time ever they'll be opening a Great American Ballpark now against Terry Francona and a guy they just traded over there, Taylor Rogers, got traded to the Reds just a couple of months ago. So we'll throw that out to the other guys here too, as we're talking Giants and Reds tomorrow, pregame at 12:10. How different does this opening day feel relative to any of the previous 5? Now, the Farhan era started with a weird thing in 2020, and we have the COVID season. 2021, 107 wins and all that, so 22 maybe felt a little different. But we had all these off seasons where they didn't land free agents. I got to tell you, last off season going into the start of 2024 felt different in that they got Jorge Soler, they got Matt Chapman, they got Blake Snell. It does feel, though, like hope this year is a little bit different, even though the roster has changed. Marcus, where are you?
Well, I think it's a good thing that Bob Melvin is going into the season actually knowing his left fielder. Shout out Bruce Bochy not knowing Connor Joe a few years ago. Shout out Roberto Perez behind home plate in Yankee Stadium to open up the season. So it's good to go into the season, and it feels like better vibes. We were down in Scottsdale a few weeks ago, down at spring training, and you can tell that people don't want to disappoint Buster Posey. So, yeah, it feels a little different this year.
Hey, can I 2 words why it's different, Copes? Matt Beatty. No Matt Beatty this year, right?
Yeah.
We're anticipating that the plane that took off from San Francisco carrying Christian Koss, apparently, as Mike Krukow told us this morning, getting breaking news on the leader, is not going to be swapped out tomorrow morning at about 8 a.m. We're not going to find out that Matt Beatty – remember, who was it help me out. Who was the player who didn't know whether he was on the team or not? So he came to Yankee Stadium.
He came to Yankee Stadium. And
he hung out. He wanted to be in a play.
Oh,
was it Meckler? Was it Wade Meckler? Somebody like that?
It was somebody like that.
Anyway, the point of the matter is stability, chill, Buster. Hopefully fewer than 66 roster moves in April.
Yeah.
All right, so there. That's how it's different.
So is there a sense of hope? Do you think that it feels more hopeful this year?
I would say yes, just based on the fact that spring training went really well. And with spring training and, the 19 wins in the Cactus League, it's not a time to overreact to the numbers or the stats themselves, right? But when we had different guests on, and I know the ball travels differently down in Scottsdale, but it's the plate approach that was really impressive to me because we know that they're going to lean into pitching and all of these arms. We know that defense is what Buster Posey wants this team to be defined by. But the plate approach and having Jung-Hoo Lee hopefully play more than 37 games. I mean, I made my song today, center field, both for the spirit of baseball, but also getting number 51 out there in center field. The way he's able to get on base, make contact with the ball. We'll see what happens with Lamont Wade and Wilmer Flores kind of flip-flopping on that first base, but injuries really derailed their last season, so hope it's a lot closer to the 2023 versions of those guys. I would say there's a lot more hope. I mean, the division is brutal. There's no doubt about it, but I do think there's a little bit of an optimism. And going back to Marcus's point on not so much roster turnover or guys getting signed so late in the spring, Bob Melvin's kind of known what he's had here for a good 6 weeks now.
Derek, you sat behind the scenes as a producer for the last couple of years, and you watched, Tom and I and every show go through trying to land Arson Judge, right? We thought that story broke on our show, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, Roger Gleason said it was happening.
Where are you, Roger? How about Marcus's never executed Carlos Correa interview?
Dude, the Carlos Correa interview.
Oh, yeah.
I was prepping an interview to ask Carlos Correa about his MMA podcast. It never happened. It never happened.
So you saw all this happen. Yeah. We've seen the frustration of Giants fans not landing players, and it's funny. We're going to go through in the next segment. We'll run through the departures from last year. I'm going to throw some names at you guys. Joey Bart was here opening day last year. He was on that plane before they traded him away.
Bart was here.
We are
catchers.
Biggest Joey Bart fan at the Roundtable right here to my left.
I did not like the disrespect of Joey Bart. I felt like under the Farhan era, they kind of manipulated his development. This is a guy who I mentioned already. Roberto Perez got to start opening day after he was told he was going to be the next guy to take over for Buster Posey. Big expectations. Had a good year last year in Pittsburgh.
13 bombs for
We're
Pittsburgh
moving on to
year.
Patrick Bailey now, but I'm disappointed because we're going into a season with the Giants where there's not a lot of options with the DH. Joey Bart could have been one of those guys to be a DH and a backup catcher.
My point here, Derek, is from the perspective of
I'll speak eventually.
The frustration of Giants
you don't
fans
have to.
in the off season. How different does it feel entering this season now with Buster?
It feels kind of the same, actually.
Yeah?
Thank you.
You think fans are down on the Giants?
I think so. No, there is a lot of hope, and I keep hearing everybody in spring training say the vibes are good. The vibes are good. It's like a breath of fresh air. And let's just be honest. The vibes are good because Farhan's gone. Yeah. You guys all hated him, so now he's gone. The nerd's out, and now Buster Posey, and he's going to save the day. Yeah. And at first, I was kind of skeptical. I was kind of like, okay, this is good PR. This is kind of like member Barry stuff. Like, remember when Buster Posey was here? And now he's here, and they got Willie Adames, and he solidified that position at shortstop. They got Justin Verlander to help out the starting rotation. It does feel different. Yes,
well,
there is hope.
I remember. If you remember, I mean, the Ann Killian piece today or yesterday in the Chronicle about the change in the clubhouse, where Buster is now gone in, and there's 2 offices when you walk right into the Giants clubhouse. They're the first thing you see when you enter their little sanctuary of players. 2 offices that for the last 5 years were occupied solely by analytics people, as though they were the most important people within the organization and within the clubhouse. They used to be occupied by, one was a former player's office where guys like Willie Mays and Willie McKevin
was Mike Murphy's
office, of course, and whole court.
Are we all done bashing Farhan yet? Are we done, or are we going to continue?
No, let's continue.
I like the guy.
Let's continue.
Let's just go boo-yay here. Farhan Zaidi. Boo or yay? Yeah, shocker.
He was
shocker.
He was coaching.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, Greg.
Let me ask you a question. On the 26-man roster right now, or even on the 40-man roster of the organization, how many guys did Farhan Zaidi bring in to the organization? Almost everyone.
Are we glazing?
All of your young, all of your young pitching.
It's almost everybody.
All of the AAA roster you're looking at.
Glazing.
All of the young and developmental people, and you could. And we got the daily text from Chisholm. He made roster moves. A lot of that was driven by the pandemic. And there were weird rules about when you got the vaccine. I remember Kevin Gausman all of a sudden didn't start a game. They take him off the roster. He pitched 2 days before because he got the vaccine. It was genius. He manipulated the 26-man roster better than anybody I've ever seen. But it is not Stratomatic or APBA baseball. These are actually baseball players. And it's hard to shuffle guys off and on the roster, have them play to their capabilities. So, but he got them ready to play a 3-game series. He would set the 26-man roster for that series. And if you pitched too many innings on a Friday, you were going somewhere on Saturday and Sunday because you were useless to him. Does that promote winning baseball? Like Tony La Russa always used to say, these are men, not machines. So you have to have a human touch. But I'm not here. The 107-win team was genius the way that club was run by Farhan and managed by Cap. They hit more pinch hit home runs than any team in the history of baseball. Yeah. They hit more home runs than any Giant team in the history of baseball. He is now with the Dodgers. He's a smart man. They want to do things differently here. The openers do continue in baseball. We saw it still in the World Series this past year from the Dodgers. So you can all boo Farhan all you want. I think he laid the groundwork for why you're so optimistic. Yes, Adames. Yes. Look at the roster.
Give it up
Look
for
at the guys
Farhan,
on the
everybody.
20.
Exactly, Derek.
Look at the guys on the 20.
Farhan Zaidi.
Well, it didn't work.
Marcus, how many are non-Farhan
You can say
guys
this.
on your roster?
You can say this about
How many are not? Verlander,
You can say this.
Adames. Who else?
You can say
Kristen
this about
Koss. Who else did
boys.
Joey Barber, he's gone now.
Brian
He's
Sabian
not on the roster.
Brian
Yeah,
that's what I'm
Sabian.
saying. That's a problem.
Brian Sabian inherited Barry Bonds. Farhan Zaidi inherited Logan Webb and Elliot Ramos.
And Camilo Doval and Taylor Rogers.
On and on and on.
Let me
with
just
that
ask you one thing.
rotation. Let me just say, you had your say. Let me say this. Howard Bryant said it best. I'm stealing from our buddy HB.
What up, HB?
And HB is as smart as they come. And he said the problem with guys, let's take Farhan off of it. The problem with the new wave of GMs, forget Farhan, we're not baseball fans for efficiency.
Right.
That's what it's proven. It's a turnoff. We are all actively turned off by setting up a rotation and a 26-man roster for a 3-game series. It's proven. We all died a little bit inside. So that's what we're trying to get away from. Take Farhan's name off of it. Craig Breslow in Boston, who was the guy in Boston who ran it into the ground?
Well, you know who the GM of the Cincinnati Reds is? Nick Kroll.
Yeah.
You know what he did?
Yeah.
Nick Kroll?
Nick Kroll. He was a bat boy for the Oakland A's during the Moneyball era.
Hey, so I was
Nick
around
Kroll.
then. That's
with
Nick.
Cliff Clavin. That's Nick.
That was Nick.
That's Nick. He's the GM of the Reds who may win the National League Central.
Let's get him on the round
this
table.
year.
Let's get him on the round table.
I say there is a place for nerds.
Hold on.
The point of the matter is just end the whole darn thing by saying 2 words, Buster Posey.
And that's where I'm going. In the last 5 years, they've had one winning season. Unfortunately, 107 was the outlier. So the question of
who was the catcher?
What we'll get into next
Kurt Casale.
Who was playing first? Who was playing short?
Did Buster do enough this offseason, or will it be more of the same? We'll talk about some of the departures. What would you say to the fans who and the listeners this week who were telling Derek and I, it's the same team, man? I said, no. Nick Ahmed is not playing shortstop for you this season. We got more to come live from the Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco. It's Murph and Marcus. It's Greg and Greg. It's myself, Adam Copeland, and D-Pop with you. It's the first ever Giants and KNBR Roundtable. Opening day tomorrow at 1:10. First pitch in Cincinnati, 12:10 pregame. Plenty more to come from the Presidio as our roundtable rolls on, only here on the Sports Leader.
Yay.
Yay.
The Giants opening day is tomorrow, and is there any better person to preview the season than the Reverend Hunter Pence? You can find Hunter's sermon and all things clergy and Giants related at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Live from the Presidio Golf Course, this is the 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable on the Sports Leader.
We're live from the Presidio Golf Course here. It's our first ever Giants and KNBR Roundtable with the season opening tomorrow at 1:10. We'll have first pitch for you right here on the Sports Leader, a 12:10 pregame. Before we get back into the Giants talk, I do have to let you guys know that the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is underway. Go to KNBR.com to check your bracket standings and see how you compare with me in the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, brought to you by Xfinity Stream Live Sports from the best seat in the house. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy, Greg Silver, Greg Papa, all with you here from the Presidio Golf Course. All right, let's get into...
I got questions.
...to what we were talking about before the break. What you got, Murph?
If this is a round table, who's King Arthur, who's Sir Lancelot? What do we got
I'm
here?
a ringmaster. I don't know about all that.
I'm the jester.
All right, I interrupted. Go ahead, Cope. See what you got, buddy.
Yeah, bring me the finest swine.
I need mead.
All right, so...
How many knights can you name at King Arthur's round table? I don't know. There were 12 of them, by the way.
I'll go knights.
Lancelot, Gawain, Geraint, Percival. Shout out Troy Percival, former Angels closer.
I don't want to shout out.
We're going back to 2002 and bringing him up?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Bonds hit that ball a mile.
We went full circle. Was it off Percival?
He did hit one off Percival. Went a mile.
Wow.
That was a Mike Salmon?
Tim Salmon.
Tim Salmon.
Tim Salmon.
Who's Mike Salmon?
I don't know.
Is the younger brother?
Mike Trout, Tim Salmon. That's what you're thinking.
Fish, who played for the Angels. 808 KNBR. All right.
Did Buster do enough this offseason?
Kevin Bass?
Or is it more than here we go?
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Rolling
Now,
players.
we need one
Turn
more.
off his mic.
We need one more. Steve Fish.
You worried that I would talk too much.
We need one more from
more
Mount
fish.
baseball
One more
player Fishmore. We got
Fish.
salmon, we got trout, we got
Trout.
bass.
I love bagels.
Mike
and
Trout,
Is there a
Steve
minnow?
Trout.
Steve Trout.
Steve Trout.
There it is.
I
All
was
right.
trying to find a tuna in there somewhere.
Is there a minnow anywhere? Somewhere
Yeah,
along
there's
the
got to
way?
be a mini Minoso.
A shark?
Get that in there.
All right, let's go.
Jeff Samardzija. We can go with that.
Hey,
All right.
there you go.
There you go, the
Good
shark.
job.
All right. What would you say to anybody, guys, who says this is the same team? Because here's what I'm looking at. Everybody goes, it's the same roster, it's the same bit of talent. And to the point that Papa was making earlier, development is a thing. You have to buy into guys making the jump and growing to the next step. When 2010 started, Buster Posey wasn't on the opening day roster. Benji Molina was your catcher. Todd Wellemeyer was your number 5 starter. Bumgarner had just debuted in August of 2009. Timmy was coming off a 2 size, and Matt Cain had been here, but Jonathan Sanchez was just a live arm and a lot of potential. Development is a thing, and guys taking the jump and making the next step is something you have to anticipate and hope is going to happen. Here's some guys that were on the roster last year. For everybody who thinks this is the same team as last season, guys who are not here this year: Tyro Estrada, Blake Snell, Michael Conforto, Austin Slater, Jorge Soler, Nick Ahmed, Mark Canha, Kurt Casale. Joey Bart was on the 2024 opening day roster before they traded him to Pittsburgh because they didn't have a spot for him. They carried 3 catchers on opening day. Now, in terms of additions, they've gone in-house. They've decided to elevate a lot of players, and some guys, because of underperformance last year, claim new opportunities. Tyler Fitzgerald. Obviously, Elliot Ramos makes an all-star team. Willie Adames, Justin Verlander, and Lou Trevino are really the only new names joining the roster. So in terms of looking at it like things are the same or things are different, how different is it? How much improved is the roster, Mark?
Well, I'll go with this first because you mentioned it. Willie Adames, Justin Verlander are the off-season acquisitions. But what really stands out to me is Jung-Hoo Lee. And I understand he was on the opening day roster. He played 37 games. Jung-Hoo Lee goes down with an injury. That opens up the door for Elliot Ramos. That's when he started to play full-time, and that's how he became an all-star. So you're going to get to see the combination of Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee. So to me, that's one of the biggest differences going into the season.
Yeah, and obviously you just said you threw out the names Willie Adames, and that's a huge change. I mean, they have been looking for a shortstop for how long? How long have they been looking for a shortstop? And Farhan, in fairness, tried with Carlos Correa, and it didn't work out. We'll see how he plays for Minnesota this year. I don't know. So Adames is a gigantic piece. He's going to be your 2-hitter. He's going to play 158 games or whatever he's going to do. So that's a gigantic change. Also, a Farhan signing, but a guy who you didn't admit, Robbie Ray. Mm-hmm. Robbie Ray was not a part of that rotation last year. So I'm looking at like 3 guys who I expect to have impact to get them from 80 to 86 if we're jumping ahead to what we're going to get.
Sure.
It's Jung-Hoo Lee staying healthy, knock on boombox for Mike or whatever this is. Willie Adames playing 158 and Robbie Ray having a full season. That to me is probably worth 4, 5, 6 wins.
That's kind of where I'm at. Greg, what would you say?
Yes, I mean, to your point, and again, you're going to boo me because I'll mention his name. If Farhan's... I haven't even got his name out
Hey,
yet.
why don't you start talking Gabe Kapler, too?
If Farhan Zaidi had this offseason, what would be the reaction from the lunatic?
He's a nerd. Get him out.
No, it would be...
He didn't get enough done.
He didn't get enough done.
He didn't land enough.
But I
on Corbin
also
Burns.
think, and there were times sometimes the general manager or president of whatever sports operations has to take a hit for ownership.
Yeah. Yes.
Ownership has scaled back payroll substantially. Now they gave it to Adames, biggest contract in the history of the franchise. We'll see how it turns out. Verlander got a cheap deal. Ownership told him there's a mandate here to bring it back. We're not going to the competitive balance tax. So if Farhan did this, I don't know what the reaction would be. It probably would not be good. But Buster has that Buster presence. But I forget the roster. I think what they're going to do is play Buster Posey baseball. And did the Giants ever have the best roster?
No.
In their own division?
When they had
in
it in 93 with Bonds, Clark, and Williams.
You're going way back here.
103 and missed
You are
the
the
playoffs.
old man in the club.
Yes.
I'm talking 10, 12, 14.
No.
Did they ever have that roster? How did they win?
Who would you take?
Because they played like Buster.
Yeah.
They played fundamentally sound. What they got away from, 21, we talked about the pinch hitting and how Gosman became a great pitcher, DeSclafani, but they were number one in defense, and they weren't very athletic. How did they get that done? Then it just regressed for whatever reason. What you're going to see, and to me, I think this roster right now, I think most people would say they could win in the 80s. Now, what does that mean, 80 or 89?
That's the difference.
80, you're done. 89, are you in? It was 89 good enough to get in last year. How many Arizona win?
89 was good enough
And
last year.
they didn't
2
get
years
in.
before,
Thanks for the
84.
layup.
But 2 years before,
Right.
Arizona made
But
to the World Series
so
in 84.
can they just improve around the margins, famous narrative, optics, people love these catchphrases. If you just win one game, you're not supposed to over a period of time, and you get to 89, you can compete. I think that's where Buster's influence is going to be. Roster construction, yes, to some degree, bringing in winning players, but ownership scaled payroll
Yes, it did.
substantially.
Which made,
so you have to work with that. Now I think what Buster does, you got to play the Giant way. Remember when Bill Newcomb came in for Peter? Right away, and they won the World Series right away, and then he was out. He wrote, the Giant way.
Mm-hmm.
There was I'd like to read that, and I'd like to see Buster read it.
Too bad Farhan and Gabe didn't read it. Oh, I'm riffing.
107
By the way, I want to go back.
I think what he's going to do is be involved with the actual management.
I didn't know the 2025 roundtable was going to relitigate the Farhan era, but it just dawned on me. I know.
Well, you're all Farhan bashing.
No, because it dawned on me when you talked about 2021 and how they played defense and who were the best three defensive players on that team.
Brandon Bell, Brendan Crawford, and Buster Posey.
Who are all
Mike Talkman.
From the
remember Mike Talkman climbing the wall?
Mike Talkman.
Juan Soto.
You're
Mike
talking
Talkman.
2021.
Remember Mike Talkman?
With Bobby Evans Buster.
We are live from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco. It's the 2025 Giants KNBR Roundtable. Murph, give me a second. Give me a second, Murph. Catch your breath, bro. We'll take a quick break. We got to take a break.
This is a lot like Papa Family Dinners.
2021 was a
Brandon
Brian
Bell got hurt that year. He didn't play. He missed half the year.
29 homers.
Loud
noises.
I watched.
Hey, Stephen A. and Russo are making $550 million. Does that work out for them?
This is false equivalency now. We're going to take a quick break. We are live from the Presidio Golf Course. The 2025 Giants KNBR Roundtable
What time
rolls
we going
on till 5 o'clock if we make it. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Murph Marcus, myself, and T-Pop.
I guess my takes will become more professorial and dull as the evening goes on.
Get him, Murph.
It's not the same thing.
I feel like that won't be the case, yeah.
Is he Lancelot or one of the other ones?
How do we measure success for the 2025
bring up Trey Lance?
2025 Giants? Vegas has them at 80.5 wins. Over or under? How do we measure success? Is it playoffs or bust for the Buster Posey Giants in 2025? More to come from the Presidio Golf Course. It's the KNBR Roundtable, only here on the Sports Leader.
The 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable continues live from the Presidio Golf Course on the Sports Leader.
What's happening, everybody? Great to see you all out here at the Presidio Golf Club. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Brian Murphy.
Let's argue.
Marcus Boucher.
Let's argue.
And that's exactly what we're going to do after I tell you all.
Are you punch drunk? You like sleep deprived, bro?
Yes, I am.
This is nap time in Papa.
Let's argue. Let's argue.
Let Greg read this
noodle nap.
He's got a
It's
sponsor.
brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Now back to the fighting.
All right.
So
let's settle this. These City Connect jerseys are terrible, right?
Oh, stop it, Derek. Stop it.
Listen,
I don't mind them.
What?
I don't mind them. Now, I got to see the pants.
You also like the Russell song.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here for your
key.
Russell slander.
Is that
Just
my
because you're
terrible?
not rapping about the Oakland A's anymore,
Is that my
Derek.
cue?
Oh, come on.
Have you all seen them?
I do not mind them. I'm cool with the graffiti font. I want to see the pants and the hat, but everybody's overreacting. Yeah, I
So what
understand.
color do you want the pants to be? White?
I want them to be white. I'm not a fan of purple pants, no orange pants, no black pants.
Hey,
I need white
shout out
pants in
Prince.
baseball.
Prince wore purple pants.
He did.
Rest in peace.
He was cool.
Your wrist looking like a softball unit.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Dodgers,
Like
the
the
blue on
Dodgers.
blue.
Yeah, the blue on blue the
Yeah, that
Dodgers
was
had.
great.
You
How
know
about the Colorado Rockies?
17-year-old Murphy kid said, the City Connects are fire. Everyone's just hating to hate. Everyone's just hating
So
to hate.
they're trying to appeal to Gen Z.
and the 17-year-old
Ask
kid.
him what he thinks of Farhan Zaidi.
He doesn't like his teams
You would
wearing
give him
their
a
colors.
noogie in high school.
Well, here's the
He
thing.
doesn't like his Giants wearing black and orange.
His old man wrote back, I prefer the uniform Willie McCovey wore.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
Like I said, when the Warriors played the Hawks
one,
the
the
other
orange
night.
Oh, I was with you on that.
I was
one.
like, Dominique, come on.
I was talking to my radio. The Hornets showed up the other night looking like a pack of spearmint double
Yeah,
McDuff.
they did, yeah.
Double McDuff.
I get the Cleveland Cavaliers wearing baby blue.
We were
and it says
talking
the
about how
Rams.
if you were in Bangkok and you put on a Raiders-Steelers game, you're like, hey, there's the Raiders and the Steelers.
Yeah.
You put on a Hornets-Timberwolves game,
Yeah.
you're like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah.
WNBA?
I'm like, why am I watching?
Merchandising. It's merchandising.
Yes, Greg, they like money.
Why are they watching
been to the
Hornets
team
Hawks
store
in
lately.
They like money.
Indonesia?
They like
Yeah,
money.
but Cubs, that's the problem. People are complaining that there's purple on the jerseys. Have you seen the San Diego Padres City Connect? It's pink and neon green. Like, this is what they're doing. The Washington Nationals just put out a baby blue uniform. They're doing it for the kids. They're doing it for the younger generation. They're doing it to sell
They're
jerseys.
doing it for the money.
To make some
That's what
money,
they do.
yeah.
By the way, the purple, I got to give Greg Silver credit. His first take said a lot of Phoenix Suns in that unit. Greg, for you, G-Pop, for you and me, Paul Westfall's hitting 6 for the
There we go,
Giants.
nice.
All right?
He's a Boston Celtic. Stop it.
Paul Westphal.
You don't think of Westfall as a Sun?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much.
Won a title there,
He
didn't
gave me one. All right.
you win a championship there, Westfall?
On Mount Sunmore, Paul Westfall, is he on Mount Sunmore?
Yeah, Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, of course. All right, back into some Giants baseball. They open
He
tomorrow.
was very upset when Red traded.
Is Kevin Johnson on Mount Sunmore?
Oh, you're digressing.
Yeah, it's about
Let's get into this. The Suns
welcome to the Murphy
roundtable.
Market Show.
Over under in Vegas is 80.5 wins for the Giants. Jim Bowden did his ranking in The Athletic, and he ranked the Giants 23rd of 30 teams behind the A's and behind the Angels, which kind of surprised me. And I think a lot of
the A's?
Yeah, behind the A's. And
Shout out
behind the
Tolbert.
Angels.
What's so bad about that?
I'm just saying. Well, the A's finished 32-32 last year.
Well, I'd say a lot of this has to do with the additions that the A's made, and that the Giants are investing on some young players to do more than what they showed they were capable
who's in a
of
tougher division
last year. The Giants are in a tougher division.
Yeah, they are.
Right. On paper, of course. So is 80.5, is that low? I mean, we're talking between 80 and 90 is kind of what we're thinking.
I'd say that's just right.
80.5. Start to your right.
How do you win half
Go
a
ahead,
game?
Greg.
How do you win half a game?
83.
Ooh.
Gosh, we need somebody to get out of the 80s. We
That's
need a
low.
hot take. We need to take north of 90 or below 80.
Okay, let's
we're
get
all
off,
in the 80s.
Let's get off of the 80. Let's get off of the
There's a
80
big
exactly.
difference.
We'll get,
88, 89 gets you in maybe. 80.
What are you at,
we'll
Coach?
give more time to that. I'm at 85 is where I'm at. But let's get off of the number exactly, because I guess more about it's for me it's more about what does this, like, does 85 wins and not making the playoffs warrant a successful season?
Depends on the thrills, chills, and spills we
It depends on
get
how
during the year,
it plays out. So
yeah.
there are other questions. Does the NL West still matter to anybody? Or do you look at it and go, it's out of reach, who cares, just go to the playoffs? How do you measure success?
I have almost literally written off the NL West for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
I really have.
So
I mean,
then
if
what
it
is
happens-
what is success for you?
Playoffs. Yeah, playoffs.
So lack of Mike in the postseason this year, it's an unsuccessful season?
Yeah, you got to make the playoffs. You're the Giants. You got to make the playoffs.
And you can't digress. You can't get worse than you've been the last 3 years. They've hovered being around a 500 team, and that's why the over-under is set at 80.5. I do have a bet out in Vegas. I have more than 79.5, so that's the only number that I care about. But I do think there is going to be a difference this year in getting 5 more victories. Murph. You know Bobby Boucher's best bet.
Who's winning the KNBR NC2A March Madness?
You're looking at him. You're looking at him. But anyways, Murph, let's stop digressing. This is not the morning show. I do think there is value in bringing in Buster Posey and the regime shift, and Buster letting Bob Melvin draw up his own lineups. Let's start there. Farhan Zaidi, sorry, I'm going to slander him a little bit more,
Here we
Papa.
go.
But
It's
he was
the
out
Farhan
here. He was
roundtable.
out here printing out lineups.
Where's
we
the
have
bartender?
we have a
I'll be
manager of
back.
the year in Bob Melvin. How about you let him set his own lineup? I think that alone could be worth 4 or 5 wins, and maybe that does get you into a postseason. I mentioned it 2 years ago. The Diamondbacks made it to the World Series with 84 wins. That same season, Miami Marlins with a second wildcard team with 84 wins. So it's going to be how the rest of the National League plays out, but I got them right around that 84, 85 range, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, we're looking at the last 3 years, 80, 79, and 81, right? So what's the difference between 80 and 86, 87? Is it a hit and run? Is it thrown? I saw at last night's game, Grant McCray, the way John Miller described it, did not hit his cutoff man on a single yesterday. The Tigers scored.
He now plays for the Sacramento River Kings.
Aha, good call. My point is I was talking to my radio, and I was like, guys, this is exactly what I hope Buster Posey bring. You got to throw to the right base. You got to hit the cutoff man. You got to get a ball to the right side. So I'm hoping on that. Last night, Grant McCray threw the wrong base or overthrew his cutoff man. He's in Sacramento now. So can you get to 86 with that? I'm just going to go ahead and say 86 because I always thought this team, that nucleus of Chapman, Adames, in that rotation should get you there. And once you get past sort of the top half of the National League, there's some bad teams out there. Starting with the Reds, like, do you take 2 or 3 from the Reds to start the season? That's what I would.
Are
hope.
the Reds going to be bad this year?
Well, they
A
might
lot
be
of
okay.
People think
They
they
might be
may
okay.
win the National League Central.
How are you going to get Ellie De La Cruz out? How are you going to get Matt McClain out?
He may be. I mean, he's going to be the best player in that series. But to Papa's point, the National League Central is not tremendously deep. Nobody in that division it's not an obvious champion from that division. So beyond the top 5-6 teams in the National League, you're right in that it's not extremely deep.
All right, with the new CBA, they've changed it. So it's 3 division winners and 3 wild card teams.
Right.
For a while there, when they were locked out, there was a debate about adding a 4th wild card team. Ultimately, they did not do that. In the NFL, you have 4 division winners, 3 wild cards, 7 go. So that 6 to 7 spot is so important for this team. And it is important. Buster's never going to concede the National League West. Last time they played, they beat them 107 to 106.
True.
But it does matter where you finish in the division. So just look at the other teams in the league. The National League East. Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah. How many games they got to win? The New York Mets. How many games they got to win?
North of 90.
The Atlanta Braves. How many games they got to win?
That's 2 spots
So
gone.
one's winning the division. 2 of the 3 wild cards are gone.
Yes.
Who wins the National League Central? Milwaukee's lost a lot of people over the last couple of years.
Yep.
Is St. Louis going to bounce back? Where are the Cubs? Where are the Pirates? Reds are young and up
Kyle
and coming.
Tucker Cubs.
You don't know. And then it does come down to me, you've got to finish second in the National League if the Dodgers do in fact win. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. That's why you play. But if you're behind San Diego and you're behind Arizona and you're dealing with those 3 great teams from the East, just do the math.
it doesn't add up. There's no pathway to 270. You're not winning. So that's something else.
Too soon.
Anyway,
Too soon, Greg. Too soon.
Well, too close to home.
But as far as what
I don't get it.
you want, the wins will be the wins. They just need to play fundamentally sound baseball.
I mean,
play the game the right way.
You just threw out a pretty daunting scenario. It's going to be hard to crack. I mean, we're assuming the Phillies, Mets, and Braves will perform to expectation. Okay, maybe one of those teams craps out. I don't know. The Mets have in the past.
Yes.
But they got Juan freaking Soto.
Braves have some questions about the health of their pitching, too. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And the Mets have
that,
two.
So one spot. So you're basically
starters are down. Sean Manaea's down.
In this scenario, which is a very realistic scenario, you have to just beat out the Padres and Diamondbacks, and that ain't easy. D-backs are very, very good. Unless you Jordan Montgomery, Tommy John.
Yep.
A little bit on that. So can they beat out the Padres and Diamondbacks?
I mean, the Diamondbacks, in my opinion, have one of the best rotations in baseball. They brought in Corbin Burns this offseason. Zach Gallen is a Cy Young candidate each and every year. Brandon Pfaadt, Tony's boy from Kentucky, and then you throw Merrill Carroll. Like, they have dudes. They can pitch. I think the Diamondbacks are going to finish as the second best team in the NL West. You got to try to beat out the Padres to see if you can reach that floor. And the question is, where's that floor? To get into a wild card, is it 85? Is it 89?
Well, based
you got
on
to see how it
his
plays out.
scenario, Phillies, Mets, Braves, 2 of those are gone. And
Are
that
the
means at
Braves
least
that
one
good?
spot.
That's what I mean. I don't know. I don't know if
The
the
Braves
Braves are-
lost, losing Max Fried. Are they that good?
I don't think they're as good.
Back.
I think they come
Acuna's
back.
back this year.
I think the
he'll
Braves
be
and the
back in
Padres could take a step back. I'm not buying into the Braves pitching yet. Until
Padres,
they
I
can prove
buy. There's been some turbulence.
that. And I mean, again, Yu Darvish is getting older, and he's day to day. He's not the same he was a couple of years ago.
Right.
Something else to take into account in the importance of winning the division, because of what Greg is talking about. You only get a bye, and this is what I hate about the expanded playoffs. You can win your division and still have to play that wild card series of best of 3. It's like 162 doesn't matter if you win the division. If you're
Damn,
the
let's
third
just
best
worry about
division
it,
winner,
let's just get in.
So just get in. And to the point we were making, 2 years ago, Marcus mentioned this, 84 wins won the pennant out of the National League. 3 years ago, 86 wins out of the National League was the pennant winner. The Giants, although they were 81 and 79 and 83 those 2 years, with the exception of last season, were only 5 games behind the team that won the National League pennant. Now, a phrase I like from Murph, intellectual fraudulence. It'd be intellectually fraudulent to say the Giants were only 5 games worse.
Yeah.
They weren't even really ever in the hunt with all the teams in front of them. But that's how close they were with as bad as they were.
Arizona
to
won
making the
89
postseason.
games last year, and they didn't make it.
And they added Corbin Burns.
They won 89, and the
And
Giants
Corbin
won
Carroll.
World Series.
Corbin Carroll
winning
didn't have a great
88.
year last year either. Boy, you know what? This segment is depressing me.
Okay, let me ask you this one before we get out, because Mike Krukow is going to join us. We'll take a break, and Mike Krukow is going to join us ahead of opening day tomorrow as we are here live from the Presidio Golf Course. Do they have to make the playoffs for Bob Melvin to return next season? No, Derek says.
Wait, no. Because I don't think they're making the playoffs. I think that you have to be realistic this season. It's an evaluation season. It's Buster's first season, looking at the roster. I go back to what you keep bringing up, Copes. It should be like 2009. It should be the season when they're going towards something.
88 wins.
Yeah.
You missed the playoffs.
Exactly, 88 wins. And as my pops just said, like you go through the National League, there's so many teams on paper that are better than the Giants. So to say they have to make the playoffs in order to have a successful season, I think that's crazy. And I think that from everything we've asked this week with Susan Slusser and Grant Brisbee, it sounds like Bob Melvin's a good standing. As long as they just turn a corner and they show progress, then I think he'll be back. And even if that doesn't happen, it sounds like he's in good standing with Buster Posey and the organization. So I would say no, they don't have to make the playoffs in order for Bob Melvin to change his
If they
job.
barrel into September in the hunt and give us something to cheer for. I mean, we look at that 93 team we mentioned. They didn't make the playoffs.
103 wins, no playoffs.
If you give us what the Peter Gammons used to always talk about Dusty Baker playing meaningful baseball in San Francisco from 97 to 03. I think the stat was they only played 2 games that didn't have playoff meaning. So if they barrel into September in the hunt, yes, that would be a success. And take us into late September, even if they miss out.
It will be interesting to see what they do with his contract.
Yeah.
And he is under contract for 1 more year. Bob's a good manager. We saw him, what he did with Oakland. We saw it Arizona. We saw Seattle, quality guy. He had the good run in San Diego a couple of years ago. His last team in San Diego and the Giant team last year had similar problems. They were not fundamentally sound. They did not situational hit. The San Diego team, they did not win an extra inning game until September. They were rivaling the 1969 expansion Montreal Expos for the worst. Now, the extra inning rule with the placed runner at second is weird, but they didn't know how to make a proper out. They weren't winning 1-run games. Giants of last year, same thing. If you're Buster Posey, the Dodgers are the Dodgers, Arizona's Arizona, San Diego. We just need to play our brand of baseball. We need to play fundamentally sound. Don't overthrow cutoff men. Shorten up and go the other way with 2 strikes. Play the game the Buster Posey way. That's the way I think he will be evaluated. But it will be interesting to see what they do with his contract as the season progresses, and more so in the next year.
We know that a loud voice in the clubhouse, Matt Chapman, is a strong advocate for him, so that could play a role too. So, are we getting to Kruk, though?
We are. We are live from the Presidio Golf Course. Our 2025 Giants KNBR Roundtable rolls on. Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, myself, and D-Pop here from the Presidio Golf Course. Mike Krukow, who will be on the call all season long for the Giants. You hear him with Murph and Marcus in the mornings throughout baseball season and in the offseason. Every week of the year you get Kruk, and you will get him next right here, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors got whipped by 26 in South Beach by the Miami Heat. The Andrew Wiggins, no, the Alex Burks revenge game. If you're mad at Alex Burks, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat. The only place for Bay Area fans to hit the panic button over and over and over and over.
Live from the Presidio Golf Course, this is the 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable on the Sports Leader.
If you love Giants baseball and Presidio Golf Club, give a cheer. I said if you love Giants baseball and the KNBR Roundtable, give a cheer. All right, they're doing okay. We expect better at 58 Social next Friday, where Marcus and I will be next Friday for the home opener. I'm Brian Murphy. He's Marcus Boucher. He's Derek Papa. He's Adam Copeland. He's Greg Papa. And he's Greg Silver, as if you need any introductions. And we're about to bring in a guy who needs no introduction, and yet we're going to introduce him anyway. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30 for decades, this guy's doing the best radio in the history of San Francisco baseball sports talk radio. Give it up for Mike Krukow, everybody.
Kruk! Standing O for Mike. Standing O.
So, Kruk, here's the deal. They're making me and Marcus.
I'm the only one standing, Mike. I'm here all alone. I feel like an idiot.
Kruk, they're making me and Marcus work overtime in the afternoon, but we get the great pleasure of having you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So what I'm going to do is throw you to the crew. Your Derek Papas, your Adam Copelands, your Greg Papas, your Greg Silvers. And good afternoon, Mike. The boys are here for you. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
Yeah, I'm doing good. This is my time of year right here. We love it, and I'm glad you guys are doing this. This is very cool. We don't have a chance to gather and converse all together at the same time ever. So this is unique, and I'm looking forward to it.
Mike, great to have you on at the Presidio Golf Course Giants Roundtable. I'm Greg Silver, listened to you for a long time, and great to have you on the air right now. One of our discussion points so far is, did Buster Posey do enough in this offseason? And since I work with Greg Papa all the time, you learn to ask a question to a question. And so my question to that is, what is enough? Enough for what? Is enough getting into the playoffs? Is enough feeling good like you're going into the right direction? What would be good enough here for year one of the Buster Posey regime for the Giants?
Well, Buster changed the culture. We saw here for the last 6 years, the philosophy of the Giants was pretty much the same philosophy around baseball. It was launch angle, try and win with a 3-run homer. But, Buster, he learned in 2010, 12, and 14 that, small ball played in this ballpark. And that's kind of what happened this offseason. The emphasis now became our ballpark is unique. It's a great home field advantage. People come in here and try and hit home runs. They play into our hands. Why are we trying to hit home runs when we need to be better two-strike hitters, two-out hitters? We need to be smart on the base paths. We need to be smart defensively. And this is where the priorities laid when he put this team together. And the other thing, too, is, after the end of last year, you had all these young players that debuted. They got up here, and they found out what the speed of this level of baseball is. They found out what the strength level is, and they took it to task. The young guys came into camp this year, and they were stronger. Look at Jung-Hoo Lee. He filled out that uniform, and same thing with Wade Meckler. We're looking at guys like Landon Rupp, who he had 2 pitches, not one but 2. Here was a guy who was a fastball, curveball, and he had great stuff, but now he's got a cutter and a changeup to go with it. He took that to heart. That's what he learned last year. You need more weapons. You're a strike thrower. Don't let these guys, if you're not getting that curveball over, you have nowhere to go but the fastball. Now you got a cutter and a changeup. The same thing with Wynn. The same thing with Birdsong. They got Doval, mechanically scored away. And all of a sudden, spring training, they were throwing strikes. They weren't trying to strike people out. Why is that? Because they finally believe in the defense behind them. And that's what Buster did. He got better defense. He emphasized the opposite side of the field. He emphasized 2-strike and 2-out production. And that's what they did all spring. They had 320 with 2 strikes. They had more RBIs with 2 outs than anybody in the game. I know it's spring. I know. But that's what Buster did. He changed the culture. You say, did he do enough? Well, that's what you do. You make your team confident, feeling that you have an edge in your home field. You have that advantage. That's what Roger Craig and that's what Al Rosen did to us in 1986. This team feels so much like 1986. It's unbelievable. With all these young guys that nobody knows about, but they're playing baseball, and that's what he did. He changed the culture. So we'll see if it's enough.
You got to love these kids, the 86 Giants. Mike Krukow joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. When you look at the strength of a baseball team, when we talk about defense, I mean, the old adage of build the middle, where you go catcher, center field, shortstop, and second. Giants have a center fielder they believe is a plus defensive guy. We know what Patrick Bailey's capable of. I think Fitzgerald was pretty nice with the glove last year. What did you learn about the left side of the infield with Willy Adames' addition?
Well, I learned that he doesn't have a weakness going either way. I mean, I think he's as solid going to his right as he is to his left. He's got all the plays. You look at when he comes in on a ball, he's relaxed. He's got quick feet, but his body's relaxed to the ball. He throws off his right foot almost as well as Matt Chapman does, and that's saying something. But the other thing, too, and I didn't know much about the guy other than, he's a threat at the plate. He's got sting in his bat. He can hit the ball as far as anybody. But he's great in the clubhouse. He's great on the field. I mean, he likes to play. I mean, he and Chapman, they want to play. They're not coming here to cash checks. They're coming here to play. And they're both solid in the clubhouse. So, the leadership in this team has taken a major stride.
Mike, Derek Papa, it's been a while. Good to hear your voice again. Just want to know, what are your impressions of this bullpen? Camilo has a lot to prove this season, and do you find it interesting that Eric Miller is the only lefty?
I don't think it makes a difference if you got guys from the right side that can get lefties out. What gets lefties out are two types of fastball, and then a changeup that's got a little runaway tail on it and a little two-seam movement. So I don't see it as an issue. I mean, it's certainly not a problem when you're facing Ryan Walker, or when Duvall's right, and he just looked right all spring. What is hitting? We always talk about hitting's timing. Well, who takes timing out of an at bat better than Tyler Rogers? Nobody. I think right now they're okay. I think that Eric Miller. He's a lefty that can get righties out. I think when they changed the rule, and you had to face more than one guy when you had your lefties or righties coming out of the bullpen, I think that forced guys to learn how to get the other guys out. You can no longer have left-handed specialists like Javier Lopez was. I mean, now you have to have guys that have a clue getting out righties. If they're a left-handed specialist, you better know how to get righties out too. So I don't think that's as much of an issue now as it was a generation ago.
Mikey, we go from D-pop. I guess I'm G-pop around here. You mentioned
you are G-pop.
I'm OG-pop, Mikey. You mentioned the 86 team. You mentioned it this morning. You just mentioned it, and that was 100 losses the year before, and you guys flipped it around. We know about Will riding out Nolan Ryan in the Astrodome that day, but you started that game. You were the starting pitcher against Nolan Ryan in Houston. You started the home opener against San Diego in '83. You've pitched in all-star games. You've started playoff games. Logan Webb's going to start tomorrow, fourth straight year on the bump for opening day. How does he deal with the adrenaline rush you always talk about? He's pitched in playoff games. He's pitched in all-star games. He knows the deal. How did you deal with it? Because he's going to be amped up tomorrow.
Well, I had issues with it. In 1983, when I made my first start with the Giants, it was a sellout at Candlestick, and I tried it out there and proceeded to go an inning and a third and got knocked out. I didn't handle it well. And that's something you have to learn to deal with. But if you go back to take a look at what Logan Webb did his first year, I mean, he was the ace going down the stretch. And every game that he pitched in September was bigger than the one before. And he just rolled right into the playoffs. He was amazing. And here was a guy that, just took the adrenaline and he lived for it. I mean, the first time I ever pitched in an All-Star game, the only time I ever pitched in an All-Star game, I was in Houston, and they gave me the ninth inning. It was a 3-2 ball game, and we were down and run to the American League. He said, Whitey Herzog said, you got the ninth. So I go down to get loose, and I stood up, and the first pitch I threw, 95. Next pitch I threw, 95. Curveball, 95. Changeup, 95. I hadn't thrown 95 in 7 years. So after 5 pitches, I sat down. I was so geeked, I couldn't feel my arm. So I sat down, and then I got back up again, and I only needed about 9 pitches to go out there, and but I knew how to deal with it. I mean, I was 10 years in the big leagues before I made my first All-Star game. I had pitched I was an opening day pitcher, and you learn how to deal with it. And everybody has to learn how to deal it in their own way. But Logan Webb is to the point now where he counts on it. He looks forward to it. And that's really an edge as you get older in this game, because a lot of times you're going to go out there, you don't feel very good. But when you get adrenaline that kicks it in, you're fine. You count on it happening. So I think what Logan Webb's one of his big strengths is that he can handle it. And, for a guy who relies on the sinker, that's a pitch that you can, when you're geeked up, you can throw through the movement with velocity. But it doesn't happen to him. He goes the other way. So he's just a valley kid. I think that says a lot about California's valley, from Bakersfield all the way up to Redding. Those guys aren't afraid to fight, and they're not afraid of adrenaline.
We're talking to Mike Krukow. Now, Marcus and I do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30 or 7:32, depending on how good we are on the clock. But it's the Giants Roundtable here at KNBR, and we're all together. We got the Midday Boys, Greg Silver and Greg Papa. We're crashing Derek Papa and Adam Copeland's dirty work, but me and Marcus, we usually talk to Mike every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You got something for him?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mike, we've talked a lot this spring about the success of the Giants. They ended up being the Cactus League champions with the best record in baseball this spring. How much do you think that's going to translate to the season, and how much of an impact do you think it has overall on the team culture?
Well, I think it's important when you have a young team. I mean, I know it was our situation in 1986. We had a lot of young players. The one thing that you want to accomplish when you're a manager and a coaching staff, you want a team that's confident and comes to the ballpark every day expecting to win. That is the key. There's nothing more important than having that feeling that whoever takes the ball, whoever's in the lineup, you're going to have a chance to win. So when you're a young team like this team was, I consider, I know, they have some age with Verlander and Robbie Ray, et cetera, but pretty much they got a lot of youth in the pen, in the back end of the rotation, on the field. It was very important for these guys to win games early, because they started to develop that feeling, that bravado that you have when you think you're going to win. Everybody's loose, everybody's having fun. And I think that's going to carry into the season. The win-loss record, it's great, but it's spring training. But if you take a look at what these guys did, their offensive stats, what they did with average, run scores, what they hit with 2 outs, 2 strikes, what their OPS was, they were in the top 5 in most of those categories. They were in the top 3 in all of baseball. I know it's spring training. Well, the same thing with pitching. Their pitching statistics were in the top 3 or 5 across the board with everything. And that simply says that everybody that was suiting it up every day for those games had that feeling. And take a look at like yesterday when McRae got the base hit late in the game that decided the game. How many times did that happen last year? Well, they have an expectation that it's going to happen. And that expectation and that feeling that they're going to win when they come to the ballpark, that's what they accomplished this spring. And for a young team, it's paramount. That's the most important thing. Bob Melvin and his coaching staff, they work these guys to a fever pitch to where they are right now. They cannot be any more ready than they are. And they're a very competent team.
Mike, when you look at Jung-Hoo Lee in particular, and when we've had Dave Fleming and Hunter Pence on the show, they talk about this kid like they believe he could be box office. And it was such a small sample size last year, just 37 games. And maybe what I'm about to ask, you have a lot of answers based on this spring alone. But what did you see as the most prominent areas of his game for where he could improve that's really going to help the team here in 2025?
Well, I think he had to get stronger. I think he got up here last year, and it was a culture shock. He realized that, and we asked him in the interview last night in the game, what's the pitching like compared here in the United States to Korea? He said, power. And, they throw everything harder up here. And, that's a huge adjustment. He made that adjustment quickly. And that says a lot about what type of guy he is to be able to make those adjustments within the game. He knows how to get on base when he's not swinging the bat well. He can bunt. He can hit the opposite way. I mean, he puts the ball in play and he barrels the ball. I mean, and I love the fact that he's hitting third this year. But the two things that I've always said are so indicative of true. And we throw the high baseball IQ label on guys, and oftentimes it's not deserved, but I do believe the two most important things in determining high IQ is first step on the base pass, first step on the defensive side. Those two things, you can't cheat to get that. You have to play a lot of baseball to get that. And this kid has it. I mean, he's a third-generation player. I mean, his whole life's been about baseball. I mean, I could see this kid out there 2 years old in the backyard hitting wiffle balls and doing it well. I mean, it's just been that's what he is. And he's another guy that loves to play. And he was on the bench last year after 35 games before he got hurt. It tore him up. And so now, he took it to heart. He worked himself into he's stronger, and he knows what to expect this year. He's in control of the speed. These are all things I like about this guy. And plus, the other thing too, he's getting pushed. Matt McRae, he can play. He can play center field, and he knows it. And those two got a little thing going as to who the best center field in the organization is. So I love it when you're getting pushed, and then you watch how they handle it. And Jung-Hoo Lee is handling it. This guy's going to have a good year.
A few more minutes with Mike Krukow here, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I'm looking to start a new streak this year, Mike, and opening day left fielder Elliot Ramos, but if things go well, maybe he's the opening day left fielder next year too. What are we looking at for him? What should he expect this year after an all-star season last year where second half, teams made the adjustments to him, pitchers made the adjustments, he's got to adjust back. That second year of success is always hard to come by. What should we expect from him this year?
Well, I mean, he's got a knowledge of the league now, and I think that's an advantage for a smart hitter. There are guys who get to the big leagues, and they have the advantage because pitchers don't know them. But once pitchers adjust to it, you can tell if a hitter's smart because when the pitchers adjust to him, then he's got to adjust back. And last year, they were heating him up with high fastballs, and he fell victim to it. I mean, it kind of, and what he learned is his best way to defend against that, take it. And he sits a lot more off speed now than he did ever. And so, I think the guy's made transition in the way that the league has adjusted to him. So, I mean, if you take a look at his at-bats, what was it, 2 nights ago? He had the home run to left center, bomb. He fillets the ball off the wall in right field, which I thought was as impressive as the ball he hit out of the ballpark. And he gets on base and steals a base. I mean, there's more things to him and to his game than we know. He's got all the tools. So I think that because he is a smart hitter, I think that the adjustment that the league has made to him, I think he's going to use that to his advantage. And this is a conversation we've been having in the booth here for the last week, and it is something I think is one of the really big stories going into this season as to how he's going to apply his intelligence to how the league has pitched him.
Mike, a lot was made of the fifth pitcher in the starting rotation, and everybody thought it was maybe going to be Kyle Harrison. Turned out to be Landon Roop with Hayden Birdsong coming out of the bullpen. What are your expectations for all three guys, Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong, and even Kyle Harrison?
Well, I think Roop is the guy who's ahead of everybody right now. I think he went right by Harrison when he came up with the cutter and the changeup. I mean, his fastball and curveball are by themselves. I mean, these guys also remember last year he learned how to pitch out of the pen too. That's a feather in his cap. But the cutter and the changeup to go with that curveball fastball combination, and he's still just learning the fastball. I mean, he's toying around with different grips. This has been the beautiful thing about watching Verlander. I mean, he's out there talking about this, that, how to move, make different movements on the ball, how to apply them to different swing types. That's what pitching is. And I think the guy who's taken the biggest step has been Landon Roop so far. Birdsong, not that far behind him. And he's trying new things. He's seeing the advantage of having 3 different speeds and 2 different types of fastballs. And it's going to really push Kyle Harrison because as competitive as he is, he does not like being left in the dirt. And right now they left him. They passed him by. So he needs to go down there, and I know he's ticked off about it, but he needs to take it to heart. He needs to come up with another grip on the fastball. He can't stay stubborn to the 4-seam grip. He's going to have to learn how to sink the ball. And when you do that, then you know that he's got a changeup. You realize that you can do 2 different grips with a changeup, 2 different pitches. These are all things that are eye-opening to young pitchers. And then he has to learn how to pitch the different swing types. He's got everything. He's going to have a long career. He's pissed off right now, and I don't blame him. But take it to heart. Do something about it. There's competition. Nobody's giving you anything. Your year last year, yeah, you made strides, but you know what? These other guys went right by you. Catch up to them. Get right by them. There's your competition.
I'm going to end this, Mikey, the way I started with a standing O. Everybody get up for Mike Krukow. Without a doubt, one half of. I'm the only one standing again, Mike. I'm all by myself.
He's lying, Mike.
You know,
He's
Mike,
lying.
the whole room's
He's
up.
lying, Mike. He's lying.
One half of the best, by far, broadcasting duo we have ever had in the Bay Area. One half of the best broadcasting duo in the history of American sports.
Yeah.
And congratulations, Mikey, to you and Dwayne on the 2-year extension, my friend. Richly deserving. Hope you go for 200 years more.
Thank you, Papa. And it does my heart good to see Derek right there following it. He's been destined for this since he came out of the crib. But I got to tell you something that I miss those luncheons we used to have when we would spar. You and Ray Fosse would get up and Kaipo and I, and we would get together back and forth. You could not be beat. Nobody could beat you. You were the best I ever saw and fun. And when we got a chance to work with you, it was just it was a thrill. And I thank you for the compliments. It means a lot to me.
Oh, man, we all feel it.
I respect.
So whenever the A's
it means a lot.
Go ahead, Mikey. I love you, brother. So whenever the A's and Giants got together, we usually would do separate broadcasts, but one year we decided to do one broadcast together. So I'm in the middle. You remember this, Mikey? Ray Fosse's on one side, and Mike's on the other side. And Ray Fosse's the mule.
Oh, yeah.
And he's Mr. A with all his rigs on. We get in the on-camera open. Mike's on one side, Ray's on the other. Mike reaches across me, and he hits Ray and knocks him right out of the set. Ray was so pissed. I got 9 innings with these guys, and they hate each other. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I love him. I miss him. He was so much fun, and he was fun to tease because he would take it to heart, boy. He would defend the A's, and he'd fight you. His neck would stiffen up, and oh my God, I miss him so much. You guys, it was fun. And then when we would go off to each other in that luncheon, it was even more fun. It was just, you know what, the baseball culture here, because of our fan base with the A's and the Giants, it was special. Nobody in the country knows baseball better than the Bay Area. Nobody, no fan in the country can hang with ours. And when you talk about respect of the game and intelligence of the game, and here we are with the privilege of being able to tell the story to all these fans. And, well, I tell you what, we were lucky. By gosh, it is lucky, and we still get to do it.
Yeah,
you taught us all, Mike.
Hey.
You taught us the game. You raised us, man.
Mike, you got a game.
I was in the crib listening to Mike Krukow.
You got a game tomorrow, buddy. You got a game tomorrow.
Happy New Year, brother.
Got to figure out a way to beat Hunter Green and the Reds tomorrow. We'll be listening to you and Dwayne break it down when we do the TV. Hey, guys, Mike Krukow, everybody here.
Standing out for Mike, a third one.
You are the
I'm the
best,
only one
Mike.
standing, Mike. I'm the only one. You guys know Mike Krukow? Hey, you're
the best, Mike. Talk to you Friday, buddy. Have a great broadcast. Be good.
You bet.
Mike Krukow, Giants Roundtable at KNBR. Give it up, everybody, here at the Presidio Golf Club on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
The first annual KNBR Giants Roundtable is live today from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco. Today from 3 to 5. If you're in the area, get over here for food and drink specials, hang with the KNBR crew, and bring a sandwich to fire off golf balls at Greg Silver's car.
The 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable continues live from the Presidio Golf Course on the Sports Leader.
We are live at the Presidio Golf Club. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming out for the Giants Roundtable. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. And if you were watching YouTube and Twitch, you could see Greg Papa was exaggerating the truth. We were all standing for Mike Krukow there, but Greg said he was the only one. Anyway, I'm Brian Murphy.
Mike's on YouTube and Twitch. He didn't know the bit.
If you're one of those afternoon people who tunes in to not hear me, sorry. I'm here in the afternoon alongside my guy Marcus Boucher. Marcus, we're going to work in a few hours, so get some sleep, buddy.
I know. This show's right in the middle of my nap time, Murph. I had to wake up for this.
It's 4:20. It's not my nap time.
Hey.
Copes, 4:20.
On the far right there on your YouTube, on the far left on your screen, Greg Silver, Greg Papa, the Papas
Let
and the
Timmy
Silvers.
smoke.
I like being the noted stoner on the show.
Pass it to the left, Papa.
We're crashing these boys, the dirty work boys, Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. So, Copes, you have the roadmap, buddy. Where the hell are we going here?
All right, how about this one, guys? I've been asking this for a couple of weeks because we're talking about guys we're investing in. Who has the most to prove for the Giants this year? We just asked Mike that question. That's one of my big ones for this year is Elliot Ramos. I mean, what are we now? How many straight years? Since 2008. I mean, if you start with Bonds in 07, a different opening day left fielder every single year.
How many can you name?
I can name a lot of them.
Can
Do you have them in front of you? I don't know.
I
You want to try to go through?
Do we start
Let's
with
do it.
Do we
Who was last year? Go easy.
Conforto was last
Do
year.
we start with Jared Parker and go from there?
We get Jared Parker. Well, if you want to go 07, so 07 Bonds, 08 is Fred Lewis, right?
Woo!
2009, that's where I already get murky.
It's not DeRosa yet.
2010 is
Well, you
DeRosa.
skipped one. Who was the very first one?
Was it Fred Lewis?
No.
It wasn't
He
Fred
got it
Lewis.
on the air today.
Who was it?
Dave Roberts.
Ah, that's right. Dave Roberts was out there and left.
Okay,
The doctor.
Fred Lewis.
At some point, we run into Aubrey Huff.
We do.
At some point, you run into like
Aubrey Huff, you got 3.
You run into like Nori Aoki at some point.
You got
too.
4.
Nori Aoki.
You got 4.
Jarrett Parker.
I
you
believe
mentioned.
1 year Hunter Pence did it.
Yep.
You got 5.
So-
Ding, 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 ding.
Come on, Waleezy, help us out here,
Come on,
buddy.
Wally. Give me a few more.
Okay, Bowker never did it. No,
No, he was in right.
Yeah, yeah.
He hit the big home run before
Travis,
Ishikawa.
Michael Morse. Of
Michael
course,
Morse.
Yes. Come on.
He is a star on the MLB Network now, the
we
morning
did
show.
DeRosa. We named him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I wasn't listening.
Did we say?
I was on YouTube and Twitch. I fell asleep.
Did we say Ishikawa?
Is he one? Was
If
he
you
an
did, you're wrong.
What about
So
Angel
I would
Pagano?
say you didn't say it.
Juan Perez never got one, did he? No, he did not.
All right, you want it?
Gregor
Just move it along.
Blanco. Gregor Blanco.
Okay, Dave Roberts, Fred Lewis, Mark DeRosa, Pat Burrell, Pat the Bat, Aubrey Huff, Andres Torres, Michael Morse, Jorge Aoki, Angel Pagan, Jared Parker, Hunter Pence, Connor Joe.
Ooh.
How about Dick?
Oh, that's
Got him?
We'd have been here all night.
Alex Dickerson, Alex Slater. Austin Slater?
Austin Slater.
Yeah, this is the wrong tweet. John Peterson, Blake Sable.
You're on Twitter?
Michael
Sable. Blake,
the hell you're reading on?
So the point is,
his
he
Farhan
I'm
argument
on
just
Kevin
got,
Durant's burner.
when he said Blake Sable, I said, Your Honor, I rest my case.
It's okay.
Michael Conforto, now the point was Elliot
The
Ramos
point is,
2 years
Ramos
in a row.
can he do it 2 years in a row beyond this year? He's a homegrown outfielder who makes the All-Star team, and of course, a Bobby Evans.
We
guy.
love homegrown,
Not
by
a-
the
not
way.
a
It is
far
420.
Yeah, it is. There you
Who
go.
has the most to prove is a really good question.
Is it? I've got some names here. Camilo Duvall's a name that's out there. Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, who we saw 37 games of, as Greg Silver pointed out. Lamont Wade's a guy who they bank a lot on each and every year, and he
He's
doesn't
got
stay
nothing to
healthy.
prove, though. We know who he is.
Justin Verlander, Bob Melvin. So give it to me. Who's your biggest?
I'll throw one out here first. Jordan Hicks.
Okay.
He's got to prove that he can pitch a full season. He's got to prove that he can live up to that contract of being a starting pitcher. We know he can hit triple digits. We know he can pitch out of the bullpen. And for the first couple months last season, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. But he's got to go out there and prove that he has the conditioning, put on about 10, 15 pounds of muscle this season. So I want to see Jordan Hicks go out there and prove that he can last into July, August, and maybe even
That's
beyond.
a really good one. Just for the sake of roundtable argument with Guinness and peanuts and all that, I'm going to go ahead and say a guy who has a lot to prove, because we talked about the shortstop position has been a vacant spot for a long time until they signed Willie Adames. Well, you know what the next vacant spot is? Second base. Tyler Fitzgerald is going to have to prove he's the guy. And if not, Copes, D-Pop, G-Pop, G-Sill, Marcus, if not, we're back on the bargain. We got to start shopping for a second baseman. So I'll say
Christian
Tyler.
Koss, he's right on your team.
Okay, so I'll say Tyler Fitzgerald.
Casey
You
Schmidt.
say. You go next, D.
All right, I'll say Camilo Duvall because he got the big light show and everything, and then after that wasn't spectacular after that, and he lost his spot to Ryan Walker coming up this season. So, and Buster Posey, I know he said he's confident in him this upcoming season, but they were shopping him, and if things don't go well, they might move him at the deadline. So I'll say Camilo Duvall.
That's an interesting case, too, because of what Susan Slusser said last year in that the Giants had approached him about an extension, and I guess he didn't want to talk extension last season. And now he's, to your point, not the ninth-inning guy. So they pitched him in the eighth yesterday. You kind of got to look at what they'll do with the bullpen beyond the starting pitcher yesterday. Ryan Walker in the ninth. You got Duvall in the eighth. But what was great about Ryan Walker prior to him becoming the closer was he was sort of the closer for any other inning you needed a closer in. Like they'd put him in tough situations in the sixth, in the seventh, or the eighth. I'm kind of hoping Duvall is that guy. And he got hit yesterday, gave up 3 consecutive hits. None of them were hard hit balls. I'm going to hang on Ramos. Elliot Ramos is the one for me because he's a guy who they view as now a top of the order or a middle of the order bat. Hit a big bomb the other night against the Tigers. It is so hard, it seems like, in baseball. We've heard Draymond Green talk about it even from a basketball standpoint this year as it related to Brandon Pajemski. It's so hard to have success. While he wasn't a rookie last year, first full year with an opportunity to have success in one season and repeat it the next year, especially once teams start to make the adjustment on you. I mean, he looks like he's in the same shape he was in last year. Looked like he kind of ran out of gas after the All-Star game last season. That tends to happen to young players. But, you talk Jordan Hicks. I think that's a big one in terms of something to prove. I'm not sure his success or lack thereof is what the Giants' season is hinged on based on how much other depth it would appear they have at the starting pitcher spot. Elliot Ramos, you're counting on him to hit at the top of the lineup or in the 3-hole.
No doubt about it. My case is Jordan Hicks has to prove that he deserves to be the number 4 starter. Sure. I thought coming into spring training this year, the 4th and the 5th spot should have been open for competition. Birdsong and Landon Roop arguably could be your 4 or 5 right now. Now, Jordan Hicks, they invested more in, so I think he has to live up to that contract because that's a contract that came from the past regime. Even if there's a scenario where Jordan Hicks goes out and pitches well the first couple months, with the depth in the organization, if you want to go out and get a bat, maybe you think about flipping a Jordan Hicks and maybe calling up a Hayden Birdsong or a Kyle Harris.
You're just saying this because he was tied to the Yankees last week after they lost Garrett Cole. That's what you're talking about, trading for Jordan Hicks. Pop, how about you? Most approved this year for the Giants?
I hate to say this because I do like him a lot, and I think he's done a nice job, won Managers of the Year award in many locations. But I just would know what it would mean to Bob to win. When you look at the winningest managers in the history of baseball, Bob ranks number 24. He's won 1,597 games. Then you look at the managers that have won the most and has not been able to win a World Series. He is 3rd active in wins behind Bruce Bochy, who has won 4. And the guy he's going to manage against all weekend at Cincinnati tomorrow, and Tito Francona has won 2 in Boston and broke that streak. He represented a change in this organization to go back to the Giant way, even before Buster Posey. And I just think we're talking about everything that they're looking to improve. The on-field staff, and I don't want to say this, but they were not a fundamentally sound baseball team last year. And you can blame it on a lot of different reasons. I don't think it was the coaching staff, but I don't know. But he's made changes. Brian Price is not there. J.P. Martinez is not there. I know how Bob can run a game. I know how he's the great communicator. He's the one guy that can deal with Billy and his ego and still win there. He did. You got to give him a lot of credit. But I do think, and Buster did not hire him. Buster does not know him. He was on the other side in a lot of matchups with him. So these other guys, I think, are big leaguers. Maybe Tyler Fitzgerald. If he flames out this year, is he a 4-8 player? I don't think so, but you never know. The other guys are going to make a nice living. But for Bob to come back here, one of 2 men in the history of the Bay Area to manage both the A's and the Giants, and he did win a World Series, obviously, with Arizona as a bench coach there with Brindley. But I think it would mean a lot to him. And if the season does go sideways for whatever reason, he's going to be the fall guy.
I think that's a good one, yeah. G-Sill.
So I actually had your guy, Tyler Fitzgerald, at the top of my list.
2 votes.
2 votes. But I think Jordan Hicks was a good call by Marcus. And if I'm going to take a different angle on all this, just to throw a little extra flavor in the conversation, how about for the sake of proving to themselves, Justin Verlander just turned 42, 262 wins. He's not doing this for money. He's doing this because he believes he could still pitch at a super high level, even though nobody can ever have too much money. Shout out Gene Simmons. But you got to see if Justin Verlander can contribute to a pitching staff that has a lot of reliance on some youth arms right now.
That's a good one. Those are pretty good answers, guys. Who did we miss? Nobody said Yaz.
I don't think people think Yaz has lots of proof.
Nobody said Patrick Bailey, so he's ensconced, huh?
That's another good
He's
one, too,
ensconced.
because we've seen his
He's just-
body
he's
break
just-
down over the last
he's
2
just
seasons.
permanently there.
I mean, he won a Gold Glove last year, but you want to see more with the bat.
Nobody said. I mean, you brought up Greg. You asked Mike about Logan Webb. It's interesting how we just sort of take him for granted. We take him for granted. He's got a tough assignment. Hunter Green's numbers against the Giants are great. He has no earned runs in 11 2/3 or something like that. And Logan's got to go out there and deal tomorrow.
Well, Logan's best year by far to me was 2021.
Yeah.
Because he won.
Well, who's this catcher?
He won. Kurt Casale. He won. He won that year. He won, starting with the bad start he had in Colorado on Cinco de Mayo. After that, he went on the injured list for a while. He came back on a Saturday afternoon on Fox and shoved against the Dodgers. Logan Webb, at that time, is a winner. He's got to get over he pitches like the opening day in New York. He gave up a homer to Aaron Judge. He gave up a homer to Gleyber Torres. You don't want to be Brett Tomko. You don't want to be you pitch just well enough to lose. You want to be Jack Morris. If your team scores 8, it's okay to give up 7. If your team scores 1, you give up none. So that's what I want to see from Logan Webb. And when you look at it, we got to come up with all the terms we have in sports. Why do we say when a pitcher throws a baseball, it's stuff? That's the best thing we can come up with. He's got great stuff. Really? You can't come up with anything like that?
There's another word,
aerial projection or whatever it is. It's just, but would you say of all the Giants starters, he has the least amount of stuff? He knows how to pitch, but he doesn't have Verlander.
Robbie Ray doesn't have as much
Robbie Ray
stuff.
has electric stuff. He will punch you
Yeah,
out.
swing and miss stuff.
Jordan
yeah.
Hicks has stuff.
But
Landon
also
Lee with the
stuff.
curveball. And stuff, you got to figure out a way how to win. Guys win. You know, Mike later in his career when he locked in at 120, he didn't have, he had a curveball. I just think with Logan, he's got people to support him behind. He needs to be that guy. When he takes the mound every day, it's win day. I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't care what our offense does. They need to score fewer runs than us, and at the end of the game, we need to win the baseball game. And that's what he has, a football mentality.
Yeah.
He will do that, and it eats him up. 21 was the one year he won. Well, they had to because the Dodgers never lost, but he won like every start.
Well, he started games 1 and 5 against the Dodgers.
Yeah, he did.
And pitched well.
He pitched beautifully.
Yes.
Yeah, they lost game 5. They lost game 5.
He pitched well, though.
He pitched beautifully, and he did. He did.
Yeah, but that's
He's got to
difference
get
with
back
Logan
to
Webb.
that guy.
Like, he doesn't have the 99, 100-mile-per-hour fastball, but he still has good stuff, good movement, the two-seam, the two-sinker. I mean, he has the highest ground ball
He's got to
rate.
raise eye levels.
A
It's
little
too
bit.
much
He
down,
tried.
down.
In my opinion, he went a little bit too much with the four-seamer last year. I
Yeah.
want to stick with the two-seamer. He
And the
got away
cutter
from the
this year will
changeup.
bring it
He's
out.
got one of the best changeups in
We
baseball. He's
lost
got to
the
use it more
changeup.
often.
Where's the change?
He got to
Yeah.
get back to using that
Also,
changeup.
real quick, didn't he take a no decision in that game 5?
I'm going to
Yes,
look at
it
up
was,
right
it
now.
was an extra innings.
Yeah, it was the
Camilo
ninth
Duvall
inning.
gave it up.
Damn,
Darren
Camilo
Ruffin
Duvall gave it up with a
Duvall-
buddy whipper.
One of the worst.
Bellinger.
One of the worst
was there,
moments.
yeah.
One of the worst moments of the post.
Jay Morales.
One of
was
the worst moments of the
umpire.
post. No, not even that. It was Duvall hitting. He plunked. Who was it? Turner. Justin Turner.
He hits Turner, and then he
And then Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger.
over
Yeah,
the-
It was when he hit Turner. Was one of the worst moments in the post 2014 era because it's a 1-1 ball game in the ninth.
After Ruff tied it with a solo home run.
And the free
He pitched
90.
great. By the way, I'm just
Darren
thinking
Ruff.
about it. Look at Bob's winnings. The amount of wins he has. Gene Mauch, I think, is the winningest manager in history.
That's you and me,
Only
buddy.
one-
You and me. You
Only
and me.
one not to win.
Yeah.
Is Bob second? The winningest manager in
to
the
not
history
win.
of baseball to never win a World Series.
Wow, God, it would have been Dusty
I got
until
a little
20.
It was
Dusty.
Dusty. Dusty's like
Yeah.
7th all time.
But Dusty just broke through. When
Yeah.
Dusty won, I thought of
Yeah.
him, and I think it may be Bob.
Well, that's a great call. Yes, he does have a lot to prove. He does. Because if it does go sideways, you're right. Buster's ready to bring in a guy. I mean, Buster, you know what I keep thinking about? And I'm just this is getting irresponsible after 2 Guinness. Mark Hallberg is Buster's guy.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too, man.
He's got
Marky Mark?
That's his guy. It's,
What
they were
does he do on
roommates.
the staff?
He's a first base
Oh,
coach.
Hallberg. I thought he
Hallberg.
said Wahlberg.
And he interviewed. Don't forget, he interviewed for the managerial
He
open.
did. He's sharp guy. Sharp guy.
And if we're going to get irresponsible, David Bell's just out there. I'm just throwing
You
it
know,
out.
you're the second person to say that.
Well,
to
he
me.
was in the organization.
but
as
he
the,
has no connection to. Oh, he does
He's
have
unemployed
connection to
right
Buster?
now?
Well, he was the manager of the
By
Reds.
the way,
I don't
How
believe
about
he's
Carl fired him?
By the way-
Damn bat boy with Billy Bean.
I slept on Tito Francona taking over the Reds. Now I'm worried. That guy's amazing. He's one of the greats. You and I know he was.
So who's
he was
going to
with
win more
Kenny
games
Maka.
this year, the Reds or the Giants?
Terry Francona is one of the great baseball figures of the last 25
Tito.
years. Yes. So I'm worried.
Well, he's focused on his Wildcats, dude. He's not worried about this game tomorrow. He's got his Arizona Wildcats this weekend to worry about.
The heck with those guys. Go Duke. Sorry, Tolbert.
Go Duke.
Sorry, Kerr. Yeah, I know. I never say that, but I'm anti-Zona. All right, where are we going next? Guys?
We are live from the Presidio Golf Course. It's our
You guys still with
2025
us?
Giants
Still with
KNBR
us?
Roundtable. Going with you till about 5 o'clock, about another 25 minutes. When we come on back, Murph and Marcus, I heard you guys talking about this the other day. Alden Gonzalez wrote a piece, ESPN, I believe, right? Talking about how the Giants, in their last regime, lacked soul and identity.
And allure.
Well, allure, that was obvious, dude. What is the identity and what will be the identity of the 2025 Giants, their strengths and your biggest concern? We'll talk about it next as we roll on with our Giants Roundtable from the Presidio Golf Course only here on the Sports Leader.
The 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable continues, live from the Presidio Golf Course on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Last half hour of the Giants Roundtable at the Presidio Golf Course. Great place to be and hang out. It's not yesterday's weather, but you can still go to the golf course. You can still get some pretty fun merch right here. I feel like I'm at the table right now like a college kid signing my letter of intent, and then I put on the hat, and then I got my papa right here next to me.
Nobody read the copy points about how great the Presidio is with the Easter brunch and the Mother's Day brunch and all that.
I did. You just weren't listening, I guess. Yeah.
Surprise.
Earlier.
Well, all I'm saying is one part endless possibilities.
I didn't mention that. No.
All right. Tunnel Tops is great. I'd recommend it.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, like I said, one park, endless possibilities. And we're here. Great to have everybody out here as we get ready for official opening day tomorrow. Now, I don't want to flex or anything, but Pop and Silver get Giants pregame. So, as young Tony would say, a lot of pressure, but it's going to be fun.
These are drinking at noon tomorrow.
If you want to flex, Marcus and I will be at 58 Social at 6 a.m. sharp on the home opener Friday, April 4th.
Come on down.
Scheduled to be a Justin Verlander start. And that's generally a pretty raucous situation.
It's usually fun. It's a fun day out there at 58
My guy
Social.
right there, you're coming. You're coming right there. My guy, yeah, you're coming. Yeah. And my lady with her Cosmo and her dinner, she's got to be coming. All right, you know what I mean?
She's been here
right
just
here.
before it started, yeah.
Cosmopolitan and what, my dear? What do you got?
Oh, look like some zucchini fries, maybe?
I tell you what, any as a classy woman, $4.40 on a Wednesday.
It's Helen Gurley Brown.
Give
She's
me a
having her
Cosmo and a
Cosmopolitan.
salad. There it is. I love it. Yeah. Orange and black, too. I love it. Very good. Where were we, Greg? Sorry.
So I think we were going to get into Alden Gonzalez's story about the Giants losing some of their culture over the last 5 years.
They didn't lose some of their culture. He said they were soulless, lacked allure, and had no identity. So the question we have is what will be the identity of this team? What are the strengths and the biggest weaknesses? I mean, we'll talk about biggest concern. For me, identity is something they've talked about a lot this offseason. We've talked to Buster's talked about it. You've talked about it today, the Giant way. Also pitching and defense, the focus on defense and winning in this ballpark the way they've won previously in this ballpark. But for me, you go back to the World Championship teams, it's not just starting pitching. It was an elite bullpen. Now, last year, the Giants bullpen threw more innings than any team in baseball. Is it repeatable? Can the starting pitching carry more of that so you take some of the pressure off the bullpen? You've got a lot of depth and some arms there. I'd say bullpen is the biggest strength, at least proven strength of the team right now.
I think starting pitching is the strength, and then the bullpen behind it. I mean, last year for a while there, they had a two-man rotation. I mean, it was absurd.
Yeah.
But baseball's gone that way with the opener. They just took it to the nth degree, with that. But I think the way Buster's built it up, and organizationally you'll see a change. They didn't let guys pitch in the minor leagues. Kyle Harrison was a
3-inning starts.
Friday night pitcher. He pitched once a week. And they would lift him after 3 or 4. You got to be worried. A lot of the analytics show that you're more susceptible to UCL injuries and tears and Tommy John. So I think Farhan had a way, and he's not alone. But I think the strength of this team is frontline starting pitching. We'll see what the bullpen is. They got a lot of quality arms. They got to defend. We talked to Mike earlier. It's Dwayne's line. Giants baseball torture. In 2010, they won a lot of 1-0 games. And they just came up with timely hits. They knew how to win the game at the end. So I think that when you say they're soulless, and it was just more analytically driven. There are a lot of teams. The Tampa Bay Rays have been analytically driven. The Dodgers to some
Nobody
degree.
goes to those games either,
Well, now isn't it amazing the A's and Rays are playing in minor league ballparks this year?
Crazy.
I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be Buster's imprint, like Mike said, culture. He changed the culture. They're going to get back to playing Giants baseball. Is that enough to overcome? These other teams are smart, too. They have analytics. They know what they're doing, and they have extreme talent. You don't even want to go through the Dodgers starting rotation, their bullpen. They got like 4 closers. Doesn't mean you're always going to win the game. Baseball's hard that way. Their lineup is stacked. It doesn't mean they can lose in October in a short series. But, as far as they were soulless and all that, we'll see. I think what Buster's going to bring back is just more fundamentally sound baseball, and if you don't win, at least people can accept you played the game the right way.
Well, identity, allure, and soul. So, let's talk about it. If we were doing this roundtable in 2010, would we be talking about Brian Wilson as the all-time iconic closer with the beard and the axe? Would we be talking about, the machine? Would we be talking about
Cody Ross,
the rally thong? Cody, I mean, these
Why
things...
are you looking at me, man?
these things have to happen. So there are potential soul identity allure guys. Jung-Hoo Lee could be a soul identity allure guy. Willie Adames has charisma for days and days and days. So they have to start winning, and then people will gravitate to Adames. They'll graduate to Lee. They'll graduate to Chapman doing his whole thing at third base. I almost fell over doing this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right? Other guys that the team, who can emerge as a character? Buster keeps saying memory-making business.
Yeah.
Who on this team can create memories?
I mean, that's the key. Buster knows that the identity of this team is going to be pitching and defense, but he also knows that this fan base wants to identify with the roster that's out there. I can't tell you how frustrating it was going to the ballpark as a fan and not knowing who's going to pitch that day. Next thing you know, John Brebbia pops out as an opener, not knowing who your opening day left fielder is going to be. I went to the ballpark last year, and there's kids out there with Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys, Matt Chapman jerseys. I'm already seeing Willie Adames jerseys around the ballpark. And so, to me, that's a big difference. Buster Posey realizes that the fans want to connect with this organization. And for the last couple of years, they've ran it more like a spreadsheet. And we can go back to 2021. It worked out well. They won 107 games. They led the National League in home runs. But it wasn't repeatable at that ballpark with this franchise. And you talked about the defense in 2021, Papa. 2 years later, in 2023, they led Major League Baseball in errors.
And they were terrible the next year in 22.
Exactly. And that's the difference between 4, 5, 6 wins. And that's why you miss out on a wild card spot.
So where's the identity, allure, and soul going to come from this year? Lee, Adames, Ramos, maybe. I don't know, young starters. Lincecum was a generational
He was
phenom.
a comet across the sky.
How are you going to just wave a wand and create a Tim
winning
Lincecum
creation.
again?
You wrote a book about this.
Yes,
and the line was they were characters with character.
Yeah.
They did their own things with Aubrey, and Aubrey Huff didn't always fit in. That guy went AWOL on this team in a doubleheader in New York.
Oh, yes.
Later on, I'll never forget that. That was
Kind of wish he stayed lost.
Now he had issues anyway, but they
already likes KNBR's ads.
Oh, he loves me.
I
I heard he funded those ads. Yeah. I heard Aubrey Huff was voicing those Christy Dove ads.
Security. Get out. We know where you are. We will find you.
You can find.
You know that ad very well.
I haven't heard it.
Are you quoting that ad, Greg? Dude, Jesus.
Whoa.
Sorry, Walter. Anyway, I drove my Tesla here today. Anybody want to buy my car on the way home?
Anyway, the fans are dying for
Just
a win.
win. Just win.
There was a
It's the
moment.
great deodorant.
I'll tell you guys
win,
an
you got
anecdote.
character.
I'll give you guys an anecdote. It was Labor Day. Greg, you're so good with dates. September. What year was Rodon on the Giants?
2002. 22?
22.
years ago.
Labor Day weekend. I had the family at a Giants White Sox game. And it was I don't know. They were kind of puttering along at 500, but it was a close moment.
22, the year after that Cosmic.
Sunday of Labor Day weekend. Sunday of Labor Day weekend.
Labor Day weekend.
And
got
the
it.
bases were loaded.
I'm in Nantucket having a Cape Cod.
The bases were loaded, and Rodon was pitching, and it was a full count, and the whole stadium was up and roaring. And I said to my family,
what did he do?
I said, he struck the guy out. I said, this fan base is dying for things like this, and we haven't had it.
Yeah.
We're dying to go off, so something will bring. Winning brings identity, allure, and soul. But I'm just wondering, there's going to be something that emerges that we don't know here right now, or they're going to go 80 and 82, and we're going to have a roundtable next year.
49ers training camp starts in July.
Yeah, right. Draft is coming up in April.
A Jimmy Butler roundtable.
Exactly.
49ers last place schedule.
That's when the roundtable started, by the way, with David McGahee and the Warriors.
Is that right?
Yeah, we
Yes.
started the roundtable. Anyway.
So anyway, that's the answer to the identity, allure, and soul question. Like, you guys are dying for it, right? Don't you guys want to go to the yard, right, and see winners, right?
I mean, Marcus brought it up. I went to a game a couple of years ago. It was like back-to-back days. I went on a Friday and a Saturday. Dude, Brebbia started both games.
Both times.
I was like, I don't want this
That's
crap.
the all-time stat
I was
right
like,
there.
Brebbia started both
the
games.
all-time
That was all I needed to know.
That's a mic
Dude,
drop.
I got
right
Wham.
there.
Wake me up before you go. Go back-to-back days at the ballpark. I don't need that. in my life.
Lincecum never did that.
Hey, talk about my family before you talk about Wham.
Oh,
All right?
sorry,
All
man.
right,
Don't
We're
want
live from the
disrespect an 80s
Presidio
Friday.
Golf Course. It's the 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Murph, and Marcus will be with you for about 15 more minutes till 5 o'clock, and then we'll wrap up Dirty Work, D-Pop and I, for about another hour. When we come on back, we'll do our little post-game wrap. We'll make our predictions. We'll make our picks for the year. Where do you have the Giants finishing in the NL West? How many wins? We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The first annual KNBR Giants Roundtable is live today from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco from 3 to 5. Join us and enter for a chance to win a Will Clark jersey and show us your best left-handed swing that in no way is as good as Will Clark's.
Live from the Presidio Golf Course, this is the 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable on the Sports Leader.
We're live from the Presidio Golf Course. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Tim Webb, too. Also, Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy hanging out with us. I just saw the boys come off the golf course, by the way. I saw Cole.
I got to tell you guys something. Jacob Violante, a.k.a. Lice Boy.
Yeah.
Sporting the Miguel Angel Jimenez.
I saw it behind through the hat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Shout out the Spanish Ryder Cup hero, Greg, as you know. But hit an incredible bunker shot from there. I will never diss Lice Boy's golf game again. Hell, bunker shot, guy knew what he was doing.
Helped him close out a nice 101.
Well, you know what? That's it. So what?
In this win?
Yeah, you know what?
I called him a liar. I called him a liar. I said,
And
no
you know
way he
what?
shot a 101.
And he was honest about it. The other guys were flat out lying about it.
They're absolutely lying about their scores. There's no way that these guys were shooting under 100 this win. There's no way. There's no way.
Tough
they're
golf
doing
course. People, you know what happens when you play golf? You play golf with guys who don't count their strokes. That's what happens. So we like to count strokes around it. Yeah, I'm calling them cheaters.
Well, you know what they say too about golf. It's good golf weather though too. And they wind, they rain, they golf.
There you go, buddy.
All right, we're wrapping it up here for the first ever KNBR Giants Roundtable. Why don't we go around? We'll post-game wrap, make our picks as to where we think the Giants will finish. Maybe a prediction, something you're looking forward to this year, what their record may be. Why don't we start with Greg Silver? Greg Silver, where do you think the Giants end 2025?
So I said 83 wins earlier in the show, and I would love to be wrong, okay? You can all look at me, you can all glare. I'd love for that number to be a little bit higher, but I'm also focused on the how of whatever record they get to. Do they have a bad slip at the end of the year? Can they hold up health-wise? Can a guy like Elliot Ramos or Patrick Bailey take what we've seen out of them in flashes and carry it beyond the All-Star break for extended stretches? That's mostly what I'm focused on. I think what the 83 also comes down to, Copes, is just the fact that their division is really, really tough. It's not necessarily going to be that way forever, but I have a hard time believing that they're going to get ahead of the Dodgers or the Arizona Diamondbacks. Padres, we'll see. It's a little bit more of a question mark there, but that's a really talented team as well. And in theory, this team should be a fourth-place team. Would love to see this on-paper game get ripped up by the end of the year.
Great pick. Great pick.
Nice pick. Not a bad pick.
That's a great pick, wasn't it?
Family Feud.
Good
answer.
It's a good pick. Yeah, nice
Survey
pick.
says.
Richard Dawson, Michael Strahan.
Or now it's what's his face?
Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey. Thank you very much.
And the winner is?
Survey says.
I'm going to go 88 victories.
Hey, I like the 88
victories.
It's not bad.
That's not that far off. What are we thinking? What'd you say, 83? 5 wins out of 162.
In your terms, is that Mike Sherrard? 88, right?
Wow, you're going way back there.
Yeah, well,
you want to go Michael Irvin? You want to go there?
Well, I'm staying in red and gold, buddy.
Have the Giants ever had an 88 on their roster?
Wasn't it Sherrard?
Was it Sherrard? I don't even know.
Shout out Bryce Eldridge wearing 88 this spring.
Yeah.
Double snowman.
So let's just say the Dodgers win the National League West and they win 98. Let's just say the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies represent the National League East as playoff teams. Philadelphia is loaded. They win the division. The Mets take one wild card spot. The National League Central, I think, will have one playoff team, and that'll be it. So the question is, what is the 88 wins good enough to get you in your own division? You've got to finish in second place. If you finish in third place in your own division, it's going to be hard because those teams in the National League East are going to be hard to beat. Now, your point about the National League West, it's not like the old days where you play each team 19 times. If you had to play the Dodgers 19 times and the Diamondbacks 19 times and the D-backs 19 times, maybe the math doesn't add up. You're playing them 13 times each. The balance of your schedule's out of the division, out of your league. I think this team is capable of winning 88 games, and I think they're capable of going to the playoffs.
Woo! Good answer. Good answer.
Marcus, let's go to you.
All right, I said it earlier. I'm taking the over on 80.5, looking to cash in on that.
79.5.
Yeah, well, I got it 79, but I heard you tease 80.5. What are we checking tickets? We know you're booking it off my back.
80.5, that's 81 wins, ain't good enough.
Well, here's
We're
the
all
good
getting
thing.
fired.
It doesn't matter if it's 79.5 or 80.5 because
Okay.
I'm looking at them to win 85 games this year.
85?
And I do think there is a difference between winning 5 to 6 more games with Bob Melvin drawing up the lineups and the player development. That's key. We saw a lot of these young guys last year. I'm looking for the continued development. I see her on the rundown. You ask, who's your guy? I don't know if you're going to ask this question, but I'm going to give you an answer. Luis Matos. We have not mentioned him once this entire round
He's
table.
loyal to Matos.
I'm a Luis Matos
Yes, he
guy.
has been.
And I think the one Greg Silver lining of the Gerard hand injury is the opportunity to get Luis Matos at bats at DH. I need him in the lineup every single day.
You want
I
a
want
DH
at bats. If he's not playing right field,
With
because
the
Mikey
Encarnacion.
Yaz will be in right field, so it's a platoon there. Give Matos more at bats. He led the Giants in hits this spring training, cut down the strikeout rating a ton this spring training. We talked to Bobby Evans yesterday. He said he's one of the guys in the system buying into the Buster Posey and Pat the Bat system and approach. So I'm looking for Luis Matos, and I'm looking for 85 wins.
He had a huge winter ball season.
By the way, no one said I had a good pick at all.
Good answer. Good answer.
Nothing. I said 88 and they make the playoffs, and I get nothing.
You got Mike Sherrard.
Doesn't seem realistic.
You got Mike Sherrard. Didn't you?
I don't even know.
Only guy who's been in actual rap here, by
Who's
the way,
up?
too.
You guys or me? Who's up?
Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, this is for you, D-Pop. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, bump it. Turn it up, Murph.
Turn
Nick State just come in the gym.
So Oakland.
Here we go, baby. Can they hear it?
Coming live from the 415.
Can they hear it?
Slide to Oracle Park and catch a vibe.
Hang on.
Sing it, Derek. You know the words.
It's terrible.
Why does Marcus know the lyrics? Stop.
Oh, my God,
dude,
LaRussell.
this is
My
bad.
God, LaRussell. Come on.
bad.
Don't be disrespecting LaRussell. Oh,
He's going to hurt something.
There's no LaRussell slander. There's no LaRussell slander.
Spitting
on
all
the show.
over me.
My guy, he's my hero. This has.
He's your hero?
My hero.
He's my hero. The skipping across the infield in the Crocs.
Did he say that?
Skipping across the infield in the orange Crocs is my favorite thing that's happened at this park since Buster hit the home run off of Walker Buehler in 2021. All right, guys? So all that said, I think it's going to be a great year. I think it's going to be a fun year. I think they're going to play more fundamental baseball. I think Adames is going to shine. I think Jung Hoo Lee is
What's
going to
the number, bro?
86. They take us
Damn, that's not good
to
enough.
the last week of September and just miss out on the
we all get fired.
They just miss out on the
86.
playoffs. They just miss out on the playoffs, but it doesn't matter.
Pick.
It doesn't matter.
It's a bad pick.
Maria hates it. The birthday girl hates it.
Happy birthday, Maria.
We're 86 in your boombox. 86.
Oh, God, that's too low.
Dude, 86 ain't getting you in.
And they missed the playoffs in the last week of the season, but we're all satisfied, thrilled, and ready for 2026.
We're not losers
That's
anymore.
the call,
We're really
baby.
close.
That's the call, baby.
Giants baseball.
I asked Murph at the beginning of the show if they
Nothing
didn't
like
make the playoffs, could the season be successful? Murph said, no, you're the Giants. You got to make the playoffs. Not a success if you
I
don't
had
make it.
Missing the playoffs.
It's an unsuccessful, awesome season. All right?
All right, there you go.
They lead the league in walk-offs.
Hey,
Yeah, that's it.
2 pints of Guinness goes a long way. So there you go. You loosen your.
86. All right.
I got one more for you guys if you guys want, but you guys can make your picks here, buddy.
Derek, make your pick. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay, I'm going to say 88 wins too, but if you look at last year, 89 wins did not make the playoffs.
Damn.
So unfortunately, they make strides, they make improvements, but I don't think 88 wins is enough.
Wow.
This National League is really tough, so I'm going to say they get 88 wins, and they do unfortunately finish fourth in the division. But
Hey, they finished fourth? They got to get in a new league.
Yeah, I know.
This league is too damn hard.
I know, but there's progress. I see a lot of all-stars on this team.
A lot of all-stars.
How many all-stars? That's good. We like all-stars.
How many's a lot? Like 5, 6?
Who's going to make the all-star team?
2 all-stars.
There you go.
They had 2 last
You know, I thought 83 was going to be enough to not be last, but then Derek just took a fat jump. So here
I'm almost
what do we
like,
got? 83, 85, 86, 288.
Nobody has the balls to go north of 90 or under 80.
No,
Nobody has the balls.
I'm almost identical as Murph. Like, I don't know that they're a playoff team. I'm expecting 85 to 87.
This is for you, buddy.
And I'm looking for meaningful games in the final weekend of the season or the final week of the season. Give me some. What you got for me?
Everybody listen up. Listen up here. Who remembers, huh? Come on now. Can we hear it?
Oh, dude, nice. We're going with Ashcon. Trying to do the best I can. Nice, Murph.
So, is there a 2010 season in
These
here?
last 3-4 years have made it hard.
Do you
Murph.
know all
Yeah.
the lyrics?
Radio Raheem, would you sit down? That's the best looking boombox ever.
Come on, everybody.
And luckily,
Thankfully, the Padres.
Is that a Louis
showed.
Vuitton boombox? What is that?
Shout out to What Presenters.
Maybe it was
the rally thong.
Come on, everybody. Come on. Start clapping.
hear it.
Let's go.
Giants. NL West Division champions.
Come on, Loader. Come on,
I
Loader.
know Loader knows it.
We ain't stopping here.
I like
so
the
maybe
part,
there's some magic.
I like the part when he's like, Marty Lurie, Crooked Kite, what up? He's like, FP.
All right.
That's going to do it for our 2025 Giants KNBR Roundtable.
Oh, thank God.
Thanks to the Presidio Golf Course. Thanks to all the listeners who have come out. Derek and I are going to hang out with you until 6 o'clock. Give it up for Greg Papa and Greg Silver. Give it up for Murph and Marcus. Give it up for D-Pop.
Mike Krukow.
Mike Krukow.
Yeah, Mike Krukow.
Marty Lurie, Crooked Kite. What up? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Dirty Work. Giants opening day tomorrow, 12:10 pregame, 1:10 first pitch. You can hear it all right here on the Sports
We're
Leader.
talking Warriors,
And
baby.
I'm the only one standing.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work returns, rolls on here live from the Presidio Golf Course.
I can talk
in
again.
San Francisco. I mean, you could have talked before. You just kind of sat there and stared. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you from the Presidio Golf Course. Giants open the 2025 season tomorrow at 1:10 against the Cincinnati Reds. And as Murph pointed out earlier, 3 previous opening days against the Reds. Giants 3-0 in those openers. They have never opened at Great American Ballpark. We talked a lot before the Giants Roundtable. That was a lot of fun, I thought.
No, it was. I wasn't asked one question. We didn't have time for it, but I'll ask you. What do you think is more likely this season? The Giants have their first 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds in, I think, 2007? Or they have the first guy...
It would have been before that. Bonds at 28, I think.
Oh, sorry.
7, so,
okay,
yeah.
2004 then, I think it is. Or the first guy to steal 30 bags since Dave Roberts in 2007, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right for him. I'm going to go, more likely.
Yeah.
I think more likely I'd probably err on the side of the stolen bases.
You think so?
And I don't even think they have, one guy steals 30. Damn. Who would that be?
Jung-Hoo Lee or Tyler Fitzgerald?
Yeah, it's funny.
Or Willie Adames.
It's funny because you got to have somebody who's fast enough and who gets on base enough, right? Adames, the guy who's going to get on base enough. I think his gap power is going to play. Depends on if and when they run him, because that's the thing, too, is it depends on where you're hitting in the lineup. Fitzgerald makes sense. As a guy with speed down at the bottom of the order, hitting 9, hitting 8, wherever he is. If he gets on base, you're trying to move him over and drive in a run, something like that. Same could be said about even a guy like Lamont Wade, who can steal some bases and has some speed. It's why they like having the Jung-Hoo Lee, who's a bat-to-ball contact guy in the 3-hole, because they think maybe he'll drive in more runs. I just don't see anybody on the roster who's a 30-home run guy. I mean,
not Chapman?
Maybe, but he's only done that, once in his career?
Once in his career. I think it was 36 to 39 in 2019. I think, though, I mean, not to say that his stats are going to translate from spring training, but I think he's due for a big season.
Well, here's the thing, too, is he had a big season last year. I mean, his WAR last year was the highest it had been in any season since 2019. Last year, 7.1 WAR for Matt Chapman. He had 247 with a 790 OPS.
Oh, did I have that right? Oh, 2019, yeah, 36.
That's his highest OPS since 2020, which wasn't a full season in 2019 when he last made an All-Star team. And, of course, he's won Gold Gloves over that time. He had 27 last year. So, you know what? Maybe they do have 30 home run power in a guy like Matt Chapman. Played 154 games. Boy, it's tough because how many bases did he steal last year? He stole 15 bags himself last year.
Okay.
They're going to try to run more. What do you think, Tim? Where are you on this one?
Yeah.
Well, more likely 30 steals
bags,
or
30
30
home
homers
runs
for somebody on the Giants.
I'm going with the park. I think that it's got to be steals.
That's
right?
kind of
Yeah.
where I'm
You
at,
know, if the emphasis more is on running, I mean, you got a bunch of guys at least could swipe bags. Now, Chapman's numbers felt a little inflated because he was taking very opportunistic bags. A lot of, like, the back end of a double steal where he would, you know, I think his first, 9 were that. And you're like, oh, his steal number is up. And he was very, admitted it very often. That being said, who is the guy that's going to hit better? Is it Chapman? Because I think Chapman's peak was probably last year in terms of what he's going to do for home runs. Is it Ramos? That might be the guy.
Yeah.
Chapman's also hit 27 homers 3 different times. 3 of the last 4 years he's hit exactly 27.
27 feels like a
on
number.
the cusp.
But, I mean, maybe Ramos, I don't think Adames is going to get to 30.
They all kind of feel like
Nah.
25 homer people in terms of 25 homer.
I think one guy
hitters.
cracks it.
Yeah, I don't know. 30 seems like a lot. Stolen bases also. It's got to be somebody who gets on with the opportunity to do it. They all say, too, that Fitzgerald's got speed, but he's not necessarily a great base stealer.
Yeah, what did he have,
Two different
17
things.
last year?
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot to ask. If anybody steals 30 bags, it'd be Willie, but I'm not really confident in that. I'm going to say 30 home runs. I think this is the year. I think you have enough guys.
And who does it? Chapman?
I'm going to say Chapman, but if it's not Chapman, I would say close second is Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, having 20 to 25 homer power is great. 30 to plus is a lot.
What did Ramos have home run wise last season?
Well, hold on. Adames has hit 30 in each of the last last 3 seasons. 32 for Adames, but again, he was hitting in a much better ballpark for power. 2 years ago, he hit 24. 3 years ago, he hit 31 in his time back in 2021. Spent between, that was 22. 2021, he had 25 total. So, I mean, he's a guy with 25, 30 homer power. So it's there. Again, playing in this ballpark his first year here, tough to see. The reason Elliot Ramos is intriguing, and Mike Krukow mentioned this earlier when we had him on during the roundtable. He hit that home run on Monday night when we were at the ballpark. He just hit an absolute tank in his leadoff at bat. And I like Mike's terminology on this. He said then he filleted a ball to right field. He had an inside-out swing the other way. Don't forget, he's the only right-handed hitter to ever go into the Cove. He has power to all fields. So it is something that could play for Ramos over the course of a season, having power to all fields in different ballparks, and maybe even hitting a few up to the short porch in the arcade there going the other way. That's on the table. I mean, I don't know what to expect from Ramos in terms of his overall power numbers. I'd love him to hit 25 plus. I think that's probably where you project him. Anything north of that, I think, is likely to be a like house money, like found money. But Elliot Ramos, I mean, in terms of guys who have established that power, it's tough for me to say Adames would do it in his first season in the ballpark. Chapman's the guy who probably plays.
Did you give a pick for your expectations this season as far as where they stand and their record and everything?
Yeah, I said I was similar to Murph. He was trying to cue up music during that time.
Yeah, I know. I noticed.
I mean, if I'm being realistic about it, I kind of think the same that he does. I think they're an 85-ish, 86-win team. Because, again, they were 5 wins shy 2 of the last 3 years of the team that ultimately made the 3rd wild card spot in the National League and then won the pennant in the Phillies, in the D-backs in 23 and in 2022 and 2023. Last year, 89 wins wasn't good enough to get in as a wild card team. So it's just, I mean, it's how deep is the National League? I mean, Papa was making some great points about how many vacant spots there will be. I don't know that the Braves are an automatic playoff team. I'm not buying into that yet. They've got a lot to prove in the way the Giants are hoping to be on the way up with a lot to prove. Phillies are a stacked team. Mets are a stacked team. You'd expect them to win. I don't know if the Padres are as deep and as stacked as we thought. Their pitching, to me, I think has some question marks. Yu Darvish's health is a question mark for sure.
Okay.
I mean, again, baseball's a funky thing. Stories come out of nowhere. Surprises come out of nowhere. I think the Giants are talented enough to be competitive in the West behind the Dodgers. Are they competitive enough to finish second place, which is what it may take to make the postseason? That might be a tall order. Thinking 2 years out or looking at a season out, I can't imagine the Padres are as talented as they are next year as they are this year, unless they find a bunch more help. The Central's probably going to produce one playoff team. I think they're in the mix for a playoff spot in the final couple weeks of the season. I don't see them as a 90-win team.
Yeah, no.
And barring a major surprise, barring a reclaim of dominance of the mound like Justin Verlander's had in the past. I mean, if he shows up and he's pitching like he did 3 years ago, maybe you feel differently about it. But if Robbie Ray's healthy, there's so many ifs this year. Robbie Ray's health, Justin Verlander's health, Elliot Ramos repeating what he did last year, Tyler Fitzgerald repeating what he did last year. Everything we're saying based on how good we think they can be, and this is the counter to all the fans who say it's the same team as it was last year. You saw those names I rattled off that aren't here.
No, it's
from
different.
last year. Tyro Estrada, Blake Snell, Conforto, Slater, Jorge Soler, Nick Ahmed, Mark Canna, Kirk Casale, Tyler Rogers, Joey Bart was here last year. I mean, I think the team is at least, while they've invested in internally on the talent that they have and are giving guys opportunities, it's a lot of what ifs for if they can win 80-plus games.
No, I hear you on that. And then you were asking the question, is this the same team as a year ago? And it's not. It's different. But when people say that, it's basically they're mad because they didn't go big spending. They didn't get Corbin Burns. They didn't trade for Alex Bregman.
But they gave out the richest contract in their franchise's history.
I know, but you know Giants fans' expectations. They're pissed that the Dodgers are spending money and the Giants are shedding salary. And that's what they want to see change. And Buster Posey's in his first season, evaluation season. So I wasn't expecting him to go crazy and make big trades.
Especially after he announced that they were going to cut salary. Yeah.
Exactly. So every good GM, in my opinion, doesn't tear it down right when they come in. And they evaluate the team. They see who can help out in the future. And
but you don't want to hamstring yourself either.
Exactly.
Right.
So I understand why they didn't go crazy this offseason, but to say that it's the same team as a year ago, I think that's crazy. I think that they've obviously added Willie Adames and Justin Verlander, and those are two huge signings. So, no, I'm with you. I think that they show growth, and it's going to be extremely hard to compete in the National League. But I did bring this up a week ago, and you were kind of like scoffing at it, being like, Cincinnati Reds as good as the Giants? That's crazy.
No, you said you thought the Giants were on the same level as the Reds. And
I still think that.
I said what was tough for me to determine is the Reds playing maybe is in the worst division in the National League, the Giants playing the best.
Right, but
likely the best. I mean, again, with a new manager, a pitching staff that is, well, has some upside, I think is still, for the most part, outside of Hunter Green.
It's unproven. A new manager, but is Terry Francona.
Right, no, but I'm talking about the talent on that roster.
Right.
I mean, it's unproven. That division will be the easiest division in the National League to win. It has the least competition, the NL Central.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you here. We are live still from the Presidio Golf Course, where we just held our first ever Giants and KNBR roundtable. We'll be with you until about 6 o'clock when Larry Kruger comes up with Niners Nightly. We are going to get back into some Warrior basketball talk. Our guy Mark Spears joins us coming up at 5:30, ESPN and Anscape.com. We'll talk to him about the Warriors' loss and whether or not we feel any different about this team after the loss last night. 26 points in Miami, where they got just 10 total points from the starters in the first half. All right, let's look at the Warriors now compared to the rest of the Western Conference. Bobby Marks, former general manager of the Brooklyn Nets, says he's not a fan that Heat fans cheered for Jimmy Butler yesterday. We'll play that for you. We'll also get to where the Warriors stand up and stack up against the Western Conference. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it rolls on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
The Giants opening day, it's tomorrow, and is there any better person to preview the season than the Reverend Hunter Pence? You can find Hunter's sermon and all things clergy and Giants related at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, in tax season, there are tons of questions that people have. A lot of times it has to do with still having unfiled tax returns from the past. If you've got unfiled tax returns, what should you do?
You should call us. This is such
a common situation. And what usually happens is the first year, somebody makes a mistake and doesn't file because they don't have the money to pay. Then year 2 rolls around, and the person says, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and by the way, they still don't have the money? Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. It's the day the IRS agent's going to be knocking on the door. It ruins lives, businesses, marriages. It doesn't have to be. This is totally fixable. If you don't have the money, that's okay. We'll file all the returns that need to be filed. Then we want to make a deal for you, a sweet deal, a good deal. There's so much we can do. We're familiar with this. We have been in the trenches for the past 30 plus years. And then you can have a normal lifestyle. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you live from the Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco, where we just held our first ever 49ers excuse me, 49ers, our Giants roundtable.
Oh, we'll probably do one for the Niners, too.
I'm sure we'll do one of those as well.
And I'll be talking over everyone.
A 49ers roundtable. Stay tuned for the draft show coming your way.
We'll see if Brock's on the roster, people.
We're about a month away from the draft. Less than a month away from the draft now. We are just less than 24 hours now away from Giants opening day, 1:10 tomorrow. 12:10 pregame right here on the Sports Leader. We also officially now have the Giants opening day roster. We'll get into some Warrior stuff as Mark Spears joins us in about 10 minutes at 5:30. But what can you tell me about the opening day roster?
Well, we knew the pitchers already, so I won't go into that. Everybody that we said yesterday is on the roster. Catchers, no surprise, Patrick Bailey, Sam Huff. Infielders, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Tyler Fitzgerald, Wilmer Flores, Christian Koss.
Christian Koss does make the team. How about them? Yeah.
Casey Schmidt and Lamont Wade Jr.
So Casey Schmidt made the team over Brett Wisely. There was a thought that maybe Brett Wisely was option A. I thought that maybe Brett Wisely would make the team because he would be a left-handed bat off the bench. So interesting. They won't have the left-handed infield bat as a backup.
Yep. And we knew that Grant McCrae was option as well, so it's just going to be 4 outfielders, Jung-Hoo Lee, Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, and Yaz.
So, by the way, I should point that out. Christian Koss, also a guy who plays all 3 infield positions and makes the team as a non-roster invite here out of camp. He'd previously been in Boston's organization. How about that? So Christian Koss makes the team as a backup infielder. He's going to make the trip. He can play second, short, and can play third base. But he's a right-handed bat, and they're going with Casey Schmidt, who's a right-handed bat. Interesting that Brett Wisely, a left-handed bat and can play those infield positions as well, doesn't make the team.
Left, right, doesn't matter anymore.
Murph
apparently.
made an interesting point earlier where he said Tyler Fitzgerald was maybe one of his guys that you had to prove it this year. And he said the reason, not just prove it, but that you're hoping has success, because he goes beyond, they were looking for a shortstop for a minute. Even when Crawford was here, they were looking for the heir apparent. It was not Marco Luciano. Behind Tyler Fitzgerald, there's not a lot of depth at second base either. So having a guy like Brett Wisely potentially in the minors who could still do it. Casey Schmidt, who had an awesome spring training, can play all 3 positions. Maybe he's a guy who can slot in there if, in fact, Fitzgerald struggles. And Christian Koss is another guy. It does make me wonder how high they are on Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, I was asking Walter before the show, is it odd that they only had 4 outfielders on the roster, or is that common?
Well, in a pinch, you can have Lamont Wade play outfield as well.
True.
I mean, he's a guy who they said they'd like to. And I believe Gerard Encarnacion was a guy they had plans for playing right field. I haven't seen anything yet. They said he would likely, Susan Slusser said he would likely be transferred to the 60-day injured list. Would Encarnacion, that would create another roster spot on the team. So, and then your catcher, Sam Huff, is the backup, of course, to Patrick Bailey. Tim, what you got?
I was going to say, to your point about Koss, Brett Wisely has options, so you can send him down, let him get consistent at bats. Christian Koss is a non-roster invitee. If you don't have him on the roster, you basically are letting him go, and he proved himself, to make this roster. And a bunch of our guys that are got eyes on the team are very high on him. They're going to say that you love his energy. So, Christian Koss, let's see it.
There you go. So a couple of non-roster invite guys make the team.
Paid the cost to be the boss.
You get a couple of guys. I don't know where you're going with that.
You stopped him right in his tracks.
Yeah, a couple of guys who non-roster invites. Lou Trevino, the other guy who makes the team as a pitcher. So Giants roster is set. Run through that again for us one more time.
I'll pull it up one more time for you.
I just want to make sure everybody's getting all the correct information here. We should give the pitchers anyway.
Yeah.
Just so people are aware.
Hayden Birdsong, Spencer Bivens, Camilo Duvall, Jordan Hicks, and this is just in alphabetical order. Eric Miller, Robbie Ray, Randy Rodriguez, Tyler Rogers, Landon Roop, Lou Trevino, Justin Verlander, Ryan Walker, Logan Webb. Your catchers, Patrick Bailey, Sam Huff. Infielders, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Tyler Fitzgerald, Wilmer Flores, Christian Koss, Casey Schmidt, Lamont Wade Jr., and then your outfielders, Jung-Hoo Lee, Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, and Yaz.
And then the other transactions official today, as you mentioned, Grant McCrae and Brett Wisely, both optioned to AAA. Right-handed pitcher Joel Piguero, who, don't forget, Larry Kruger said to us the other day.
I like Joel Piguero.
I'm kind of liking this Piguero.
He's my new Birdsong.
He's hitting triple digits, this guy. He's getting nasty stuff. Joel Piguero. Piguero and Max Stassi, the other catcher, reassigned to AAA Sacramento. Gerard Encarnacion actually only placed on the 10-day IL with a left-hand fracture retroactive to March 24th. Tom Murphy placed on the 60-day injured list with that mid-disc, the back disc herniation.
Say that slowly.
Got to be careful of that. The back disc herniation. And then infielder Christian Koss, his contract is selected, and he makes the team.
By the way, speaking of Krug, just to talk a little 49ers here, this is the most ridiculous report I've seen in quite some time from our guy Jordan Schultz. He says,
What's this the last time he tweeted?
The 49ers and Brock Purdy are active in negotiations in a long-term deal with the intent of finalizing a contract before the 2025 season. No S.
Jordan Schultz's report is that the Niners are hoping they sign Brock before the season.
Before the season.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming that would happen.
I wonder how much Uber stock you had to give up to get that info, to get that insight. How many shares of Uber did he give up?
You
for
can
it?
you go to Starbucks anytime you like. Just let me know if he's going to sign before the season starts.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, well there you go. By the
Yeah.
way, Diners Nightly coming up at 6 o'clock.
Diners Nightly.
Well, do we have a Diners riff on here, Tim?
No,
Did
I
you
said
do it today?
Diners Nightly. Larry reviews our roundtable.
Larry reviews our roundtable. Tim, how would you review our roundtable? How did it go?
You know what? Out of 10, I said I'd give you guys an 8.5. I thought you
Okay.
guys got into the yelling right away and made it easy on everybody.
Who was the star of the show? Was it Greg Papa?
It was Greg Silver.
No, yeah. I'd say so.
I'd say it was Greg Papa.
Yeah, I think so too.
Greg
Murph
Papa
came in with
quoting
the
the-
box, but
Greg Papa quoting the Christy Noam commercial was the highlight of mine.
I think the other highlight
He
was
said,
you
"Get
saying-
out and never return."
You're like, man, it sounds really like it.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I liked when he came out of the gate and he ripped Derek. He said, "Derek knows about the hit and run." He said, "My insurance premiums went up right after."
Yeah, I don't remember him ever teaching me how to drive.
No, he didn't.
I also want to give a shout out to all the YouTube guys. They've been there all day today. They've been a lot of funny riffs, a lot of praise, a lot of rips. So it's been a lot of fun.
Nice.
Any good riffs?
Not for air.
No, come on. We can work a little blue. Got some good riffs off on Aubrey Huff.
Just say
during
the
our
letter.
roundtable.
Just say the letter.
No, but our guys True Blue, our guys Tacky, and everybody, they've been checking in the whole time.
Shout out Pat H who showed up. Also, I heard from our guy. I was talking to 415 Wes earlier. Me and 415 Wes talking while we were going to the bathroom together, next to each other in the stalls.
Oh, nice.
And he goes, "Dude, Mike Val showed up today."
Really?
Did
And I
he?
said, "Mike Val came
Incognito?"
in?" And I said, "I didn't even see him." And then he said, "Barely knew him." I was like, "That a boy, 415 West." Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from the Presidio Golf Course. About another half hour till Larry Kruger comes on to review our roundtable coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. We will take a quick break, and when we come on back, we'll catch up with our guy, ESPN and Anscape.com's Mark Spears. The Hall of Famer will join us for his weekly conversation. We'll talk some Warrior basketball after the Warriors fell by 26 to the Miami Heat last night in Miami in Jimmy Butler's lukewarm return to Miami. We'll talk more about that with Mark Spears, who joins us next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement life can be jarring and disorienting, but doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you, because sooner than you think you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline, and so you can go into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. That number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Why can't you just up and die, get down with the sickness? You, I don't need this I'm down with the sickness. You stupid, sadistic, abusive organ, down with the sickness. Here it comes, get ready to die.
You've found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are live still from the Presidio Golf Course in San Francisco, where we just did our Giants Roundtable, but switching gears here, jumping into some Warrior basketball, and joining us courtesy of the UMA guest lines, it's the Hall of Famer. It's our buddy Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Mark?
Man, I feel like the Warriors are on this road trip, apparel. And I'm not even talking about the teams. I mean, you got Atlanta, right? Like, you don't want your team in Atlanta for a few days, man.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
There's nothing but trouble in Atlanta, and then you get 5 days in Miami. Fuck is that? And now they're in New Orleans. Well,
yeah, I know. Partying the whole time.
Right now they're eating etouffee and gumbo, so that might be more of a itis kind of thing, Explain itis to them. But I just think
itis,
that
got that. I'll tell them I got that itis. Yeah.
From a personal standpoint, this is one of the tougher trips, man. I think there were some other issues besides basketball that's plagued this team.
What makes you say that? Oh, you're saying? Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying because of where they are.
Like 5 days in Miami, that's too much, man. You ain't gonna be ready.
That's what I did. It's exactly the Miami flu. We were talking about that with JD the other day, saying they flew in. They had a sweated out practice a couple of days ago. I guess they knew they had the night last night and tonight, and I guess they'll have another sweated out one before they get to New Orleans. We were talking earlier. Do you feel any differently about them going 2-3 in the last 5? And I said, not really. They're still the team that I thought they were, based on the idea that when it was just Steph without Jimmy, it was all on him. If you're telling me Jimmy's got to do the same thing with the same crew of guys without Steph, I don't know why I'd think any differently about it. Everything we know this team to be capable of is predicated on health.
Yeah, I do. A little bit more assertive there. You're the number 2 guy. You're getting a big check. You're a star, and he's playing the game the right way. But they need him to play it the more assertive way, the more aggressive way. It's kind of been passive without Steph Curry there, and I got the sense that prior to the All-Star break that the Warriors wanted Jimmy to be more assertive, probably more of a 25 point per game scorer or close to that, to add in addition to Steph, and it certainly hasn't been that way. Because when I watch Jimmy play, man, I feel like he can get to the free throw line every time he touches the ball. And there's plays that I'm like, why'd he pass that? Why'd he pass that? Why'd he pass that? So I think the Warriors got to figure out a way to be more selfish. Like, they need him without Steph to be more selfish to win, and especially at a time where I think maybe I don't think the Warriors did, but perhaps the fans assume that with this recent stretch of wins that recently came to the end, like they were good for a playoff spot. They're not good. This is a sprint to the end. There's 10 games left, and the Warriors certainly need to have very, very little margin for error if they don't want to be in the play-in.
No, I'm with you, Mark. I was thoroughly disappointed this past week, starting from the loss to the Denver Nuggets. I thought that, with Steph Curry's absence, that some guys would step up. I mean, not just Jimmy Butler, but Brandon Pajemski and even Jonathan Kuminga. Am I foolish in thinking that I was expecting a little bit more from these guys, or is it just simply that Steph Curry was out, so they're going to lose these games against the lowly Hawks and the Heat?
No, you're not. I mean, like for Kuminga, you got all the motivation in the world. You're still trying to prove that you're worthy of a big financial deal, whether it's from the Warriors or somebody else. And it seems similar to a lot of what we saw like before December. I thought he had a phenomenal, consistent, great December. He got hurt. But before then, it was, really box of chocolate style of play. You just don't know what you're going to get Jonathan Kuminga, and same I think is kind of the same of late. Just certainly inconsistent. Moody, tough one yesterday. Podziemski had a tough one. So I mean, it's not just on Jimmy and Draymond. I mean, the supporting cast needs to step up too, and those guys, because they're younger. I mean, no, I'm gonna take that back. Moody and Kuminga have been around long enough to know, like, this is their focus has to be better, the IQ has to be better, the ability to just come out of it, start a game strong has to be better. Like what you saw against Denver was, I think, embarrassing for the Warriors, and what you saw against Miami, like Miami's not good. Like to lose that kind of game, like games without Joker, games against a Miami team that hasn't been good. And I mean, granted, they were hitting everything under the sun, right? But these are the games that if you end up playing a playing game against Sacramento, all of a sudden that you're like, just got that one, and we didn't trick off these games. Going through this situation now.
Talking to Mark Spears, nice to have to join us on the Uma Gas line. Do you think less of them when they perform poorly without Steph or without Jimmy?
Concerned is probably a better word.
Yeah.
Like I just now feel like unless Steph is playing, they're in trouble. Because they know what the stakes are, right? Like I'm sure Steve is basically running the standings to them every day. I mean, they should. I mean, I'm looking at them like where it is, and Clippers are playing pretty good basketball. Minnesota is certainly capable of picking it up. Like, I do think the Warriors' schedule isn't too bad the rest of the way, but their last game, I noticed the last regular season game, and in the back of your hat, is a Sunday afternoon game against the Clippers. That game could a playoff berth or not.
Yeah.
Like that game is important, and so like a game like New Orleans, I think it's not only imperative on the Warriors to win the game, but to win big. Like, get the confidence back, get the focus back. I actually would rest Steph. Like, you shouldn't have to play Steph against New Orleans, man. Come on. I mean, I guess if Zion's playing, yeah, it certainly pushes the Pelicans up to a different level, but this is one of the worst teams in the NBA. But at this point, I just can't, and I don't think Steve can, trust everybody else to do what they need to do to not only get Steph rest, but to win the game.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears on the Uma guest line. Mark, your colleague made some interesting comments this morning, Bobby Marks on Get Up, where he was saying he was kind of appalled by the Miami fans for cheering Jimmy Butler last night. Were you surprised by the reaction from the Miami crowd?
Oh man, no, they're fair weather, man. They probably from out of town, just got the tickets. Like, you ever been to a Heat game? That was funny. Somebody tweeted out this lady Ashley, I forgot Ashley's last name, journalist. She said that was very smart of. He said that was very smart of the Heat to put the tribute video during the introduction because their fans are always late.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, no, Miami, it's not your typical place, man. You could get empanadas. You know what I'm saying? You could get paella there. Like they have like nightclubs going on during the game. It's not intimidating, bro. They probably just realized that he wasn't on the team anymore.
Yeah. Well, we were talking to Israel Gutierrez the other day, and he was like, man, most of the fans who are there are going to be younger people who don't even remember the LeBron era, so he's the best thing they've ever seen. So he's probably going to get cheers, is what he thought.
No, they might be baked over there with a lot of different stuff. Who knows?
Spears with us on the Uma guest line. You were mentioning Kuminga earlier. it's not going well, man. He's not played well at all.
No. I mean, I do wonder if maybe the G League and getting out some of the kinks in practice or something might have been good for him. It certainly takes a while to get your legs underneath you. I think maybe the first game must have been like an adrenaline boost or something like that. But no, they need him to be great or very good in the worst way right now. It's just really odd, right? Like, this team is a super roller coaster team, man. Like, 1 week they look like the worst team in the world, and a month later they look like they can win the NBA championship, and then now you're like, oh man, who are they gonna play in the bubble? It's just playing, like the playing,
Playing
like,
again, man. Damn, now we got to go to the bubble to do it too.
And the Warriors don't have great history with the playing. Like, it's really, really confusing team, and I just feel like Steph is truly a Superman. Every time he decides to play, everybody decides they're excited. Right? Like, yay, our concentration's better. We're gonna play better. Steph is here, and I feel like they got to force him out there, which could be to their detriment. Just to try to, save it. Because one thing you got to remember, once the playoffs start, if you're a team that's in the top 6, you play on Sunday, the last regular season game, and your next game isn't to the following Saturday or Sunday. 5 days off for any NBA team is like an eternity. It's like paramount. It's very crucial for a team with guys like Steph and Draymond and Jimmy to get that kind of rest and then have 1 or 2 or sometimes even 3 days off between games. But if your team is playing in the play-in, there's no rest. And you're 100 miles and running, like right at the start of the playoffs. There's no, and it's do or die. It's NCAA tournament. It's April Madness, right? Like, so I just think they really need to. I don't really feel good about this team in a playing territory. I just really think it's important for them from a rest standpoint, longevity standpoint in the playoffs, be top 6. Like, they have to be top 6. I can't see. I've seen Jimmy Butler take a 8 seed to the finals. I get it. I understand that, but this is that, and the Western Conference ain't no joke, man. Like, every place is a danger zone. So the one thing you don't want to do is just, add more hurdles in front of you.
No, I mean, definitely. It'll be difficult for Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry to elevate this team out of the play-in. But at one point, we were having the conversation if the Golden State Warriors are the second-best team in the West, and I don't think you could say that right now. But I don't know if you can say that about any team right now, because I don't see any team really challenging OKC as the second-best team in the Western Conference right now. You got, a lot of, like, the Lakers have lost 3 in a row, and everything's changing from the Nuggets to the Rockets.
Yeah.
Who would you say right now is the second-best team in the West?
Ooh, that is a great question. I was at the Thunder shoot-around yesterday. Dudes are 11 games ahead of second place, playing great.
13 and a half.
I mean, what are they playing for now? Just getting the top seed overall over Cleveland, which I haven't looked at the standings. I'm sure they're got to be pretty close to that. To me, it's finals or bust for them. But the thing that's crazy is they only average 24 years of age. They got teams in the NCAA tournament that are older than them. And yet, with the addition of Caruso, with the addition of Hartenstein, they just seem like a really unstoppable bunch. And, I talked to Lou Dort yesterday. I sat down with him. I'm like, man, I'm going to give you all the benefit of the doubt, man. I was on NBA Today on Monday, and I felt like I was being really, really picky about this team. Like, they're too young or they haven't done it yet. I mean, yes, they still need to get over the hump. Yes, they're young. But based on your point, like the way everybody else is playing, why should I feel like somebody could flip them? I mean, is Houston the best team? I'm sure whoever is the 7th seed, Houston. Denver, Joker's got the ankle issue, and their shooting's not as good as when they won, and the depth's not as good, and the Lakers, figure them out, right? I guess the Lakers by default. Clippers, no. Minnesota, can't trust them. Warriors, can't trust them. Memphis, no.
You can trust the Lakers, though?
Kind of just.
I don't really trust them either.
Yeah. Like it's just like got all these. Somebody had a bunch of old pizza, and that's like the best looking piece, right now.
Like it's still pizza, but
I'm
it's
hungry.
old. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll take that slice of salami and spinach. You know what I mean?
Where you buying pizza, man?
Yeah, try to be gourmet, man.
Yeah,
Roundtable fan, man. I'm a
little
fan of the
prosciutto,
last
maybe,
round
huh?
of pizza.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Roundtable, though. I'm waiting for my Roundtable commercial.
That's it, man. Last honest one. Talking to Mark Spears. Hey, one more for you before we let you go. So I think we asked you last week. I think we did after Draymond sort of planted his flag to be Defensive Player of the Year. And I was like, I don't know, man. The odds were like 2.5 to 1 that Evan Mobley would win.
Yeah.
Dude, after like 1 week of play, Draymond's totally flipped the script. He's now the odds-on Vegas favorite to win it. I don't know how it changed so quickly.
what is the thing is, what does Vegas know? To me, and I talked to Lou Dort.
Yeah.
To me, like I talked to Lou Dort about it yesterday. He's like, "Damn, could I be first to take a team?" His teammates are calling him DPOY. Then you got the young kid, in Atlanta getting all the steals and
Dyson, yeah.
Fella, you got the big fella in Cleveland, Mobley, and that is the hardest one to vote for, because I feel like it's the hardest one to. What is your criteria? The one thing the NBA does not give you when you vote is a criteria. It's just like beauty is the eye of the beholder awards, right? So it's like, what's your criteria for Defensive Player of the Year? Like in MVP, like, okay, SGA is scoring 30 and his team has the best record. It's kind of easy. Although, Joker certainly is making a noise with his numbers, but the record's not the same. So you could, make a strong argument for SGA, although there's a lot of Nuggets fans and statistical people who think otherwise. But, like, how do you quantify what's the greatest defensive player? Like, I think a lot of, like, for example, what Lou Dort and Draymond Green do, you don't see in the stats, right? They're for Draymond, it's IQ plays. For Lou Dort, it's making somebody miserable, shooting a three without fouling them and being a quarter of an inch away, right? Being physical when they're trying to drive. Like, you can't quantify that in stats. So, Vegas thing, man, just say no. Don't bet, because especially in that one, man, it's the beauty in the eye of the writers.
Look how much it changed in a week. Look how much it changed in a week.
Yeah, like, each of us have our own definition of what great defense is, and we have the privilege of determining what that means and who should win it. So I think that's the hardest one to predict.
Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Anscape.com. We do it with him every week. Warriors take on New Orleans on Friday, and Steph Curry is expected back. That's what Steve Kerr said yesterday, but still a couple more days in Miami, so we'll see what happens. Mark, have a good rest of the week.
They ain't left yet? They ain't left yet?
No, they're staying there for 5 days. They're still there.
Yeah.
Woo.
Bro, they're there today, and they don't leave till tomorrow. They're staying today. They're going to practice there tomorrow, and then they'll fly to New Orleans tomorrow.
When they get back, I expect Steve Kerr to have a can.
Our guy John Dickinson, dude, we talked to him yesterday. He's already got some color. So
I doubt that. He probably kept his tube socks on while he was on the beach.
Yeah, that's why I said he got some color on his head, but not below his knee.
Yeah.
Right up to his knee is all pretty pasty. So, all right, Mark, we'll talk to you next week, bro. Have a good week.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, take care.
Good deal there. The great Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer. We do it with him each and every week. We're getting ready to wrap things up here from where are we again? The Presidio Golf Course. I was like looking around. I was like, where are we doing?
It's been a long day.
It has. Presidio Golf Course here in San Francisco, where we did our Giants Roundtable with all 3 KNBR shows. We will wrap things up. We'll put the show to bed when we come on back. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors got whipped by 26 in South Beach by the Miami Heat. The Andrew Wiggins, the Alex Burks revenge game. If you're mad at Alex Burks, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat. The only place for Bay Area fans to hit the panic button over and over and over and over.